This channel does not exist.
The Kohen Gadol must possess all of these qualities. Now we're focusing on the wealth over here. In a moment, so what happens if you have a Kohen Gadol who is handsome, who is strong, who is wise, but he's not wealthy, he's lacking wealth? What do you do in that case? You might just have a little man. The other Kohanim are obligated. You put together a Kohen Gadol GoFundMe page, right? And what
I like how Picardo
obligated to go ahead and
isn't streaming you. That was tight. Look at this athleticism, though, folks. Have you ever seen something so bad? Oh, God. So it's like, look at his footwork on cinder block. Girl.
Only someone who has the ability to experience poverty. A king never experience poverty. He is a king. Kohen Gadol can never experience poverty because by definition, the Kohen Gadol, he's got to be wealthy. We'll see. No, it's interesting. That Klal Yisrael, right? Each Klal Yisrael ultimately again are prepared to see it. He presents the powerful. The Akim Kiyuli Mamlechas Kohen. The powerful cause of Kohen. Now let's see the beautiful idea. The Magid says,
Dog. Look at this athleticism. No one's even seen this one ever. People be like, dog, you're dancing in the dark up there, big dog. And be like, thanks, lady. And they're going to say, who the fuck calls himself Big Bog? I do. Why? Why the fuck not, baby? Look at this athleticism. Fucking real. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism.
You never accomplish. And they say, think about that just on the look of this stuff. What does it mean to be a Melech? What does it mean to be a Kohen Gadol? What does it mean to be a Melech? It means that no matter what I do in life, I can never become spiritually impoverished. I can make a lot of mistakes, make a lot of wrongs, do a lot of things that really mess me up and mess up my life and take me off the rails. But at the end of the day, I'm never impoverished. At the end of the day, the personalistic spiritual coffers are never empty. There's always something in the heart. There's always something in the soul. And that should be the specific expression during this season. A lot of times we come to the Lord and we're so, you know, so it's very important somewhere to get started. Well, just remember, you're Kohen Gadol. Just remember that you're a Melech. And both of those individuals never taste impoverishment. Right? There's always something there. There's always eternal wealth. No matter how bad you've messed up, you always have the ability and the spiritual credit to be able to affect the turnaround. So incredible. Finally, Rabbi not by itself. No such thing as Karamah. What's the fascinating case? What happens if the king gets so now here's what we've established. So just see us appreciate the circle over there, right? What have we established? That at least the king and the Nasi and the Kohen Gadol don't bring a cover over the Yored, right? And why don't they bring a cover over the Yored? Because during a cover over the Yored, you have to be able to experience poverty. These are the experience poverty. Now remember again, let's go forward. That's why the Mishnah says they're not subject to their unique covenants for a couple of these cases in the Torah. Yes, called usually signs. You must make them take our Gashar because those are Averos for which the liability is of an older Yored. So therefore, they're not subject to this. Now we're asking three follow-up questions. What happens if the king gets Saras? Everyone said, well, what is that? And again, if the king gets Saras, he can't be king. Rashi points out that the Rashi from the style of the Rabbi Yosef means the upper Minisiaso, Shein Royal Leos Melech, בשום סולה. כי להאמין לתורה הפרקעית, וינהג השם את המלך, חיים בתורה עד יום הסוף, פרק בספר תגרות ולגרור מסתנצת, smart dot, right there, hello for myself, when a kid is doing salas, you cannot be king. You can't be king, no, you can't be king while you have salas. Doesn't mean you can't go ahead and be king before, which is really fast. And you can't act like the king, which makes sense, right? Why did you make sense? Why did you salas? Why did you salas? Because you did something. You did something. So you can't go ahead and be the leader of the people if you yourself are not modeling the right kinds of behavior.
Baby, look at this athleticism. This is really unprecedented. Look at this move. Look at this move. Look at this move. Right? So what does this mean? So the thing is like this. Essentially, one of the advantages of being king is the king also comes with opportunities for personal financial advancement. They both say it's fascinating. The notion just because he's not acting a king, the fact that he was king, obviously most probably endowed him with tremendous personal wealth, and therefore I love for myself. He is always partner from partner from the video. It's incredible. How many people that see a partner to us? Ultimately, when it comes out, who the fuck is sharing this? And the people on the ship partner who don't right hand side. You cover over the yard. It's the exact cover out of the shop myself. I see it say, but the only Habiti from the ship, the Habiti Bala for the Ferry follow. I see it say, all of the Yoli, but Bala for the Subas is 50% the United States of the people said. Anytime you come over the Yoli, you can go over the father. So I'm not going to be what can you keep it classic? I'm going to throw, and what's that sort of point out? When you say possible, just so that I can say it again. When you say possible, remember, I'm just talking about the situation within the community of data. So, because liability and everything in that data, Tucker over here is equal to very we discussed a particular combined liability. So therefore, a coin level is Tucker from carbon over the others. Okay, so what's the process? On the car, that carbon out of the bond. So this is the carbon ultimately of iron in this side. I will say this is referring to the Habite coin level. Like it refers to unique carbon of the coin level. Zoom off for about. This kind of a carbon, this is the one that is obligatory. And the other ones are not. The email, he might be like $1 maybe we do not also maybe in the world of under the yoga, maybe the kind of sits from the lowest tier carbon. What is that? In my movie, what is that? I see side effect. That's going to be again like the lowest level model. Our newest spouse is from the maybe higher levels of all of the yoga. Perhaps something that should be higher than which was low settle. It says the people are going to share so I should have come in Akos Neira. I'm the scat, the Akos, the Kafir the Kula.
What who could achieve atonement from anyone of these atonement to all of them. Amos Calvin. So essentially, again, the only time you're tied in all of the yoga is you can be tied to any of the extreme forms of the cosmos. But again, once you're not subject to poverty, by definition, ultimately, again, you're subject to the lowest level. That's a slow something that's having anything. Tell me, after the sin, the ayot yes on the achas ne'ela. How can I be called this kind of achas inside the country? We're interesting Russia over here. By these customers, so by the ayot yes on the achas ne'ela. So we ultimately only have liability for the whole week. We have liability for any one of them. So you might say, the thing is kind of achas, the thing is kind of cool. You must Allah mature why they reach that the Kiva Omer, the Kiva says, Nasi Chayiv Pushnish Nias Kos. Remember, it's not true. But the Kiva says that ultimately, again, he does have liability. It Shumas Niklas Vikadasha. He does have liability in the Spasari. Only is exempt from Nias Kos. So you see, that's not true because of the Abayim Moses, Abayim Abayim, Me'akos Mashmalei, La'akos Lo Mashmalei. He doesn't Me'akos. He doesn't darshan le'achos. The nice on the achos, the mashma. Why does he darshan le'achos? Because he lachmana lebasot kabi asira seifa. Because that's the lightest at the end of asira seifa, which is the lowest level over the yoga. Remember, the problem is kabi asira seifa and the kabi sulam. Teaching only the kabi in the lowest level, the two subjects in the lowest level over the yoga, will you be kabi everything? Inside of that change, kabi achos, something kabi sulam, so this is the thing. That even if you're not subject to other levels of over the yoga, you should still be subject to the other ones. If that's the case, you put it behind your assets and you let it go. Then write that person again by the lowest level carbon, Inami Bashirs, or by the highest level of our shears. Back then it doesn't write it by one of the poles, but ultimately kind of right to the middle indicates to us. One thing really kind of covered over the yoga is that you can be subject to all shades of over the yoga. But if someone is never subject to poverty, and therefore can never reach the lowest level over the yoga, therefore they're not subject to any kind of both sides. Bottom line, simply message over here. Allah again, going double, any option as well. Nothing changed are not subject to poverty over the yoga. Again, Sanhedrin don't nothing are subject to poverty. Really sorry, everything necessary. So because we're not subject to over the yoga, therefore myself, we will not bring the unique carbonos in these aforementioned cases of Shmias Kol. Equals Fasai, Tunas Mikdash Vikadash. Steve a little bit different. He has the definitive rules. The only time Sanhedrin, Kohen Gadol, bring their unique offering or erroneous ruling is in a case where the individual would be subject to a carbon. That's it. If the individual is subject to a different carbon, they're not bringing, quote unquote, they're not bringing the unique carbon. Mishnah. Mitzvah Shabbatos, Hayavan Azor Kaz, actually doesn't have it. So say here is Hayofid maybe disposed to you. Well, it's actually interesting Mishnah. And generally, Halacha for Dani Kabbalah. And it's funny out there, really. And out there in the Torah, that ultimately, again, if performed intentionally, would carry with a punishment of Christ. And ultimately, again, an unintentional violation would bring a covered katos. So again, I will say when the individual brings this katos, what is the katos? The other may be kispa usira. So ultimately, again, the individual will bring a sheep or a dog. That's a katos, a sheep or a dog. But rule one, in that same case, hanasi seer, if the king went ahead and issued a erroneous ruling, and then followed through on it, the king would bring a seer, that's the king's unique offering. Mashiach would be ultimately again, Kohen Gadol, they issue an erroneous ruling and people follow through on it, they bring their part. So we'll say that's the type of case. Right? That's the paradigm that we've been operating with this entire Masechta. Yeah. What about Avodas Kohanim? What about the case of bless you? What about the case of Avodas Zarah? Ayofid b'hanasi b'Mashiach b'Din Shira. So the case of Avodas Zarah, ultimately again, the individual, the Nasi, and the Kohen Gadol all bring the Sira. Who bring high the Sira. They can bring a par and the Sira. Okay? Really, like they bring the par and the Sira. Par the Olah, the Sira the Katos, a par for the Olah, the Sira ultimately for Katos. Asham Tavos, what about Asham Tavos? Well, so it's really good because this is like a compilation about Asham Tavos. maybe it was a sinner that is depends on the financial status. And Yoki, Messi Hayafis. Those things that I just want to point out, just like the Hashkaf of an Asham Talmud. That was a think to yourself, I don't know, it's a simple sensitive. Why not go ahead and just say, you know, everyone brings the same carbon, but after all, why make people feel this one has more, this one has less? They're going to say, do you know one of the most important sodas in Yiddishkeit? I'm not saying the most important stuff, it's important stuff, is I can understand in life, some people have more, and some people have less. Sometimes we become so preoccupied with people's feelings that we put feelings above reality. And we feel like we have to coddle everyone. Everyone has to be coddled. And no, you should never be aware that someone has more than you. Yeah, but people have more than you. You get more than you, people have less than you, and that's just the way the world works. It's the same way, by the way, that in life, there are winners and there are losers, right? And that's the way life works, and that's why when, you know, we give every single child a trophy, and suddenly again, you know, there's first through 172nd place, and everybody gets a ribbon, right? It's profoundly detrimental to life, because it's important for children to understand ultimately again that there are winners, there are losers. Just like I will say, you know, some friends, you know, even effort sometimes to like, you know, regulate the types of secrets that people make. Yeah, we can all be moderate in what it is that we do. But this notion that, you know, this is going to have some people who have more than people who have less, but people who make bigger sins, but people who make smaller sins, or people that take less education, people that take less education. And again, so much of life is just being comfortable in your own skin, even if you can't do what everyone else is doing. It's okay. It's okay. I can try to give me exactly what I need. You know, what kind of try to have more, but even if I can't, I'm good. I'm good. I was like the hashkafa of Hashem Talmud is, yeah, you know what? Ruben has more money than I do. So he's going to bring a nicer company. I have lesser money. Doesn't make me a lesser person. And so much of my life is trying to be easily usher has some more difficult. You know, there's like Hashem Talmud. When I was Hashem Talmud, so you might say, ultimately, again, Hashem Talmud. So the Yachid individual and the Nasi are both higher than that. And just my focus is not previous. That's my focus on previous picture. Mashiach is based in truth. But ultimately, again, Mashiach is the point level, and the base in a pattern. Hashem V'adai. What about Hashem V'adai? Hayachid V'hanasi V'Mashiach Hayach. Everyone is striving in Hashem V'adai. The base in truth. The base in does not do that. Ashmiya Sakov, Abichoy Sasai, Matumas Mukas V'Gadashem. So we'll say, so again, going back to harkening back to last Mishnah, like Shmiya Sakov. So again, some of it's a shua I affirm it. People is assigned a shua of articulations. Too much mikdash v'kadash. Issues of Tuma either in the mikdash or individuals entering in instant mikdash. Basic two, which means again, it's basic issue of using the body any of these things. Ultimately, again, their father. Vayokun v'nasi Mashiach hayavim. And ultimately, again, Yoshiv Nasi Mashiach hashayi. Elo she'ein kan gadol Mashiach. And ultimately, again, the Shimon says that the Kangodo is not high for any rule in his language, like most of the Mikdash. He wants to remind everyone what carbon he brings. He wants to come over the way that it was. I not see maybe Sawyer. Okay, kind of on one side. So this is a really nice Mishnah. That is a little bit of like a catch-all of all the information we're doing with Torah. So Tanya, the Shimon says as follows. The Shimon, you know, some cloud. Kol Shayach B'Ashem Talmud. And Mashiach knows very important. That's pretty much in line with what we said in the picture. So with the exception of Nasi. The Choshu Ba'Ashem Dadai, anytime an individual is having Hashem Dadai, Nasi Mashiach with Yotze Bayan, which is outside. So the Choshu Hashem Dadai, anytime an individual is having Hashem Dadai, so Nasi Mashiach Yotze, and that's Mashiach will do the same thing. If it is in true, it is very important. Shmiya Sakon, Bitus Kasan, Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashot. Those things we just mentioned before. What's halacha? Beijing is better. Nasi Mashiach Hayavim. And Nasi Mashiach will be Chayev. Elo Shema Nasi Chayev Shmiya Sakol. If Nasi is not Chayev Shmiya Sakol, as we spoke about before, why not? Because remember again, that's a matter of testimony, and the king has nothing to do with testimony. But the Mashiach, who has Mikdash V'Kadash, and Tangadol, doesn't have liability regarding matters of community service. But also for all of you, anytime you send us to all of you, Nasi Kiyotimo, fights up, individuals come all of you, Nasi shares the same halacha, Mashiach will be in Turin, and Mashiach will grab out the eye says, no, it's like, how do you it's a contradiction. I'm the same Mashiach, I'm the first leader to Kadasha. You said before that the Mashiach is not Chayiv, which must make us pick Kadasha. If you must make us pick Kadasha to the Potter, about the Shia Sakol of Ibris Sasan Chayiv. And most remember again, these things are only considered to be a Jew. So when you're making it sound like you must make us pick Kadasha, the Nasi is Potter. But the other part of it, with name Shmias Kol, B2 Skasayim, then Nasi will be Chayiv. Why? 1 second. In a Sefer, Kol Shuba already Yorei Nasi Kiyotzibo, Mashiach will be in Turin. Hatani, Mashiach will be in Turin. And we say, not based in Turin, just like the Beis is covering all of these cases, meaning again, Shmias Kol, B2 Skasayim, to us make us Kadasha, Mashiach Turin. So to the contradiction prosperity, that's a contradiction with the same point is liability. You might say, on the base, actually not heavy, contradiction. On the field, no, it's not a contradiction. And the Dallas, and the Dallas, is talking about 2 different cases. One is talking about the lowest level of carbon over the OA, and one is talking about, again, not the lowest level of the actually, Dallas, the impoverished of the impoverished. So actually says over here, but she has helped me to the city, Yekaban Aaron, Sheina Karen is Baal I could call it Mashiach Chayiv, the Shmias Kol, because the Dallas becomes mayor. What's very interesting, according to the Torah, we must be yesterday, but a lot of the nice stuff, when we exempt the Kohen Gadol, he is exempted ultimately again from the lowest level covered over the Olay, but may be subject to certain higher levels of covered over the Olay. So it's interesting sheep over there, because beforehand, we've seen either you're Chayiv covered over the Olay, or you're Patur covered over the Olay. So there might be a hybrid model where maybe you're Chayiv in certain parts of over the Olay or certain levels, but not subject to others. Interesting. No, the machine is somewhat of a kiva, but how do you tell me so the machine is not going to be kiva one piece. One piece, somewhat of a kiva, but Dallas, the Potter, the Potter Dallas, the youth from the kiva, that ultimately again, he is Potter in the lowest level of all of the array, but argues on him in the higher levels. Whereas the kiva ultimately says that he will be subject. Ultimately, yeah, the machine says him and Kohen is only exempt from a covenant over the other. Incredible. I was in Kohen Gadol. On the split, my conviction, what is in his logic, that Kohen Gadol is what is logic? It's true. The first time that I saw him, he could have cash. Because it says it's easy because this individual will be cut off from the cow. This refers ultimately into someone whose carbon is the same as the cow's one. Yes, as if the carbon is double the cow. From seed one, this carbon is not like the rest of the ultimately, I don't want to read that. That's pretty much another thing. Nothing, none in carbon is double the cow. I go on second, but the Nasi also, like the thing also has a different carbon than the cow. Then the cow, so the says, right, so this is some side, just to be clear, so remember, we're not talking about over here, we're not talking about over here, that a lot of the ones stuff, the Shimmy says, that the Shimmy says, that the Kohen Gadol is not tied as much as the Kadashim, so that's just focusing on it. So now again, just let's go back to this in a second. So my contribution, and why does it show that a lot of the nice Kohen Gadol is not such a must make us pick up what it says, but ultimately again, for infractions of thing that is in the three colors. What are we dashing from here? Who's liable for this? Someone whose carbon is the same as everyone else's carbon. The Lord says that this comes to exclude ultimately again someone whose carbon is not like the cow. Now, I actually understand this to me, but it's something about someone who is only born together with the cow. If I said that, the same as the same carbon, okay, Nasi is not in carbon of the cow. That's not included because the Nasi's carbon is not like the seagull's carbon. Which is nice, which is Shabbat, or at least the Nasi is the same as cloudy straw. Why is very interesting? Because the Nasi is included with the general technique of cloudy straw on the river. So in that respect, there is some carbonic symmetry between the Nasi and the rest of Klal Yisrael. He's at least included ultimately again in the covenant of Klal Yisrael and Kabbalah Klal Yisrael. In which the Gemara says, "In King Kohanim Nami Lo Shavu L'Kal to Kafar Yom Kippurim." Gemara says, "Yo Kohanim Shavu L'Kal B'Shem Mitzvah Shana." So if that's the case, what's happening? Here's the issue. Here's the issue. Kohanim ultimately are not the same as the cow. Like Kafar Yom Kippur. Because remember again, Kohanim have their own Kafar of Yom Kippur. It's true, but Kohanim Shavu L'Kal B'Shem Mitzvah to Shana Kula. Kohanim at least are the same as Klal Yisrael because they are the same in terms of other forms of atonement throughout the year. Mashiach Nami are Shavu L'Kal Mitzvah to Shana. Father, again, the Mashiach is another ultimate means also, just like Christ had other mitzvahs throughout the year. And say the following, Misha Takaso Shavu Yechidim. Ultimately, again, who does it refer to? Someone whose Takaso is ultimately the same as individuals or mind-individual, and he is that the cow. So essentially, one of those that is going to be subject to too much mikdash v'kadasha, only showing the air the same Takaso viability as the cow. Ultimately, again, therefore the point who does not is therefore going to be touched by too much mikdash v'kadasha. Okay, incredible. And the lesser of the Nasi may be sealed. So again, the Rothschild says that the Nasi brings a seal. Ultimately, the Lord makes you those only regarding too much mikdash v'kadasha. Why? Corey's both to the Kabbalah. There's ultimately again, since Corey is mentioned there, it's treated like a Shabbos Kabbalah. Ultimately, not like a cover over the way. Therefore, there will be like these are like the Full Kamar, as you think the Lord is talking about everything, two different all of the cases. So the Gemara says, Nifty, Seer, Nasi, Ukan Mashiach, and Mokom, Yochid Lekakas. So the Gemara says, you like this moment. It's Seer, Nasi, right, and the time of the Mashiach are the similar functionality again of the Chagas of the individual. Nifty Nami, Mashiach may be power, the Shmias of the B'Yisrael. So saying that the similar that the individual will discover the Mashiach will be the power, as Shmias of the B'Yisrael. Hello, the low cut from the Mashiach, in fact, there doesn't make any mention of the what is here. Tumas Mikdash V'Kadasha Koi to Mashiach Pater. It must be talking about Tumas Mikdash V'Kadasha, for which, as we said before, ultimately again, before the Mashiach refers to Pater, because the Gemara says, "Come on, let's do it." How do you know this? Everyone was talking about all of the cases. And by point of it, he holds it Rabbi Akiva. Meaning what the Amar, Mashiach, part of the Kiva.
Look at this athleticism, son.
There's nothing more to discuss about this. Already open on. Since a Nasi ultimately again doesn't bring that a Nasi does not bring in Hashem Talmud, the Tumas Mikdash V'Kadash. So Tani teach us Hashem Talmud, Baal Tumas Mikdash V'Kadash. You bring Hashem Talmud, the Tumas Mikdash V'Kadash, and all of the money. So we could bring with that. So that with honor, Holo V'Ne'emar B'Charis V'Kadua, might seem Nasi Sikir Allah. Since ultimately again Tumas Mikdash V'Kadash has a dinner place, even though again the punishment is a cover over the Yoreh, but we treat it as something that has a chatas kavua. Because it would be treated as a chatas kavua, therefore what? Therefore the Nasi should be tired. The Nasi should be tired. Ultimately, again, I'm a whole year of a person that what might see Nasi see Allah. If I'm going to be open on Mojo Below the Shipping Yashem Tavoi, for a second, I'm going to be simple. The Lester agrees that he does not bring Yashem Tavoi, to which the Gemara says, Kasha. You're right, it's a contradiction. We're not sure what to do with that. And kind of what I said. So again, takeaways, right? Takeaways. So let's say, number one takeaway is there's nothing more beautiful than learning Torah Mishpah. Right? That is the most important takeaway. But just understand what has happened over here. Just understand. You're not time may be a complete blank slate. But just understand that your neshama has just spent 40 minutes learning all about Kabbalah, which means that for the last 40 years, my neshama was residing within the walls of his head. So if you feel a ridiculous, overwhelming sense of internal simcha, and you do not know where that is coming from, that's because for the last 40 years, your neshama was inside the base of his head, even though your mind was counting seeding piles. Right? But again, it's okay. It's okay. But remember, that's what this is. That's all what this is. Just like I was saying, sometimes you may be sitting with someone who you love very much and you're in a conversation, and then when the conversation is over, perhaps you have no idea what the conversation was about. That may or may not happen, right? You have no idea what the conversation was about. But you know what? It still feels so good because I'm sitting with someone who I love very much. And the Neshama knows that the relationship just became so much stronger. That's what happened over the course of our last few minutes. I always say, but again, no seriousness, keep our principles. Our principles are about saying, and by the way, tomorrow, coming attractions, some beautiful Agartha, some great halacha. But I said, remember, again, I'm actually going to see, I'm going to try to, there must be also like a table that tablizes all of these halachas. But again, I will say, remember, pieces of the information that we emerged from today, individual, right, whatever the individual brings, and katos, halacha, and I said, that is when the Nasi, the Sanhedrin, and the Kohen Gadol are bringing their unique kavanas. If the individuals bring their Asham Talmud, ultimately, again, they are exempt from their unique kavanas. That's pretty much everything today. A nutshell. It is, again, only Machlokes is a Nasi subject to cover only. That's the fundamental Machlokes. The rest of Allah, hold it for the stress, I will say, not for talking to you tomorrow. I got to do another day there. I never watched that Page Frequency documentary or whatever it was, where it exposed all like the lies of his, like before I met him. Because I met him and I was like, oh, this is a guy, Chappelle Lacey opens for, like, I had a clean slate as much as people, so he just seemed pretty normal to me. And I didn't have an incentive once the subreddit like attacked me for like appearing in his world. I was like, oh, these are crazy people. So why would I seek out more information about this person when I feel unfairly attacked? I think, and I watch me go, oh my god, this last minute I'm gonna get a lot. By the way, the chat is saying that you guys are on Baja. I think that you guys have a great idea with the reality show. I haven't watched that, but my thing has always been documentary on specifically the Greco Pop, because that is like the most important aspect of his work. I want to work. I'm being serious. I want to work as I was talking to Adam Sandler and Yassil Puig the other day about this. We were discussing ideas and all that. And they were like, "Yeah, you got to do this. Like, this is your thing." That's something. But I do think that the main thing. Good morning. Let's begin. I was here this morning dedicated. I called Kathy Pollock. Who wrote the stuff? Like, how did he come up with the jokes? Memory of Solid. What is people's reaction to it? And then obviously Papa comes in and we interview him at some point, or the director does. I would like to contribute some things. Like I could add a few key, not everything, but I go like, I was there for the conversations where, I'm. Sorry about that. How are you? You're sending family. It's difficult because I edited for Brendan. I learned how to edit for Brendan, and I was like, normal which one of these, even though we know that they pass, remembering all tragedies of problems solved. All tragedies of problems solved. Nevertheless, this is a day that was designated. Also remember this whole bunch. So therefore, again, whatever one's religious feelings are, so it's somewhat irrelevant to the end of the day. A stand-up comedy special is funnier to remember such an incredible, overwhelming equivalent of province of 6 months devotion requires us to dedicate our learning this morning. The Hebrew Mishnah for 6 morning devotion and homework and Shamas to have an Aviyah, and Mishnah Ner Shashem, all the Mishnah that is literally be amazing to us all prophets. I suppose let's begin. Your days on the Aleph, first word. We need to have a Shalom Mishnah. So the Gemara asks, was there really Shalom Mishnah? Remember, again, pick up a little bit. The Gemara beforehand was discussing the idea that in was purchased to Yoyakim, was anointed with Shana Mishka. So the Gemara asks, what did Shana Mishka in the time of Yoyakim? After the Gemara says, and Nignas Alon, Nignas Shana Mishka, when the Aron was hidden away, Shana Mishka was also hidden away. This and that's the fascinating, right? So, speaking about all of the things that were hidden away, in anticipation of the destruction of the first place Hamikdash. So when the Aron was hidden, the Shana Mishka was hidden. It's in Saras Hamar, was the jar of money that was kept in the Aron. Umaklo shel Aron, the staff of Aron, with its almonds and its flowers. The Argos Shashal with Krishna Dharma Yisrael. And including in that, of course, was the Argos, the box, in which the Krishna sent to gift to Rabbi referring to Shneimar, the Esklei Hazava Shashalosim Hasham, Hasimu Ba'argos Mitzidot Shilachto also Bahava. So it's referring to when the sons of Eve took the Aron out to war with Rabbi and were defeated by the Krishna only defeated Rabbi but they also went ahead and took the Aron captive. This is the famous Ma'aseh Navi, where wherever they took the Aron, there was an incredible outbreak of diarrhea and hemorrhoids to the point that the Krishna said, thanks for notice, they sent back the Aron, and together with Aron, they sent back a gift of gold. That gold was kept together with the Aron. So the Gemara is saying, when they hid away the Aron, they hid away that gold as well. And who hid the Aron? Yoshio Melech Yehuda. Yoshio, the king of Yehuda, went ahead and put his away. Why? Because it's not a passage that said, Yoshio saw the writing on the wall, so it's going to be a goat. And he saw the writing on the wall, but his midrash is going to be destroyed. And as such, he did not want these items falling into Gentile hands, and therefore he went ahead and therefore Tziva Bagangi Shneimar, Ayomer Levin Hamadim Lechol Yisrael, Hasyoshim Hashem, Fuas Arakoish Be'ez Shabbat Shlomo Ben David, Melech Yisrael. So apparently, Shlomo HaMelech built subterranean chambers in the first place Hamikdash. But then he built in anticipation of its destruction, or he built it for some other reason. The point is there are subterranean chambers in this Hamikdash. So Yoshio gives the command to reveal hide the Aron as well as all these other things. And some of the subterranean processes tells us is, from Gemara, that the Aron HaBris is in Harabais, somewhere there, somewhere buried in Harabais itself, reading ultimately, again, I guess, from a Shia to the US location. So the Gemara, Elok HaMasa, Masay, Ato Iglas Hashem Elokechem Es Amo Yisrael. What's that? It's a beautiful passage. So Yoshio tells the Levim, you no longer have any Avodah Bakaseh. Avodah Bakaseh means what? You're not to carry anything. There's no longer anything for you to carry. But what is your job? So if you as Hashem Elokechem Es Amo Yisrael. What's your job? To Eved Hashem and to be Eved Yisrael. Just because you don't have your responsibilities, goes back to what we saw 2 days ago, right? About the idea that any form of leadership is used for one purpose. You don't carry the Aron anymore now. It's fine. You never talk historical, you never talk. So I'm going to Asya, you know what I mean? From Asya Sham Sham. Asya Mishmeret Mishmeret. Asya Doros Doros. Here's the ultimate meaning of Shabbat between all of these items listed above to teach us that just as the Aron was hidden, so too all of these items were hidden as well. So therefore, again, we come back to our original question. How could you tell me that Yehoachaz was anointed with Shemana Mishka because of his older brother Yehoiakim, when at the end of the day there was no more Shemana Mishka by this point in time? Which the Gemara answers on that Papa, the Atar Simadakla. Director will say, there is no Shemana Mishka, but instead he was anointed ultimately again with balsam oil. Balsam oil, okay? So the Shemana Mishka, also remember again, he mentioned that he also was anointed with balsam oil, Shemana Harsmon, Shaul. Why? Because Shaul was on the two mountains, he always went to come from Yehuda. Shaul was from a tribe. So Shemana Harsmon, I must say, represents what we'll call it the word temporal. So the Gemara was like, these Gemaras are amazing. He said Moshe has have a lot. How do I head and anoint the king? How do you anoint the king? So commit Nazir. So the Gemara says you go and you make a Nazir means like a crown. like it's down. The Esakohanim, Kiminki, and it's kind of ultimately again like a key. My community. So what's I saw again? You take someone on the car, you take these, you smear it around, you sound like a crack. How do you go ahead and anoint the Kohanim? Kiminki. My community, and Rav Nashri Abagad does make coffee about it, like the Greek cup. Now, if you look at Rashi, Rashi has over here, Kiminesa, coffee buying speaking, Rashi has it looking like a letter class. Also, the way that it looks, by the way, according to Rashi, is, and give you a visual here, you start cleaning the eyes, and essentially when you spray the Shalom Mishkan down up to the head, all the way down to the neck. So it's like a fess. It's like a fess. Others say it looks a little bit more like a puff. So if you get the point over here, you're starting at the front of the head, and you're smearing the oil all the way to the back of the head. Hani Chada, the Tila Moshe, Shalom Show. So we'll say, we're going to see now we're quickly switching accounts. According to one account, we go ahead and we pour the shaman on his head first. And then afterwards, we put it between his eyes. Then we say, different rights. So no, first we put the shaman between his eyes. And then we go ahead and we pour it on his head. Tonight, well, since my focus now on the proper order, we know that anointing requires both pouring as well as putting oil between the eyes. Since my focus apparently again, which is the proper order? So some say, and I will say that the anointing between the eyes is the most important part, and others say no, it is the pouring of the oil on the head that is the most important part. My time is the man the Amar you'd see that. I'll say what is the reason for the opinion who says that the pouring is most important? Why say by Yitzhak Mishnah HaMishka Al Rosh Alon Sayim Shach also the Kachon. Well, say because again the pasuk itself says what? By Yitzhak first. The pasuk itself says you pour the oil before you anoint the oil or you dab the oil, you smear the oil. So you see that it's more important. The opinion says that no, the smearing is more important. He says, remembering in the website, that the seek of pouring of oil is something you not only find by the pouring, but you also find by what? By the cleaning. The fact that the utensils are also anointed with pouring tells us that pouring is the dominant form of inauguration. So you must either say by Yitzhak or by Yitzhak. And here's the problem. We're ordering a pasuk is first by Yitzhak forth, and then by Yitzhak anointed. Okay, come on. Let's see what you need to say. Why is it
It's really unprecedented. Where is he? Baby, I've never seen anything more unprecedented. Where is he?
Two parts to the anointing.
Dog.
One is the pouring of the oil.
Now this motherfucker's gonna learn about how to rebuild the Beit HaMikdash. Why? Why the fuck not? People be like, motherfucker, you know everything about the beginning of this bitch, but now when you get this thing called duct tape, you be like, yeah, bitch, and you love it. Be like, no, we don't. It sucks. And be like, get over it. I got a teleporter in this bitch. Really? Maybe. Why? Like you assholes can't even get a working website. Your shit sucks. Yo, dog. This should have been a Mikdash. Boring. This shit sucks. Give me some Jew, bitch. American girls drop ninjas considered a saint. Really? I'm the toughest motherfucker you'll ever meet.
Also, this is this beautiful Gemara. Let's listen to this. There are two droplets of Shemen HaMishkan that were constantly hanging on the edge of Aaron's beard. No, let's say when Aaron was taught, so the droplets would like roll up the beard of the watch, that they wouldn't fall off as he was talking. So two droplets of Shemen HaMishkan that sit on the edge of his beard, and when he was talking, they would roll up. The Al-Davar is that, how your motion drive, we'll discuss it similarly. The Al-Davar is that, how your motion drive, and regarding these two droplets, Moshe Rabbeinu was always good, what's his second wide line you're facing down? Amar, Shema Chas Shalom Al Shemen HaMishkan. maybe actually maybe what is so maybe I applied too much Shemana Mishka, and therefore again it constitutes an act of Megillah. Remember again, what's Megillah? Megillah is physical or mundane use of consecrated property. So the Gemara says, so ultimately again, the Baskol comes out and says, Shemanatol, like the wood oil, Kikal Hermon. And again, what's the Gemara, the Pasuk compares. The Pasuk compares. This is the very next Pasuk. This is all in capital Kufman of Gimel, 133. It says, Kikal Hermon Shiore Baharitzio. Like the dew of the thermol, which falls down in Haritz. So what's the comparison between oil and kal hermon and dew? Matal hermon in bo megillah, akshan amishra shabizak hara in bo megillah. Just like the Rothschild, there is no megillah with dew, so too again, the Shemana Mishcha in the period of Aaron, there is no megillah as well. ועדיין היה ארון דוי. Still Aaron was concerned. I'm a share emotional about any house. So I was maybe emotional, but maybe I got some enough of the oil that was not contaminated with it. The other Sabbath of Amra, beautiful. Dine Matolo Manot, Sheves Achim Damdaka. Ma Moshe Loma of Akamah. So Pasuk says, how beautiful it is for brothers to sit together in peace. Just like Moshe Rabbeinu didn't commit to Aaron, going forward, you didn't commit to Aaron. Again, very quickly, what's the symbolism? The Shona Mishka is always sitting in the beard of Aaron. Let's say when the Shona Mishka put on, applied to someone, when they're inaugurating for a new service. Shona Mishka represents newness. Shona Mishka represents excitement. Shona Mishka represents uses for something new. Chazal were telling us what Shona Mishka always remained on the beard of Aaron. It was as moist, it was as wet as the beard of the fire. To tell you that Aaron's excitement for the community Gola, Aaron's excitement for Zavodas Hashem was as fresh every single day as the first day he did. And ultimately, again, in herbal medical hospitals, we know that the greatest challenge our youth has ever said is not the execution of God's commandments. Generally speaking, we just don't English yes, and it's observing our greatest challenge.
Come on, you can watch this shit all the time. You can only learn about the Beit HaMikdash right now, baby. Why? Because this shit fucks.
That's obvious. Everybody
does it? It's the worst. Look at this athleticism, though. Folks, you know about athleticism? Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this. This motherfucker's not even doing it like Rambo.
This literally means the only anointed kings by a man, by a spring. Because anointing a king by a spring was like a symbolically good omen. The idea being that just like the spring flows, so too again the king's monarchy should continue to flow as well. Nayom HaMelech was that side, just as a total aside. If you ever go into the court of Pir David and you take the water from it, that's the Gihon spring. It's like that is where Klal Yisrael historically I'm going to the Malach by the Gihon. It's an incredible thing to see you stand in there and everything. It's fun because you're walking through water. But more fun than walking through water was they stand on the spot or literally again Malchit Beis David were anointed. That's the spot. So the Gemara goes like the Gemara says Shneimar, the Gemara Melech when Kikuy Mochanas Abi Adonechem Forar Kol Salat. Oh, I might close this. This place where Hashem's presence will always be felt. Originally, I wasn't going to be able to. And then when I saw this tomorrow, I can't miss this. So also listen to this. I'm Rabbi Ani. Hi, man, the boy leader. You must shas yilo. Also listen to this. If a person wanted to know, they're going to live out the year or not. Now again, please don't leave early from this before you finish this video, right? I don't want anyone walking away with this. Listen to this. First one, so I'm going to live out the year or not. So what you do, take a candle during our service and make sure. The vase of the Nashik sake, put it in a house where there is not a strong wind. If the candle remains lit, no. Right? Then a person knows that they're going to live out here. So this, they get candle during tshuva, place it in a where there is not a strong wind. If the candle remains lit, you're going to live out the year. Similarly, what's that? Number one. Number two, first of all, I'm going to be successful in business. I'm thinking of a business venture that I want to undertake. Am I going to be successful or not? And I want to know if I'm going to be successful or not successful. Literally kind of go this. Buy yourself a rooster. Buy yourself a rooster. Shaman is shaman. The rooster gets fat. Matzlich. The Rabbi will say that's a sign you're going to be successful. Number three, I'm going on a trip and I want to know if I'm going to come back. I want to know if I'm going to make it back or not. So what should I do? So what happens? So it's like ultimately I can go to a home that is darkened. Not that it's pitch dark, but that is darkened. You see the shadow of the shadow. Then you know ultimately again that you're going to come home okay. Don't say, so just I want to point something out here. What is going on in this schema? Right? What are you talking about? So first of all, so let's say, so the Marsha, again, I'm going to owe you to say the righteous. We have to decide. Maybe Shabbos is not I need to not about it's just what we want. So let's say, so the Marsha says, I don't understand. Is it biblical prohibition of Rothschild? Not allowed to engage in forms of divination. So we don't do omens. We don't do omens. So the Maharshal says something absolutely amazing. The Maharshal says, well, if you look at the Gemara does something dramatic. If a person wants to know if they're going to live out the year or not, so what does the Gemara say? What does the Gemara say? Take a candle, put it in a home where there's not a lot of wind. And what does the Gemara say? If it stays lit, then you're going to live. We'll say, what doesn't the Gemara say? If it goes out, you're going to die. We'll say, if you notice again on each of the things mentioned in the Gemara, the only thing that's mentioned is the positive. The Maharsha says something amazing. The default setting of life is that things are going to work out. The person has to have an expectation that things in life are going to work out, that I'm going to live, that I'm going to be successful, that I'm going to make it back home. So if I do the omen, and the omen confirms the positive outcome, then what? Well, say that's not an omen. What is that? What is that? That's life. That is an affirmation that things are good, which is the natural default mindset of the Jew. If the candle goes out, what does it mean? What does it mean? Nothing. It means nothing. It means don't pay attention to it, because again, that's an omen then. So it's like an amazing result. When the Gemara talks about these omens are here ultimately again to affirm a positive outlook on life, which is supposed to be the default outlook of the Jew. So if these omens confirm the positive outcome, fantastic. You think it says something negative, simply ignore it. Don't say, so you understand, I'm not doing the Maharshal justice, much longer piece. Don't say, you understand, the godless in this idea that is teaching us how to look at life. You know, there are some people that are always waiting for the other shoe to drop. There are some people who are just waiting for the sky to fall. Sometimes for good reason, sometimes because they have a lot of life trauma and a lot of life difficulties. And sometimes when you've been through a lot, you just expect bad stuff to happen. It's understandable, but that's not what the Rothschild wants of us. The Rothschild wants to have a positive expectation for life, that things are good, that things will work out, that life is beautiful. That has to be the natural default. I will say, so you say to yourself, okay, it's easy to have that mindset if everything works out. But again, you realize the true test of our spiritual metal. I'm supposed to have that outlook even if things don't work out. It didn't work out this time. It'll work out next time. It didn't work out for the last 25 years. The next 25 are going to be great. I'll say that's the power of the Jew. Have an unconquerable outlook. Have an unconquerable positive outlook on life. That's what these signs do. But let's look how the Gemara ends off. The Gemara says, but my suggestion, the Gemara says, is don't pay attention to Omer. Why? The Gemara says, because once you know what the problem is, the problem is as beautiful as that Maharsha is. If you're the guy who likes the candle and then it goes out, suddenly it's not going to be easy to shake that one off. So it says, therefore the Gemara says, you know what, you're better off just staying away from omens. Not omens, you're staying from these type of symbols in general. But we'll say, yet the Gemara says something just to pull out. It's very exciting. I'm Rabbi. Hashtag the Amrit Simna Milsi. We'll say, do you see this? This is the Gemara. So Rabbi says, now that you told me that omens are significant, not significant omens, but like signs are significant. Get ready for this. We'll say, this is Halakha Maisa. The Olam Yeheragio Mechsek Reish Shasa was the name for a person. You should always look at that. If you notice again, so the gears over here is the Mechsek. So the Hagos is being changes it to the Mechal. Was it in fact, again, this Gemara appears here in the Sekas Harias and Edios, and we'll say two different yourselves. One is the Mechsek, one is the Mechal. We'll discuss in just a moment. So Rabbi says, now that we said that's what the Romans are significant, a person on Rosh Hashanah should look at or should eat kra, rubia, karsi, silky, kamen. Person should eat a gourd and a fenugreek and leeks and beets and dates. So those side, you understand? We do this. This is Siminosa. We do this at Rosh Hashanah, right? We sit down and we go through a whole bunch of foods on Rosh Hashanah. Where does that practice come from? That is a derivative. Now, that's the Gemara. If you look at Rashi for just a moment, Rashi says over here, Rashi says, if you look, it's on the left-hand side of Rashi, about 6 lines into the short lines. Why these food items? The honey gadol adults say the shayirakas. I say Rashi says the common amongst these things is that they grow fast. They represent vitality. So we choose about this is different because the Torah brings down some of the Torah explains that the reason we eat these items is because their names, which also we see the Hiratzon. The Hiratzon somehow are a play on these names. Rashi says no, the common denominator amongst these items is they grow quickly and therefore they represent vitality. Because of that, ultimately again we begin Rosh Hashanah with those items. What's interesting? The Matter actually brings down this idea. He says, why does one Gemara say Remixi Lemechom? What's that say? It's an incredible nafkamina. Let's say I don't like any of the symbolic foods. I don't like dates, beets, leeks, fenugreek, fish, lantern. Just not my thing. Right? I don't. So I'll say, so what? Which for many people that's the case. And so I'll say, so what happens? I don't like any of it. What do you do with it? So Master Ephraim says there is still an eating that each of them on the table, and to look at them and to recite the Yiratzon. Based on the skills of the Gemara. Everyone thinks it's just Lamechal, just to eat. It's not true. Even if you're not going to eat it, it is an Indian ultimately to have it, but Mechsek to look at it. Incredible. It says the Gemara, I'm Shashi the Brain. It says the Mashashi said to his son, when you want to come on the Torah from your Rabbi, listen to this. Prepare. Learn the Mishnayos before you go to your Rebbe. Once an hour, just you want to really learn. So it's incredible. So learning requires preparation. You can't just show up to learn. A person has to prepare themselves. So he says, review your Mishnayos, and then go before your Rebbe. Yes, this coming. And when you sit before your Rebbe, listen to this. Look at your Rebbe's mouth. Look at your Rebbe's mouth. Let's say such an application. We know that pasuk to me. That ultimately, again, you should be looking at our Rebbeim. You see over here, look at their lips as the words are coming out. When you learn by a river. She sounds nice. Look around, learn by a river. Was in the same way that ultimately, again, the water flows, so your learning should flow as well. And better to sit, better to learn in the garbage heap, or better to sit actually. Live in the garbage heap, and don't live in the palaces of Kippa. Let's look at guys for just a moment. The Muslim come ruling the Rosh Hashanah. How you about Visa Hava Tavus Mal? The common like Mutab no Lodder Ashpal, Muslim Acacia, you Lodder about Visa. Better to live in a garbage dump than in a mansion. Excuse me, Muslim Acacia, a mansion book. What does that mean? Apparently, Muslim Acacia was an incredible Muslim Torah. Mogadishu not as much. You have to think Mogadishu was one of the major Torah cities. I guess at different points in history was different, quality was different. Better to live in a garbage heap in a Makom Torah than to live in a mansion in a place that is not a Makom Torah. Furthermore, again, better to eat. Galduna was a type of fish. It's better to eat a type of fish, ultimately, this Galduna fish that's about to spoil than to eat the kusach of Rabbi. Kusach was a higher end gift. So better to eat a fish that's almost going bad than to eat the fine dip of the kusach, which also means what? Be careful how many, what's the right word, pleasures in life you attach yourself to. Because I always say the more pleasures a person needs, the higher the material upkeep is, the more difficult it is to focus on spirituality. So what he's telling his son is better to get by with a huge fish than to have to acquire the kusach. Because once you acquire the kusach, again, it's going to be a lot more materialism ultimately again to make that. So he's giving his son all of these incredible lessons. Living a Makom Torah, even if it means living in a garbage dump, better than going ahead and living in a mansion somewhere that's not a Makom Torah. Be careful how much materialism builds into your life. Because the ever materialism we build with our lives, we all know this, what begins as a luxury very quickly becomes a necessity. And once it becomes a necessity, you move on to the next luxury. That becomes a necessity until these things become indispensable parts of my life, which then unfortunately leads me sometimes to place an overemphasis on my materialism and less of an emphasis on my spirituality. Beautiful. So say the pasuk says, someone else says, literally, my horn was lifted throughout the literally, I will say now, we assume that this horn is a reference to the horn which Shemana Mishra was speaking. My horn and not my jug. David were anointed with the oil inside of the keren, inside of a horn. So their minor community were Shaul but Shaul and Yerubasim were anointed with oil from a path, and were jug. Their minor community not as well. Once like Pashas, what that means is as follows. Actually points out that a path is earthenware. Earthenware easily cracks, as opposed to a horn, like a keren is yours. So as I said, because of that, those who are anointed from the horn, their mana is yours. Those anointed from the path, their mana is yours. Once we're going to go back a little bit to Gemara. So remember again, the Mishnah made a distinction between the Kohen Gadol who was anointed with Shemana Mishcha versus the Kohen Gadol who was Merubah of the Gadol. Says the Gemara, but a Mashiach Yachol. I'm sorry, Yachol Melech. So I'll say when it says Mashiach, so maybe Mashiach doesn't refer to the morning maybe Mashiach doesn't refer to the Kohen Gadol, maybe it refers to the Melech. Amalomar Kohen, Kohen Yachol is the Gadol. If it says Kohen, I might have thought that even refers to the Kohen who is anointed with the Kohanic vestments. Amalomar Mashiach. Therefore, the pasuk says Mashiach. If it just says Mashiach, I might have thought that's even the king of Osai, who is appointed ultimately again to go to war. Also, this pasuk is talking about the special power of the Kohen Gadol. I might have thought that even this is the Kohen going down to war. Therefore, also the pasuk comes and uses the distinct lashon of Hamashiach Shira Mashiach Al Gavon, who is indeed, which means there is no one anointed above. So the Gemara says, "My mashma, the Damarava Hayarach Hamenach Shaliyah." Also the same way the pasuk talks about Hayarach, it means again these specific parts. Yeah, this is not the Yisrael Kiran Nasha. Haganami Hamashiach. What is Hamashiach? Hamiduma Shira. Means the one who is designated amongst all those who are anointed. Because again, as we saw before, the Kohen Mashiach was also anointed. Kohen Gadol ultimately again was the unique ones amongst those who were anointed. Omer Mar, Mashiach, Yachol Melech. So what's this? Gemara said before that, if it says Mashiach, maybe that refers to the king. Melech, how would the Maisi? Does the king, once it the king inadvertently does something which is usher? Does he bring a power? Sir, who the Maisi? He brings a star. So before Shabbat, which the Gemara says, it's just I'm going to do as follows. For the accidental act, maybe he brings a sire, I'll Helam Dover Yavir. We'll say in the case of Helam Dover, maybe he should have to bring a power. Kamash Shvala. We'll say, Fashal, we mentioned that the pasuk of Hamashiach ultimately again refers to the Kohen Gadol. Fine, in Bein Mashiach the Shemana Mishcha. So we'll say the Mishnah then discusses ultimately the distinction between the Mashiach B'Shana Mishcha, the Kohen Gadol who is anointed with oil, versus the Kohen Gadol who is Merubah of the Gadim. Masnisim the Lok Rabbi Meir. We'll say our Mishnah does not reflect if you are Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir, because it was our Meir, the one time he said, Merubah of the Gadim may be par, Abba Alpha, so Rabbi Meir says that even Merubah of the Gadim, even the Kohen Gadol who is not a part of the Shana Mishcha, but rather is appointed because of the Kohanic vestments. So he brings a par al-kala al-kala. He brings a special par of the Kohen Gadol, very Meir. But the whole world the Chacham said the only Kohen who brings the special power of the Kohen Gadol is the Kohen Gadol who is anointed with Shana Mishcha.
One of the most athletic stages we've ever seen, folks.
Mashiach,
The
Imi
most
Ela
famous
Mashiach,
season of all time.
I only know that it refers to a coin. There's a word to Shara Mishka, Ruba Bigadinai. I don't know that it even refers to a coin. Who is anointed with clothing? Amalomar, Asmoin HaMashiach. Ultimately, again, the Pasuk says, HaKoin HaMashiach. So it's really establishing this. Like Rabbi on the days. Amos Sefer, I will say, yet look at the end of that price. So, Aim Bain Coin Mishamish Coin Mishavar, Ella Paryom Kikurim Basira Said, Asir Saifa. Well, so yet, what at the end of the price say? The end of the Mishnah said, excuse me, that there is no distinction between the coin Mishamish, or what's the coin Mishamish means? The active coin God who was serving, the coin Shavar, what's the coin Shavar? That was the fill-in coin. He was the coin God who again filled in when there was something going on with the first coin God. So there is no distinction between the two except Par Yom Kippur, the special part of Yom Kippur, and that serious sacrifice, the meal offering, given by the Kohen Gadol every day. So who does that reflect? Son of Rabbi Meir. That ultimately again reflects the view of Rabbi Meir. The Sanya, because that probably born, Irabo, Psul, the Kohen Gadol, Ma'avar. So listen to this. If something happened to the Kohen Gadol, there was some type of Psul, and they had to remove him from office, Umino, Kohen Acher Tachta, and they appointed a replacement Kohen Gadol, Harishal Trojan Avos. So this is actually amazing. What happened when Kohen Gadol number one comes back to work? What happened when he comes back to work? So this is what happens. So the first one has the ability to come back to work. He's now the practicing Kohen Gadol. Sheni, Mitzvos HaKunalo. So the Sheni is still, of course, a full-fledged Kohen. The Rabbi Meir. So we'll say ultimately, again, these are the Rabbi Meir. So we'll say Rabbi Meir ultimately holds that the first one is like full-fledged Kohen. So we'll say but Pashtus, what that means is that he just goes back. Obviously, he's not a Kohen Gadol because the mice can't have two Kohanim Gadol, but he's just a regular Kohen. Rabbi Yossi Omer Rishon Chos Lavadoso. Rabbi Yossi says when the first Kohen Gadol is fit for service, he comes back to work. The Sheni in a roy lo the Kohen Gadol lo the Kohen Gadol. Wow. And what happens? The second guy will say nothing. He's not the Kohen Gadol, and he can't be a regular Kohen either. We'll discuss that in just a moment. Rabbi Yossi, Ma'aseh Yosef ben Eli. Mitzipor. We'll say this happened. There was once an episode with Yosef ben Eli, who was the Kohen Gadol. She'ira bo psul the Kohen Gadol. So what happens? So there was this episode. There was this episode of the Kohen Gadol. The Kohen Gadol got upset. And what happens was that they appointed another person. And then when the first Kohen Gadol came back to work, what happens? When the replacing Kohen Gadol, the replacement was now out of the job. He couldn't be a Kohen Gadol and he couldn't be a Kohen Hedron. Why not? Kohen Gadol we shouldn't be. We'll see, in general, again, a Kohen Gadol because of animosity. You can't have two Kohanim Gedolim. It doesn't work, right? It doesn't work. There can't be two kings. There can't be two Kohanim Gedolim. At the end of it, there has to be one warm leader. So, furthermore, Kohen Hedron, Mishum Ma'alim Bakodesh Ve'imoli. And we'll say you can't go back to being a Kohen Hedron either. Why not? Because it was like once you've been a Kohen Gadol, you can't go back to being a Kohen. It doesn't make sense. Ma'alim Bakodesh Ve'imoli. We'll say, I don't think based on this, they should have on the seat of the mayor. You can tell me that they should have some deals that I've on the safe of the view of the mayor. Rabbi safe. I'm already, excuse me. Sivra mayor, I'm Christian. He said, yes, they should have on the safe of the mayor. Yes, that is the way to use right stuff. Yosef Amar Rabbi. Yosef says, no, you kind of flex the view of Rabbi. But no, Sivra Aliba the Shalom. Also, Rabbi is the other Mishnah, and Rabbi chose to plug in different Tanaic opinions in different parts of the Mishnah. Rabbi Amr of Shimoni, the Sovereign Premier Bachada, who called it out. So obviously, is going to be Shimon, and also Shimon holds like Rabbi Meir in one piece. So this is Rabbi Meir in the other. This is the sign of Devarim Shabin, Kohen Gadol, and Kohen Hedron. Also, there's one other difference between a Kohen Gadol and a Kohen Hedron. Eluhain, these are the differences. Our Hava, Kol HaMitzvos. What's the number one? Is a special power that only Kohen Gadol brings. If indeed he transgresses something, the power of Yom Kippur, and a special daily meal offering. We'll say now, watch this. For lo Korea, for lo Korea. And we'll say furthermore again, if the Kohen Gadol suffers a loss, lo Korea will say he doesn't let his hair grow, right? As Korea, he does not go ahead and tear his coat. About Korea Mulamata. So we'll say, what kind of Kohen Gadol will discuss this again. Prepare his clothing from his bottom. We'll discuss what that means in just a moment. But a hedgehog means a hedgehog means what? A regular Kohen prepare his clothing from the top for Davis. Name the time of the clothing. And it was a neither of them. Excuse me, and the Kohen Gadol doesn't have the ability to go and meet the money even for his clothing, even for his enemies' daughters. Musa Allah and the Kohen Gadol can only marry a Yisrael. The Asr Amana, and he cannot marry. Kohen Gadol can't marry an Amana. And that's the Kohen Gadol ultimately again allows Rothschild to be here on the class. Umaktiv Onein, Kohen Gadol could go ahead and offer Kabbalos even when he's the owner. What's very good? Aninos is the period. You see, that's an burial. The Eno Oka was a really carbon during the time of Aninos. Of that carbon very much. The Eno Cholik, and he doesn't receive a portion of Kabbalos offered during the time of Aninos. Maktiv Chilik Barosh, Kunolta Chilik Barosh. We'll say if you go down to offer a carbon, you will have to cut the line. Like you can go ahead and offer first, we'll say, and again, he is permitted to take his portion of any carbon before any other color. And he wears 8 different garments. And I will say again, the entire avodah of Yom Kippur is only kosher with him. Or it's only to be done. I will say first 5 days, 1 days. And we'll say ultimately again, if he inadvertently rules regarding, we saw this a couple of days ago, regarding if he erroneously was regarding something to do with the Beis Hamikdash and the laws of Tumah. So ultimately again, he is potter, he doesn't have a special carbon on that. The Chulan Noagim the Meruba to God. I will say the truth is all of these items, all of these requirements, which apply to a Kohen Gadol who is anointed with Shem HaMishcha, also apply to a Kohen Gadol who is Meruba V'Begadim, with one exception, Chutz Mipara HaMedia Kala Mitzvos. We'll say for one thing, which is a special power that is brought into situation. With the Kohen Gadol permits something that is imperishable by Kares, only a Kohen Gadol who was anointed with oil brings that power. The Kohen Gadol who is Meruba V'Begadim, who is anointed with putting on the vestments of the Kohen Gadol, does not bring that power. All of these halachos of the Kohen Gadol also apply to what? To a replacement Kohen Gadol who is now out of a job. Right? The replacement Kohen Gadol was the original Kohen Gadol from that person. It's called Mashiach Shabar. Chutz Mipayom and Kippur Masiyasei. Exception again the Yom Kippur and the meal offering. The Chulan Inu Noagim from Mashiach Mokama. I will say none of these things apply to the Kohen Gadol who was anointed for the purposes of work goods. With the exception of 5 things that Steve on the Torah, namely, lo porea v'lo porei, he suffers the loss of a close relative. He does not allow his hair to grow, right? Nor does he care his clothing. Name is Tamas Grova, the clothing. He cannot become coming to his relatives. In Musa Allah B'Suba, he has to marry a B'Suba, V'asr Ba'amana, and he cannot marry an Amana. Umashir Shalatzeach, and he has the ability to his death, ultimately to what? But otherwise, exactly bigger than the Chum saying no maxia. And I will say ultimately again, the Kohen Mashiach Mokama, his death does not allow Yirotzeach to come back from. So the focus of using the about whether or not the death of the Mashiach Mokama allows Yirotzeach to come back. Hi, you might have Shimini. So say, how do you know ultimately this person to Rabbi Shimon? Rapapa, Man Shamas lays out who was one who said before that the point that the Merub Begadim is potter on Tumas Midrash Shadashav, which the Gemara says that's Rabbi Shimon. But Chutz Mehei Dvar HaMarum Parsha. Remember again, the Bryce just said before that the Kohen Mashiach Mokama is considered to be all of the halachos that we discussed by the Kohen was Mashiach B'Shem HaMishcha do not apply to the Kohen Mashiach Mokama, with the exception of 5 things. So those are the 5 things that we just mentioned. Namely, again, he doesn't let his hair grow, he doesn't wear his clothing, he doesn't become coming even to close relatives, he has to marry a B'Sula, and he can't marry an Almana. So we'll say, so says the Gemara.
Details of the Beis Hamikdash, but just generally we're talking about what it was like. You had the outer area, the area of the Har HaBayit.
Right, the Kohen who is greater than his brother, Zach Kohen Gadol. Was the first Kohen Gadol? Asher Yitzak al Rosh Hashanah Mishcha, who you will put oil on his head. Zeh Mashiach Mokama. So this refers what the Kohen was anointed for. Immediately I said, and literally again he fills his hands to go to the Kohen, which refers to the special clothing of the Kohen Gadol. Zeh Meruba Gadol. We'll say this refers ultimately against the Kohen becomes Kohen Gadol by putting on the special vestments of the Kohen Gadol. Kulan Omer Rosholo Yifra the God of Israel. We'll say that all of these Kohen, so we'll say whether you are a Kohen Mashruach Mafama, right? Whether you are so whether you're a Kohen Gadol, Mashruach Mafama, or Meruba Muzagin, the halach is supposed to say that on all of them it is said, Rosh Lo Yifra, do not cut your hair in the event of Alelus, and the God of Lo Yifra, do not tear your clothes. Call the Pashas Meis Lo Yachol. Nor can you come in contact with any corpse. No, you will not be owning it. How about a plus that all of them offer up Karbanos even in the state of Aninos? And with Lomar, Kinezer Shaman Mishkas Alakem Alakav Allah. What's it? The Pasuk says literally, the crown of the anointing oil is on his head. So Allah, below Al Kabir. Ultimately, again, upon him and not upon himself. It is only the Kohen Gadol who is anointed with Shaman Mishka, who has the ability to go ahead and offer up the carbon while he isn't owned. That is unique to him. That does not apply to any of our other Kohanim Gadol. Even though all of the Kohanim Gadol, remember again, we have a number of people called the Kohen Gadol. There's the Kohen Gadol, who is anointed with Shaman Mishka, and there's the Kohen Mashruach Milchama, Kohen goes out to war. There's Kohen Ziruba Gadol, who's also the Kohen Gadol, but not anointed with Shaman Mishka. All of these people have Kohen Gadol status. And in general, they all have pretty much the same basic halachas. You are just pointing out the exceptions over here. The halacha l'maisa again for hakravas only and ba'aninos, for the ability to offer up a carbon while in a state of aninos that only applies to the kohen, who is anointed with oil, not to the other kohanim. I might have thought the Gemara says maybe again the halacha after you see the by aninos. Maybe also only the Kohen Gadol anointed with Shaman Mishka Shashmaya B'Sula. Maybe the other ones don't have to. Amalomar Fitri. Therefore, also the Pasuk says the Hu and the Hu comes to include all of them in the din of B'Sula. Kitarai. And was in reality Yom Tzimach Moses Tanai. Hu Isha B'Sula Yika. Was the Pasuk says Isha Mary only with B'Sula. After Shekhi Zekakasa Riba. After the Torah goes ahead and makes the chiluk between them. The Torah includes all of them. Divra Yishmael. Also, after the Torah makes a distinction between the various types of Quran and Gedolim, the Torah once again groups them all together in the obligation to marry a woman who is a Basuda. These those are Mishmar. Kiva Omer Amy Elisha Avar Machmas Karyol. Machmas Muni Minayim. So the Kiva says, I only know. Let's say Kiva Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says over here. Rashi says, Avar Machmas Mumo Minayim. Kalamar Baru. Dafilu Avar Risha Machmas Mumo Asar Ba'amana. So I only know. Let me read the first part of this. So the Gemara says over here as follows. I only know. Rabbi Kiva says, Amy Elisha Machmas Karyol. That even if a Kohen Gadol cannot work as a Kohen Gadol because of also let's say he had a seminal and something issue. Even during that time when he can't go ahead and work with the Kohen Gadol, I still know there's a prohibition from to marry an Amana. How do I know Machmas Mumin Minayim? How do I know that even if the Kohen, let's say, has some type of significant mum, which renders him unfit long term? We're going to discuss this more in depth in just a moment. How do I know that he still can't marry an Amana? Amalomar Vivu. If it was that the Pasuk says Vivu, which tells us that even once he's in the state of a Kohen Gadol, he cannot marry an Amana, he can only marry a B'Sula. We'll say, this is the follow-up to the next question. Mashiach shenitzkara mahu ba'amana. Let's listen to this kasha. What happens if the Kohen Mashiach, the anointed Kohen, he got saras? So obviously he gets saras, he cannot function as the Kohen Gadol. Obviously, because he can't go into the something to saras. So say, what's the shayla? Mahu ba'amana. Can he marry an Amana? Can he marry an Amana now that he can't serve as a Kohen Gadol because of his saras? Can he marry an Amana? Now, let's say this might be a short-term marriage because once he's healed, he can't. So he can be married. But the period that he has saras, he's permitted to be married to an Amana. So the Gemara says, do we say once you were the Kohen Gadol, so then what? Remember again, we saw it before that once you're Kohen Gadol, that status is where we see that. Remember again that even after he's no longer the operating Kohen Gadol, if he accidentally transgresses, he still brings the power, the right to cover of the Kohen Gadol. So do we say Mitchadafi? Once Kohen Gadol, always Kohen Gadol, and therefore again, even if he can't actively serve, he cannot marry an Amana. I will say maybe again no, because the prohibition to marry an Amana is the function of being the active Kohen Gadol. Once you are set aside from being a Kohen Gadol because of your tzaras, you can marry an Amana. They'll have a day. Remember again, Rabbi asked this Shaila of Rav Nachman didn't know. So what happened? In the Hamiyah, that Papa kind of violates. So that Papa was sitting and he was asking this question. Amralei, who not raised Rav Nachman, Papa? So this is what happened. So Papa was asking this question. So what happens? So who not the son of Rav Nachman says to Rav Papa? Tanino, we learned it in a Mishnah. Ei Elisha Rav Nachman Karyol. I only know ultimately a Kohen who was the obligation to marry the Sula, or actually published marry Amara. I only know that we have a Kohen qualified because of the second omission, the prohibition of only marrying of still applies. Other Machmas Mumin Minayin, I know also even if a Kohen is disqualified from service because it is mum, that also the prohibition upon marrying certain women still applies. Now, the word Bahu means what? Bahu Ishab means that he is always in his stance of a Kohen Gadol. Even if he can't actively serve in that office, he is the Kohen Gadol, and therefore, even if he has a woman and can't actively serve, he can only marry a Pesach. So Papa asked the pastor, Papa didn't know either. Una answered the question, this is so beautiful. So come Nash gave Reshay, that Papa got up and kissed Una on the head, the Yohev laid back and gave his daughter in that. But after he did that, he went ahead and gave him a kiss, and he gave him his daughter. Let's do another mission. Kohen Gadol, remember again, we references this before, that's very fascinating. Kohen Gadol pouring in the matter of the head of the matter. Most of the please, then Kohen Gadol goes ahead and pouring in the matter, most means what? Tears his clothing in the event that Chas Shalom is a loss, because Kriya on the bottom of his clothing, the head of the matter. But regular Kohen could do Kriya on the top. Kohen Gadol makribonim, a Kohen Gadol could go ahead and offer a carbon even in the state of animals, below all health, but he cannot eat it. He could offer it, but he can't eat it. The head yod will makribonim. So say regular Kohen can't offer it and can't eat it. Can't offer it and can't eat it. Gemara. Amarav, lemata mamish, So what does it mean when the Kohen Gadol does kriya on the bottom and the Kohen head yod does kriya on the top? So we'll say Rav says. That's literally again, it means the bottom of the garment and the top of the garment. So we'll say bottom of the garment would be like by the hem, right? And top of the garment would be ultimately again by the neck, by the neck. So the Gemara says, Shmuel says, no. Lemata becoming Saba. Lemata means we'll say below the neckline. We'll say kind of see like a t-shirt. So the neckline, I don't know what the right technical term is. I'm sorry. Like the shirt, like on a t-shirt, like the neckline is like reinforced, right? So let's say, so the Gemara says, Shmuel says, Lamata means below the reinforced neckline. What is it? The piping of the shirt. Sounds like a so the piping, so very hard to pipe. But right below the neckline. So the Kohen Gadol, let's go work backwards. The Kohen Hegel will say, when he cuts kriya for a loved one, he cuts kriya at the neckline. They cut the top of the garment. That's lamala. Lamata means that the Gadol cuts not at the neckline, but rather in the garment itself. What's the top of that? Because when you cut in the garment itself, then what happens? The tear might not necessarily be visible. So as a focus, ultimately, lamala becomes a so I say Machlokas Rav and Shmuel, ultimately again where we are actually cutting. Are we cutting ultimately? What does Lamala Lamata mean? Rav says Lamata means literally at the bottom of the garment. That's when God was cutting. Lamala means top of the garment. That's when the Kohen Hegel is cutting. Shmuel says no. Lamala means at the neckline. That's where the Kohen God. That's where the Kohen Hegel is cutting. And Lamata means what? Lamata means below the neckline. That's where the Kohen God is cutting. May say. Akola Mason Shmuel Rasa Mabdo coming Safa Shalom. Mabdo coming Safa Shalom. So I'll say, actually, we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Eretz Hashem with this May today tomorrow. Shkoyach.
And so everywhere we look, we see tzimtzum, we see this contraction of God's presence. One spot in the universe where there was no.
Sorry, we'll say good morning. Let's begin. Our shiur this morning is dedicated by pouring out memory of Solid, sorry about Salvador Mishwar, but Chalia, and the Shabbos Hadraliya, and his family is also, as you know, today is Yom HaShoah, day in which one of the days, even though it's an interesting thing, because even though we know that Tisha B'Av is the day that we commemorate all tragedies of Klal Yisrael, all tragedies of Klal Yisrael, and nevertheless, this is a day that was designated to also commemorate this program. So therefore, again, whatever one's religious feelings are is somewhat irrelevant. At the end of the day, any day that's set aside to remember such an incredible, overwhelming korban of Klal Yisrael, 6 million Kedoshim, requires us to be attentive. So dedicated. How we're learning this morning. The Hebrew Nishmas, the 6 million devotion, and the hope that their Neshamas will happen on Yom, Rishon and Ner Fashion, all each of them individually, and able to show promise. I suppose let's begin your days on the Aleph. First word, so the Gemara asks, was there really Shalom Mishkas? Remember again, pick up a little bit. The Gemara beforehand was discussing the idea that King Yehoahaz was, or just the Yoyakim, was anointed with Shalom Mishka. So the Gemara asks, was there Shalom Mishka in the times of Yoyakim? After all, the Gemara says, and the Bakidan, Shenignas Aron, Nignas Shalom Mishka, when the Aron was hidden away, Shalom Mishka was also hidden away. This is actually a fascinating advice. Speaking about all of the things that were hidden away in anticipation of the destruction of the first Beis Hamikdash. So when the Aron was hidden, the Shalom Mishka was hidden. It's in Senas Hamar, also in Senas was the jar of mud that was kept in the Aron. Umaklo shel Aaron, the staff of Aaron, Shkiyel Rahel, with its almonds and its flowers. The Argos Shashal Kushkan Darn Yisrael, and including in that, of course, was the Argos, which is the box in which the Christians sent to gift Klal Yisrael. What is this referring to? Shnei Amar, the Esklei Hazav Asher Shivosam Lashon, Hasimu Ba'argos Mishidov Shilachel Al Savahala. So it's referring to when the sons of Eli, Chachmi and Pinchas, took the Aron out to war with Klal Yisrael and were defeated by the Christians. Christians not only defeated Klal Yisrael, but they also went ahead and took the Aron captive. This is the famous Ma'aser Navi, where wherever they took the Aron, there was an incredible outbreak of diarrhea and hemorrhoids to the point that the Christians said, thanks but no thanks. They sent back the Aron, and together with the Aron, they sent back a gift of gold. That gold was kept together with the Aron. So the Gemara is saying that when they hid away the Aron, they hid away that gold as well. And who hid the Aron? Yoshio Melech Yehuda does. Yoshio, the king of Yehuda, went ahead and hid it away. Why? Because we saw the passage that said, Yoshio saw the writing on the wall that there was going to be a promise. And he saw the writing on the wall that Beis Hamikdash was going to be destroyed. And as such, he did not want these items falling into Gentile hands, and therefore, again, he went ahead and he did them. Therefore, Tziva Baganzum Shnei Amar, Ayomer Levin HaMevinim L'Chol Yisrael, Akdoshim LaHashem, Knuas Ar HaKodesh B'Bayis Shabbat Shlomo Ben David, Melech Yisrael. So apparently, Shlomo HaMelech built subterranean chambers in the first Beis Hamikdash. Whether he built them in anticipation of its destruction or they built them for some other reason, the point is there are subterranean chambers in the Beis Hamikdash. So Yoshio gives the command to remove hide the Aron as well as all these other things in some of the subterranean. Which most is an amazing thing because what it tells us is, as from this Gemara, that the Aron HaBris is in Harabayis, somewhere there, somewhere buried in Harabayis itself, waiting ultimately, again, I guess, for Mashiach to come to the location. So the Gemara, Imach and Masa, because they so Yeshua tells the Levine, you no longer have any avoda b'kaseh. Avoda b'kaseh means what? You don't have to carry anything. There's no longer anything for you to carry. But what is your job? So if you ask Hashem al-Kesam, they ask Amo Yisrael. What's your job? To be an Ever Hashem, to be an Ever Klal Yisrael. Just because you don't have your responsibility, that's what we saw 2 days ago. Right, about the idea that any form of leadership is really a form of happiness. You don't carry the Aron anymore now. It's fine. We never talk. We probably never talk. Asya, the Gemara makes it say Shabbat from Asya Sham Sham, Asya Mishmeres, Asya Doros. Because the ultimately we're going to consider Shabbat between all of these items listed above to teach us that just as the Aron was hidden, so too all of these items were hidden as well. So once it's therefore again we come back to the original question. How could you tell me that Yehoahaz was anointed with Shalom Mishcha because of his older brother Yehoyakim, when at the end of the day there is no more Shalom Mishcha by this point in time? Which the Gemara answers, right? It's like there is no Shalom Mishcha, but instead he was anointed ultimately again with balsam oil. Balsam oil. Okay, so the Shalom Mishcha, also remember again, we may mention that food also is anointed with balsam oil, Shalom Mishcha. Shaul.
Shlomo
Why?
is the one who's going to
Because Shaul was not a
and the Lord
king.
did
Malchus
before
was always
said
went
he
to
would do
Judah.
that.
Shaul
And now
was from
Shlomo
the
stood
tribe.
before them and
So
Mizbeach
some of the first
stood
one I will
before
say
the altar,
represents
the
in
presence of
Duncan,
all the
but
congregation
will
of
probably
Israel,
more
and spread forth his hands towards heaven, and he said, Lord, God of Israel, there's no God like you in heaven
these
above
Gemaras
earth.
are
These are words
amazing.
that we say in our
Rabbi,
prayers.
Keith and Moshe Kenneth Hamalach.
Kept your word
How to go ahead and anoint the king?
all the
How
trials
do
and
you anoint the king?
tribulations that the nation
So
was
Kamin
going
Nazer.
through, all the
So the
trials and
Gemara says you
tribulations
go and you
that
make
my
like
father went
Kamin
through.
Nazer.
Kept
Nazer
your word,
means
you stayed,
like
you
a
stayed with him.
crown.
He was faithful to you, you were faithful to him.
Like a crown.
And
Ve'esa Kohanim
please
Kimin
let your word come
and the
true, which
Kohanim
is what you
ultimately
serve
again
David.
like a key.
And now
Mike
King
Minty.
Shlomo
So once I
asks
saw
this
again,
very interesting
the
question.
king,
Will God
you take Shem Mishkan, you smear it around his head like a crown.
and the
How do you
heaven
go
of
ahead
heavens
and anoint the
cannot
Kohanim?
contain
Kimin
much
key.
less
My
this
Kimin
temple that
key.
I have erected.
Can
How
I mash you about God? The Kimin kaf
in a
your butter.
structure,
Like
physical
a
structure,
Greek
this is what
cup.
I'm missing.
Now, if you look at Rashi,
Amazing.
Rashi has over here Kimin Nazer, Kimin kaf your butter, excuse me.
God is
Rashi has it looking like the letter Ches.
The heavens
I will
cannot
say the way
contain,
that
the
it
universe
looks,
cannot
by the way,
contain.
according to
The universe is
Rashi,
nothing
is
compared to
give you a
this,
visual over here.
to
You start
glory to
between
infinity.
the eyes,
Yes,
and essentially you
truth is
smear the
structure
Shalom
on one
Mishkan
hand.
down up the
Meaning of
head,
these verses,
all
if
the
I'm
way
not
down to
mistaken,
the
is
neck.
that
So it's like a
this work, the
ches.
structure
It's like a
cannot
ches.
contain you.
Others say
However,
it looks
it's
a little bit
placed
more
in
like a
prayer.
cuff. So
We'll get to it
but you get the point over here is you're starting at the front of the head and you're smearing the oil all the way to the back of the head.
It's discussed.
Tani Chada, Betchila Motz, Mishal
But there's a
Arosho,
deeper thing here also,
Ta'achakak
where he's
Nos
saying
Lo
the heavens
Shaman
cannot
Ben
contain,
Nishte.
and yet this house
So
in
we'll
a
say,
sense
see the
does
two,
contain.
we're going to
God
see now
can
we have
choose,
two
he can
conflicting
do anything. He can
accounts.
choose to have
According to one
his
account,
essence,
we
his
go ahead and
called
we pour the Shalom on his head first. And then afterwards we put it between his eyes. The Tanya Krisi, Betchila Nos Lo Shaman Ben Yisei. Different prices says, no, first we put the Shalom between his eyes, and then we go ahead and we pour it on his head. Tonight, also it's Machlokes about the proper order. We know that anointing requires both pouring as well as putting oil between the eyes. This is Machlokes apparently again, which is the proper order. So some say, will say that the anointing between the eyes is the most important part, and others say it is the pouring of the oil on the head that is the most important part. My time in Jaman the Amar Yitzika. We'll say, what is the reason for the opinion who says that the pouring is the most important part? Vayitzok Mishemet HaMishcha Al Rosh Halo, Vayimshach O Solakadsho. Also, because again, the pasuk itself says what? Vayitzok first. The pasuk itself says you pour the oil before you anoint the oil, or you dab the oil, you smear the oil. See, is more important. The opinion says that no, the smearing is more important. He says, remembering on the side, that Yitzika pouring of oil is something you not only find by the Kohen, but you also find by what? By the king. The fact that the utensils are also anointed with pouring tells us that pouring is the dominant form of inauguration. We must by Yitzhak. Here's the problem. The order in the pasuk is first by Yitzhak pour, and then by Yimshach anoint. Hachi Kamar. This is what the Rothschild used to say. Matan by Yitzhak. Why is it that ultimately again you pour? You should by Yimshach, because the anointing has already been done. So it's a fundamental machlokes Tanoim as to ultimately again how the proper anointing was done. Two parts to the anointing. One is the pouring of the oil over the head, one is the smearing between the eyes. Which one was done first? So as just you should know, the Grace of Pascha, the Rambam Pascha, that first load skin and then no skin. The Rambam Pascha is that the way the anointing brother was first to go ahead and pour the oil, and then to go ahead and smear it between his eyes. Okay? The words is about it. No, say these Gemaras are amazing. Kishemen HaTov, Yorei ala Zakan, ala Zakan, kind of Adam. Like good oil that flows down the beard. It flows down the beard. It flows down the beard of the older Aaron HaKol. So it's the pasuk over here. The pasuk over here is let me read you the pasuk again. It's tired. So the pasuk over here is in front of Kashaman Atol Arosh Al Harosh Yori Al Zakan Arosh Yori Al Sos. So what Kashaman Atol is flowing down the beard of Aaron HaKol. So the Gemara says it's a reference ultimately again to the Shabbat HaMishcha. Remember again, Aaron is anointed by Moshe with anointing the Shabbat HaMishcha. Also listen to this beautiful Gemara. Kimin shtein tibos margolios hayutlios la'Aaron b'shikah. Listen to this. There are two drops of Shabbat HaMishcha that were constantly hanging on the edge of Aaron's beard. Amar Papa, Tama,
There's an
if
individual
you
who
massacre
the
all
nation
those
as a whole.
Yoshos, so
Every pray who shall
say
know
when the Aaron would talk, so the droplets would like blow up the beard of the victim.
and they
Why?
spread
That they
forth their
wouldn't
hands
fall
toward
off
this house,
as
and
he
shall
was
hear
talking.
in heaven
So
your
two
dwelling place,
droplets of Shemin HaMishcha that
and
sit
do and give
on
to
the edge
every
of
man
the beard,
according to
and
his
when he would
ways.
talk, they would roll
The
up.
heart of
But Al Davar said, Haya Moshe
That
Doeg,
led them
we'll discuss
giving
this in a little bit.
also
Al
to the
Davar said, Haya
strangers,
Moshe
and also
Doeg,
to the
and
stranger,
it was
not of your
regarding
people,
these
who
two
comes from a
droplets,
far
which
country
Shadeh
for the
was
sake of
always
your name.
worried, always he
For
was
they shall hear of your
was the
great name
second
and your
wide
mighty
line
hand,
you face
and
in
your
David.
outstretched arm,
Amar,
and pray
Shema
toward this
Chas
house,
Shalom
you shall
Al
hear in
Yisrael
heaven and do according to
Maybe I committed an act of evil. What is it?
If people go
So
to battle against
maybe
their
I
enemy,
applied too much
shall
Shema
hear in heaven
Mishcha,
their
and
prayer,
therefore again it
and
has to be
maintain
an
their
act
cause.
of
If they
evil.
sin against them,
Remember again, what's
for
the
there is
evil?
no man who does
Megillah
not
is
sin.
biblical or
And when the
mundane
angry can
use
deliver
of
them to the enemy,
consecrated
then the land of
property.
their enemy they pray
So
to
the
you.
Gemara says,
Turn to
Yotza
you, shall
Sabasko
hear their prayers,
Amra
and give saints.
Shemanatol. So
His prayer is
ultimately
almost
again,
like a poem.
the Basco comes out and says, Shemanatol, like the good oil,
For
Tal Hermon. And
they
again,
are
this
your
is so beautiful.
and
The
your
Gemara,
inheritance.
the Pasuk compares. The pasuk this is the very next pasuk. It's all in capital Koflan Gimel 133. It says Kital Chemon Shorei Bahari Tzion, like the dew of the Hermon, which falls down in Hari Tzion. So what's the comparison between the oil and Tal Hermon and the dew? Matal Hermon in Bon Megillah, Hafshan Mishra Shabazak Ara in Bon Megillah. Just like I was like, there is no Megillah with dew, so too again. Shemin HaMishcha, in the period of Aaron, there is no Megillah as well. V'adayin haya Aaron doing. It's still Aaron was concerned. Amar Shema Moshe Aaron in the house. Aaron says, maybe Moshe will be Megillah, but maybe I did. Or maybe I got some enough from the oil that was not.
Are you seeing this athleticism? Look at this move. Like, this motherfucker's still blabbing about this fucking house. You were talking for so long, my man.
Just like
Calm
Moshe,
down. Get me built.
Aaron, you don't worry, you
Pants
didn't
on.
do it. I'll say again very quickly. What's this?
Dog, look at this athleticism.
Shona Mishcha is
for
always
reason.
sitting in the beard of Aaron. Let's say when is Shona Mishcha
Dog.
put on
Look at this move.
when they're inaugurating.
Look at this move. Give me an update.
Represents newness. Shona Mishcha
People
represents
demand an update. I
Shona
can,
Mishcha represents
I
newness
can,
for something
I can
new.
tolerate.
The Chazal were telling us was that the Shona Mishcha always
I
remained
love.
on the beard of Aaron.
It
It was as moist, it was as wet as the day it was applied. I tell you that Aaron's excitement for the community,
Somebody shit on
Aaron's
this motherfucker.
excitement for Zavodas Hashem was as fresh every single day as the first day he came. And ultimately, again, incredible medical hospitals. And you know, that's the greatest challenge. The greatest challenge our youth was like is not the execution of God's command. Generally speaking, we can handle that. We can handle Shmiras HaMitzvot.
What in the fuck is
Our
this?
greatest challenge is feeling of newness, it's feeling of excitement, it's feeling like it's something special that we have the opportunity to do. Regardless of Aaron Cohen, was not something that he complied with the divine mandate. That's obvious. Every Jew has to comply with the divine mandate. Regardless of Aaron Cohen, is that he felt an excitement like the day in which the Shema Mishcha was first applied to him. So you might go like, what's a beautiful Gemara. In Moshe Masamalachim ala Mayon, Kadesha Moshe Malchusa. Let's say so. We only anoint kings. We are actually we anoint kings. This literally we only anoint kings by a Maya, by a spring. By a spring, Kadesha Malchusa. Let's say because anointing a king by a spring was like a symbolically good omen. The idea being that just like the spring flows, so too again the king's monarchy should continue to flow as well. Shene Emar. Nayom HaMelech was that side, just as a total aside. If you go into the Torah, Pir David, and you take the water tunnel, the Gihon, that's the Gihon spring. Was like that is where Klal Yisrael historically anointed Malach by the Gihon. It's an incredible thing to see you stand in that. And it's fun because you're walking through water. But more fun than walking through water was to stand on the spot where literally again Malchit base David were anointed. That's the spot. So the Gemara goes back to the Gemara says, "Shneimar, the Gemara Melech Ohem Kichui Mochem Es Abdi Adonechem Borarik Nosel Al Gichos." Oh, good. All right, Yami. How much was this? This I have to tell you. Originally, I wasn't going to be okay, and then when I saw this Daf Gemara, I said, "You know, I can't miss this. I can't miss this." So also listen to this. I'm Rabbi Ami. Hi man, the boy leader. He must shas yilo. Also listen to this. The person wanted to know. They're going to live out the year or not. Now, again, please don't leave early from this before we finish this piece over here, right? I don't want anyone walking away with this. Listen to this. First one, so I'm going to live out the year or not. So what should you do below? Take a candle during a ceremony of Shabbat. These are Shem Kippur. The base is the Nashif Seika. Put it in a house, where there is not a strong wind. If the candle remains lit, it's enough. Right? If the candle remains lit, then what? Neda the Masik Shastra. Most like the candle remains lit, then a person knows that you're going to live out the year. So you hear this? Take a candle during a ceremony Tshuva, place it in a home where there is not a strong wind. If the candle remains lit, you're going to live out the year. Similarly, what's that? Number one. Number two, first of all, I'm going to be successful in business. I have a particular business venture that I want to undertake. Am I going to be successful or not? And I want to know if I'm going to be successful or not successful. Literally, kind of go. Buy yourself a rooster. If the rooster gets fat, we'll say that's a sign you're going to be successful. Number three, I'm going on a trip and I want to know if I'm going to come back. I want to know if I'm going to make it back or not. So what should I do? So what happens? So it's like ultimately I can go to a home that is darkened, not that is pitch dark, but that is darkened. If you see the shadow of your shadow, then you know ultimately again that you're going to come home okay. So just I want to point something out over here. What is going on in this Gemara? Right? What is this talking about? So first of all, so the Marshal, again, I'm going to owe you this. You write this down. I owe you this Marshal. We have to do this inside. Maybe Shabbos, because Shabbos' daf is a tiny little daf of it's just a little piece. So the Marshal says over here, he says, I don't understand. There's a biblical prohibition of los nachashim. You're not allowed to engage in forms of divination. So we don't do omens. So the Marshal says something absolutely amazing. The Marshal says, well, so if you look at the Gemara does something dramatic. If a person wants to know if they're going to live out the year or not, so what does the Gemara say? Take a candle, put it in a home where there's not a lot of wind. And what does the Gemara say? If it stays lit, then you're going to live. We'll say, what doesn't the Gemara say? If it goes out, you're going to die. We'll say, if you notice again on each of the things mentioned in the Gemara, the only thing that's mentioned is positive. The Marshal says something amazing. The default setting of life is that things are going to work out. A person has to have an expectation that things in life are going to work out, that I'm going to live, that I'm going to be successful, that I'm going to make it back home. So if I do the omen, and the omen confirms the positive outcome, then what? Well, so that's not an omen. What is that? That's life. That is an affirmation that things are good, which is the natural default mindset of the Jew. If the candle goes out, what does it mean? Nothing. It means nothing. It means don't pay attention to it because, again, that's an omen then. So it's an amazing result. When the Gemara talks about these omens are here ultimately, again, to affirm a positive outlook on life, which is supposed to be the default outlook of the Jew. So if these omens confirm the positive outcome, fantastic. You think it says something negative, simply ignore it. Don't say, so you understand. I'm not doing the Marshal justice. It's a much longer piece. I want to understand the godless in this idea that is teaching us how to look at life. There are some people that are always waiting for the other shoe to drop. There are some people who are just waiting for the sky to fall. And sometimes for a good reason. Sometimes because they had a lot of life trauma and a lot of life difficulties. And sometimes when you've been through a lot, you just expect bad stuff to happen. It's understandable. But that's not what Rosh Hashanah wants of us. Rosh Hashanah wants to have a positive expectation for life. That things are good, that things will work out, that life is beautiful. That has to be the natural default. So you say to yourself, okay, it's easy to have that mindset if everything works out. But again, herein lies the true test of our spiritual mettle. I'm supposed to have that outlook even if things don't work out. It didn't work out this time, it'll work out next time. It didn't work out for the last 25 years. It's okay, Baruch Hashem, the next 25 are going to be great. I'll say that's the power of the Jew. Have an unconquerable optimism, have an unconquerable positive outlook on life. That's what these signs do. But let's look how the Gemara ends off. The Gemara says, "Valav milsi." But my suggestion, the Gemara says, is don't pay attention to omens. Why? The Gemara says, "Dilmachal shadaiti miskamazai." Because you know what the problem is? The problem is as beautiful as that Marshal is. if you're that guy who lights the candle, and then what? It goes out, and suddenly it's not going to be so easy to shake that one off. So it says, therefore, the Gemara says, you know what? You're better off just staying away from omens. Not omens, you're staying away from these type of symbols in general. But let's say, yet, the Gemara says something just to follow up. It's very exciting. Rabbi, hashtag the Amr Simla Milsi. Let's say, you see this? This is the Gemara. So Rabbi says, now that you tell me that omens are significant, not favorably related to omens, but like signs are significant. Get ready for this. We'll say, this Le'olam Yeheragio Le'mechsek L'reish Shasa. What's the difference for a person? Should always look at that. If you notice again, so the girsa over here is Le'mechsek. So the Hagos is changed into Le'mechol. Was it in fact, again, this Gemara appears here in Maseches Haryas and Hagos. And we'll say two different results. One is Le'mechsek, one is Le'mechol. We'll discuss in just a moment. So Rabbi says, now that we said that that omens are significant, a person on Rosh Hashanah should look at or should eat kra, rubia, parsley, silky, tamar. Person should eat a gourd and a fenugreek and leeks and beets and dates. So no side. You understand? We do this. This is Simonilsa. We do this at Rosh Hashanah, right? You sit down and they go through a whole bunch of foods on Rosh Hashanah. Where does that practice come from? That is a derivative. That is tomorrow. Also, I have to look at Rashi in just a moment. Rashi says over here. Rashi says,
and they didn't even like it.
About us, finds into short lines. Why these food items? The honey got to the adult today.
Like it.
Well, see, Rashi said amongst these things is that they grow fast. They represent vitality. So we choose about this is different because the Torah brings down something different. The Torah explains that the reason we eat these items is because their names, which also we see the Rothschild. The Rothschild somehow are a play on these names. Rashi said no, the common denominator amongst these items is they grow quickly, and therefore they represent vitality. Because of that, ultimately, again, we begin Rosh Hashanah with those items.
What the fuck is this?
The Makkah actually brings down
Hey,
this
she's
idea.
standing.
He says, why does one Gemara say what's that kid is an incredible nafkamina? Let's say I don't like any of the symbolic foods. I don't like dates, beets, leeks, fenugreek, fish heads, lamb's heads, just not my thing. Right? I don't so I'll say, so what which for many people that's the thing. And so I'll say, so what happens? I don't like anything. What do you do?
Woman, this is the worst content I've ever
You're
seen in
still
my
looking
entire
at
life.
each of them on your table and to look at them and to recite the Yirachon. Based on the skills of the Gemara.
Worst
Everyone thinks it's just Lamecha, just to eat.
content
It's true, even if you're not going to eat
ever.
there's an Indian ultimately to have it, but Mechsei to look at.
This
Incredible.
but this
Then
is
you are,
worse.
What's the Mishashi said to his son? When you want to come and tell her from your Rabbi, yes, you must do so. To this. Prepare. Learn the Mishnayos before you go to your Rebbe. What's the hours? If you want to really learn, it is incredible. You show
Somebody shit on this.
You can't just show up to learn. A person has to prepare themselves. He says, review your Mishnayos, and then go before your Rebbe. And when you sit before your Rebbe, let's listen to this. Look at your Rebbe's mouth. Look at your Rebbe's mouth. Say such an interesting application. We know that pasuk that ultimately again we should be looking at these things over here. Dafka look at their look at their lips as the words are coming out. When you learn by a river. It sounds nice. You look it up. Learn by a river. Was in the same way that ultimately again the water flows, so your learning should flow as well. But Tivu, listen to this profound statement. And better to sit, better to learn in the garbage heaps, or better to sit actually, to live in the garbage heaps of Masa Machasya and don't live in the palaces of Kumpadisa. Let's look at Rashi for just a moment. The Masa Machasya, Havutamidi Chacham Rulim Loras of Harvus Yafa, Hayabahan, Aval Visa Lo Hava Tavus Mal, Yukokak, the Kamala Mutav Lo Lodra Bashpa, Masa Machasya, Yulodra Abandon Visa. Better to live in a garbage dump in Kumpadisa than in a mansion, in Masa Machasya, than a mansion in Kumpadisa. So what does that mean? And apparently Masa Machasya was an incredible Makom Torah. Kumpadisa not as much, which is interesting because you have to think Kumpadisa was one of the major Torah cities. I guess at different points in history was different, quality was different. Better to live in a garbage heap in a Makom Torah than to live in a mansion in a place that is not a Makom Torah. Furthermore, furthermore, again, better to eat a galgana was a type of fish. Better to eat a type of fish, ultimately, of this galgana fish that's about to spoil than to eat a kusach of runny tiki. Kusach was a higher end gift. So better to eat a fish that's almost going bad than to eat the fine dip of the kusach. So what that means what? Be careful how many pleasures in life you attach yourself to. Because the more pleasures a person needs, the higher the material is,
Genuine.
the more difficult it is to focus on spirituality. So what he's telling his son is better to get by of a putrid fish than to have to require the kusach. Because once you require the kusach, again, it's going to need a lot more materialism ultimately again to make that. So he's giving his son all of these incredible lessons. Live in a Makom Torah, even if it means living in a garbage dump, better than going ahead and living in a mansion somewhere that's not a Makom Torah. Be careful how much materialism you build into your life. Because whatever materialism you build into your life, so we all know this, what begins as a luxury very quickly becomes a necessity. And once it becomes a necessity, you move on to the next luxury. That becomes a necessity until these things become indispensable parts of my life, which then unfortunately leads me sometimes to place an overemphasis on my materialism and less of an emphasis on my spirituality. Beautiful. Rama Karni Belokai. So the Pasuk says, David Amelch says, literally, my horn was lifted to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Rama Karni below Rama Pach. Literally, I will say now, we assume that this horn is a reference to the horn in which the Shema Mishka was in. With the Karen inside of a horn. So their monarchy were Shol B'Yerushnu Shubapach, Lonim Shkomapusan, but Shol and Yerevasim who were anointed with oil from a path, from an earthenware jug, their monarchy did not enter. What's like Pashtus, what that means is as follows. Rashi points out that a path is earthenware. Earthenware easily cracks. As opposed to a horn, right? A Karen endures. So as I said, because of that, those who are anointed from the horn, their monarchy endures. Those anointed from the path, their monarchy does not. So once we're going to go back a little bit to Gemara. So remember again, the Mishnah made a distinction between the Kohen Gadol who was anointed with Shavana Mishka versus the Kohen Gadol who was Murud of the Gadol. Says the Gemara, but a Mashiach Yachol Melech. So also when it says Mashiach, that maybe Mashiach doesn't refer to the morning. Maybe Mashiach doesn't refer to the Kohen Gadol, maybe it refers to the Melech. If it says Kohen, I'm going to put that even refers to the Kohen who is anointed with the Kohanic vestments. Therefore, the pasuk says Mashiach. If it just says Mashiach, I'm going to put that even the King of Osai, who is appointed ultimately again to go to war. This pasuk is talking about the special power of the Kohen Gadol. I'm going to put that even the Kohen goes out to war. Therefore, also the pasuk comes and uses a distinct lashon of Kohen. Hamashiach, Shira Mashiach al Gaval is anointed, which means there is no one anointed above. So the Gemara says, "My mashma, the Damarava, Hayarach, Hamimena Sharia." Also, the same way the pasuk talks about Hayarach, it means again the specific part. Yeah, this is not the Isab Nasha. Haganami Hamashiach. When it says Hamashiach, Hamituman Shemishute. It means the one who is designated amongst all those who are anointed. Because remember again, as we saw before, the Kohen Malachama was also anointed. Kohen Gadol ultimately was the unique one amongst those who are anointed. Mashiach, Yochel Melech. So what's this? Gemara said before that if I'm going to phone the pasuk says Mashiach, maybe that's the first of the king. Melech, how do you do my seat? Does the king, was it the king inadvertently does something which is usher? Does he bring a power? Sir, who do my seat? He brings a sir. So before Shabbat, which Gemara says, it's just because I
yeah, baby.
That's what I'm doing. I'm going to do as follows. For an accidental act, maybe he brings a sir. Al Helam Dover Yavir. We'll say in the case of Helam Dover, maybe he should have to bring a power. Kamash Shlomo. We'll say Kamash redemption that the pasuk of Hamashiach ultimately again refers to the Kohen Gadol. Fine. In Bei Mashiach B'Shomra Mishcha. So we'll say the Mishnah then discusses ultimately the distinctions between the Mashiach B'Shomra Mishcha, the Kohen Gadol who is anointed with oil, versus the Kohen Gadol who is Meruba Bebegadim. Masnisin Delok Rabbi Meir. We'll say our Mishnah does not reflect the view of Rabbi Meir. the Rabbi Meir, because it was Rabbi Meir, hot time, like he said, the Ruba Begadim, maybe Par, Abba Al Kalamitz, Rabbi Meir says that even Ruba Begadim, even the Kohen Gadol, who is not appointed to Shana Mishcha, but rather is appointed because of the Quranic vestments. So he brings a par al kalamitz. Also, he brings a special par of the Kohen Gadol, Rabbi Meir. But the whole Chachamim, the Chachamim didn't agree with him. The Chachamim said the only Kohen who brings the special par of the Kohen Gadol, I assume, is the Kohen Gadol who is anointed with Shana Mishcha, not Meruba Begadim. My time, Rabbi Meir, what's Rabbi Meir's logic? This Sanya, Mashiach Ini Ela Mashiach Shana Mishcha. I only know that it refers to a Kohen who is anointed with Shana Mishcha. Meruba Begadim Minayin. How do I know that it even refers to a Kohen who is anointed with clothing? HaKohen HaMashiach. Ultimately, again, the pasuk says HaKohen HaMashiach. So who are we establishing this? Like Rabbanon on the days. Ema Sefer. We'll say, yeah, look at the end of that right. So, Aim Bein Kohen Mishamish Kohen Mishabar. Ela Parma Kippurim Ba'asira Saif. Asira Saif. We'll say, yeah, what at the end of the rice? The end of the Mishnah said. Excuse me. That there is no distinction between the Kohen Mishamish. We'll say Kohen Mishamish means the active Kohen Gadol who was serving, the Kohen Shavar. Who was the Kohen Shavar? That was the villain Kohen Gadol. He was the Kohen Gadol again who filled in
Raccoon tweet
when there was
somebody
something going on with the first Kohen Gadol. So there is no distinction between the two except Par Yom Kippurim, the special Par Yom Kippur, and that serious Sefer, which was the meal offering, giving Kohen Gadol every day. So the Gemara says, who does that reflect? We'll say that ultimately again reflects the view of Rabbi Meir, the Sanya, because that's what we learned. Irabo Psul, the Kohen Gadol, Ba'avar. So let's listen to this. If something happened to the Kohen Gadol, there was some type of Psul, and they had to remove him from office, Umino, Kohen Acher Tachtav, and they appointed a replacement Kohen Gadol, Harishon Chozer Lavados. So this is actually amazing. What happened when Kohen Gadol number one comes back to work? What happens when he comes back to work? So what happens? So the first one has the ability to come back to work. He's now the practicing Kohen Gadol. The Hashemi, Kol Mitzvos HaKuna Avot. So the Sheni is still, of course, a full-fledged Kohen. The Rabbi Meir. So we'll say ultimately, again, these are the Rabbi Meir. So we'll say Rabbi Meir ultimately holds that the first one is still a full-fledged Kohen. So we'll say what that means is that he just goes back. Obviously, he's not a Kohen Gadol because the Maisi can't have two Kohanim Gadol, but he's just a regular Kohen. Rabbi Yossi Omer Rishon Chos Lavado. So Rabbi Yossi says when the first Kohen Gadol is fit for service, he comes back to work. The Sheni in a roy, the Kohen Gadol, the Kohen Head. Wow. And what happens? The second guy will say, nothing. He's not the Kohen Gadol, and he can't be a regular Kohen either. We'll discuss that in just a moment. Amr Rabbi Yossi, Ma'aseh Yosef ben Elim. Mitzi Parabah said this happened. There was once an episode of Yosef ben Elim, who was the Kohen Gadol. She'ira bo psul the Kohen Gadol. Va'avar umino acher takta. So this is what happens. So there was this episode of the Kohen Gadol. The Kohen Gadol got upset. And what happens was they appointed another person. And then when the first Kohen Gadol came back to work, what happens? When the replacing Kohen Gadol, but when the Kohen Gadol was Kohen Head. Also, the replacement was now out of the job. He couldn't be a Kohen Gadol and he couldn't be a Kohen Head. Why not? Kohen Gadol needs to be in general, again, a Kohen Gadol because you're at a Masi. You can't have two Kohanim Gedolim. It doesn't work, right? It doesn't work. There can't be two kings. There can't be two Kohanim Gedolim. At the end, it has to be one leader. So, furthermore, Kohen Hedyot, Mishum Ma'alim Ba'Kodesh Ke'im Molim. So, we'll say you can't go back to being a Kohen Hedyot because why not? Because we'll say once you've been a Kohen Gadol, you can't go back to being a Kohen Hedyot. It doesn't make sense. Ma'alim Ba'Kodesh Ke'im Molim. We'll say, says, I don't say, based on this, Reish Rabbanan the Sefer here. You can tell me that Reish reflects the view of the Rabbanan. The Sefer the view of Rabbi Yosef. I'm already, Sefer Rabbi Yosef. He said, yes, Reish Rabbanan the Sefer here. Yes, that is the way to read the right stuff. Yosef Amar Rabbi. Yosef says, no, the entire reflects the view of that. You could not see Rabbi Yosef. Also, Rabbi is the author of the Mishnah, and Rabbi chose to plug in different Halachic opinions with different parts of the Mishnah. Rava Amr Shimon is someone like Meir Bechaga who called it Garba. Rava said, go to Rabbi Shimon, and also Rabbi Shimon holds like Rabbi Meir in one piece, and disagrees with Rabbi Meir in the other. Where do we see this? The Sanya, Dvarim Shabin, Kohen Gadol, Kohen Hedyot. We'll say what are the differences between a Kohen Gadol and a Kohen Hedyot? Eluhem, these are the differences. Our Haba, Kol HaMitzvos. What's number one is a special power that only a Kohen Gadol brings if indeed he transgresses something. The power part of Yom Kippur, Vasir Sa'ifa, and the special daily meal offering. I will say now, watch this, for lo porea, for lo pore. I will say furthermore again, if a Kohen Gadol suffers a loss, lo porea will say he doesn't let his hair grow long, right? And pore, he does not go ahead and tear his clothing. About the pore lamata. So we'll say also, but what can we Kohen Gadol do? We'll discuss it in depth. Prepare his clothing from the bottom. We'll discuss it in just a moment. The hedgehog milamala. But a hedgehog, we'll say in this case, a hedgehog means what? A regular Kohen prepares clothing from the top, Pradelis. They matami lekrovim, and we'll say neither of them. And the Kohen Gadol doesn't have the ability to go ahead and matami even for his clothing, even for his immediate relatives. Umusar ala b'siva, and the Kohen Gadol can only marry the b'siva. V'asar ba'almana, and he cannot marry. Kohen Gadol can't marry an almana. Umachzir sarotzeach, and a death Kohen Gadol ultimately again allows the rotzeach to be here on the cut. Umaktiv onein, Kohen Gadol could go ahead and offer up karbanos even when he's in onein. What's very good? Aninus is the period between death and burial. Ve'ino was that even though he can offer up a carbon during the time of Aninus, he can't eat of that carbon during that time. Ve'ino cholik, and he doesn't receive a portion of karbanos offered during the time of Aninus either. Maktiv chelik barosh, v'nolda chelik barosh. Let's say if Kohen Gadol has to offer a carbon, he's allowed to cut the line. Right? He can go ahead and offer first, v'nolda chelik barosh. And we'll say, and again, he is permitted to take his portion of any carbon before any other carbon. And he wears 8 different garments. And I will say again, the entire avodah of Yom Kippur is only kosher with him. Or it's only to be done. I will say first, my line days and days. I will say ultimately again, if he inadvertently rules regarding, we saw this a couple of days ago, regarding if he erroneously was regarding something to do with the Beis Hamikdash and laws of Tumah. So ultimately, again, he is potter. Potter means he doesn't have a special carbon on that. The chulan noagim b'meruba begadim. I will say the truth is all of these items, all of these requirements, which apply to a Kohen Gadol who is anointed with Shem HaMishcha, also apply to a Kohen Gadol who is meruba begadim, with one exception, chutz mipar hamevi al kol mitzvos. We'll say for one thing, which is a special power that is brought in a situation where the Kohen Gadol permits something that is perishable by kares. Only a Kohen Gadol who was anointed with oil brings that power. The Kohen Gadol who is meruba begadim, who is anointed through putting on the vestments of the Kohen Gadol, does not bring that power. The kula noagim b'mashiach shavar. All of these halachos of the Kohen Gadol also apply to what? To a replacement Kohen Gadol who is now out of a job. Right, the replacement Kohen Gadol, once the original Kohen Gadol comes back to us, and it's called Mashiach Shavar. Chutz mipar Yom Kippur and Vasir Sa'ifa. The exception again, the part of Yom Kippur and the meal offering. The chulan inut noagim b'mashiach milchama. I will say none of these things apply to the Kohen Gadol who was anointed for the purposes of war. Chutz mehei devarim ha'amurim b'parsha. With the exception of 5 things which are stated in the Torah, namely, lo porea v'lo pore. If he suffers the loss of a close relative, he does not allow his hair to grow. Right? Nor does he tear his clothing. You cannot become coming to his relatives. He dressed in Arya B'suba, and he cannot marry an almana. And he has the ability through his death, ultimately to what? The Chacham say no, they will say ultimately again, the Kohen Mashiach Milchama, his death does not allow the Rotzeach to come back home. So also my focus of Yudcha Chachamim about whether or not the death of the Mashiach Milchama allows the Rotzeach to come back. Hi, you might have Shimon. They'll say, how do you know ultimately this reflects the Rebbe Shimon? Man Shabbos lays down a Pantal Torah from who was going to send before? That the Merub Begadim is Pater are to us Midas Kadasha, which the Gemara said that's Rebbe Shimon. But Chutz Mehei Dvar HaMurim B'Chai. Let's remember again, the Bryce had just said before that the Kohen Mashiach Milchama is considered to be all of the halachos that we discussed by the Kohen who is Mashiach B'Shem HaMishcha do not apply to the Kohen Mashiach Milchama with the exception of 5 things. So those are the 5 things that we just mentioned. Namely, again, he doesn't let his hair grow, he doesn't wear his clothing, he doesn't become coming even to close relatives, he has to marry a B'sura, and he can't marry an almana. So says the Gemara, where do you know this? Right, the Kohen who is greater than his brothers, Zach Kohen Gadol. Was it the first Kohen Gadol? Asher Yitzchak al Rosh Hashanah Mishkav, who's you will put oil on his head. Yeah, Mashiach Machama. Was this the first one the Kohen was anointed for war? Immediately I said, "Oh, Moshe Sabbath." And literally again, he fills his hands. He goes with it. Was the first and special Kohen of Kohen Gadol? Zem the Gadol. Was it's the first ultimate thing against the Kohen becomes Kohen Gadol by being on the special vestments of the Kohen Gadol. Akulan Omer. Rothschild, Yisra, the God of Logi. We'll say like all of these comments. So whether you are a Kohen Mashiach Machama, right? Whether you are so whether you are a Kohen Gadol, Mashiach Machama, or Meruba, the halach is the most of that.
Folks, look at this athleticism. This might be the most athletic man. It is the most athletic person we've ever seen.
Yahweh Yukormak is only in Hana got that also again of Rob Kabbalah speaking in the street of Aninos. And with Lomar, he needs a shaman Mishkas of a car.
Look at this athleticism, bro.
Literally, the crown of the
You know how athletic this motherfucker is? This motherfucker is so athletic that they put in motherfucking sculpture in the auditorium, bitch. Why? Why the fuck not? What's an auditorium? It's whatever the fuck you want it to be, baby.
That does not apply to any of our other Kohanim Gedolim. Even though all of the Kohanim Gedolim,
Worst
you have a number of people called the Kohen
stream
Gadol. The Kohen Gadol,
ever.
This
motherfucker is perfectly imperfect, bitch.
All of these people have Kohen Gadol status.
Look at this athleticism. Folks, look at this athleticism.
You might just think of the exceptions over here. The halacha l'maisa again for hakravas and aninus, for the ability to offer up the carbon while in a state of aninus that only applies to the Kohen, who is anointed with oil, not to the other Kohen. I might have thought the Gemara says, maybe again the halacha is after you choose distinction by aninus. Maybe also only the Kohen Gadol and Roger son of Maybe the other ones don't have to.
Branded.
All of them in the din of this. Tonight, I was in reality limited to my focus tonight. Who you should have studied, was a positive Samaria over to the Suba. After simply that cost of Reba, after the Torah goes ahead and makes a split between them, the Torah includes all of them, Dibra and Yishmael. Also, after the Torah makes a distinction between the guys, Text of Quran, and Yudolim, the Torah once again groups them all together in the obligation to marry a woman who is in the Suba. These are Rabbi Shmuel. Kiva Omer Imi Ela Sha'avar Machmas Kayom. Machmas Mulinayim. What's this? I only know. What's this? That's the moment. Rashi says over here. Rashi says, Avar Machmas Mulinayim. Kavalomar Baru. Dashido Avar Risha Machmas Mumo Asra Ba'amana. So I only know. Maybe the first part of this. So you might as well get as follows. I only know. Rabbi Kiva says, Imi Ela Sha'avar Machmas Kayom. But even if a Kohen Gadol cannot work as a Kohen Gadol because also let's say he had a seminal mission. Even during that time when he can't go ahead and work with the Kohen Gadol, I still know there's a prohibition from Tanai and Amara. How do I know Machmas Mumin Minayim? How do I know that even if a Kohen Gadol, let's say, has some type of significant more, which renders him unfit, we're going to discuss this more in depth in just a moment. How do I know that he still can't marry an Amara? Kamalomar Vihu. It was in the positive sense of the rule, which tells us that even once he's in the state of a Kohen Gadol, he cannot marry an Amora, he can only marry a B'Shuva. We'll say, this is the follow to the next question. Domine Rabba, Rav Nachman, Mashiach Shenitztara Mahu Ba'amora. Most of this is discussion. What happens if the Kohen Mashiach, there's an anointed Kohen? He got Saras. Well, so obviously, he gets Saras, he cannot function as the Kohen Gadol. Obviously, he can't go into any functions with Saras. So say, what's the Shaila? Mahu Ba'amora. Can he marry an Amana? Can he marry an Amana now that he can't serve as a Kohen Gadol because of his Saras? Can he marry an Amana? I will say this might be a short-term marriage once he's healed. He can't, he should be married. But the Maisa, the period that he has Saras, he's permitted to be married to an Amana. So he was Mikadafi. You always say that once you were the Kohen Gadol, so then what? Remember again, we saw it before that once the Kohen Gadol, that's status issue. Where do you see that? Remember again that even after he's no longer after the Kohen Gadol, if he accidentally transgresses, he still brings the power. It's the right to cover of the Kohen Gadol. You always say Mikadafi. Once Kohen Gadol, always Kohen Gadol, and therefore again, even if he can't actively serve, he cannot marry an Amana. Oh, Niftar Pasha. Or I will say maybe again no. Because the prohibition to marry Almana is a function of being active Kohen Gadol. Once you are set aside from being a Kohen Gadol because of your Tzaras, you can marry Almana. Go have a day. Let's remember again, Rabbi asked this Shaila of Rav Nachman. Rav Nachman didn't know. What happened? Didn't know how many years Rav Papa had come up from Kani Baile. So that Rav Papa was sitting and he's asking this question. Rav Nachman, Rav Papa, because this is what happened. Rav Papa was asking this question.
Unless you're
What
in
happened?
South Australia,
So, the son of Rav
there's
Nachman,
fucking
Rav Papa,
shoelaces are fucking risen.
Amy Ellis of a Machmas Kayo. I only know ultimately a Kohen who was instrumental in the obligations that I am Shiva, by actually published by Amara. I only know that even if a Kohen is disqualified because of the similar mission, the prohibition of only marrying obviously still applies. Of a Machmas Kayo. I know about that even if a Kohen is disqualified from service because of his mum, that Rabbi said the prohibition upon marrying certain women still applies. Kamalom Argehu, what's the word of the means what? The Lord is showing that he is always in his stance of a Kohen Gadol. Even if he can't actively serve in that office, he is the Kohen Gadol, and therefore even if he has a mum and can't actively serve, he can only marry a Muslim. So Papa asked the pastor, Papa didn't know either. Una answered the question, but this is so beautiful. So come Nash gave her a shame, that Papa got up and kissed Una on his head, the Yohev raised back and gave him his daughter in marriage. That's it. So such a beautiful Gemara. I'm sure, of course, it's called the reference on the resume, but when I say after he passed, he went ahead and gave him the kiss, and he gave him his daughter. So let's do another mission. Kohen Gadol, remember again, we reference this very fascinating. Kohen Gadol pouring the lamato, but head goes to the mouth. Most of the please, but Kohen Gadol goes ahead and pouring the lamato, which means what? Tears his clothing in the event that has some of the loss, because kriya on the bottom of his clothing, the head goes to the mouth. But the regular Kohen is kriya on the top. Kohen Gadol makrivoni, a Kohen Gadol could go ahead and offer up a carbon even in sleep of animals for all health, but you cannot eat it. You offer it, but you can't eat it. The head goes to makrivoni. So say regular Kohen can't offer it and can't eat it. Can't offer it and can't eat it. Tomorrow. Amara, lamata, mamish. Listen, what does it mean when the Gadol does kriya on the bottom and the Kohen Gadol does kriya on the top? So Rav says that literally again, it means the bottom of the garment and the top of the garment. So bottom of the garment would be like by the hem, right? And top of the garment would be ultimately again by the neck, by the neck. So you want to Shmuel says no. Lamata means sapa. Lamata means what's like below the neckline. What's like kind of super like a t-shirt. So the neckline, I don't know what's the right like the shirt like on a t-shirt. Like the neckline is like reinforced, right? So what's like so the Gemara says Shmuel says Lamata means below the reinforced neckline. What is it? Piping of the shirt. So the piping. So the piping. So are the piping. So right below the neckline. When Gadol, let's go rush backwards. When he head goes to most right, when he cuts kriya for a loved one, he cuts kriya at the neckline. They cut the top of the garment. That's lamama. Lamama means when Gadol cuts not at the neckline, but rather in the garment itself. What's the top of that? Because when you cut the garment itself, then what happens? The hair might not necessarily be visible. So it's a machlokas ultimately is the lamama become a safa. The that is ever safa. So it's a machlokas Rabbi and Shmuel. Ultimately, again, where we are actually cutting. Are we cutting ultimately? What does lamama lamata mean? Rav says lamata means really at the bottom of the garment. That's where the Kohen Gadol was cutting. Lamala means top of the garment. That's where the Kohen Gadol was cutting. Shmuel says no. Lamala means at the neckline. That's where the Kohen Gadol. That's where the Kohen Gadol is cutting. And lamata means what? Lamata means below the neckline. That's where the Kohen Gadol is cutting. They say, I call him when Russell Mabdo coming south at the low. You know, Mabdo coming south at the low. So we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up and answer some with this May State tomorrow. Go ahead.
But I guess never underestimate the power of some internet sleuths because they'll find everything. So Reddit immediately spoke out on his Instagram saying the winner was apparently not happy with his truck and turned around and sold it the next day. Hey, I mean, I love V8s, but getting more badass V8s on the road, I wouldn't really say it's like a noble cause. But also painting this dude as the bad guy who sold it to make a quick buck.
Shmuel says, good morning, such a Swiss Baruch Hashem, continue on in the Sagittarius being by taking all of our sponsors. Annual commentary for the top Shin Pei Vav. The Tolkien talk about itself. Dedicating all the Shin Vav this year in Swiss. The Sort of fellow commentary sponsors for the month of Elul. Following the fellow Ben Goldberg. Yes, in the summer of his father, Adam Ben Ashafin, Bashkin Rafa, Federation, Bas, Severs, Bashkin Rafa, and Hope. Zivos. About you and all Saudi Israel. For the American Shem. From the Council Fellow, Shmuley, we begin to Uri Mishma, Shabbat from father, Arab Yitzhak, Ayu, Ben Haba, Yaakov, Sipono, Yudlacha, the Kumis, Francis, Portland, Gavin, Shinko, the connection of the Yorkshire, Shina's grandmother, Rachel, Bas, the American Torah, all of the Nisham, the families in the Torah, all those who wish to have it for Israel. Also, dedicate our learning in the schools of Tarsus, Redmond, building the terror attack on Ramot, 4 country soldiers killed in the attack on the armies in Gaza City. Most of the American Colorado Manifestation of the Trump, who should provide money for all the repressions and families, should give their families a tremendous income. Should the Manifestation bring not have to be told to allow all the soldiers to be successful in Homa City they have. Should give Claudius Bell the most elusive Rafa, the Rafa that has evaded us for the last 2,000 years, the Rafa's trouble. Should shower us with the solar trouble, should allow us to dry all of our tears. Comfort all of the widows and all of the orphans and all of the almost all of the broken parents who are going to be attending so many different providers. There was a really overwhelming thinking about, but again, our avoda, keeping that actually do our part to move proudly so forward, how the shamas and kayas, just results in infrastructure to usher in an unending era in the service of the prophets. This is that let us begin. Today's daf is daf chas. We are picking up the Mir Hashem. Okay, we're picking up the Mir Hashem on. Picking up on. Anyone else? Yeah, there you go. Let's get it all done.
Are you fucking serious?
On daf chas. So Mir Hashem, we are actually on Zion on the base at the Mishnah. So the Mishnah says also. So a lot to do today. So today we've got a lot of drush, Baruch Hashem. Maybe some very interesting. The nice part about today's daf. Well, there are many beautiful things about today's daf. No one is just beautiful.
They got this motherfucker talking about building a play place and
not really a lot of my focus, which is good. A lot of like derivative sources.
really? What is he bitching about?
Pretty much what you get. Right? In other words, that's in the halacha. And then the Mir Hashem will kind of explore out about how we arrive at that particular, how we arrive at that particular conclusion. Good. So let's say with that, let's go. So Mishnah Zion base. Ein chayavim ela al helam davar ushigas. So let's remember again. This is the community of course. Over and over and over. Now, also, one of the things to keep in mind is if you notice, we're vacillating a lot between halachas, as opposed to the first halach, which was pretty much all about the erroneous psak of the base. Like I thought it was all about. We begin to see again, second halach, started really again with the halachos concerning the Kohen Gadol, but now threw in a little bit of sneak matter, and then we also goes back afterwards to the discussion about the base. So now the Mishnah begins. So again, in general, base din is only chayiv a par halam davar minat tzibur. If what? If there's two things. This was yesterday's stuff that we reinforced over and over and over. What do you need? You need halam davar. Halam davar means a mistaken psak. And we know all the attendant details to that. What kind of psak? A psak that uproots a detail in a mitzvah, but not what? Not a mitzvah in its entirety. Okay, so you need helam davar in shigras ma'isa. Shigras ma'isa means that halach l'maisa, then there is accidental activity based on that erroneous psak. Okay, the Chena Mashiach, but that same halach applies to a Kohen Gadol. So a Kohen Gadol, that a Kohen Gadol is only chayiv his par, if what? Helam davar, erroneous psak, shigras ma'isa. Difference between the Kohen Gadol, remember again, and the Beis Din. Just keep in mind observation yesterday's. That was the difference. Beis Din paskins for who? Klal Yisrael. Kohen paskins for who? Kohen Gadol. Good. The no Bible is Chayav Ela Al Halam Davar Mshigdas Ma'isa. Same thing by Avodah Zarah. By Avodah Zarah, ultimately again, what is only liable in a situation once again where there is Halam Davar Mshigdas Ma'isa. Everyone said, why is Mishnah saying that? And remember, Avodah Zarah gets its own carbon. There's a seer. So you would have thought that because the carbon is different, also the criteria is different. It's not. It's the same thing. It's always Halam Davar Mshigdas Ma'isa. The wrong is psak, followed up ultimately again by inadvertent accidental action based on that wrong is psak. Says you know, where do you know this from? It's on Rabbanon. Yishku. So most of the pasuk says Yishku, they will go ahead and they will make a mistake. Right? They'll make a mistake. Let's show the pasuk is in call that's the name. So Yishku. So it's not about a Yishku Yako Yechayav Al Shigdas Ma'isa. You might have thought that maybe there's liability just for accidental. Alomar Yishku v'ne'elam davar in chayav ela al helam davar shirigas ma'isa. Okay, so I'll say therefore halacha you need both helam davar and roni is psak followed by accidental activity. The chenim Mashiach so to that the davar. Meanwhile, where we know this from the sid the ashmas ha'am. Hari Mashiach Kitzivo. We saw the Kasha yesterday. That the Torah itself equates me ashmas ha'am, the ashmas ha'am, which is an additional phrase, equating ultimately again the halachas of the Kohen Gadol with the halachas of the Tzibor. Lo ba'avodas kochav and ela halam davar shirigas myself. So we know that we know that from Rabbi say that the same halacha applies to Avodah Zarah. And namely again only chayav for Avodah Zarah, both erroneous psak inadvertent activity. First one line, the Fishias avodas kochav and we know the Asma. Since Avodah Zarah is unique, why is it unique? Because remember, again, it has a seer, it's a different kind of carbon. So I might have thought, I might have thought that you be chayav just if there's accidental activity, even if there's no erroneous psak. So what's exer shalav ene? Also, we saw this in yesterday's daf. Just like again by Par Halam Davar in Atzibor, you require Halam Davar with Shirigas Maisa. Afkan, so to by Avodah Zarah, in Afkan, in Chayav and Elal, Halam Davar Shirigas Maisa. Okay, incredible. V'ilu, Mashiach Ba'avodas Kochal, Lokatani Masnisim, Lokatani. Interestingly enough, the Mishnah doesn't make mention of the Kohen Gadol by Avodah Zarah, which the Gemara says Masnisim money. Who's it being the Mishnah reflects? Rabbi Isanya Mashiach Ba'avodas Kochavim. Rabbi Omer B'Shirigas Ma'isa. The Chachamim Omer Helam Davar. Who delivered? He does Avodah Zarah. By accident, he does Avodah Zarah. He says the Kohen Gadol is chayiv for his unique carbon by Avodah Zarah, even without an erroneous psak, just accidental activity. That's the sheet of Rabbi. And the Chachamim say no. In order for the Kohen Gadol to be chayiv, his carbon, his unique carbon for Avodah Zarah, there has to be both Helam Davar and Shirigas Ma'isa. The Shavin Shabasira, both agree that he will bring a seer. The Shavin Shemini Asham Taloi, and both agree that under no circumstances does a Kohen ever bring an Asham Taloi. Remember again, what's an Asham Taloi? I ate a piece of meat, and the piece of meat may have dichei left. So a Kohen Gadol does not bring an Asham Taloi. We'll discuss that. The Tizbara is donor by Shigas Chatas. Now again, does the Mishnah make any mention ultimately again of the donor car Shigas Chatas? Does make any mention of the criteria for this is an Avira, which unintentionally is Kares, unintentionally Chatas. Elatani Ha, who Elatani Ha, who Adin Laha. Hachanan Tani Ha, who Adin Laha. So the point we're making over here is the Mishnah all pieces of information. Rather, the Mishnah says, he understands that by saying A, it also includes B. My time to Rabbi. So we'll say, what's Rabbi's logic? Let's jump back for just a second. Rabbi said that halacha l'maisa. Rabbi said that halacha l'maisa. Point out what's seer for Avodah Zarah, even without Helam Davar, as long as there's just Shirigas Ma'isa, accidental activity. Where does Rabbi get that? The people point out Nefesh Hashogeges Bechet Bishkaga. So the Gemara says Hanefesh. That refers to the Mashiach. That's the Kohen Gadol. Hashogeges, that performs accidental activity. Zenasi, that refers to the king. Zenasi Bechet Bishkaga. Rabbi Sabar Chet Ze Bishkaga Yehei. Rabbi says, in order to create liability for Avodah Zarah, all you need is accidental activity. Rabbanon Savi, Misha Chatasa Bishkara, Yotza Mashiach Shin Chatasa Bishkara, Ela Behelam Dava. Rabbanon is saying, no, it only refers to someone. It only refers to someone whose only responsibility is when he performs the shogeg. This excludes the Mashiach, or Mashiach Kohen Gadol, where there's only liability if there's Helam Davar together with Shir. That's nice and Shavin, and both agree. Ultimately, again, that he offers up a vote offering just like an individual. We know it from Davar Krav, the Nefesh Achos, Echad, sorry, the Nefesh Achos, Echad Yochid, the Echad Nasi, the Echad Mashiach, we want to call Nefesh Achos. All of them are included in this phrase Nefesh Achos, and therefore all of them open up or offer up the seer for Avodah Zarah. Says the Gemara, says the most before we go on, in that Machlokas Rabbi and the Rabbanon and Rabbi and the Chachamim, ultimately again we constantly like the Chachamim. Namely again, that in order for the Kohen Gadol to have liability for Avodah Zarah or for anything else, for his unique carbon, what has to happen? Helam Davar and Shiridas Maisu. That's how we pass. You always need two. Beis Din needs both of that criteria for power Helam Davar and Tzibor, and ultimately again, Kohen Gadol requires both of those criteria for his personal liability as well. Shavin, Shemini Asham Talim Naran. Everyone agrees that a Kohen Gadol doesn't bring a Nasham Talmud. Where do you know that from? The keeper of a Kohen Ashir Gasa Asher Shagad. Pasuk says that ultimately again the Kohen will find Talmud Ashir Gasa Asher Shagad, or the shogeg that he was shogeg. Rabbi Savar. So Rabbi says this refers to someone who the entirety of his name shogeg. What does this mean? This comes to so who's chayav Hashem Talmud? Only someone whose liability is fully wrapped up in the commission of an act of shogeg. But someone who requires another level, like the Kohen Gadol, who also requires what? Helam Davar, such a person is not subject to Hashem Talmud. So the Gemara says, does the pasuk say call? Does it say call? So the Gemara says, in the Inke Nichtav Asher Gasa. Could you say Asher Gasa? Lama li Asher Shagag? Why does it say Asher Shagag? Hakor Shmoran, the Adisha Kolchet Ol Bishtaga. To teach you who is liable to Hashem Talmud, someone whose liability is engendered by the commission of an act of shogeg. Yasa Mashiach she'ein kolchet od bishkaga ela ba'avodas chachamim. It says ela be'elam davar im shiradas ma'isa. So let's say so essentially to distill this down, the drasha is as follows: who is chayiv ultimately? Someone whose liability is contained in an act of the shogeg. Again, shogeg is not enough. For example, or again, just the act of shogeg is not enough. By the way, what does it mean for liability? Right? He means what? A helam davar, a mistaken psak. Such a person is not subject to Hashem Talmud. Okay, incredible. When it says Mishachata, what does that mean? Yatsa Mashiach Shinchata Bishkaga, Lo Ba'avodas Chachamim, the Lo B'Shar Mitzvahs, Ela Behelam Davar Shir Gesmes. And Rabbanan will agree with that as well. So remember, because everyone agrees that a Kohen Gadol ultimately again is not subject to Shigagas Maisa. I'm sorry, it's not subject to Hashem Talmud. So we'll say, so therefore, takeaway message from this self-contained sugya is that Allah Maisa, both Beis Din as well as Kohen Gadol only have liability for their unique karbanos. Again, remember, in both cases it's a par, except by Avodah Zarah where it's a sayur. A liability only comes about if Allah Maisa, again, there is both Helam Davar as well as Shirigas Maisa. Furthermore, again, Helam Davar, mistake psak, Shirigas Maisa, accidental activity based on that psak, and everyone agrees that ultimately neither the Beis Din nor the Kohen Gadol are subject to Hashem Talmud. incredible. Mishnah in Beizin Chayavin Achiyur B'Darish has Donald Torres B'Shigos Chatas. So this is interesting. Actually, we've been helpful to this Mishnah a little bit earlier on as well, which is what type of Avera, right, are based in liable for, right? So the Gemara says it's not any Avera, it's only type of Avera where intentional commission of the Avera would result in Kares, and unintentional commission of the Avera results ultimately in Chatas. So Mezid is Kares, Shogeg is Chatas. The Chinu Mashiach. So to the same criteria by the Chinu Mashiach. The Lord Abolas Kochavim at Shioru al Dover Shezadono Kares, the Shigi Lashkasel Chatas. The same one of the Pastor Bodhisattva. So God says, therefore, just to give an example of this, you know, if based in Paskin, based on the Shangato Paskin, the Jorati Tasso. And they go and probably so there's no power Helen doesn't have tzibah for the baby, and there's no power for the Kohen. Why? Because the punishment for being chazir, it's a lie. It's lawless. It's got to be something where the stakes are much higher. So therefore, the only time that there's this liability for the power for Bezdin and the power ultimately again for Kohen Gadol is the type of Avera where intentional commission is kares. Unintentional is Chatas, same Bible says in the Netherlands. Where do we know this from? We sign your Rabbi Omer Ne'emar Kan Allah, the Ne'emar La'alon, the Ne'emar La'alon Allah. It says over here Allah, the Noda HaChatas Asher Chatu Allah. So it says Par Helam Davar Minat Tzibor, and this is interesting. The other Allah I will say is by Arias. It's by Arias. V'isha el achosa lo sikach mitzvor legalos ervasa aleha bechaya. The prohibition to marry two sisters. That's it, right? So it says Allah over here by Tal David Sibar and Allah by Arias. What's the connection? Mama alone Davish is a donor crushing Nasa Atos. Just like I said by Arias. Intentional commission ultimately again is Kares. Unintentional, like accidental commission of Arias is going to be a Chatos. Afkan so to by Paran of Minatzibor called Afkan Davish Donor Kares, the Shigidas of Chatos. Incredible. Also, what a fascinating limud. So, Xerashava explain everything. So, just Allah, says Allah by Paran of Minatzibor, Allah by Arias, says like by Arias, intentional violation Kares, accidental violation is Chatos. So to par is only brought for Kares, Chatos, prohibitions. Incredible. Ashkefon Sibor. Fine. So now I know that's part of the Tzibor. Mashiach Nigavan. How do I know that the same criteria applies to Kohen Gadol's Pshat? So the Gemara says, La'ashma Sa'an Hari Mashiach Tzibor. As the Pasuk says, ultimately again, La'ashma Sa'an again. What's interesting is we're always using the same language. Once I know something applies, like Har Halam Government Tzibor, then what? The extra phrase by Kohen Gadol, La'ashma Sa'an. What is that? What is that? Because remember again, the Kohen Gadol is not asking for the populace. Who is the Kohen Gadol asking for? Who is he asking for? Himself. So what is that? The Ashma Sa'am? All is coming to link the process. Whatever is the process for the Am, i.e., Har Haram Davamina Tzibur based in, is the same process for the Kohen Gadol. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, the Ashma Sa'am, Har Mashiach Tzibur. So the Gemara says, what about Nasi? Where do I go to find the king for the Nasi? Yavit, mitzvahs, Sid, Gabi Nasi. The Asa Akas become Mitzvah Hashem. So when Nasi says, if he performed one of the mitzvahs, really means he didn't really have Averos. But with Sibor, the Asu Akas become mitzvahs. And again, so the Zereshava mitzvahs to the Sibor. Not Sibor, there was still a guard, so she does Akas. But the Tzibor is only violated for the power. If it's a Avera, that intentional violation is Christ. Intentional violation is Chatos. Noshi, Dover, is a double courage, she would also Chatos. It's like a symphony, it's like an orchestra. Like, and everything, all the notes come together so incredibly beautiful. So it's like, so three-pronged Russia. So remember again, Mishnah is teaching me a rule. What's based in is only Chayat part of the Tzibor, calling only Chayat his part in a situation ultimately again where, again for an Avera, intentional violation is Kares, unintentional violation is Chatas. Where do we know this from? So for the tzibor, Zer Shava Aleha to Arayos. Intentional violation, Kari intentional violation. Katos. So again, David is on the kite for the power. Katos, I'm sorry, Kari's Katos. Then Ashma Sa'an ultimately allows me to learn out Kohen from the Bezdin. And what about Nasi? Nasi ultimately again is learned out from the Gzir Shava of mitzvahs from the incredible. So the Gemara says, V'yachid. Yachid Amakra, your nefesh, the Yomotach Mary. However, this applies ultimately again to a Yachid to an individual as well. Ultimately, any parts is in nefesh, and ultimately again we can learn out Tachton and Olim, learn out a lot of psukim ultimately again from the earlier drushes. It's incredible. So same halacha also applies also in Avodah Zarah. So to by Avodah Zarah, there's only going to be liability if they constantly regarding something again which intentional violation is kares, unintentional violation is katlas. So by the way, the Yokid piece means Rashi points out over here, Yokid means same idea. An individual only brings a carbon katlas for an avera which is done intentionally carries liability of kares and unintentionally carries the penalty of katlas. Right, that's ultimately again what he brings, or say it differently. An individual only brings a chatos when he inadvertently violates an avera that is subject to kares. Very simple. Good. So the Gemara says, "Shalom, called the Baals, called the Hanos Bible, the Zalban, the Pishas, the Baals, called the Liban, the Atzma." So in general, Avodah Zarah is singled out, trying to be reckoned on itself. Because remember again, Avodah Zarah has a different carbon, has a seer as opposed to a par. So Avodah Zarah has been singled out to be judged on its own. You might have heard of some Avodah Zarah, you should be shy for everything, even if it's not kares. So verse never can meaning, the never lahalon meaning zero shabbat meaning malahalon. Just like private days do. Davar is the donor kares she does of chatos. Again, days is when you try the power for something that intentional violation is kares or intentional chatos. So to buy a boat is davar is the donor she does of chatos. Incredible. So ask me from So I understand now that's true for when the tzibur is doing Avodah Zarah. Yochid, Nasi, Mashiach, Minavan. How do I know that these halachas concerning Avodah Zarah applies to all these other individuals as well? Or Merkach, as the Pasuk says, the Nefesh Achas. Nefesh Achas. Echad, the Nefesh Achas, right? Echad Yochid, the Echad Nasi, the Echad Mashiach. Kulan Bichlal Nefesh Achas. Fascinating. So let's say, so it's very interesting Russia. Nefesh Achas teaches you that the same halachas that we went ahead and applied to the tzibor also apply to the Achas, to any singular personalities. Who are the singular personalities you're talking about? The Kohen Gadol, the Nasi, and some regular individual. The Yimotach from the Elyon, and ultimately, again, furthermore, we can go and learn the latter subjects from the earlier subjects, from the earlier speaking. Some from dematically. So it says, remember again, all of this begins with what? All of this begins with Gzir Shava between Parhalam Davidat Tzibor and Arayos. And Arayos, Aleha. So the Gemara says, dematically, Gzir Shava Kidama. So this works well. If you accept the initial Gzir Shava, right? Everything is both the initial Gzir Shava. And automatically, Arayos, it's Saros. But here's the problem. But I'm going to use Arayos for something different. What does Arayos teach us? So let's say, back to your Rama states. Back to your Rama states. I know, for that might actually be like a trigger word. Right? So let's say, so remember again, if you remember, one of the interesting things is that you begin with Sekasi Balas. Let's say, what happens if Ruben is married to multiple women? And he dies. There may be a direct correlation between those two facts. Right? So let's say, so ultimately, again, he married multiple women, he dies. And now let's say again, it happens to be that, let's say, one of his, and he has a brother. Let's say it happens to be Ruben married his niece, which is Mutter, right? Which is when he marries his niece. So now what happens? So now the two wives fall to Ruben's brother Shimon for evil. Obviously, Shimon came to Yibam with his daughter. So what's the halacha? Once he came to Yibam with his daughter, it patters all of the taras, all the co-wives from Yibam as well. But Rabbanan learned out that halacha from Allah. It's a more involved Russia. So here's the issue. Rabbanan use Allah for something else. If that's the case, then where do they learn this concept that there is only based on liability or an infraction that if done intentionally is charis and unintentionally ultimately is chater? Where do they learn that out from? Where do they learn that out from? So the Gemara says, not the little, let's say first my line, meet the master that you should believe in the bread. As a result of the son, Torah Achos, Yalochem, Lo'oseh B'Shtado, V'anefesh Sheshet Ta'aseh B'Yad Lama. So literally, again, the Bible says there's one Torah for one who commits an Avera inadvertently, and one who goes ahead and acts intentionally. So let's say, what do you see from here? Now it's interesting. It says Torah Achos, and this is talking about idolatry, right? So the entire Torah is compared to Avodah Zarah. Just like by Avodah Zarah, you only chayiv like for an act, you only chayiv the seer for something that done intentionally is chayiv, unintentionally is chatas. So to again, by other situations as well, namely by Param Davnei Tzibor, chayavin avzol paris ashigos chatas. Incredible. Ashkech on Yochid. Back up north. That doesn't work for liability. Nasi, Mashiach, Nasi, Mashiach, Bein Babos called Bein Misham Mitzvos. Bein Misham Mitzvos, Sibor Minavan. Yom Facto. Okay, so once we have it already by Yochid, ultimately again, we can apply to all these other contexts as well. Rabbi, I'll give you a show maybe my other day. What does Rabbi do ultimately with the thing that Yeshua ben Levi? Because once Rabbi Shimon Levi again, as far as the different Rasha, he's very systematic way with Sanya. Rabbi will use Rabbi Shimon Levi's Rasha for different reasons. So interesting enough, when it comes to Avodah Zarah, there's a distinction between if an individual worships versus if a larger group worships. What's the difference? Number one, interesting, wrapping the site Ramonim of it. Let's say if you have, so for example, if you're in a Dakas, city that worships idolatry, what do you do with it? They're killed by the sword and their property is destroyed. Right, their property is destroyed. The Gemara says, "You did the skila umamonam kala." If an individual worships idolatry, what's the halacha? Number one is killed with skila, and number two, don't touch his property. Don't touch his property. So you want to your call, not close to the covenant saying, you might have thought that their kabbalos are distinct as well. Torah achos. So this is what Rabbi goes ahead and uses the drasha for. Even though halacha l'maisa, their punishments are different for a rabbi versus Yahweh worship idolatry, but ultimately again their covenant is the same. Maski for Rab. The voter is the kasha. I'm not the lokalakatasa. The reason is because the pasuk itself makes no distinction. But if there was a distinction about I would have thought to make a distinction as well. So the Gemara says, my naisi. Well, if you make a kavanah distinction, what else would be brought instead of a seer? So the Gemara says, naisi par. You're going to bring a par. They can't eat sibor. This also would be naisi. Now the Gemara says, no, but sibor already brings a par for other items. Obviously, the Torah is singling out Avodah Zarah, but that means that Avodah Zarah is to be unique. So how would it be unique? You're going to bring a par that makes like all the fractions. Nice, see par the all those sirakatos, maybe you'll bring two things. Apart from all those sirakatos, Sibor the avodas kochav should be nice. Ultimately, again, we know from that Sibor already brings for Avodah Zarah. Nice, seer. Nasi b'shar mitzvahs with the nice. If you bring a seer, the Nasi already brings that by other fractions. So the Gemara says, nice seera. Maybe you should bring a female seed. The Gemara says, Yashik nami chayin with karbanos. Ultimately, again, for Yachid, you can also bring it to the carbon. It's the Stara Kamina, Sibor Maisi Karbiola, Usiya Lakatos. It was like if Sibor brings, ultimately, again, apart from all the seer for a katos, Honey, nice maybe this in this situation, just the opposite. A Karakatos and Silolo. Inami. Sarif Be'ino Takana. If that's the case, you can say it requires a distinction, but there's no way to really make a distinction. Kamash Fon, Moshe Halok, Lamaisa, again, Torah Akash is Kamash Fon, Torah Akos, the Maisi call Akad, Sirat Yachid. Kamash Fon, when it comes to Avodah Zarah, interestingly enough, everyone brings the same karma. It's fascinating. Everyone is bringing a seer for Avodah Zarah. Whether you are based in Canela, right, the Kohen Gadol or Yachid, everyone is bringing the same covenant ultimately again for the fraction of Avodah Zarah. Incredible. The full album, Ksibi, Honey Krabba, Hamud Ksibi, and what's interesting enough, one thing everyone is agreeing on is that these two that we mentioned are by Avodah Zarah. My master, how do you know? The Pasuk says that the Pasuk says ultimately again, if you'll make a mistake, if you decide if you'll go ahead and ultimately again shogeg, right? You'll go ahead and you'll make a mistake. You'll make a mistake below Sas. That's mitzvah sa'ila. Ezu mitzvah, shishkul tzvah. What is a mitzvah? What is a mitzvah? Right? But what is a mitzvah that is the equivalent of the entire Torah? Avi Omer, Zula Bodas Topah, Mitzvah, it makes sense. Because remember, Avodah Zarah represents a fundamental negation of the relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The entire point of mitzvahs is the creation of a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, by definition, it's saying like, what is an Avera that ultimately, again, is like uproots the Torah's entire view? It's Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, the day Rabbi Tana Amar Prav, Asher Diba Hashem Al Moshe, Uksiv Asher Tziva Hashem Aleichem Biyad Moshe. So it says, the Pasuk says, this is what Hashem spoke to Moshe, and it says, this is what Hashem commanded you, Biyad Moshe. Ezer the mitzvah, shehi b'dibur shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu, v'tziva al yidei Moshe. What's an example of a mitzvah that ultimately is stated by Hashem, but was also commanded to us by Moshe Rabbeinu? What's a mitzvah like that? Havi Omer, Zu Avodas Topah. It's idolatry. You must remember again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is the one who said the first two divros, Anochi Hashem Elokecha, Lo yeh lecha v'nemachir. I'm Hashem your God, do not have any other gods. So on one hand, HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself told us the prohibition of idolatry, but yet it was reinforced multiple times by Moshe Rabbeinu. The Tana, Anochi, Lo yeh lecha v'piam gvura shama. That ultimately the first two divros were talked about Israel. Just as in a song. If you think about this in general, both like, why is it that HaKadosh Baruch Hu at the end of the day so mocked on Avodah Zarah? Like, think about it just a moment. This is actually pretty profound. We only heard two things from God in the history of man, right? In the history of mankind. Man only heard God speak two things. What were the two things that man heard God speak? Right? I am Hashem your God, and do not have any other gods. Right? So the only thing that HaKadosh Baruch Hu ever told us was, don't worship idolatry. And the prohibition reinforced most often in the Torah is, don't worship idolatry. What's the pshat? What's the pshat? HaKadosh Baruch Hu is jealous. Like he's jealous, he doesn't want us seeing other gods. I say, he doesn't understand the simple beauty of it. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu value most in this universe? What does the Ribono Shel Olam, right? So it's almost like, what do you get the God who has everything? What do you get there? What does Hashem value most in this universe? Relationship. That's what he values most. And by the way, I want to point out, it's fascinating. It's not just even for Anna, it's relationship with us. Because who else has a prohibition of idolatry? Who else has it? Shem is B'nai Noach. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu says to humanity is what I value most is a relationship with you. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. The mitzvahs, everything else that we have, these are details to create and engender a relationship. Who says that's why we want to keep about idolatry over and over, because idolatry fractures the relationship. Idolatry distracts from relationship. What I want most with you in this universe is relationship. And I will say something we miss this detail in our Yiddishkeit. We become focused on the details. The details are important. It's not the devil in the details, because God is in the details. I need the details. You can't be a Jew without the details. You need the details. But it's important to understand it's just the details get us relationship. And the greatest challenge about Yiddishkeit is you can be the most proficient behavior Jew and yet have no relationship. All the Yiddishkeit, all of El, and even though we is all about establishing that relationship. That's why HaKadosh Baruch Hu transfers over Avodah Zarah over and over again, because he's just yelling and screaming at us. All I want is a relationship. And all I want is a relationship with you. Incredible. So the Gemara goes right there. The Rebbe Yishmael Tana, Yishmael Tana, was on base. The Rebbe Hayom Shasi Hashem, Bahalo Dorotechem, Eiza Imitzvah, Shinemra Betchila, which ultimately again was the mitzvah that was stated in the beginning. The always was covered. Ultimately, again, first mitzvah that Hashem said to us was idolatry. 1 second, Maramar, Esem Mitzvah Sisad of Gemara. Yet we're told that there were 10 mitzvahs that were commanded to us in Gemara, and Mara was before her Sinai. If Sid by Yom Shal Kishul Tasha Hafa, Haru Mechavarta, Kiddushim in the Meikar. Rather than say the initial drasha that we spoke about seems to hold a little bit better than this last drasha that we made. Okay, we'll say incredible. Says the Mishnah, In Chayav and Ella Seba Alos Hashem. So we'll say interesting halacha detail over here. One which actually takes us back a little bit to our Shavuos days. This is the beginning of the Sefer Shavuos. So remember again, Mishnah says as follows: an interesting carve out. There is no liability. There's no liability. And remember now we're grouping all this together. Har Helam Davar Tzibor, Har There is no liability if the erroneous ruling was made regarding assays and lo sassays of the Mikdash. Now, what are the assays and lo sassays of the Mikdash? Tumah. So, for example, if the Beis Din made an erroneous ruling, and they said, you're allowed to go into the Beis Hamikdash in a state of Tumah. I don't know, if you touch the Sharet, you're allowed to go into the Beis Hamikdash. I will say, now remember again, interesting enough, Tumah and Tara in the Beis Hamikdash, under certain circumstances, can be colors varying in different categories. So it actually needs to fit into the previous criteria. But Allah for reasons that we will see, Allah said, based on the Kohen Gadol, asking regarding what we call Tumas Mikdash Jekadashav, which means anything to do with Tumah in the Beis Hamikdash, there's no power. Ein Medin, the Gemara says, Ein Chayav Ela Asal Seshuvelash, Ein Medin Asham Talui, Ala Seiva Alosa Seshuvelash. Furthermore, putting an Asham Talui regarding an Asimov Sasei dealing with Tumah in the Mikdash. Aval. But Allah again, you will be chayiv. Ultimately, again, apart for an asay lo sasei. Let's say when it comes to Nida, that's an example. And we'll say Allah you bring an Asham Tali for me. Let's say a man has relations with his wife, and she's a suffix Nida. Suffix Nida. Ultimately, you're going to be an Asham Tali. Eiza mitzvah sasei shivin Nida. What's an example of a mitzvah asay by Nida? Harush min hanida. So let's say we'll see that halacha lines partially means that a man has to separate from himself from his wife when he's in need, when she's in need. Now, halacha will say not only when she is in need, but even ultimately again in the interval approaching the onset of her needs, he also has to separate. Or mitzvahs lo sasei. I'll come on and mitzvahs lo sasei. But we don't have relations with him. Says you know not really. So let's say we don't know this. We're not really. It's even on the Chaydi carbon. Ma'ala. The Yachid Asham Talui Nana. So we'll say we might not ask the Shaila from where ultimately again do I know this? That halacha myself. Rashi says, Shum carbon ba'olam al makom chatas kavua. How do I know that halacha l'maisa, the only time that there is liability is when normally the prohibition is generated chatas kavua. Although this is nema ba'ashem, ba'chatos to ba'asham talui. He says ba'ashem, that there is liability both by a chatas and asham talui. The nema ba'ashamot b'tzibot, ma ba'ashem b'yochid, ba'chatas kavua. Just like ultimately again, the ashamed by Allah is talking about a case where there is definitive chatas liability. We must be ashamot b'tzibor b'chatas kavua. So to be ashamot by tzibor, talking about a situation where there's what's called a chatas kavua. U'matzibor b'chatas kavua. Asham Talui Nami ain't ba ella asafik chatas kavua. So as I said, we actually saw this from the previous sugya that Asham Talui only comes about in a situation where if there was definitive knowledge, there would be what we call a chatas kavua. Ihati, carbon over the already nami. If that's the case, ultimately again, when you shouldn't be chayav cover over, which is a variable carbon, which we'll discuss. Gemara says, "Haksiv ba'yak yesham na'achas meila." Done in asham le'ashamot, being done in asham min yesham. So most interesting enough, the reason for that is because the Gzera Shabbat doesn't work because the words are not similar. The Gemara says, why do you need to make a Gzera Shabbat from exact words? the Shabbat Kohen, Ubat Kohen, Zog Yeshiva, Zog Yeshiva, Rosh Hashanah, ultimately, again, checks initially when it comes back, check, and the Xer Shabbat is based on the Shabbat Kohen, the Ba'at Kohen, even though what? The words are dissimilar. So you see, you can make a Xer Shabbat based on dissimilar words. But oh, Neilach min Ba'ashem to Asom Mitash Shabbat B'Sid. We don't make Ba'ashem, on the Rabbi says you have done him Ba'ashem in Mitzvah Hashem, min Ba'ashem Mitzvah Hashem. When we can make a Xer Shabbat, when there's a choice, to make a Xer Shabbat ultimately again between similar words versus dissimilar words, we will always go ahead and go with the similar words. The Nila, Ba'ashem, the Nisias Abba, Min, Ba'ashem, the Nisias Abba. So make a Xer Shabbat, Ba'ashem, the Nisias Abba, right? Why not go ahead and make a Xer Shabbat from those two? Donim va'ashim mitzvah Hashem asher lo se'asena. Make Hashem mitzvah Hashem asher lo se'asena. So it's a lot of ways. Those are two exact phrases, and therefore a lot of ways we never learn out from that. Shmias kol, shmias kol. Ubitu stasai b'tumas mikdash v'kadashov. Shelo ne'emar b'hen Hashem u'mitzvah Hashem asher lo se'asena. See if I will say halach l'meisa. We're essentially establishing the criteria or idea of Shabbat between the context which have these phrases. Hashem, u'mitzvah Hashem, asher lo se'asena. If you have those three, ultimately, again, you create the halachic bridge. But it's important to understand that ultimately, Shmias Kol, Bitu Isasayim, and Tumas Mikdash Tekadashah do not share those phrases, therefore we cannot make the Xer Shabbat. So I'm not sure I'm saying I don't know the truth. Bottom line, no idea. But what's the thing? This is why I mentioned this Mishnah. The good thing is, remember, no one's arguing on the Mishnah. As the Mishnah says, it is exact halacha. All the Gemara can finish trying to show us how the Mishnah arrived at its conclusion. Halacha l'maisa, fascinating part. That's Shabbos. So by the way, just so you understand, just remember, if you want to chazir these dapim, the good news is just chazir the Mishnayos. Just chazir the Gemara also. But again, the Mishnayos tell us everything we need to know in these sugis. And this last piece, whereas up until now we've been focusing on this idea that in order for them to be liability, they not stay passing regarding something where intentional violation is a chatos, intentional violation is kares, unintentional violation is a chatos, there's a carve out. What's the carve out? It's basically passing regarding anything what we call Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashah. Remember, get back to what's Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashah? They passing erroneously either about something to do about Tumah of the Mikdash itself or Tumah of the individual entering into the Mikdash. If they go ahead and they passing erroneously in one of those areas, there is no Halam Davar Minat Sibor. That applies to the Beis Din, and remember again, the body established whatever is going to apply to Beis Din, apply to the Kohen Gadol, and ultimately going to apply to a Nasi as well. What is that based on? It's based on the criteria of the Xer Shabbat the Hashem, of Mitzvah Hashem, Asher Lo Te'asena, and the Hashem. Ultimately, Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashah does not have that phraseology, therefore, not included in these halachas Yerosai.
Disciple Elisha took over. So now Yoshafat went to Elisha's home and he became very humble.
Sorry for the case. Have a great day, everyone.
Took off his royal garments, dressed himself as a commoner, and came humbly to Elisha, asked him to go to war against Moab. Elisha assured him of victory, and they went to battle, and they were victorious over Moab. But unfortunately, the troubles weren't over. A combined force of Edomites, Moabites, and Philistines marched on Jerusalem. And Yehoshaphat was very afraid. They came, these allies came, these enemies came as far as the Dead Sea, so they're getting close to Jerusalem. And Yehoshaphat realized that there was nothing to do. The combined forces were too strong to resist. And he proclaimed a day of fasting and prayer. All the people of Judea streamed to Jerusalem, from every town, from every village. They came and they joined together in the holy temple of the Beis Hamikdash. And Yehoshaphat stood in front of the congregation, and he implored God to save them.
Good morning. Let's begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir.
The prayers were answered.
Angry coming towards us.
A true prophet of Hashem
dedicating all the Shul Joshua to this year's Tzvus, for the Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael, and the Torah sponsors for the month of Elul, Abu Alinu L'Tova, Medic over, where we are Elias Neshamas of his parents, Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, through the radius of Bas Zelig in the hopes that the tefillos of our Gila and all of those fathers will be answered in this month and the month. Surely we will do this. Le'ilei Nishmas David from his father, Rabbi Ari from Yitzchak Aryeh Ben HaChaver of Yaakov Tzipor Rabbi. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Alan Meirowitz, wishing a happy birthday, a happy 22nd birthday to his wife Sue. Okay, wonderful. We're going to make sure that he hears that. Baruch Hashem, incredible. May you have continued good health and nachas from your children and grandchildren. Beautiful, beautiful. Amen. And Saeed and Samhakin, in honor of the birthday of the Baal Shem Tov HaKadosh, recognition of the yahrzeit of Saeed's father, Moshe Ben Bashi Yaakov, which is on this coming Friday, and Yetz Hashem, we hope that America Torah. All of the Neshama Savin Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those leaders who have here, the protocol of Israel, the responsibility to the American to bring home our hostages, the Shalom and the Karov, allow our holy soldiers to be successful, the Chol and Maaseh Yidei. I want to say, of course, it is important for us to take a step back and to reflect that today is September 11th, the anniversary of the worst terrorist attack on American soil in the history of this great country. And those of us who were alive, those of us who were here that day, those of us who remember that day, remember the mix of emotions, the fear, the uncertainty, and then the incredible moment when that paved the way to beautiful unity, beautiful achdus, and a sense of shared mission and purpose to really bring light to a world that was filled with so much darkness. We saw the worst of humanity on September 11th, and then in a response, Baruch Hashem, to all the first responders, through the bravery, through the heroism, through the incredible courage that people had to rebuild afterwards, we saw the best of humanity. And it brought us together. It caused the war. We went to war afterwards to try to stand out evil in faraway countries that most of us never even heard of before. And I think it's important that this year, we never forgot that it's overwhelming then that yesterday, September 10th, we see an act of political assassination. And whatever the circumstances around Charlie Kirk's assassination, a horrific event of a 31-year-old father of two. I don't care what his political affiliations are, what his political views are, who he was as a commentary, who he was as a friend of the president. It's irrelevant. But the fact that an act like that, a barbaric act of cowardice, can happen right on Erev September 11th. It feels that unfortunately, as a country, as a nation, we have not yet internalized the lessons of how hate rips us apart, how hate tears us apart. There's clearly so much work that we have to do as Jews. Obviously, our collective heart beats in Eretz Yisrael, but we are privileged to be citizens of this great land, which has given us so much and afforded us so many rights and opportunities. And it's heartbreaking sometimes to see the chaos that feels like society has descended into. Granted, if the actions, hopefully, just one person doesn't represent anything else. Sometimes when things occur in your home, it is reflective of what is happening. Like when your children go to school and they act a certain way, you get a phone call from the teacher, little Chaim, little Ritsky, went ahead and said this word. And so then you have to wonder where they hear that word from, or they act in a certain way, where they hear that word from. This happened in our home. This happened in our home. And as a result, it's going to behoove us to engage in this season of introspection, to engage in tremendous national introspection, to understand what are we doing as a nation. In the aftermath of September 11th, we saw the best of our people, the best of this nation. Remember the images? We saw police officers, firefighters, first responders running into collapsing buildings to save people they did not know. We saw people digging through rubble for days and weeks afterwards, and felt the tremendous unity afterwards. What happened? That is the best. That was best. The best of the United States of America. And then what we saw yesterday, whatever it is, whatever the narrative is the worst. Is the worst. Is the worst. So you have to really, there's going to be a cheshbon nefesh, a tremendous cheshbon nefesh as a nation, as individuals. That is today in September 11th, we hope that the neshamas of all those who perished in terror attacks, their families in the Chama, those who so heroically went in, rushed in to save their fellow Americans, those neshamas in Hashem should have their families in the Chama. So the Baruch Hu should have Hashem not only showered his providence upon to start our ancestral homeland, but Hashem should help to give the leaders of this country light, moral clarity, strength, and wisdom to be able to get this nation back on the rails. And Yetz Hashem to be able to allow us to appreciate and to discover all that is great about the United States of America. And Yetz Hashem continue to shower His bracha upon this great country and all of her citizens. And we'll say, with that, let us begin. We have the Greek Zuchos today, Baruch Hashem, to begin parak, and a really, really great parak. I know that you think that I was just talking about yesterday's daf. Today's daf. After yesterday's, it's called Journey, but actually you'll see moments of Emes La'anito. So let's begin. Today's daf is we're picking up at the Mishnah of Pesach days, 90. Kohen Mashiach. Shechata v'achakach ad Mishikasa. So Kohen, remember Kohen Gadol, who went ahead and sinned, and interestingly enough, then afterwards he was literally moved from office. Now, moved from office doesn't mean he did anything bad. Right? To move from office could just mean whatever. He had a mold and something else happened, he's no longer a Kohen Gadol. So what's interesting about this case, he committed the Avera, and they're only when a Kohen Gadol sins. Remember again, we know the process already. It's Halam Davar, Sheiras Naisa, erroneous ruling, his action based on that erroneous ruling. And now he brings a unique Sawyer. He brings the Sawyer. So now, so the Gemara says, what happens if he so in erroneous ruling, he sinned, but he didn't yet bring his carbon, and now he's no longer Kohen Gadol. So what carbon does he bring? Does he bring the carbon of a Kohen Gadol, or does he bring the carbon ultimately of a common man? Same idea. The king goes ahead and sins. Right, same idea. Helam Davar Sheiras Naisa, erroneous ruling, unintentional action or accidental action based on that erroneous ruling. But he didn't get a chance to bring his carbon while he's still the king. What's that like? Kohen Mashiach may be par, Barnasi may be Sawyer. So I say the halacha is, in both of these cases, these individuals bring the same carbon that they would have brought had they still been in office. Since the sin ultimately, again, it sounds like what's happening over here is that the sin and the recognition of the sin occurred while in office. Therefore, the carbon that is brought is the carbon that would be brought in office, even if they are no longer in office. On the other hand, the Gemara says, Mashiach sha'ar mishikasa, v'achar kachata, v'chinasi sha'ar migdulasa v'achar. So this is very interesting. Second case, based on the two, is where the Kohen Gadol and the king sinned after they left office. In other words, same type of sin, which is Helam Davar Sheiras Naisa, so an erroneous ruling, and then ultimately again action based on that ruling, and now they go ahead and they sin. But again, the Kohen Gadol does it when he's no longer the Kohen Gadol. The king does it when he's no longer in. So after they left office, what's the halacha? Kohen Mashiach may be par. Interestingly enough, the Kohen Gadol will still bring the same carbon as if he was Kohen Gadol, but the king does not. So apparently, again, once a Kohen Gadol, so really, to say a little bit differently, the Kohen Gadol essentially is always halachically to be treated as the Kohen Gadol, even after he's no longer the functioning Kohen Gadol, whereas the king is only treated as king when he is actually the acting king, the acting monarch. Incredible. All right, so let's analyze. So he says, Hashti Yishomar Avram Mushikasa, Kapov Yod, Yakakach maybe, Yakakachata, maybe part. So let's say, so now the Gemara says, the Mishnah seems a bit redundant. Why? Because if at the end of the day, if you're telling me that Allah myself, if even after the Kohen Gadol left office and he sins, he still brings the same carbon as if he was in office, then the Gemara says, then do I need the case of where he's seen in office, didn't bring the carbon, and now is no longer Kohen Gadol, that he brings the same carbon. Of course, that's obvious. In other words, we'll say, if you're telling me that even once he's no longer Kohen Gadol, if he sins, he brings the power, then of course, if he sins while Kohen Gadol, but doesn't get around to bringing the carbon until after he's Kohen Gadol, of course he brings the same part. The Gemara says, you're right. Mishum b'Kohen Gadol Nasi, both say Yulam Daf Ken Eis Yulam Bel. Mishum b'Kohen Gadol Nasi, v'chi Avar L'Yisiyasa v'Achar Kach Ota Kehed Yom Nasi. So I'll say, you're right, the Gemara is just trying to preserve symmetry. Since the Mishnah spoke about the case, ultimately again, of a retired king, right? The king was no longer the king, who sinned, and then it will say at that point he's treated just as the king. Therefore, the Mishnah just brought the parallel case of a Kohen Gadol who sinned when he's no longer Kohen Gadol, and to tell us that even in that case, the Achar Chata may be part. You're right, you didn't need to say it, but to provide Mishnah symmetry ultimately again. Ultimately, we did. Listen, remember, listen, two cases in Mishnah. Case number one, the king and Kohen Gadol sin while they're king and Kohen Gadol. You don't get around to bringing the carbon until they're out of office. So everyone agrees with halacha. They bring the same carbon as if they were in office, right? So the Kohen Gadol will bring his par, and the king will bring his son. Case two, Kohen Gadol and king sin when they retire, out of office. So what's the halacha? Kohen brings the same carbon as if he was Kohen Gadol, and ultimately again, king does not. King brings the carbon of a commoner. So I asked, do you remember from where do you know this? Namely, that a Kohen Gadol, even after he's no longer in office, essentially still has the status of Kohen Gadol, and therefore will bring the carbon of the Kohen Gadol who made the mistakes. And I mean, the Hikriv al Chatasal, the Pasuk in Boston, that's a very Eastern Russia. He will go ahead and bring a carbon for his faith. Al Chatasal. Melamed, Shemevi Chatasal Misha'avar. He teaches us that when he brings his atonement, he brings it for the sin as it would have been committed in the past. Which is interesting. So, in other words, the Gemara is actually over here that the Kohen Gadol essentially always retains some element of his status. Shiyahol, because I would have thought, Valentin is a Kavachomer, Uman Nasi, maybe the Shiri, that's myself, a maybe Chatoshi Sha'avar. That wasn't interestingly enough. The Gemara quotes over here a couple of interesting Kavachomers. I would have thought the following. A Nasi brings Shiri, that's myself. So now what does that mean? The Gemara is suggesting a Nasi doesn't need Talam Gabar, he just needs Shiri, that's myself. Remember again, this is my focus in yesterday's daf. So a Nasi doesn't need an erroneous ruling. Remember, right? Good. So the Nasi doesn't need an erroneous ruling. He just needs accidental actions, right? The Nasi should be Shiri, that's myself. A maybe Chatasim Sha'avar. Yet halacha myself. Once the Nasi's been removed from office, he no longer brings his unique Nasi carbon. I would have thought Mashiach. She'ain maybe the Shiri, that's myself. Davar Shiri, that's myself. What culture came? Concerning the Kohen Mashiach, who requires both Elam Davar and Shiri, that's myself, should not bring the carbon of the Kohen Gadol once he's no longer in office. Therefore, the Pasuk says Zikr al Chatasam Lamed, Shemevi al Chatasam Misha'avar. No, he goes there and brings the same carbon as if he was in office. Why don't you switch the Kavachomer? Learn after Nasim Kavachomer, the Kavachomer. Uma Mashiach, Shemevi that's myself, maybe Chatas Misha'avar. So the Kohen Mashiach, who doesn't just bring the Shiri, that's myself, right? It's not just an accidental act that's enough to generate carbonic liability. There has to be Helam Davar, a mistaken ruling. And yet, halacha l'maisa, he brings his unique carbon even when he left office. Nasi Shemedi Chatas. Shiri, that's myself. A Nasi who does bring his sin offering, even with just an accidental act. Eino din Shemedi Chatas l'misha'avar. He certainly should bring his unique carbon even after he left office. Asher Nasi, yes, we'll come back once in this drasha again. When the Torah speaks about the unique liability, the seir of the Nasi, the way it phrases it is, if the Nasi will sin. The Gemara says, Kishu Nasi in Kishu Hadyot. There's only liability for his unique carbon when he is the king, but if he's no longer the king, ultimately again, there is no liability. So I'll say, so bottom line, halacha myself, what do we emerge with? So two important pieces of information, two which are four. Number one, the Kohen Gadol and the king sin when they are Kohen Gadol and king, even if they don't get around to bringing their carbon until they have left office, they bring the same carbon as if they were in office. So therefore, again, the Kohen Gadol will bring his power, the Nasi, the king, will bring his sire. What happens if they both sinned after they left office? So here's where their paths diverge. Halacha L'maaseh, the Kohen Gadol will still bring the same carbon of a Kohen Gadol. Mark bases that on the Joshua of the Egypt, so he will offer up his sin offering as he would have done it in the past. The Kohen Gadol even after he left office. If again, Helam Davar, Shigiga myself, he brings his power, but the king, once the king has left office, he no longer brings the monarch's offering, but rather again, if he sins, he would bring the same carbon as a commoner. Incredible Mishnah. Kato actually Smana, that is the reverses. What happens if Kohen Gadol and king sin before they were appointed to their office, never brought their carbon, and now were appointed to office? So what do they do now? So in the Kato Achalon Misman, if they sinned before they were appointed, the Achatat Mismanu, then of course they were appointed to their respective positions, are Elika Yotos. They're treated like commoners. In other words, since the sin occurred when they were quote unquote regular people, if Halacha L'maaseh, their carbonic liability is that of a regular person. Rabbi Shimon says it depends. In Bodolahem Achalon Mismanu, interesting, the Shimon makes this dependent on the dia awareness. If they realize their transgression before they were appointed, ultimately again, then they're chayav to bring a carbon. We share this matter. This is very interesting. However, if they only realize their transgression once they were appointed to their respective offices, then interestingly enough, feeling their potter. The Shimon says, because also remember again, the Shimon's logic is like this. And essentially, if they remember before they were appointed to office, great. They did the sin, awareness, incurred liability. If awareness only came once they were Kohen Gadol and Melech, so by definition they're in a different state, and Kohen Gadol and Melech cannot bring the Kabbalah of a hegel of a regular person. Gemara says, just moment, Rashi says, it's the first short line in Rashi. Shimon Omer, no gulahem achlo l'smanu chayavim. Shimon kata diya vayim. Shimon says, in order for there to be liability, there has to be both the sin and the awareness. Realizing the point is on both sides. So Shimon said like this: if there's sin and awareness before they become king and Kohen Gadol, great. They bring the carbon of a commoner. If Halacha L'maaseh, however, there's sin, but awareness only comes after the Kohen Gadol and king, no carbon. A's of the Nasi. By the way, who is this Nasi? Who's the Nasi? The Gemara says, Zeh Melech. Since we've been using this term now for a long time, now the Mishnah defines it. It's the first of the king. Shneimar, we call mitzvos Hashem Elokav. Because the passage we're talking about, it says he committed one of the averos, or transgressed one of the mitzvos of Hashem, his God. What are we actually from this? She'im al Gabav El Hashem Elokav. We're talking about someone who is answerable to no one other than God. Like someone who only has God above him. Who is that? That's incredible. From where do we know this? From where do we know this? So I say, so the Pasha is quoting the first ruling in the Mishnah, which has to do with the sin committed before being appointed to office. What do we know? The Makorin HaMashiach Yachal La'ashma Sa'am. So the Pasha says that the Kohen HaMashiach will sin. But the Kodmos, so what does this come through? So, in other words, when is their liability, unique liability for, let's say, the Kohen Gadol or his power? When he sinned as Kohen Gadol. But if he sinned before, then by definition he's potter. Now, whether that means potter in entirety, right, or ultimately, again, just potter from the unique Kohen Gadol's potter. So that's already discussion in the Mishnah. So the Mishnah is Makapomer, Uman, Nasi, Chimiri, Bishivas, myself, a needy alakomos. Right, so ultimately, again, just like the Nasi, the king, who brings even just the accidental act without Helam Davar, ultimately does not bring a carbon for sins committed before his appointment to his mother. So certainly again, who only brings, if there's both Helam Davar as well as Shivas Mesa, should not bring a carbon for Averos committed
was both the head of
committed
state
before
and the head
his
of
before his
the,
anointing. So the
the
Gemara says,
the
"Lo, in
spiritual.
Arat the Nasi Shekin in maybe
And
Chatas
Uzziah
and
wanted
Sha'abar."
to be like
There's a
that
difference.
also.
The Nasi
And he decided that he
ultimately
wanted,
again does not go ahead and bring the carbon once he's out of office. However, Mashiach Shemini Chatas and Sha'abar, yet the Kohen Gadol does bring the same unique offering even once he's no longer in office. The Gemara says,
of the Beis Hamikdash.
"Oh, yeah,
And
maybe
every day a very special recipe was made.
So I'm going to thought the same way
a very
that a Kohen
special,
Gadol brings his
specially
same
made
offering even once he left
incense
office. Perhaps he should even have to bring a carbon for an Avera committed before he became Kohen Gadol. Talmud Lomar, Hamashiach Yechda. Therefore, the pasuk says the anointed Kohen will sin. But Kishu Mashiach maybe, Kishu Hagyot Eino maybe. So Allah what do we do? No, he only brings his unique carbon when he sinned as the Kohen Gadol. But if he sinned as a regular individual, Allah he does not bring his unique carbon. The Tanya Nami Gabi Nasi. We'll say first by one. So we see the same thing by the Nasi as well. Kiagavno Asher Nasi Yachda. All right, it's the Nasi will sin. But the Komos, this comes to exclude any Avira done before he becomes the king. Umar Mashiach Shemidi Chatas Misha'abar Eo Maybe Ala Komos. So a Kohen Gadol who ultimately again even brings his carbon once he left office, but yet does not bring a carbon for Aviros committed before his ascension to office. Nasi Shemidi Chatas Misha'abar Eo Din Shlo Yavi Ala Komos. Then of course the king, who ultimately again does not bring the monarchical offering once he has left office, certainly should not bring a carbon on Aviros committed before he ascended to the throne. Yet he must know it's like Mashiach Shekin maybe the Shkaba. But yet, ultimately again, the Mashiach is Kohen Gadol, who doesn't only bring for Shogeg, yes, means Helam Davar also. Tomar B'Nasi maybe B'Shkaba, B'Shigas Maisa. But yet the king, yet the king will bring only for Shigas Maisa, doesn't mean Helam Davar. However, maybe Shigas Maisa. So once the king only brings the Shogeg, perhaps he should also have to bring 4 Averos committed before he ascended the throne. Amar Lomar, Asher Nasi Yachta. Therefore, the pasuk says, if the king will sin, Shechata v'harehu Nasi v'lo Shechata v'odeo Heged. What do you see? There's only liability if he sinned while he's king, but not liability if he sinned while he was a commoner and then became king. Incredible. So there was like, you might just reinforcing exactly what we were saying before. There are local lines again, unique carbon for a king and for a Kohen Gadol only brought if they sin when in office. But if they sin before they were in office, there is no unique liability for them. Instead, they are bringing regular karbanos of a head and just a common. So now, Asher Nasi Yachta, so this is very interesting. So now we begin to get into touching that surface. So we're in wide lines, 5 lines in at the 2 dots. Asher Nasi Yachta. I will say, now it's interesting, the way the pasuk means is Asher Nasi Yachta. Now, Asher means can mean when the Nasi will sin. So the Gemara says, Yachol Zera. So is this like a decree? Sounds like again, it's a Kashbar who sins that the Nasi is certainly going to sin. Talmud Lomar, and Kohen HaMashiach, Yachta. Mavla Halon, Yachta, Acham Yachta. So again, I will say, therefore, the Gemara says, just like it says in Kohen Mashiach, Yachta. So Asher doesn't mean that the Kohen God, that the king is definitely going to sin. Rather, it means if, just like it says about the Kohen Mashiach. Amar Yaakov Zera, so the Gemara says, what's the Halam? Halam is when it says Asher Nasi Yachta. Could it possibly be that the Torah is telling us that one or just Halam, that there's a Zera, that Hashbach is saying is definitive that the king is going to sin? How would you see such a thing like this? To which the Gemara says, Amar in Ashkefan B'Tzer V'Nasati Negat Saras B'Beis Erzah. So we'll see, sometimes HaKadosh Baruch Hu says that negative things will definitely occur. For example, Hashem says, you're going to go ahead and experience Saras in your home when you come into Eretz Yisrael. So Rehilahem, because Baruch was foretelling them, so the Torah is telling them, because saying, yes, there will be Saras in your home. So sometimes the Torah does definitively foretell negative things. If you look at Rashi says that it's on the right hand side of that. I don't know about 10 lines up and right, 12 lines from the bottom. Shakasim Mabasra Shasalios Abba Pishataparahu. Hakanani Exeris Hilkov Sidin Koina Majayakta. So yes, sometimes the Torah does foretell negative things. Negative things to which the Rosh Shimon says, Prat Menige Onsi. So each step of Shimon uses that passage to teach me something different. If Shimon says Benasaki Nega Saras, ultimately means the only type of Saras for which the halachos of Saras apply is Saras which occurs on its own. But Saras which ultimately again occurs because of other forces. And actually points out over here what other forces are we talking about? Shading. Interesting. It says, shade. So apparently, again, if the shade grows on the house, that could also cause, whatever this means, that could also cause saras, but that type of saras ultimately is not halachic saras that we're discussing. The Surah, Hakanami Imad Geseri, so I would have said the same way that Hashem does foretell the negative events of saras, so too maybe Asher Nasi Yafta is Hashem telling us that our rulers, our kings will sin. Which the Gemara says, but therefore, again, the Torah establishes this symmetry between the pasuk of the kings and the pasuk of the Kohen Gadol, teaching us that what? That halacha reminds in the same way as if the Kohen Gadol will sin, so to the Asher by the Nasi is not telling us that the king is going to definitively sin. Rather, again, what it means is if the king sins. Obviously, we'll have to figure out if that's the case, that Asher means if, so then don't say Asher, just say what? Just say in. Why are you using the word Asher? So hold on, we'll get to that. Well, Rabbi Shimon, Nige Osim Milomatam, which word is going on a tangent over here. Rabbi Shimon, is that true? That saras that comes, we'll call it as a result of an owner, some external circumstance, that doesn't create too much saras, but can you learn? Adam Kiya. To this is from the time that the mitzvah been going forward. Meaning, imagine for a moment, like it was the day that Moshe Rabbeinu gave us halachos of saras, okay? And somebody had a saras leaching on your skin. Moshe Rabbeinu gave it to us on a Thursday, and somebody had it on their skin already on a Wednesday. So now they learn halachos of saras, like, oh my gosh, this leaching that I have on my skin is saras. Halacha is, saras is only considered to be saras from the time that the mitzvah was given going forward. So the Gemara says, Balodinu. So the Gemara says, Balodinu is Kalchomer, Hamid Zav, the time they go in, so ultimately again, Mishkumas Zav, and Mishkumas Negoin, Ma Zav Minadiba Be'ela. Just like again, a person is only coming with Zav from the time that the mitzvah is given going forward. Negoin, Minadiba Be'ela. So to by saras, it is only from the time ultimately that the mitzvah was given going forward. So the Gemara says, in Aret Bazav Shekim Emet Hamid Ba'onis, Homer Benegan Shemet Hamid Ba'onis is conviction. But yet, Moshe, there's a big difference. Zav is not a time bonus. What does this mean? So Moshe, remember again, Yeshiva Drachim both pairs has Zav. If the emission that Zav is experiencing is coming about because some type of extenuating circumstance. For example, he ate something, or he wasn't feeling well, some other external circumstance that caused it. He's not coming. He's not coming yet by Nigoyim, whatever the cause for the saras, ultimately again, saras is coming. I want to say, just keep in mind that's the contradiction. But just before we said, Rav Shimon said that if saras occurs because of the result of quote unquote illness, like shaving, that's not matame. Here it's saying it is matame. Although here min hakibor ve'ela. Ultimately, and after the passage says, here is only saras from the time the mitzvah was given, and for Rabbi says, ultimately, again, this comes to exclude nige ruchos. If Shapapa Omar, Papa nige shach, so as a ruchos will be shaded, or again, Papa says it comes to saras as a result of source. Incredible. All right, then one goes like Tanabano. Asher Nasi Yafta. So what says halacha is if the Nasi will sing prat l'choda. So what does this come to exclude? Ultimately, again, this comes to exclude. The Gemara says a choda. And Gemara says, it sounds like this. Torah says, if the king will sin, he brings a particular carbon. Now the Gemara says, but the whole it excludes if the king is sick. So I understand. So the king gets sick and he's not the king anymore. What are you talking about? This is very interesting. It comes to a king who got salas. Because what happens to a king who has salas? Essentially, he's forced to abdicate the throne. That's the most said by King Uzziah. King Uzziah was stricken with saras. He was on the Torah until the day that he died. The Beis HaChopshus. He sat in literally Beis HaChopshus means what? The house of freedom. The Yosam ben Hamela al Habayis, and ultimately his son Yosam took over the monarchical responsibilities. We become a Beis HaChopshus. Listen, what does this mean that he sat in the house of freedom? Beforehand, was he a slave beforehand? So before we get to that, this is going to be a tremendously beautiful piece. Before we get to this, what we see over here is that halacha, I might say interestingly enough, a king who has saras cannot practice as the monarch. He is removed from office. Where you don't serve in King Uzziah. Don't say what's the pshat. Makes a lot of sense because at the end of the day, remember, saras comes about because something is in it, something is broken. So the leader has the greatest obligation to lead by example. If the now say, obviously you're saying yourself, but 1 second, every single leader has flaws. Every single person has flaws. You know, there's a difference between the flaws that I possess internally versus the flaws that everyone sees and knows about. So therefore, you must have something amazing. To be a leader, again, one doesn't have to be perfect, but at least clapping close, at least from the outside, one has to give off the image of someone who's trying to become better. So if the king is afflicted with saras, obviously again is a very visible display of their shortcomings. Such a person cannot be king. Incredible. And also, by the way, some things are very good at. Sometimes in parenting, parents feel like a little bit hypocritical when they ask things of their kids that they themselves are not doing. Okay, so we'll say, I want to say something. Most of parenting is about being a hypocrite. Now, what do I mean by that? I will say, of course, we all want better things for our children and for ourselves. And that's our goal with them. Even if I'm not great in a certain area, I want to propel my child towards that. Now, the difference is, if it's clear and visible that I'm not doing the things that I'm asking my kid to do, okay, so I'm saying to my child, really, it's so important you have to go to Shiatins, but I'm not going. Okay. So that's hypocritical. It's not going to work. And a lot of times, I know that I have certain inconsistencies, but just because those inconsistencies may live in me, and as long as they live in me, I'm working on it. It's not hypocritical to ask my child to be better. That's called parenting. That's called parenting. And you see that, right? The king has many imperfections. He has many imperfections. But Lamaisa, as long as you're internal and no one else knows about it, it's good because if he's a growing individual, he can encourage others to be growing individuals. But the moment again that his faults are public, then he's compromised his ability to inspire and to lead. Same yourself by parenting. You have inconsistencies internally, great. As long as you're working on it, you can still encourage and even push and even demand of your children to excel even in those areas in which you are deficient. But if I'm publicly deficient, I can't ask my kids to do more than what I'm doing. It's incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara say now, get ready for this. So now the Gemara says, why does it say that Uzziah was living with Beis HaChopshus? What does it mean that he was living in the house of freedom? What does that mean? So they'll say this is a great story. So until now, what? He was a slave of the king. Let's get ready for this. So this is such an incredible story. I am on Yud Amud Aleph, 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. So Rabbi Yeshua were on a boat. And ultimately, again, we look at Rabbi Gamliel. So what happened? Rabbi Gamliel, Rabbi Yeshua Rabbi Gamliel brought bread on the boat, and Rabbi Yeshua brought bread and flour. Great. So the Gemara says, Shalom to Rabbi Gamliel. So what happened? The boat ride, we're going to see the journey took longer than expected. Rabbi Gamliel finished up his bread. So what happened? Samach Asudi Rabbi Yoshua, Rabbi Yoshua brought flour with him. So they were all the Rabbanim on board were able to be sustained by the flour. So Rabbi Gamliel said to Yoshua, how did you know? Obviously, you had a feeling that the boat ride, the journey was going to be delayed. So you brought flour. How did you know that the trip was going to be delayed? That you brought flour? Was it incredible? Amalai. And so responded, listen, Kolchab Echad L'Shivim Shana, Ola Umase Asasina. Va'amarti Shem Ya'ala V'Yasa Osana. So he's incredible. Yeshua said, I know once every 7 years there's a star that appears. And when that star appears, all the sailors get confused and they end up going off journey. And Yeshua says, look, I don't know where we are in that 70-year, trajectory. I thought maybe it might happen to us while we're on the boat. So I figured I would prepare. Also such a thought. So they said to Yeshua, you're so wise, and yet you're on a boat. So it actually points out over here that boat travel was considered to be dangerous. So why would people do it? Why people do it? For parnasa. So as they said to Yeshua, someone of your intelligence, you should be able to make a parnasa on dry land. Right? You should be able to make parnasa ultimately where you are. Why are you traveling by boat? This is incredible. Yeshua said, before you wonder about me, why I have to be on the road to make a parnasa, it's incredible. You should worry a little bit more about two of your students who are back on land, who are the Rabbi Elazar Chasma, Rabbi Yochanan Ben Gudguda. Ultimately, these two great Rabbanim, Shiyodim L'Sha'er Kama Tipos Yish Bayam. They know how to measure. They can tell you the number of drops of water in the ocean. Obviously, it's hyperbolic, but representing the vastness of their knowledge. And they don't have bread. They don't have bread to eat. They don't have clothing to wear. So Rabbi Yeshua gives only a little bit of musr. What about me? Wondering why I'm not so smart? Why am I on the making a parnasa? Okay, at least they have a parnasa. But you have two excellent comedians who have absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So the Gemara says, I'll say, by the way, also just before you even go on in the story, what's incredible about Rabbi Yeshua is you see one of the keys to successful living is planning and contingency planning. You obviously can't plan for every single contingency. And those who try to plan for every single contingency usually end up accomplishing absolutely nothing because you have the contingencies. But successful living does require me, as the Mishnah Pirkei says, who is wise, Haro es Hanola. One who sees sometimes we live by the seat of our pants. And I'll say generally, it doesn't work out. You get a couple of wins here and there, but you don't really have the ability to move your head forward in a comprehensive way. But when you're able to try to ask yourself, okay, I want to move myself from point A to point B, what do I need to get there? So quite literally, Rabbi Yeshua was trying to move himself from point A to point B. He got on a boat at point A, he wanted to get up from point B. What do I need to do? It's one simple answer, plan. What's your strategy? What's your vision? How are you getting yourself? Rabbi Yeshua's case, it was, there's that star, there's an off chance it's going to appear during my boat ride. I'm going to plan for it. A little more flour. And when you plan, not only do you enable success for yourself, but sometimes you even do so for others as well. Incredible. In any event, now Rabbi Gamliel hears about these two destitute Talmidim. So what does he do? So Nasan is guy to Shivim Barosh. So ultimately, Rabbi Gamliel said, okay, I'm going to give them positions in the community. His positions in the community come with a salary. This way, Baruch Hashem, L'Hayel Parnasa said, you know what happened? Kisha'Allah, when Rabbi Gamliel came back onto land, Shalach Lahem V'lo Ba'al. This is fascinating. Rabbi Gamliel summoned them, right? He summoned Rabbi Elazar Chasma and Rabbi Yochanan Ben Gudguda. He summoned them to appear. They did not appear. Wow. They didn't appear to Rabbi Gamliel. So let's listen to this. Shalach V'lo Ba'al. Chazar V'Shalach U'Ba'al. He sent for them again, and they appeared. So we'll say, so now you understood. Why weren't they appearing? Amar Lahem, Kinedumin Atem, Shesra Amino Silatem. I understand why you didn't appear. You didn't appear out of humility. Why? Because you think I'm giving you such covet. I'm appointing you to communal positions of leadership. It comes with so much covet. So when I'm not giving you covet, avdus alino serachem. Right? The positions of communal leadership are not covet. It's a servitude. It's a servitude. I'm not giving you glory. I'm giving you servitude. The leader is a servant to the people. Shne'emar. Vaydavu elav leimor. Vaydavu elav leimor. Im hayom tia evet la'am hazeh. So Moses said ultimately again, this passage very beautifully is by Rechavam. Rechavam was the son of Shlomo HaMelech. When he became king, he was young. He wasn't sure what his style of leadership should be. So actually, interestingly enough, just it's a fascinating story. He had two different groups of advisors. He had the seasoned advisors of his father, of Shlomo, and he had his friends who he appointed to cabinet positions. His friends told him, rule with an iron hand. Come out of the gate, show the people who's boss, right? Flex your muscles. His father's seasoned advisor said, be humble and show the people that you're their servants. Show the people that you are there to serve them. And if they see you as someone who is singularly dedicated to their success, that's how you will be a successful leader. So listen, so just coming full circle, that's why the Pasuk says, after Uzziah got Saras, the Pasuk says he was placed, where did he live? The Beis Rothschild, in the House of Freedom. Why was it the House of Freedom? Because as king, he was a slave to the people. He didn't have it ultimately again when he was removed from the monarchy. That's ultimately again when he was free. Rabbi Gamliel wants to give these two guys a position of prominence. They refuse because they think like they're being humble. Like, I don't want the covet. Everyone says, it's not covered. It's not covered. Positions of leadership within Klal Yisrael ultimately are one thing and one thing only. Office. But what the leader has to remember is that it's a privilege to serve. It's a privilege to serve. Remember again, what does the Eved Ivri say when he doesn't want to go away from his master? There's a beauty in the service. There's a beauty in the servitude. Because when a leader knows that he has the ability to make a difference in Klal Yisrael, with all of the difficulty and all of the angst and all of the pain and all of the exertion and all of the stuff that comes with servitude, at the end of the day, to be a servant of Israel, ain't it supposed to go anymore. There is no zero. Gemara goes back there. Gemara says, back to the king's sin. Gemara says, incredible Gemara. Asher nasi yachtash. Remember again, we had this before. The Torah uses this strange version of Asher. So originally we thought Asher when the nasi will sin, which sounds like that definitively that king will sin. To which the Gemara already kind of bypassed that, saying it can't mean that it's exactly the nasi is going to sin. So the Gemara said, no, Asher really means the same thing as im. They really both mean the same thing. If that's really what it is over here. So this is beautiful Gemara. Asher nasi yachtash. You know what these 10 be? I'm going to be off on that guy. Ashrei Hadar, Shanasi Shalom maybe covered Ashtividas. Wow. Praiseworthy is the generation whose leader brings a sin offering for his Aved. Isn't that incredible? Praiseworthy is the generation whose king sins, whose leader sins. A Nasi Shalom maybe covered. Tzarech Atalomar Mal Hedyo. Vashigaso maybe covered. Tzarech Atalomar Mal's Dono. Don't say why. Because we'll say if the king is willing to admit his faults and ultimately again bring the carbon, which is a very public thing, then Allah has come the power that will inspire the common man to do the same thing as well. And if Halakha again the king is willing to bring for his shogeg, Allah has come the power will be willing to bring for his major intention. So also this is incredible. Shuvah of a leader essentially inspires shuvah in the followers. So the king, that's why it says, so interestingly enough, Jesus, Rabbi Yochanan is actually using a play on words. Asher is really from Rothschild of Ashrei. Praiseworthy. Praiseworthy is the generation who has a leader who sins. Now, we'll say, now it has a leader who sins and does tshuva. It's not has a leader who sins. Has a leader who sins and does tshuva. Because if the generation has a leader, first of all, who's humble enough to acknowledge his sins, who's humble enough to do tshuva, then he will inspire that same level of humility and tshuva ultimately again in his followers as well. I will say it's so beautiful at this point that the Amshin of Rebbe is distilled for this. The Amshin of Rebbe says there's a different shot to this. Ashrei Adar, Shanasi Shalo, maybe Kamashay Gosim, like the Amshin of Rebbe says, praiseworthy is the generation who has a leader who sins. Means what? I will say, when we make mistakes, something amazing happens, which is we become much more understanding and forgiving of the mistakes of others. Right? Before I commit an Avera, so again, I can't understand. This happens all the time. I can't understand how people do certain things. And in the moment I commit an Avera is the moment that I recognize the fragility of humanity, and I become so much more understanding of people. One of the most important components of leadership is to not be judgmental of your constituency, is to accept the shortcomings and flaws of people. If you can't accept the shortcomings and flaws of people, every single thing gets you upset, and you always feel wrong, you always do this, you can't lead. You can't lead. A leader has to be able to see the good in his flock with all of their ideas, with all their shortcomings. What kind of leader is able to see the good in people despite their shortcomings? A leader who sins as well. Someone who recognizes his own humanity, someone who sees his own flaws, is able to be so much more understanding and accepting of the flaws of others. And a leader like that will be effective in moving his flock. Again, moving them forward. Ashrei Hadar. Ashrei Hadar. Shalom Shalom. So two lessons. So number one, if the leader is about tshuva and is humble enough to do tshuva, his followers, his constituents will do the same. And the leader who sins, thereby recognizing his own fragility, will be so much more accepting of the shortcomings of others. Incredible. Let's give a Rabbi the multitude of your sacrifices. The cash. Here's the issue. Now, Gemara kind of opened up a Pandora's box. How so? Because Gemara is darkening that Asher means Ashrei. Asher means if the leader will sin. Ashrei Hadar, praiseworthy generation whose leader sins. So now, what was that? Every time the Torah says the word Asher really means Ashrei, praiseworthy. Well, now we've got big problems. Why? Listen to this. And if someone will go ahead and sin regarding the Kodesh, so what? That's good. That's a good thing. Ashrei Shloya. Shloya, if you sin regarding the Yisrael, by Rabbi Ben Nevat, sin. Asher Chota, Asher Hefti. But it says that Rabbi Ben Nevat sinned and caused others to sin. So again, Ashrei, is that praiseworthy? Hakanani, the Ashrei, the Asher Hadoru, shining up and the shining up everywhere. No. The Pesukim are constituted differently, like I said. Again, obviously, the way the Pasuk is written by us, by the Nasi, versus the way the Pesukim are written over here, obviously constituted differently, we get different meanings. Let's not about this. The mind of Sid, that was so beautiful. Yesh Hevel Asher Na'asa Ala Aretz. So let's listen to this. So the Pasuk says, the Pasuk in front of us. Yesh Hevel Asher Na'asa Ala Aretz. Just listen to the Pasuk inside. It's not just the whole Pasuk. There's a hevel. What does hevel mean? Like a nothingness or an emptiness. There is a hevel. There is an emptiness or a nothingness that occurs in a fleetingness. That's the better word. That occurs in this world. Why? There are some tzaddikim who have the experiences of Rishoyim. And there are some Rishonim, ultimately again, who find themselves in the plight of the tzaddikim. Amarti shegam zeheva. So Shama seems to be lamenting the fact, or just pondering the fact, that there are tzaddikim who live lives of Rishonim, and there are Rishonim who live lives of tzaddikim. So what does this mean? Let's get ready for this. This Gemara, crazy. The Gemara says as follows: Ashrei l'tzaddikim. So listen to this verbiage. Ashrei l'tzaddikim. Shemagi aleim k'maisar Hashem sha'olam haba ba'olam hazeh. Praiseworthy, ultimately again, are the tzaddikim. Okay, now listen to this word. Who ultimately again, I'll just say it a different way, who live lives, who have the lives that the Rishon will have in Olam Haba, in Olam Hazeh. Essentially, praiseworthy are the tzaddikim who have, let me say it differently. I want to say, what happens to a Rasha? The assumption is a Rasha will have a good Olam Hazeh and a detrimental or a suffering Olam Haba. Because every person has mitzvahs, but therefore the Rasha ultimately again, whatever he needs reward for gets in this world, and the world to come, he goes and he suffers. So the mercy is seen like this. A tzaddik ultimately again who suffers in Olam Hazeh, like the Rasha's Olam Haba, praiseworthy to him. So praiseworthy ultimately again to the tzaddik who suffers in this world, like the Rishayim will suffer in the world to come. Woe to the wicked, right? Ultimately, unfortunately, woe to the wicked, ultimately again, who have the plight of the tzaddikim in Olam Haba in this world. Or in other words, woe to the wicked who enjoy this world, like you have, like the joy of the tzaddik's world to come in this world, because ultimately again that foreshadows that he's going to be suffering a lot in the world to come. So let's say, so now here's what's interesting. So this is really fascinating because what the Nachman Artist is saying is like this: that it's good for the tzaddik to suffer in this world. Right? That praiseworthy, literally again, praiseworthy to Ashreim Tzaddikim, praiseworthy to the tzaddikim who suffer in this world, just like the Rishayim are going to suffer in the world to come. Okay? So Rabbi says, hold up. What's wrong with the tzaddik having a good life? Rabbi says, why? Why? Like in other words, why does it have to be that the tzaddik suffers in this world? What? Like in other words, why? Why? Because actually, is it so bad? Is it so bad if the tzaddik has a good life in this world than the next? Why does it have to be that by definition the plight of the tzaddik is suffering? Listen to this. So ultimately again, praiseworthy to the tzaddikim. Let's listen to this. Who have a life in Olam Haba, like the Rishayim have in Olam Hazeh, meaning the assumption that the Rishayim enjoy Olam Hazeh. So the tzaddikim here Hashem on the beautiful Olam Haba, just like the Rishayim have in this world. But again, it doesn't have to mean that the tzaddikim will suffer, right? The tzaddikim might have a good life in this world as well. Arim the Rishayim. Woe ultimately to the Rishayim, Shemagialein Kimaisa Tzadikim Sha'olam Hazeh, Ba'olam Hazeh. Woe to the Rishayim ultimately again, who suffer in this world, sometimes like Tzadikim suffer in this world. Because again, if the Rasha suffers in this world, that means ultimately again, he's getting punished ultimately in this world and in the next world. So I'll say a really incredible Gemara. There's so much theology to unpack in this Gemara in general about this distinction ultimately again between the Nachman Artista and Rabbi. Ultimately again, really the Machlokes is in the plight of the tzaddik in this world. So the first approach almost understands that part of the life of the tzaddik in this world is privation and suffering. Whereas Rabbi says, why? Why? Who says that the tzaddik can't have a beautiful life in this world and in Olam Haba? It need not be mushlish. Incredible. Let's go back to what the Torah says. So Gemara says as follows. So Rabbi said to them, tell me, are you well versed in this Masechta and that Masechta? Give me a little pahar. So they said, yes, Baruch Hashem holding these Masechtas. It's Arisu Purta. Listen to this. It says, do you have a little bit of money? You have a parnasa? You're comfortable? Amulay in. They say, yeah, Baruch Hashem, we're comfortable. Zadmin Katina Da'ara. So Jews, we're in real estate. Right? We go ahead and we have a piece of land, and Baruch Hashem, the piece of land supports us. So what's happening over here? He's asking him. So again, Rav Papa's asking these two Rabbanim. Sorry. Rav Papa is asking these two Rabbanim, Rav Papa and Rav Huna, are you learning? Are you ready to learning? You know your Masechtas? Yes. Do you have money? You're comfortable? Yes. To which Rav Papa said, Kari alayu, Ashrayim with Tzadikim, Shemagi aleim, Kimaisa Hashem ba'olam hazeh, sorry, Kimaisa Hashem ba'olam hazeh, praiseworthy to the tzaddikim who have the lives of the Rishayim in this world. In this world. In other words, what Rabbi was saying, was it doesn't just have to be the Rishonim who are successful in Olam Hazeh. The tzaddikim can also share in the bounty of this world as well. Those were the other tzaddikim who have the same type of Olam Hazeh of the Rishonim. Just like the Rishonim are materially successful, tzaddikim should be materially successful as well. So it says, first wide line. Right now, we'll stop over for today. We'll pick up with this. No, they're not telling incredible you want today. Absolutely. I want to say, by the way, this is I want to come attractions. This is going to be great tomorrow, pretty much to the end of the Masechta. I feel like we earned this. We earned this. If you make it to this point in the Masechta Hariyos, you earn these kind of beautiful agadas. You might as well say more tomorrow. I think tomorrow we're going to start at 5:45 in the minutes. I'll put it out in the chat. Give us an extra 5 minutes. Shishkai, everyone. Everyone's have a great day.
He also brought people to populate the northern areas, what had been the northern kingdom of Israel. He brought them from the island of Kuta, and they would be known as Kutim. There would also be called Samaritans because they lived in the area of Samaria.
Somebody put out there.
And there would be a lot of trouble for the Jews in later centuries. Sancheriv, after destroying all the opposition around Israel, after destroying many cities in Judea, he descended on Jerusalem. Jerusalem was packed with pilgrims that would come for Passover, and also with refugees from all the cities that had been destroyed. And the people were terrified. The terrible, terrible armies of Sancheriv were approaching. He came with an army of 185,000 troops encamped outside Jerusalem with chariots and fearsome weapons. And he sent forth a general, Rav Shaki. Rav Shaki came to the walls, came outside the walls of Jerusalem, called out, and he spoke Hebrew, and he said, well, you had confidence
this
in
year
Egypt.
as his
Leaned on Egypt like a reed that turned out to be a broken reed that just
our
pierced your hand.
sponsors
What
for the
did
month of El Rabbi, the Tova Bene Kopert for
he
Yes and Show
blasphemed
for his
against
parents.
the God
Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, Figo Rezel Bas Zelig Zikon Rachel Machot Besh, our
blasphemy, real blasphemy.
This is Hashem here
Is
now
so
and all the clients will be this on client during these months ahead. And she will be the minutes
for
the
the
Eli
Talmud to think
Nishmas of
about.
David
The
from his
Talmud never
father,
even called
Aram,
it
of
a curse.
Yitzchak, Arbi Ben
What it is
Father,
it's
Yaakov
cursing
Zikon the Bracha. We
Hashem.
hope that in the merit
And
of
the
our
Talmud doesn't want to call it that, so it always calls it blessing. Your Hashem is a sin, but it's a euphemism for cursing. Rav Shaki.
First of all, we should Mazel to our father of Nathan on the occasion of the birth of his grandson this morning. It's not here, so we're still going to have to say Catherine. So it's only, it's only a partial. I'm sorry. But I think Mazel Tov to Baruch Meir Dubin. Not here this morning, but whose daughter got engaged, Baruch Hashem, yesterday. Mazel Tov.
Lord God of Israel, who thrones over the
So we got engaged,
you alone are
Baruch Hashem.
God over all the kingdoms of the
Mazel
earth.
Tov
Created
to
them.
Lulu Mishpacha.
Bend down your
We
ear.
continue Simchas and Cloudy, so of course we
Open
dedicate
your
our
eye
learning.
and see.
So
Hear
we
the
got
words
a
of
terrible terror
Sancheriv, which sent
attack
to
in
blaspheme the Lord.
Ramot.
And now Hashem save us out of his hand. That all the
Should
kingdoms
just
of the
provide
earth
for
may
the
know that
Hashem to
you are
all of
God,
those who have been
and you are
taken
the
from
Lord,
us and
Lord,
for
you
all
alone.
of those who have been
And
injured.
the prophet
Mishpacha
Isaiah
Hashem,
brought
Hashem,
God's answer
bring
back,
home
and
all
he
of our
spoke no
hostages,
uncertain
allow our
terms.
holy
He said
soldiers to be
that
successful.
the
B'chol
Assyrians
Nasi
would
Yedeihem.
not
And we're
take
saying,
the
no, we
city.
really
As terrible as the
we just have
situation
to
looked,
daven. We have to.
Jewish people would be victorious.
Klal is so holy, and the truth is, we do
The
so
message came from
much. We
Yeshayahu.
do so
The
much.
Lord has heard your prayer.
And just, I guess,
Of
what's important,
Sancheriv,
just
he has
things us to
spoken.
do. I
God has
guess it's
spoken.
just, I don't know,
And he has
push
said, she
ourselves a little bit more.
despises you.
Do
She
a little
laughs
bit
at you
more.
in scorn.
Take care of each
She
other a
laughs
little
at
bit more.
Assyria in scorn.
Love each other
The
a little
virgin
bit
daughter
more.
of Zion,
Let's not be more
the daughter of
fast, more
Jerusalem,
Torah,
shakes her
daven,
head at you.
I don't know, whatever, for all of
Whom
the
have
above.
you scorned? Whom
Because
have
we
you
don't
cursed
understand the
against?
plan that a
Against
Baruch
whom, when
has
you raised your
for our
voice,
people,
lifted
and
your eyes
just as we
against the
think
God of Israel,
that
against the Holy One of
we've reached
Israel.
the kind
Isaiah
of the
stood on the
pinnacle
walls
of
of the
pain
city,
for
just
Am
imagine
Yisrael, something else
huddled in
happened, and I'm
fear.
sure, I do not
And
doubt that
the
our pain
prophet
has been
Yeshayahu speaking God's
intensified
words to them and
as the
saying, he shall not
details
come
come
into this
out about
Sancheriv,
this, the
shall
names
not come
of
into this
those
city,
who
he
we
shall
have
not
lost, the
shoot an
names of those
arrow
who are injured.
into the city.
No
He
question
shall
that
not
the
come
pain
before him
will
with
get
shields,
better
they'll
before it is
cast up
soon,
a
but
mountain
we hope
against
that
it.
the
On the
merit
same
of
way
our
by
hold
which
of
he
it, we will
came,
continue to do
that
it.
way
We will
shall
not
he
give up, and
return
we will
into the
not
city.
relent.
He shall not
We will
come,
not fall into the abyss of
says
chaos,
Hashem.
of
I will
despair, and
shield
of
this
hopelessness.
city.
and save it from ice and not have a saving device. And Rabbi Hashem accepted the Satan and recounted the miracles of Jacob and hoped for miracles in their own day. We'll say that. Let us begin. We have the great Isupus today to begin. The second paragraph of the second Torah, which is very exciting. So it is very Zayin 7. We are picking up on the days after the Mishnah. So we're being introduced to someone new today. Right? We're meeting new people today. So Baruch Hashem, who we're meeting today, the Kohen Mashiach. The Kohen Mashiach is the Kohen Gadol. Kohen Gadol. Now we're calling him the Kohen Mashiach. Why? Or the Kohen Mashiach. Why? Because at the end of the day, he is anointed with oil. Remember, again, technically speaking, there are two ways in which you can inaugurate a Kohen Gadol into office. What are the two ways? Shemen HaMishcha, anointing oil, and what we call Meruba Begadim, which means that he puts on the clothing of the Kohen Gadol. Like, kind of like put on the clothing, put on the uniform, and you are inducted into service. Now, interestingly enough, in many respects they're the same, but in certain respects they are different. Here in lies, what we're going to learn now is one of the ways in which the induction of the Kohen absolutely matters. So Kohen Mashiach. So anointing, so there's a Kohen who's been anointed with anointing oil. So what's the halacha? So Gemara says, Kohen Mashiach v'yatzmo, I'm sorry, Kohen Mashiach v'yatzmo shogeg, v'asa shogeg. See, here's the case. Very much resembling the first parak of our Masechta. What was the first parak of the Masechta? What was the case? David made an erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael went ahead, or someone, again, remember different cases of whether it was individual or majority. The point is, populace acted on the ruling. Okay, so what's the halacha? If the majority of Klal Yisrael went ahead and did this, so then the basin will do what's called a Ha'elam Davar Minat Tzibur. They're doing a carbon. So too, if the Kohen Mashiach makes an erroneous ruling. Now, I will say that interestingly enough, however, in this case, the only person following his ruling is himself. So again, just to illustrate this, Kohen Mashiach goes ahead. It's interesting about it. Normally he's referred to as the Kohen Mashiach. Right? It's interesting because the terminology in Harius, I don't know, maybe it's like that, it's more often than I think. But it's interesting that it is alluded to over here as Mashiach. And Mashiach has, again, same idea. It's interesting. And anyway, what's the case over here? Kohen Gadol issues a halachic ruling. So, for example, Kohen Gadol says, Chalev is mutter. Let's just keep it same case. Kohen Gadol says, Chalev is mutter. That the only person following his psak is the Kohen Gadol. See, he made the ruling the shogeg. Again, it's an accident, and obviously he followed through. He listened to his own ruling, and again, only listened to the shogeg. So, halacha may be pound. He brings a special offering. Now, take a look at Rashi just a moment. Shogeg ba'asa mesid. Oshahari rezi ba'asa shogeg. Fine. Holy Kohen Mashiach v'atzal ma'aras based in Tzibor. No, sorry, that's further on. You don't have to say that. Okay, so that's case one. He brings a special carbon. Fine. So this is our introduction to the case of Kohen Mashiach. Fine. You are just mentioning that gives a couple of other variations of cases. Shogeg ba'asa mesid. What happens is he delivers an erroneous ruling, realizes the mistake of his ruling.
Shall go forth the word of the Lord from
But
Jerusalem.
still follows through on it, so he mazes the actual consumption of favor, or mazes ba'asa shogeg, or he knew that the ruling was erroneous, but Allah writes that he carried through on it, he was shogeg. In all of these cases, is pater. But interestingly enough, the halacha normally is stam a Jew who goes in and commits an avera, right? I do something that it had done it intentionally would have been punishable by kares, right? And I did it unintentionally. I bring a chatos, right? So, for example, I'm not only teichelev. If I accidentally ate chelev, I bring a chatos. Interestingly enough, the Kohen Mashiach, because of his status, never brings a personal chatos. So, if his ruling was delivered b'shogeg and he followed his own ruling b'shogeg, he brings a part. That's his office.
Discussed in the last class.
A little bit. He brings a pot. Anything other than that, he doesn't bring a pot. He's potter. Now, understand, what does potter mean? Potter means that he doesn't have any carbonic liability, meaning the Kohen Mashiach never brings a personal chatos. That's the point. Never is postal chatas. Now again, we're saying Potter, there's no carbonic liability. Obviously, he committed an avera, so whatever liability for Spark was going to give him. But for myself, there's no carbonic liability. Take a quick look at, actually, last piece of the Mishnah. Sharas koin Mashiach mi atzmo, sharas based in the tzibur. Because the Mishnah is off by saying essentially, the custody of a kohen gadol for himself runs parallel to the way that based in paskins for the general populace. You see the similarity, right? Based in paskins for the populace acts on the psak of the based in brings a par. Kohen gadol paskins for himself, he acts on his ruling. Kohen gadol brings a par. So there's that
virtuous kingdom that Hiskiah had built.
Parallelism ultimately again between the Kohen Gadol's carbon and the Beis carbon. Horas, Kohen Mashiach. Yatzmo, Karas Beis Tzibur. Now take a look at Rashi. Sharas Beis Kohen Mashiach, Yatzmo, Karas Beis Tzibur. Here Rashi explains this. Ma Horas Beis Tzibur in Chayavim. Ela al ha'elam davar in shigadas ma'asos. You must remember this phrase. Just like when Beis Din was a ruler. When is there liability for a Beis Din? When is what's called ha'elam davar. Ha'elam davar means an erroneous psak. Literally means the words are obscured. That means an erroneous psak in shigadas ma'asos. With inadvertent action, a mistaken action. So two pieces, right? Erroneous psak, but inadvertent erroneous psak, coupled with or followed by erroneous action. Those are the two components you need for a Beis Din to be chayiv. So to Ahoras Kohen Mashiach Yatzmo, same thing applies to the ruling of a Kohen Mashiach.
Nothing that stands in the way of
Eno chayiv, ela al ha'elam davar in shigadas ma'asos. Kohen Gadol is also only liable if he has these two components. Ha'elam davar, mistaken erroneous psak, right, followed by inadvertent commission of an avera. Those are the two components that make you chayiv. Keep the Parish the Gemara, the Ashma Sa'am Hare Kohen Mashiach. See what if he holds Beis Din is fine. So again, Rashi didn't go through the other cases. So we'll say this is our Mishnah. This is our Mishnah Kohen Mashiach. Let's analyze. So the Gemara says as follows: Shogeg va'asa, Shogeg ve'bipar. So the Kohen Gadol goes ahead and delivers the ruling to Shogeg, and then actually acts on his own ruling to Shogeg. He brings his par. He brings his bull offering. This cow. She says cow. So the Gemara says, Pshita. That's obvious. That's what we just said in the Mishnah. So Rabbi, you have to ask what's the case. So it's very interesting. Keep going. Shahola Mashacha Ve'izakam. Hola. So let's listen to this. What's the case? The Kohen Pascha, let's just keep it easy. The Kohen said, Caleb is mutter. He forgot the logic of his ruling. He delivered a psak. He forgot what was the logic of his ruling. Ubishar Shatah, right? Ubishar Shatah, Hamar, Haridi Osa, Das Hola also. And what happened? At the time that he actually ate Caleb, he said, I don't remember why I passed Caleb is mutter, but whatever my logic was, I'm relying on that logic now. So he said, the man when you have thought, I'm not thought like this. Since had he remembered why he passed him the way he did, maybe he would have retracted the psak. And therefore, again, when he now carries through or acts based on a psak, maybe you should be considered like amazing. What's the Kohen Gadol's amazing? What's the halacha? What's the halacha? Your par. Your part I have thought, to which the Gemara says, you must have alone the chayiv. Kamash Malon knows. Kamash Malon said that even if he doesn't remember what he passed in the way he did at the time that he takes action, this is all still called shogeg and halacha l'maisa again with another brings the part. So bottom line, take all these points to remember, reinforcing the same way from the Mishnah. If the Kohen Gadol delivers an erroneous ruling, so ultimately carries through on his own erroneous rulings, what we call ha'elam davar, mistaken psak, shigadas ma'asos, mistaken action. Kohen Gadol brings a unique half a cow offering. Like that's the halacha. Good. Where do we know this from? Where do you know this from? Says the Gemara. The Tanakh, the Ashma Sa'am. Hare Mashiach Tzibur. So let's listen to this. So let me just read through the pasuk, right? So the pasuk. So I'm sure most of you have it on the margin of your Gemara in the Torah. which is in that little margin to all the psudim are quoted, it's that letter Dalet. In Kohen HaMashiach Yecheta Li'ashma Sa'am. So this is very interesting. If the Kohen Mashiach, right, who ultimately Kohen Gadol, anointed Kohen, will sin Li'ashma Sa'am. Now, Li'ashma Sa'am means like
on its face, it seems like he was
for
really
the guilt
wicked
of
person.
the
But
people.
also really
The
celebrating cults of idolatry, worshiping
ben
statues
bakar
made of
tamim
stone,
la'Hashem
wood,
lechatas. That's his
bringing
offering, a
sacrifices,
power
bringing
offering.
human sacrifices before them.
Yeah,
Terrible
basically, now it's
people's
interesting.
idolatry. It's
How
a very
does the Torah frame the
interesting episode that the Gemara tells.
mistake of the Kohen God? How does it frame it? The Ashma Sa'am. What is that? Now, let me be clear. The Kohen God is not asking for the people. Right? Who's the Kohen God asking for? Who's he asking for? Or himself. So yet, interestingly enough, it calls it the Ashma Sa'am. So says the Gemara, what does that mean? That Ashma Sa'am, Hari Mashiach Tzibor. Wow. What it's coming to do is it's coming to say that the Kohen Gadol's mistake, the Kohen Gadol's erroneous ruling, is just like the Beis Din's mistaken ruling for the Am. Oh, that's just it. Ashma Sa'am is not saying the Kohen Gadol is asking for the people. But it's saying that the Kohen Gadol's psak for himself is like Beis Din's psak for the general populace. Right? Incredible. And that's when we find it out. That's just like, again, what does Beis Din require? Beis Din requires, again, Helam Davar, mistaken psak, Helam Davar, mistaken psak, Shigagas Maisa, accidental action. So too, the Kohen Gadol requires Helam Davar, mistaken psak, Shigagas Maisa. Incredible. Gemara says it's a Kavachomer, top of Zion, Sibor, Gemara says, Dalo Diglu, Sibor, Nutza, Miklal Yachid, Mashiach Nutza, Miklal Yachid. So we'll say, this makes a lot of sense, because on one hand, it's Sibor, ultimately again, right? It's Sibor meaning when the collective sins, that is dramatically different than the sin or the carbon of an individual. That actually points out clearly. Now remember again, when an individual commits an Avera, let's say Ruben eats chila. What does Ruben do when he eats chila? What does he have to bring? A chatos. What kind of animal does he bring? Rashi points out kisva or sida. Ultimately, again, he brings a sheep or a goat, right? A sheep or a goat. And yet the tzibor brings a power. So just like when the tzibor sins, ultimately is different than the yachid, the Mashiach moves in the Klal Yachid. So too, again, the Kohen Mashiach was also different than the individual. Why? Because when a Kohen Gadol sins, what does he bring? A power, different than the tzibor. So we already see out of the gate, that the biblically prescribed karbanos for when a tzibor sins and the Kohen Gadol sins are fundamentally different than when an individual sins. So already out of the gate, we see that liability for a Kohen Gadol and for a tzibor are different than personal liability when it comes to sin. Now you might think this is for the both sides. I know the set a second line down. Not tzibor and Kohen Ela al helam davi shigas mais. So Mashiach will yehi chayiv Ela helam davi shigas mais. So once we see that Kohen Gadol resembles tzibor more than he resembles Yachid, then the next logical step is to say that what? The process for the Kohen Gadol will mirror Tzibor, will mirror Yachid, and therefore just as the Tzibor, right, based in, when Beis makes an erroneous psak, liability for the power of Davar Tzibor requires Helam Davar, erroneous psak, Shigas Ma'aser, keep on saying, just remember those two, Helam Davar, Shigas Ma'aser, erroneous ruling, accidental action based on that ruling, so too Halakha L'Maisa, by Kohen Gadol, you need Shigas Maisa. Helam Davar Shigas Maisa. That's the limud of both sides. That is the entire limud for Kohen Gadol. Okay, that conjectures as well. Maybe you could look at it in a different way. Someone wasn't today. Suppose we introduced another person today. Nasi. Who's the Nasi? The Nasi is the head of Klal Yisrael. Now the Pashtus the Nasi is the king. I'm going to see a king has his own set of interesting circumstances as well. So let's look at a king. On one hand, Nasi Moshe Mikal Yachid. On one hand, we can say a king is treated differently than the rest of Klal Yisrael. And we'll talk about this again. If the king goes ahead and makes a mistake, right? Again, also, we'll see again what the parameters are, but it could bring a different type of carbon for his liability. So just as a king is treated differently than the cloud, all right, Gemara says, Nasi Motzim Kal Yachid, Mashiach Motzim Kal Yachid. And Kohen Gadol is different than the cloud, or than the individual, I should say. Nasi maybe the Sheiras Maisa, for the Halam Davar. So once we're going to see that when the Nasi makes a mistake, or his unique carbon, even with what we call Halam Davar, even if that really is Psak, the Nasi himself, if he just commits a shogeg, meaning what? Nasi accidentally eats a piece of challah. He thought it was a piece of kosher meat. He accidentally eats challah. He brings a special and unique carbon for him. Now that is what we call Shigdas Maisa without Halam Davar. Mashiach, maybe Kishigas Maisa Halam Davar. So maybe the Kohen Gadol should be treated the same as the Malach. And maybe the Kohen Gadol ultimately again doesn't need Halam Davar. All he needs is Sheiras Maisa. So I want to show you something very interesting that's happening over here. So essentially what we have over here are four different models. Here's the Yachid model, the original model. So the Yachid goes in and commits an Avera. What does he do? He brings the Chatos. What's the Chatos? The Chatos is either a sheep or a goat. That's model one. Model two. Ultimately, Beis makes a mistake. If Beis makes a mistake, delivers an erroneous ruling, the Tzibor has to, or the Beis has to bring Har Halam Davar Min HaTzibor. That was first paragraph. In order for there to be liability, what does the Beis need? Two steps. Halam Davar, mistaken ruling, Sheiras Maisa. Action, one accidental action based on that ruling. Now I'm introduced to two more individuals. Kohen Mashiach, Kohen Gadol. If he makes a mistake, and ultimately again commits an Avera, brings a par, and Nasi, we haven't seen Nasi's carbon yet, but apparently, same thing. Now here's what's interesting. The Gemara is trying to understand the process for the Kohen Gadol, because the Torah is very explicit about that. So the Shaila is like this. Here's what I know. The Kohen Gadol is not going to be like the Yachid, that's for sure, because his carbon is already different. The Shaila is which construct does he slide into? Does he slide into Beis Din, or does he slide into Nasi? And what's the Nafkamina? The Nafkamina will be, does he need Halam Davar in addition to Sheiras Maisa? Does there have to be a mistaken ruling in addition to inadvertent action? If you put him in the construct of Beis Din, he needs both Halam Davar, Sheiras Maisa. Put him in the construct ultimately of Nasi, all he needs is Sheiras Maisa, accidental action. So that's the two sides of this. The Gemara says, I'll tell you, I'll resolve this. Mira Unidona, who does the Kohen Gadol more resemble? Sibor B'Tar, in Hashem Gadol, tell you, the Kohen Gadol, the truth is, more resembles the Tzibor, more resembles the Beis Din than he does the Nasi. Why? Because ultimately, again, the Kohen Gadol's carbon is a par, just like the carbon of the Tzibor, the carbon of Beis Din. Furthermore, again, a Kohen Gadol does not bring Hashem Taloi. I'm also going to talk about this more. What's an Hashem Taloi? An Hashem Taloi is where you may have committed an Avera that have done intentionally personal by colors. Like, I'm not sure if I did it. Whether that would be a case of I ate something, it may have been chayla. To be Hashem Taloi. So, interestingly enough, a Kohen Gadol is not subject to Hashem Taloi, neither is the Tzibor, or Beis Din ultimately subject to Hashem Taloi. So the Gemara says, "Mat Tzibor eino chayev ela al halam davar im sheiras maisa." So therefore, both say based on these two similarities, namely that a Kohen Gadol doesn't bring in Hashem Taloi, and a Kohen Gadol's carbon is a par, both of which resemble the Tzibor. This is the Tzibor. So sort of make more sense to say that Kohen Gadol's carbon is like the Tzibor, just like Beis Din requires Halam Davar and Sheiras Maisa. So the Kohen Gadol should require Halam Davar Sheiras Maisa, or okay, Lachal Darav Su. I can make a counter argument. Nasi maybe Sira Babalas Chacham, maybe Asham Vadai. Ultimately, if the Nasi makes a mistake and worships idolatry, he goes and he brings a seer and is subject to an Asham Vadai, bringing Asham. Mashiach maybe Sira Babalas Chacham, maybe Asham Vadai. So Kohen Gadol shares those same similarities. So the Gemara says, so maybe once again, maybe you should group the Kohen Gadol together with the Nasi. My Nasi, maybe the God B'Shivim Das Maisa, Af Mashiach, maybe the Shiv Das Maisa. So I should say, the same way that all the Nasi needs is Shogeg, so too all the Kohen Gadol needs is Shogeg. Talmud Lomar, Li Ashmas Ha'am. Sefer Bo saying once again we come full circle. The Torah inserts this cryptic statement of in Kohen HaMashiach Yachtar, if the Kohen Gadol was in to the iniquity or to the culpability of the people. What does that mean? Once again, the Gemara says, Hareyu Mashiach Kitzibor, that Ashmas Ha'am is saying that the Kohen Gadol's process or the Kohen Gadol's liability is the same thing as Ri Ashmas Ha'am. When the population, when the people sin, Matzibor Eino maybe Ela Halam Dabar Shiri Dasmaisa, Af Mashiach Eino maybe Al Halam Dabar Shiri Dasmaisa. So once again, I want to say that phrase, Ashmas Ha'am, is coming to equate the process of the Kohen Gadol to the process of the Beis Din when the populace sins. And just like there's only liability for the Beis Din for the Par, when there is both Halam Dabar, mistaken ruling, Shigas Maisa, accidental action based on that ruling, so too there will only be liability for the Kohen when you have both of these components as well. Halam Dabar together with Shigas Maisa. I Ema Matzibor Horu Ba'asu Achra Ba'ara Asu Chaya. Mashiach, Kishahora Ba'asu Achra Ba'ara Yichayim. Don't say 1 second. If that's the case, that you're going to compare the Kohen Gadol to the Tzibor, so we should say like this. Just like David was only Chayiv if the cloud, if the Tzibor acted on their ruling, so maybe the Kohen Gadol is only viable also if the Tzibor followed his ruling. Maybe if it's just I will say, remember, if Beis Din Paskin, if Sanhedrin Paskin, and they followed their psak, but no one else did, there's no power. So if we're comparing Kohen to the Beis Din, right, to power and dominate Tzibor, so we should say that maybe the Kohen is also unviable if people follow his psak. Talmud Lomar, Behikrit al Chata So Asher Chata. Look at Lashon HaPasuk. The pasuk is the Kohen will ultimately again will offer up for his sin that he sinned, ultimately singular. Amar Shachata who maybe Amar Shachata. Ultimately, again, the Kohen Gadol only brings a carbon for his sin and not for anyone else. Most like, even if other people did follow the psak of the Kohen Gadol for some reason they heard about it, they followed it, that's not his liability. His liability ultimately again is for his own action. So we'll say, so just possibly just a second, because this was a very substantive and meaningful unit of Ilah. So what we emerge with, I will say, is, and this, again, it's exactly what we said in the Mishnah, but now we help to understand it. Kohen Gadol, right, when a Kohen Gadol sins, so the Torah tells us that his sin is the Ashmas Ha'am, for the iniquity of the people. What does that mean? So what the Gemara now understands is it's coming to group the power of the Kohen Gadol together with the par Elam Zavar Minat Tzibor, which is the par offered up by the Beis Din when they issue an erroneous ruling. Teach us that these two halachos are the same. Namely, what? The same way that Beis Din requires Elam Davar U'Shivu Basmaisa, an erroneous ruling, ultimately again followed by accidental action based on that ruling. So to the Kohen Gadol is
and the strength and the power of smoking.
Where these two components exist as well. Number one, Halam Davar, accidental ruling, followed by Shivagas Maisa. Where's the major difference? The major difference is when Beis Din is passing for the populace, the Kohen Gadol's psak is only for himself. Okay, and that is not all myself. You are now just finished up the sugar, just interested by drawing on the detail. Mashiach, but probably maybe Hashem telling you. Because if you just mentioned that a Kohen Gadol brings in Hashem telling. Because remember again, let's use Hashem telling.
Now is the time that these
there's a piece of meat in front of me. I eat it, and then I find out afterwards it may have been Kayla. there's a possibility, a meaningful possibility that it was failed. I don't know what I brought. So in that case, again, I can't bring the chatos, because chatos is when we brought something before definitive sin. I can't bring an asham, only definitive sin. And somebody called it asham tabui, which are carbon that is designed for this type of situation. Just kind of said, Bryce just brought down, just kind of by discussion, that, Kohen Gadol doesn't bring an asham tabui. Gemara says, okay, how do you know that? So Gemara says, Mashiach, maybe Asham Tabui. How do you know that? Maybe Asham Tabui. How do you know that Kohen Gadol doesn't mean Asham Tabui? Because the passage says that ultimately, again, Kohen Gadol will bring a carbon or his shogeg, or his accidental avera that wasn't accident. This refers to someone whose chatos and shogeg are similar. Yatsa Mashiach, she'in shegegasa v'chatos shava, v'tzivli ashma sa'am, harehu Mashiach b'sibor. So the ashma sa'am, ad kamo ka'amar, le'ela asham kidei yisbo. So this is ultimately, and the Gemara essentially says that it was only someone whose chatas and asham processes are the same. This is different than a Kohen Gadol, ultimately again, whose processes are different. The Gemara just kind of brings in this discussion of asham by way of fasting. Okay, good. More about that to come. Says the Mishnah. Holy b'fnei atzmo, ba'asa b'fnei atzmo, miskaper b'fnei atzmo. Alright, so we're going to have to see exactly what these statements mean. Like Savach or myself, still Kohen Gadol. So Kohen Gadol can't speak for himself. Now, what it sounds like over here is he paskined by himself and he committed the avera for himself, by himself, right? Then this kapelo b'shnei atzmo. He is atoned for by himself. Now, what does it mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi's on the left-hand column, top of the left-hand column. Second line of Torah. Kol Mashiach v'atzmo. Keep going. The modal betray Yisrael David, right? David Mechela, but who got all this stuff of it? His capital is Atzmo, and maybe part of the Atzmo. So the case over here is like this. We're going to see that there's two things happening within Klal Yisrael. The Kohen Gadol is paskening erroneously, and Beis Din is paskening erroneously. This is a difficult time for Klal Yisrael, right? So both sides, but the Piskei Halacha have nothing to do with each other. That's really the case. So let's say, for example, the Kohen Gadol is paskening that Caleb is mutar, and the Beis Din paskening that blood is mutar, dam is mutar. Okay, so Kohen Gadol just paskening Caleb is mutar. He paskins, there's Helam Davar, makes it alone his psak. He then eats the Caleb, Shigadas Maisa. He's chayiv for his part, doing his own thing. That's case one. Hora imatzibar va'asi matzibar. What happens if, let's say again, what happens if halacha l'maisa, the Kohen Gadol was paskening along with Beis Din. Now both say, now, what does this mean? That he was, he just happened to be issuing the same type of psak that Beis Din was. So for example, Beis Din said Caleb was mutar, the Kohen Gadol said Caleb was mutar. And what happens? Well, so they're obviously both mistaken. Everyone then eats Caleb. What's the halacha? Interestingly enough, in that case, the Kohen Gadol doesn't have to bring his own par. Rather, what happens? He is covered by the par helam davar mitzvah. He's covered by the offering of the Beis Din. Right? Because Beis Din is bringing the offering anyway because people acted on their erroneous psak. Therefore, the Kohen Gadol is covered under that. Why? Okay, fine. So that's halacha. The Mishnah now adds in another halacha. She'in Beis Din chayavin achiyol levato mitzas v'lekayim mitzas. So let's say we show this halacha in Parak Aleph. Beis Din is only chayav and davar mitzvah when they go ahead and they negate a part of a mitzvah. But remember again, if they negate a mitzvah in its entirety, for example, again, they say there's no Shabbos or there's no Caleb. Remember again, when we see these cases, the Gemara will find this. When we spoke about the case where they say that you're allowed to eat Caleb, they're referring to a specific type of Caleb. So however, if they pass into uproot the mitzvah in its entirety, then they're not chayiv a par. But in Mashiach, they will say ultimately, same is true to Kohen Mashiach. When is the Kohen Mashiach chayiv his own par? When is that? when he makes a mistake regarding a detail of a mitzvah. But if he makes a mistake regarding the mitzvah in its entirety, he says, you know what, there's no Shabbos, and he goes out and does malacha on Shabbos, then he's not subject to it. So again, there's all the similarities between the Kohen Gadol and the Tzibor. The Gemara says, good, but even on the Mashiach, even by idolatry,
Therefore slays them the lion out of the forest. The wolf of the desert waits for the leopard lies in wait against their cities.
part of the idea of idolatry. Okay, we'll see that's what all this means in the verse. How do you know this? Turn up on Hora Imatsiba, also Matsiba, Yoko, Rabbi Palias, as well as the marginally judging the second case. In case number one is where the Kohen Gadol's paskening, Beis paskening, the independent entities doing different halacha. So the Kohen Gadol does his thing, Beis does their thing. Case number two is Kohen Gadol's paskening in the same way with the Beis. So again, everyone's Kohen Gadol's saying Caleb is mutter, Beis is saying Caleb is mutter. In that case, Kohen Gadol doesn't have to bring his own car, rather what? He's covered by the car from Governor Asibar. So now you really know that from Tanah Abanon, Holy Matzibor, Basim Matzibor, but if the Kohen Gadol passes together with the Beis, and he committed the Aver together with the Tzibor, Yachol Yavi Parla, so you want to fucking have to bring his own car, so the Gemara says, we didn't over Nasi moves on the cloud Yachid. Mashiach is not see the king. He is ultimate. He's not part of the game. He doesn't have the same halachas as the individual sins. And ultimately, again, Kohen Gadol doesn't have the same halachas as the individual sins. Man nasi chata b'fnei atzmo maybe b'fnei atzmo. Just like if the king sins the seaboard, right? He's asking that king with his mother, and the king ate Caleb together with the seaboard. Ultimately, again, he is atoned for with the seaboard. At Mashiach, chata b'fnei atzmo, maybe b'fnei atzmo. So to the Kohen Mashiach, if he goes and he sins on his own, whereas he made a psak halacha, and he follows his psak halacha all on his own, then he's chayiv. Ultimately, again, chata imat seaboard, miskakalo imat seaboard. But if he sins together with the congregation, Kohen Gadol, he is atoned for with the congregation. So one says, that's the past, so that's the logic. Teaching us 1 second, there's a flaw. No. In Amrat Benasi Shekin, Skapalo Natsi, but Yom Kippurim, so here's the big difference. The king, when it comes to Yom Kippur, for example, the king is included in all of the communal offerings for Yom Kippur. Right? So again, Kavanas brought on behalf of Klal Yisrael for atonement on Yom Kippur. The king is included. On Yom Kippur itself, there's no unique offering for the king. He's included. The Gemara says, first one, right? Torah Shia, Shemis Kaplan and Yom Kippurim. But ultimately, again, the Kohen Mashiach, the anointed Kohen Gadol, the Kohen Gadol, he is not atoned for with the general offerings of the populace on Yom Kippur. All of the Sunnahs, remember again, the Kohen Gadol has his own kabbalos for Yom Kippur. So the Gemara says, all of his kabbalos on Yom Kippurim, Yachar Yavi Pariyasmo, Stephanos, I would have thought that since he's the same way that he's not atoned for, together with the Tzibah on Yom Kippur, so maybe in general, but like even when he's asking the same way as the Beis Din, he should have to bring his own atonement. Talmud Omar, Al Chata So Asher Chata. The only time a Kohen Gadol brings his own power is when he's committing his own unique singular Avila. How does this work? Chata B'fnei Atzmo, Be'i B'fnei Atzmo. If the Kohen Gadol sins on his own, he passed through an erroneous psak. He acted on his own psak, and he's acting by himself, not with the rest of the crowd. Then ultimately brings his own karma. But he sins together with the tzibor, right? Nobody sins together with the tzibor. And ultimately, again, he is atoned for together with the tzibor. So once again, what's the case? What's the case? If the Kohen Gadol is the ranking sage of Klal Yisrael, ranking sage, right? And the members of the Sanhedrin are not the ranking sages. So Pshita, the Miskakar of B'fnei Atzmo, and the Kohen Gadol should have his own tongue. He should have to have his own power. Why? The Gemara is very interesting. The Gemara says, below Klum.
tells him, so says Hashem, if you don't
because
listen
if
to
that's
me
the
to walk
case,
in my law,
if
which
he's
I
the
said
right stage,
before
you're
you,
not the right
listen
stage,
to the words of my
then
servants,
ruling
the
ruling is
prophets.
meaningless.
I will render
Therefore,
this
he
house
should have
in
to
its
bring his own
habitation like
part,
Shiloh,
and the rest of Klal
Mishkan
Yisrael,
Shiloh, which I destroyed. I will make this city a curse to all
everyone should have to
the
bring their own personal chatos.
false prophets, the idolatrous prophets and
But
priests
ultimately,
heard these
again,
words.
if the
They seized
Sanhedrin
Yirmi
are
and they
considered
arrested
to be
him.
the
They
ranking
wanted
sages,
to kill him.
and
Yirmi
the
wasn't
Kohen
afraid.
himself is
And
not a ranking
he
sage.
declared that
And mine
God
is
had sent
kapal
him as
b'fnei
a messenger
atzmo.
to for
Then
the
why
people to
should
mend
he
their
be able
ways.
to bring his own par?
And Yirmi says,
After
as for
all,
me, I am in your hands. But know that if you put me to death, you should bring innocent blood
if the
upon yourself,
Kohen is
upon the
not
city,
a
upon
ranking
its
sage,
inhabitants.
then what is he
And they
doing
didn't kill
passing in
him.
halacha? Right? And if he's passing in halacha, then that's kind of like professional negligence. What is he
Yirmi
doing over
warned
there?
the king not to
Perhaps he should not be bringing a
rebel
par
against
at all.
against
Other days, we'll say,
Nebuchadnezzar,
other
king
days.
of Nissan. He
And
allied himself
Rabbi,
with Egypt
Kigon Shahayim
and feeling
Muflim Shnei.
faith in Egypt's
Rabbi
strong
said,
army.
no, what's
He
the
rebelled,
case?
stopped
The
paying
case is
tribute
where both
to
the Kohen
the
Gadol was an
Babylonian king.
outstanding sage, and the members of the Sanhedrin were both outstanding sages as well. So again, everybody's more capable of psak. The Gemara says, "Sav Rabbi Leimar, chata b'fnei atzmo, asher b'fnei atzmo, echitani." So we'll say, so therefore, what's the case? So remember again, I will say, so that's very interesting. So essentially, now we have two different cases, right? So now you have to, this has to be set up where both the Kohen Gadol and the Sanhedrin are capable ultimately of delivering Piskei Halacha. I will say, by the way, what do you see here? That even when people are exceptionally capable, they're still subject to making mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody messes up their life. Even the Kohen Gadol, even the Sanhedrin. So watch this. Therefore, what's the initial introducing us to all of us? If the Kohen Gadol, he chooses his own psak. So again, he says Taylor is Mikach. And Bezin said that God is Mikach. Okay, and the people acted based on the Bezin's psak, and the Kohen Gadol acted based on his psak. So therefore, the Bezin of the Sanhedrin is going to bring their par helam davar minat tzibor, and ultimately the Kohen Gadol is going to bring his par. If, however, the Kohen Gadol and the Beis together, it doesn't mean they're passing together. They're not sitting on the same page. But they both happen to be issuing the same psak. Let's say, in this matter, in that case, the Kohen Gadol is going to be covered under the par helam davar minat tzibor, and he need not bring his own carbon. So the Gemara says,
and when
the
the scroll was
Lashon
read
of the
before
Mishnah
him,
was Bifnei Atzmo versus Hora in HaSibor. They're like, if the Kohen Gadol paskin by himself versus paskin with the Tzibor. Now the Gemara says as follows. So Rabbi, Lemimar, what the Bifnei Atzmo, what does it mean, right? What's the case where, quote unquote, he paskin by himself, right? He acted on his own. What's that case? The Gemara says, "Yosmi b'shnei makomos." So Abai understands the interesting analog of geography, where literally again they were in two separate places. The Kohen Gadol was in one place, and ultimately the size of a different place. The Kamolu betrayed Suri. Furthermore, they're also regarding two different things, right? So two different geographic locations. Kohen Gadol one spot, Sanhedrin one spot, and they're also asking regarding two different halachas. Okay. Another Rabbi, Rabbi says, who cares about geography? What does it matter if they're in two different places, not two different places? The Chavim to Kamolu betray Suri, caught them betray Bifnei Atzmo. Then we'll say, Rabbi comes along and says, it doesn't really matter with geography, but it doesn't matter. What matters over here is that they're asking on two different topics. Two different topics. If they're asking on two different topics, then Kohen Gadol will achieve atonement in his power, and the general populace will achieve atonement ultimately again through the power helam davar minat tzibor. Incredible. So let's analyze this a bit more. So Pshita, so we'll say, so now, here's what everyone agrees on. In order for there to be individuated liability for the Kohen Gadol and the general population, the Kohen Gadol brings his part, and the tzibor and the Beis brings their part. They have to be passing on two different areas of halacha. Now, whether or not they need to be in two different geographic locations, machlokas abayim, everyone agrees they have to be passing in two different areas of halacha. The Gemara is going to get into the weeds of this a little bit. Pshita, take the principles. So obviously, so I don't know passing about Caleb, and ultimately the Sanhedrin passing about about the Zara, two distinct avenues. The Chalukim v'Tanaim, the Chalukim v'Kavaros. Two different Isurim Tanaim, two different Psukim, and ultimately again two different Kavanos. The Group with Har, the angel Har the soil, because the Kohen will have to bring a Har, and the Sanhedrin will have to bring a Har and a soil. Okay. The whole Kamaisu, when you see here,
for many centuries, this was
fine. The Choshekeh, so to again, the Kohen Gadol was asking regarding idolatry, and ultimately again the Sanhedrin is asking regarding Caleb. The Chalukim, the Kavanos, same again. Ultimately, totally different Kavanos, Kabbalic liability. You see, even going on after the Messiah, right, because it's about Zara, and ultimately again the Sanhedrin will bring the power. Okay, so it's obviously when you have literally two different Isurim, two different Psukim, two different Kabbalic liability, then obviously the Kohen Gadol is going to bring his Karban, and the Sanhedrin will bring their Karban. But listen to this. Elohim, the Chiluk HaMechasas HaKeref, the Caleb Shal Hadakim Mahu. Oh, so watch this. Let's say they're both customing regarding Caleb, but they custom regarding different forms of Caleb. So, for example, the Kohen Gadol said, Kohen Gadol Paskin, Caleb on the stomach is mutter. And the Sanhedrin Paskin, Caleb on the intestines is mutter. So let's say, is that called individuated psak, distinct psak? Because at the end of the day, it's two different forms of Caleb. Or do we say no? Caleb is Caleb. So the most interesting enough. Well, let's see. We must know. On one hand, both of these types of Caleb carry the same Kabbalic liability. On the other hand, they are learned from two different psukim. So maybe since it's two different psukim, it's enough to create individuated liability. All the law, shade Caleb. Maybe say no, Caleb is Caleb is Caleb. And since they're both constantly on the same list, so we'll say again, what happens when the Kohen Gadol is constantly on the same list as the Sanhedrin? The Kohen Gadol does not bring his own power. Instead, he is covered under the power of the Sanhedrin. Which one is it? Pinkin Salomar, Shem Caleb Afadu. And if you want to say ultimately again, then it's both called Caleb, and that's considered as if they're constantly about the same. Listen to this. Who the Caleb and the Dam, nothing. What happens if the Kohen Gadol is constantly about Caleb, and the Sanhedrin is constantly about Dam? Miyamino, the time I have on one hand, obviously two different psukim. Odilov, Kavan, the Shabbat, the Karban, also Karban. On the other hand, both for Caleb and for Dam, it's the same type of Kabbalic liability. So there's not enough distinction or not between my answers. Take it. Interesting. So let's say, so again, we know in general, that for the Kohen Gadol to have liability for his part, and the Sanhedrin having liability for their part, they have to be passing on two different things. The Shaila is what happens when there is some level of similarity of psak. Either that they're both constantly regarded as the same carbonic liability, or same shame discern. That's the thing. Okay, shame things with Chagav and Achilor Levato makes us all kindness. That's what most of them saw. It's like Din, John, don't have to be in just a second. Din is only liable for a par adam government and sequel when they uproot a detail. They make a mistake about a detail, but not if they uproot the mitzvah in its entirety. You know one. So I'm sorry, Gemara says, me know one. Achilor Levato makes us all kindness. That's Kidamino, the Ida Kirke. We learned that already. We learned already last paragraph. Gemara says, do your chazara. The Ne'alam Davar, Davar Velo Korban. The Pasuk says Ne'alam Davar, a matter or a detail was hidden from the base. It's only when they make a mistake regarding a detail, and not if they press into uproot the mitzvah in its entirety. The Hinoshia, same thing is true with the Kohen Gadol. The Kohen Gadol also only has liability to uproot the detail, but not that he uproots the mitzvah in its entirety. Once again, I was going back to that phrase, essentially the power of the Kohen Gadol resembles the power of the tzibur, the power of the tzibur in this way as well. Incredible. So where do we know this from? So remember again, in general, Avodah Zarah is singled out.
In the meantime, the siege
Right,
lasted
because you also remember
for 3
again,
years.
and now what do you mean singled out?
The month
It's
of
based in
Tammuz,
Paskin. Now let's say
month of
Bika
Tammuz,
Avodah
the
Zarah
ninth day of
Based
Tammuz,
says
after
you're
3
allowed to
years
bow
of
down
terrible
to an idol.
siege,
You can't offer it up a carbon, you can't offer up a Torres, but you're allowed to bow down to it. And the seaport does that. It's not a power. It's not a power, it's a seer. There's a special offering. So Avodah Zarah was singled out in that it is a different type of carbonic liability. So I'm going to put that once it's singled out, maybe the details are different.
tried to escape.
Even if based in Paskin, totally safe. There's no more Avodah Zarah. Perhaps there should still be collective responsibility for the baby. So the Gemara says, "Ne'emar kan me'enei ve'enema la'alam me'enei." Zira Shava says, "She me'enei," says, "Me'enei ma la'alam bebezdin." Kan nami bebezdin. So umar la'alam davar v'lo kolakov. Kan nami davar v'lo kolakov. So mostly just like over there talking about a detail, so to over here so that's talking about a detail as well. We'll do just the Mishnah, then we'll stop for today. So the Mishnah says, "In chayav is one thing." So bottom line, so just so just to take away, right? Take away from this last Mishnah, we are absorbing a lot of information today. Only time that there's coin liability is if the coin is passing on its own. Meaning Basin is either not doing anything or planting something different. So coin double passing, Basin is passing, there's liability for the coin, and then ultimately liability for the basement. But interestingly enough, if halacha l'maisa, the coin gadol is passing on the same matter of halacha as the basement, then the kohen gadol does not have individual liability. Rather, the kohen gadol's liability ultimately again is taken care of by the par helam government. That's it. Actually, let's say we're going to stop over for today. Good, great run, excellent track, everyone. We'll stop here. We'll pick up in Mirza Hashem with I think you'll listen for. Hey, we'll pick up in Mirza Hashem with the Mishnah tomorrow. Shkoyach.
The walls of the city.
All right, everybody, do
3
another
days
great day,
later, the
everyone.
ninth day above set fire to the Beis Hamikdash, to the Holy Temple. Just imagine the sight of the Holy Temple on fire. It was unbelievable. I believe that it was actually happening. No enemy that had been in wars before the invasions, before the mighty King Sennacherib of Ashur had not been able to get to Jerusalem, to the Beis Hamikdash. They were sure that no matter what they did, the Beis Hamikdash would protect them. The divine presence would protect them. And the fact that the divine presence had now left the Beis Hamikdash and it was in flames, something that they couldn't bear to see. The Kohen Gadol, the high priest, took the keys to the holy offices and claimed that he says, I'm not a worthy custodian. I return the keys to you and threw the keys heavenward. Medrash says that a hand came and took the keys from him. And as he turns from that place, the butcher,
All right, now let's say.
where he used to bring the karbanis, bring the daily sacrifice. His daughter was killed right in the spot of the blood.
Thank you. I will say good morning. I'm Dr. Roth. Such a supposed to Hashem to be able to begin what will be our, I think, this is going to be our only full week of Haris. Only full week. It was last week, full week this week, next week already, right? We're finishing in your Tasha.
Took their harps and their trumpets.
So this begin by thanking all of our sponsors. To thank our annual Talmud sponsor, the Tilson Shmach of our for dedicating all the Shem Drushos this year. So it's always for Ami Shal. I'm a Torah sponsors for Elul Abalim and Tova Bennett Goldberg. For Anias and Shem for his parents. Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, Tigrezel, Bas Selig, and Hope. The titles of our Juvan Klal Yisrael will be Hashmoni, the Dinamits, the Ilu Nishmas, David Flums, father of Ari Flop, Rabbi Yitzchak Aryeh, and Rabbi Yaakov, from the Rabbi Yochanan. Merit of our Talmud Torah. All the British Shabbos Avnavi, the families in the Chama, all those in the Refushev, Gilin Chol, Chol, Yisrael, and Shvat, Mishkin Hashem, bring home our hostages, with Shalom and the carbon of our holy soldiers be successful. The whole Masih. So with that, let us begin with a really, really exciting daf ahead of us today. It's really exceptionally exciting. Not just saying that, man. I was supposed to say today's daf is got both. And tremendous respect to Rabbi for really covering reading around ground yesterday. We are picking up on Hammer Days, 3 lines up about in Tanya. Rabbi Shimon Hayo, Rabbi Shimon Omer, not Talmud Omer, Upar Sheni Ben Bakar Tikach Lachatas. So we'll say context. This is talking about, again, when the Levium were inaugurated for service in the Beis Hamikdash. So it's all over here details the Kabbalos that they're supposed to bring. So what does it say? They should make one of them into a Chatos and one of them into an Olah. You might have thought that the Levium would have consumed the Chatos. Therefore, the Torah says the second part is more Olah. It's comparing the two. How so? Not Olah alone now. Let's talk about both. Just like an Olah is not consumed, a Chatos lo ne'achalas. So to a Chatos is not consumed. Okay? Kiyotzigo. We're supposed to get ready for this Gemara. This is really tremendous. It's Kiyotzigo. I'm Rabbi Yossi. Havoim me'ashevi hagolah. Hikrivu olos de'elokei Yisrael. Harim shnei masar. So we'll say this is a pasuk from Ezra. A pasuk from Ezra. I'll say, so, last night by Shalshos here, the great supposed to have Yossi's opening with us. For Shalshos was really like, it was such a, those people here, was really like such a special and beautiful event. And as I mentioned, when I introduced him, so part of the incredible supplement method is the emphasis on incremental acquisition of knowledge. It's starting from something of thinking. Whatever you do, don't ask us a question on it. I'm just hoping, because again, we wanted to put a good foot forward. Don't ask them the question on that. It's what I'm saying. But what the thing is that what we begin to realize is because many of us, I include myself in this, have this huge gap in our education, right? There are those of us here who have finished Shas. Those of us here who have finished Shas more than once. And it's amazing enough yet with all of that knowledge. I think we often find there's this gaping hole in like our Judaic knowledge of them. It's one of the projects I think we're taking on in Yirtzeh Hashem as we go into Tasha Paypal, something to do really focus on that. Because now, some of the most beautiful things already. This pasuk from Ezra is talking about the Jews who turned to rebuild the second Beis Hamikdash. And we're going to actually spend a little bit of time on it. It's a gripping and moving account. So the pasuk says, "Habon me'ashevi," those who went ahead and came back from captivity. Bnei Hagolah, the Jews of the diaspora, Hekrivu olos de'elokei Israel, Harim shnei masar. So they went ahead and they offered up little
words of Eicha, the words of the scroll
Karbanos to the God of Israel. Harim shnei masar al kol Israel. 12 cows.
How has she become a widow?
12 cows,
How has she
cats.
become a
On that whole body. So
she who was so great among a princess among
rams,
the
96. Kivosim, shivim, the sheep.
was a terrible, terrible.
Sheep, 77. Sfirei chatos, shnei masar.
It was not the end.
Kol ololashem. So these are the karbanos that they came back when they
a lot of harsh warnings, but they also had a lot
up
of
by the inauguration of the second Beis Hamikdash. So watch this. So the Gemara says, "Hakol Olah." The pasuk says everything was an Olah. What's really? Hakol Olah. It's like everything was an Olah. That's not true. After most like Vava with Aleph 6, 8, 4 lines down from the top. After Shechatos Olah, and some of them were Chatos. So if there are Chatos, it can't be an Olah. Ela Hakol Ki Olah. All of the Kabbalahs that were offered were treated like an Olah. How so? Ma Olah lo ne'echeles, Chatos lo ne'echeles. Just as an Olah can't be consumed, so the Chatos wasn't consumed. So there was some unique, we'll call it Kabbalic peculiarities by these specific offerings. This is fascinating, what they'll say. Why were these Kabbalahs brought? So the Gemara suggests that many of these Kabbalahs were brought ultimately again as an atonement for the idolatry that Klal Yisrael worshipped. Now watch this, it gets more interesting. Sidkiyahu was the last king during the first Beis Hamikdash era. So ultimately, actually the last king before the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed. So this is interestingly enough, the Kabbalahs they brought were not for the Avodah Zarah that they worshipped during Babylonian diaspora, but rather again it was for the Avodah Zarah that they worshipped at the end of the first temple period, under the days or under the leadership of Tzidkiyahu. Now, it's important to understand, Tzidkiyahu was the top. Tzidkiyahu was the top. So that's one of these interesting dynamics in general about how much is a leader responsible for the actions of his constituents. it's like a dim in leadership. On one hand, clearly the flock goes ahead and a little bit to a degree mirrors the leader. But on the other hand, we find many times where you have the greatest leader in the world and the flock just doesn't do what they're supposed to do, right? Problem starts with Moshe Rabbeinu. And Moshe Rabbeinu, they built the Egel, and they went ahead and they did similar algorithm within just a couple of years. Like, in other words, like it's really right within a year of each other. Like it's a pretty incredible thing to think about. Now, what does that mean? Is that a reflection on Moshe Rabbeinu? Is that a reflection on Moshe Rabbeinu? Yeah, so it's interesting to know that you have like these cases in leadership study where a leader could be doing all the right things, but that's what the constituents are following him. So it's just the point to understand, Tzidkiyahu was a great man. He was a great son. But at the end of the day, unfortunately, there was rampant idolatry. But understand, he inherited a lot of these dynamics also. So in any event, this is what's happening over here. The Jews who came back from Babel, you got to remember, Babylonian diaspora, more than 70 years since the days of Tzidkiyahu, are now coming back, and they're part of their Kabbalic process is offering atonement korbanos for the Avodah Zarah during the waning days of the first Beis Hamikdash. Remember, it says, okay, let's analyze this. So Bishon Rabbi Judah, so says, now let's go back for just a second. So remember again, I was saying, this whole sugya is embedded in our previous machlokas, which is in general, how does Har Helam Davar Minat Tzibor work? Right? How is all of this working? Is it ultimately, again, is it the basin that's bringing the carbon? Is it Episheva that's bringing the carbon? So listen to this. Remember, so let me tell you what this makes sense. You could bring 12 katos, how so? Because Rabbi Yehuda holds that halacha l'maisa, again, there's a Har Helam Davar Minat Tzibor for each tribe. So therefore, again, there would be 12 chatos, one for each tribe, representing the tribal commission of idolatry. Inami, the chatu shiva shvatim, ushara ushar incha b'gzeira, or could very well be trying to Yehuda, even if the majority of Klal Yisrael sins, the minority is dragged along with them. That's how you can have ultimately again 12 chatos. Well, the Rabbi Shimon and Mishkas, but Rabbi Shimon also, you can find this case how to go. The chatu achadas ar shvatim, the maisu achadas ar sin, the edith the basis. According to Rabbi Shimon holds both the tribes and the basin that brings the bar. So ultimately, again, you can have 11 tribes that sin, and based in what another. Because remember, the classic said they brought 12 chatos. So according to Rabbi Shimon, it could be 11 tribes to sin, and the basin also has to be one that's 12. Other than Meir, there are basin that being below Tzibor. Shema Seif and Mishkachasla, the Rabbi Meir, you hold that halacha l'maisa again. Only the basin brings the power. The Shvatim do not. So where does 12 come from? Where does 12 come from? You must listen to this. Mishkachas, like you go, the Chatu, the Chatu, now it could happen that they sin 12 times. In other words, there were 12 independent events, and therefore again they were all pardoned for that. And I know what you think of these 12 events, that's ridiculous. How can you not learn your lesson? Really? Right? So look in the mirror, I can't see. I'm with myself. I'm always making the same mistakes in life, very rare. I mean, I'm not really in the chadish. I cannot really make the in terms of Aderos. Rather, again, it's usually just the same stuff, the same mistakes over and over and over. As much as we want to learn from our mistakes, sometimes we find ourselves in a perpetual cycle of making the same mistakes. Now, here's the good news. Even if you made the same mistake 12 times, you could break the cycle. But even if you break the cycle, you may fall off the wagon again. But that's what Rabbi was saying. Sheva Yipotat Yivakam, the avodah of life is not perfection. The avodah of life is just getting back up in the aftermath of failure. Well, nice, I know the Khatu. So we'll say now here's the bigger problem. So let's get this straight. When the Jews came back with Ezra for the second Beit HaMikdash, they were bringing the sin offerings for the idolatry under the days of Tzidkiyahu. Only one little small detail, only one small problem, which is the Pashtos, the Jews who worshipped idolatry under Tzidkiyahu were dead. We're dead already. Right? This is over 70 years earlier. Right? So remember again, think about it just a moment. In order to have liability during the days of CTO, you have to be what? At least 13 years old. So what's the probability? Right now at 83, because in other words, the vast majority must have already passed away. So the nice again, how can this new generation bring an atonement offering for the Avodah Zarah of people who already died? And Rabbi says, so we'll say now, by the way, what this question is really predicated on is as follows. The Jews who worship idolatry under the days of Tzidkiyahu, ultimately again, were chai b'chatos. Okay? What's the halacha of chatos shenesu ba'alel? We've seen this many times throughout Shas. A simple case, we'll say. Ruben goes ahead and accidentally violates Shabbos. Okay? He has to bring a carbon chatos. Okay? Ruben dies. Right? Children go ahead and get there. And in their Yerusha is this chatas. What do you do with it? Nothing. Actually, this is one of the cases you have to let the chatas die. You can't bring a chatas posthumously. You can't. So if the owner of the chatas like it, someone says, I understand. The quote unquote the owners of this chatas, meaning the previous generation of Iskio, Tzidkiyahu, the pashtas died. So how can this new generation bring a carbon chatas on their behalf? And Rabbi, listen to this. When do we say that if the owner of the chatas said you can no longer offer up the chatas, that's an individual? But ultimately, again, it doesn't apply to the congregation. In other words, if the tzibor has a chatas they have to bring, there's no, right? Even if members of the tzibor die, ultimately you still bring the chatas. Right? I will say, get ready for perhaps one of the most powerful lines in all of Shas, maybe in Kol HaTorah Kula. The fee she'ein misa b'tzibor. Wow. Because there is no such thing as death in the tzibor. You will say individuals die. Tzibor of Klal Yisrael is always alive. The aim misa b'tzibor. If you're by yourself, you could die. You're part of the tzibor. Ultimately, again, the tzibor is promised eternality. I will say, understand the profundity of these words on so many different levels. Aim misa b'tzibor. So let's say, first of all, this is the mitzvahs of Klal Yisrael. This is why I will say, this is why no matter what we face, right? No matter what we face, no matter what we're staring at, yes, often what we're scared about is what's going to be the collateral damage, what's going to be the level of sacrifice we're going to have to make. But our success, our eternality, our netality, Misa b'tzibor. It's what Klal Yisrael always lives. Always lives. And I will say it teaches us another important lesson, which is as we go through life, we think about our contributions and what we want to make and what we want to do and why we're here in this world. I will say, if my life is just about me and my goal is just to build the best version of me, you just listen, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. There's only one danger with it. If all you do in life is build you, then when you die, you die. You die. Right? Individuals die. And I say, let's be honest, individuals are forgotten. Right? Think about this just a moment. How many of us even know, who our great-great-grandparents were? That's only 4 generations. Great. 5 generations. That's maybe you know a name, maybe I don't even know a name. Individuals die. But if you use your lifetime to make a contribution to the cloud, you do something to make a contribution to the tzibor. But again, I'm not just living in my own dalamas. I'm not just doing what works for me and my friends and my smaller. But I figure out, you know what can I do to make a contribution to the cloud? And what that means is sometimes putting your own personal needs on the side and figuring out what can I do for the greater community, whatever community needs, your kehillah, your shul, your greater community where you live, Klal Yisrael. So it's like we're so often focused on what I need. Here's what I need. And even if I'm going to do something bigger than me, I'm going to do it only in a way that works for me. You can do that, but just understand, after 120, no one will remember you. And even if you found, okay, I'm not sure my kids are, okay, good. Give it 2 generations, no one will remember you. But if you make your investment in the tzibur of Klal Yisrael, if you put your co-host into building the Klal, something bigger than yourself, not just your little corner, not just surrounded by your couple of friends, and you put your investment in the Klal and the tzibur, that gives you eternality. That gives you eternality. Why? Most incredible thing about us that we have to really work on becoming Kehillah Jews, community Jews, Klal Yisrael Jews. And again, people think that, but I don't have money to do that. It's not money. Money's good. Right? But I'm saying it's not just money. It's your time. It's your effort. It's almost like, you know how much stress is created in shuls throughout Klal Yisrael. Because everybody needs just like, I need it like this. I need it like that. Imagine for a moment if everybody said, I'm going to start making it about what I need. Roll up my sleeves and help build everything that's around me. It's not about you. It's not about you. It's not about any of us as individuals. It's about being part of something bigger than yourself. If you can embed yourself in that, you have eternity. It's just going to be about what you and maybe a couple of select people need. It's nice, it's beautiful, it could even be holy. It's never going to be eternal. Embed yourself in the collective, and that will give you your neshama and your legacy eternality. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows: Where do we know that from? Where do we know that from? Where do we know ultimately again that Amy Sibit Sigur? The Gemara says, I'm sorry. The vision is not the Rat Papa Ha. Ealing with the Sid Takas of a second one. It's supposed to call Stephen Melech. Dylan. David Melech says the beautiful passage. Takas Abosecha Yubanecha. Literally again, the sons will come in the stead of the father, which seems to indicate to us what? Which indicates to us that halacha l'maisa, again, the sons, in other words, the sons will pick up where the father's left off. Well, then again, that's singular, right? In other words, that should mean that even the individual has eternality, because halabai, a person has children, those children are mamshiv. This is fascinating. Rav Papa's diuk ultimately again is from the seir of Rosh Chodesh. The Amar Achmana, Maisi Mitrumas Halishka. This is fascinating. So we'll say the seir of Rosh Chodesh, which is a fascinating carpet in and of itself. If you look at Rashi, this is right-hand Rashi, about middle of the short line. You see the Rosh Chodesh, the Havi Chatas. So we'll say this is fascinating. Remember again, on Rosh Chodesh we bring a carbon Chatas. The Amar Achmana, the Maisi Mitrumas Halishka. That will say, by the way, why is there carbon Chatas on Rosh Chodesh? So we actually learn this in the beginning of Shavuos. In Shavuos, right? So ultimately, again, the Chatas of Rosh Chodesh is mechaper on certain types of communal tumah. Also, the Gemara says, Rosh Baruch Hu says, Heviu alai kapara, bring for me a Chatas, bring for me a atonement. Why? Hashem apati es hayareach. Rosh Baruch Hu says again, this is like an atonement, whatever this means, an atonement for Hashem, that He diminished the power of the womb. Okay, at a different time. So this is as follows. Interestingly enough, halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says that we go ahead and we bring a carbon chatas on Rosh Chodesh. Now, interestingly enough, the carbon of Rosh Chodesh is brought from the Trumas Halishka. What's Trumas Halishka? General collection fund. Remember again, everybody would contribute a matzah, a shekel, and then they would take from that for communal carbonos. So the chatas of Rosh Chodesh was brought from communal funds. Rashi continues, the Chol Kabbalah Tzibur Mitrumas Halishka in Vine. So as I see, here's what's interesting. So interestingly enough, they would bring the Chatas of Rosh Chodesh from the communal fund. in the communal fund. Now the Gemara says, but how can you do that? After all, maybe someone died, right? Maybe someone died from the time that from the time that you separated until you offered it up. So the Gemara says, one second, how can this be? So you have to bring a communal chatos from community funds, but maybe between the time that you separated out and offered it, maybe members of Klal Yisrael died. And how can you offer up a carbon whose owners died? What do you see from here? That a misa b'tzibur, there is no death within the tzibur, and therefore Allah Almighty says about the from which goes Alishmani no Kata Shemesu Bala the tzibur carbon. What do you see from here? That it's only if by an individual chatos, if the owner dies, that you can't offer the carbon. But by a communal chatos, even if some of the owners die, ultimately we still offer the so let's go full circle. What are we trying to figure out? Remember what we're trying to figure out over here? How could it be that by the inauguration of the second Beis Hamikdash, they brought sin offerings for Avodah Zarah committed during the times of the first Beis Hamikdash? Didn't the people who need that carbon already die? Futra Papa said, "Ein misa b'tzibur." The Gemara is trying to figure out, where do you know that from? The Gemara says as follows: I don't understand. How can you compare this? This is a very big difference. In other words, maybe no one died. Maybe no one died in Klal Yisrael from the time that you separated out that carbon and you offered it. Maybe no one died. That's a big difference. Talking about more than a 70-year gap, right? That's not a fair comparison. At the time that rather Rabbi understands it from here. The Pasuk says, "We'll say this is about Egla Arufa." Egla Arufa, again, the decapitated cat. We find someone murdered between two cities. We don't know who murdered him. Measure to the closest city. Elders of that city come out, decapitate the calf, wash their hands over the calf. Okay, more to the process, but that's the cliff notes. So they say, as they wash their hands over the calf, they say, "Kapra li'am Yisrael Hashem." Literally again, "Kapra li'am Yisrael Hashem." Atone for your people. Asher padisa. Now, both say the rest of the pasuk is, "Kapra li'am Yisrael Hashem afidim namnaki b'am Yisrael v'nekapra l'madam." So it works like this: "Ruya kaparazu shetachapra al yotzei Mitzrayim midichsiv asher padisa." Interestingly enough, if you look at the wording over here, the elders are saying, "Hashem, atone for your people whom you redeemed." What redemption are you talking about over here? So Pashas Gemara says, Mitzrayim, even from Egypt. So Egla Rufa is so powerful that it's atoning even for Jews who left Egypt. And we'll say, what's the status of the Jews who left Egypt? What's the status, right? They're dead. They're dead. So what are you talking about over here? That there should be atonement for people who are dead. So what do you see from here? So you see from here that a chatos has the ability to atone even if the owners already died in a tzibur. So he wants, come on, Mitan, how can you compare that? Hasam kulu isninon, migo de mechapra, chayim mechapra nami amazing. That's not a fair comparison because the Egla Arufa, all the people who do need kapara are presently alive. Okay, so now that it's going to atone for the living, it could also atone for the dead. Alahacha, mihavu chayim. And we'll say this is fascinating. By Ezra, by the second Beis Hamikdash, it's quite possible that there was no one alive from the days of Tzidkiel. There's no one alive from that. So how can you atone for it? How can you atone for people if no one from that original group is alive? And we'll say this is an overwhelming bracha. Get ready for this. It turns out, listen to this, that there were a lot of Jews alive during the inauguration of the second Beis Hamikdash, who saw the first Beis Hamikdash. Incredible. 7 years later. Now, where does the Gemara get this from? This is shocking. The Gemara says, the Rabbi me'akahanim alavim v'rashi avos. So the pasuk says, interestingly, there were many of the Kohanim and the Levian and heads of households, hazikenim, ashero as habayis harishon. So the pasuk says explicitly, there are many Kohanim, many Leviim, many heads of families, many elders who are still alive. First again, I both say, can you imagine that? Can you imagine being one of those Jews, right? We've been waiting 2,000 years just to catch a glimpse of our beautiful Bayit Shlushim Yevizocha B'Simhei Rabbi Yameinu. Can you imagine again those Jews who are Zocha see destruction, and then Baruch Hashem able to see rebuilding of the Beis Hamikdash. So apparently there were a lot of them. So he marks in 1 second. Now remember, all the pasuk says is what? All the pasuk says is that there were a lot of Kohanim, Levi, and elders. There were a lot of people. It doesn't say they were the majority, right? It just says that there were a lot of them, but still maybe they were, in the great context of Klal Yisrael, still considered to be a minority. The Gemara says, no, listen to this. Listen to this. First white line. Suppose that this is wild. The Gemara says that when Klal Yisrael saw the second Beis Hamikdash, the sound of crying eclipsed the sound of joy. I will say this is fascinating. There were two different reactions when they saw the Beis Hamikdash, second Beis Hamikdash. Right? There was the cries. Now the Pashas Gemara is assuming who did the crying come from? The crying came from the Jews of the first Beis Hamikdash, and the second and the cries of Simcha came from the Jews who never saw the first Beis Hamikdash. So I will say, isn't this incredible that in general? So we'll finish the proof. Say for the Gemara says the fact that the crying was louder than we'll call the sound of joy, indicates to us what? That there were more people crying than being joyous, which indicates us something fascinating, that apparently the majority of Jews who came back and saw the rebuilding of the second Beis Hamikdash were leftovers is the wrong word, but we're holdovers, right? We're part of that generation who saw the first Beis Hamikdash, which is wild. Which also tells you apparently just about the longevity of those individuals. It must have been a lot of the ugly people. But I will say that it's incredible. So Gemara says the fact that the crying was greater than the joy, ultimately again indicates the majority of people were in fact holdovers from the first temple era. I will say to me it's also so profound that whenever Klal Yisrael rejoices, it's an incredible thing. Our rejoicing is also a mixture of two things. There is always laughter and tears, even in this simcha. I want to say, think of just a moment, right? What's going to happen when we have the third Beis Hamikdash? You can see this rebuilding itself. You could see on one hand, probably that are going to flow water. Because in that moment, when we are Hashem to see our third Beis Hamikdash, first you know what's going to come out. What's going to come out is like 2,000 years of pent-up pain. 2,000 years of, it's almost like, you see this sometimes like when people compete like these long-term races, also sometimes like they get to the finish line and they begin to cry, because they've been nursing injuries and pain and difficulty the whole time, but they kept it together because they had to get to the finish line. When we get to our third Beis Hamikdash, we arrive at our national finish line. There's going to be just a tidal wave of tears, because the pain that we had to keep in check all of this time, because sometimes you have to keep pain in check because I need to move myself forward. And at the same time, just the unbridled laughter and joy that's going to come from seeing that Beis Hamikdash, from seeing Mashiach, and then Chiyas Hamikdash, families being reunited, and all of these incredible things, we're going to see this. I will say it's important that we learn this, because what we're learning right now as a lesson in history, in Yeret Hashem very soon is going to become our reality in the present. This profound mixture of pain for everything that we've had to endure, coupled with the incredible laughter and joy for everything that we finally have, we will be zochet to it in Yeret Hashem B'kara. The Gemara says, "I b'ham mezidin avu." Still, there's a problem. How are the Jews bringing a carbon to atone for Avodah Zarah? They were mazed. Remember again, a chatas is brought for inadvertent transgression. These Jews were not shogig, they were mazed. So how could they bring a carbon for mazed? To which the Gemara says, you're right. Hora shah haisa. The Gemara says, this is fascinating. Hora shah means an exception was made. An exception was made. Ultimately, English Baruch allowed them to go ahead and bring a chatos, even for an intentional, unintentional. The ilote mahaki, elim tishim b'shisha, kvasim shiva b'shiva, kineged mi, I'll say furthermore, because you look at these kavanas, these numbers are very interesting, right? There are 96, Elin, 77, 77 kavasim. What are they corresponding to? Ella, Horaz, Shaisa Haya, Hakanami, Horaz, Shah Haisa. So it says ultimately it was Horaz Shah. Horaz Shah. And we'll say, by the way, you ask yourself, why was there Horaz Shah? Well, in other words, just say, let it go, let's move on. They will say, because if there's one thing, and this is so incredibly important for this time of year as well, if there's one thing that the Ribono Shel Olam has a vested interest in, it is us becoming Bali Tshuva. No one is a greater stakeholder in our Tshuva than HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Because when we become Bali Tshuva, we believe in our ability for second chances. We believe in our ability for second chances, we get our act together and we live differently going forward. If Tshuva is not a possibility, then we'll say, what's the point of trying? HaKadosh Baruch Hu needed Klal Yisrael to understand that the second Beis Hamikdash represented a new start, a new opportunity, a new beginning. And sometimes for people to really believe that they have a new beginning, there has to be something concrete. So the ability for Klal Yisrael to bring these chatas offerings was a tangible display. HaKadosh Baruch Hu forgives you. You're bringing a carbon chatas. But 1 second, only Yeshogi brings a chatas. Not amazing. Torah Shah. The Baruch saying it's okay. Here I'm allowing you to do it. Klal Yisrael brought those carbonates. They knew with certainty that they had been forgiven and that a new chance had been given. Incredible. Tanabanon. Meis Echa Minat Tzibor Chayavin. It's supposed to say anything more close to interesting Raisa. Meis Echa Minat Tzibor Chayavin. So we'll say, so remember again, this is all Par Ha'elam Davar Minat Tzibor, right? All the same thing, right? Beis Din goes in and delivers an erroneous ruling. People rely. There's this whole carbonic process. What happens? Meis Echa Minat Tzibor Chayavin. If one of the members of Klal Yisrael died, they're chayiv. Now again, we don't know it's chayiv. We're going to see what this means. Meis Gemara says, Beis Din Pikurin. Ultimately, again, if one of the members of the Beis Din dies, then ultimately, again, they are pater. So the Gemara says, Man Tano, who is the Tano? Amar Chista, Amar Yizera, Amar Yirmiyah, Amar Rab, Rabbi Meir, it's Rabbi Meir. The Amar, what did Rabbi Meir say? The Amar Beis Din Medin V'lo Tzibor. Rabbi Meir is of the opinion, I will say, which is by the way, is going to be the halacha l'maisa opinion. Rabbi Meir holds that when it comes to Par Helam Davar Minat Tzibor, ultimately, again, only the Beis Din brings and not the congregation. Now watch this thing where it says Chilpa, Meis Echa Minat Tzibor Chayavin. The Chaim Kuli Beis Din. Therefore, again, if one of the members of Klal Yisrael dies, they still bring the power because the Beis Din is intact. However, Meis Echa Min Beis Din Pturin, the Havile Chatas Shemeis Echa Min HaShotzvin. Umishum Hachi Pturin. Now let's say this is interesting. But if one of the members of the Beis Din died, then what? Then this is interesting. The Gemara suggests that Allah Chalamaisa, the Beis Din no longer brings the power. Right? Why? Because if one of the members of the Beis Din dies, this is like a chatas that was owned by partners, where if one of the partners dies, the chatas is no longer brought. Very interesting. The Gemara says, Maski V'Rav say if they're not in permission, they're a Beis Din Imat Tzibor, but we can send something to Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon holds that Allah Chalamaisa, Par Ha'elam Tzibor is brought both by the Beis Din as well as by the Tzibor. Therefore, Meis Echa Minat Tzibor Chayavin. They ain't Tzibor Meisi. If one of the members of the Tzibor dies, you still bring the power. Why? Because like we said, the Tzibor never dies. Tzibor never dies. Echa Mi Beis Din. But if one of the members of the Beis Din died, the Chatas Shotzfeni. Okay? Interestingly enough, so what the Gemara just suggesting is as follows. If one of the members of if a member of Klal Yisrael dies, we still bring the power, right? Because again, in Tzibor, in Yisabet Tzibor, the interesting what's being introduced over here is that, so let's just play this out. Beis Din Paskin that he lives in Mutter. Okay, fine. I mean, not okay, bad, right? People acted on it. Now Beis Din has to go ahead and bring a Par Ha'elam Davar Minat Tzibor. Okay, now whether or not the Tzibor brings or not, that's a machlokas guess. Machlokas that we've seen before. Now one of the members of the Beis Din dies. The Gemara is suggesting that the Beis Din will no longer bring the chatas. It can't actually say differently. It can't bring the chatas. Why can't it bring the chatas? Because the parallel of the Netzi was like the chatas of partners. Chatas are my partners. And the halacha is that when one of the partners dies, the remaining partner, the chatas can no longer be brought. Okay? So the Gemara says, is that true? Is that true? The Gemara says, sorry. Maskif lo Rabbi Yosef, the local Kabishad, fine. Kidamina the Khalshubano, Amalia Bai, Shamina Bishimna Rakatas Shifin Mesa. Rabbi says, according to Bishimina, understand that a Khatas Shutfin is not left to die. Not left to die. This animal said, remember again, understand, the Khatas of an individual, so like we said before, Ruvain brings the Khatas, Ruvain is obligated. The Khatas, he separates an animal and then he dies. What happens? That animal, that's the animal, you leave it to die. You can't do it. You can't go ahead. Chatas shnesu ba'ala. If a chatas and its owner died, you can't offer up that chatas. Now, listen to this. Interestingly enough, what about a chatas owned by partners? By partners. So again, it could very well be that you can't offer up that chatas, but is it left to die? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shimon says, it's not left to die. Desanya, par b'Shem Kippurim, shav to listen to this. If you have the par and the sar of Yom Kippur, so you separated out these animals, or Kabbanic service on Yom Kippur. Then what happened? Shavu lost the animal. Someone's losing their job, right? Someone's losing their job. Right? See, they lost the power and the start of Yom Kippur. So what do you do, Say? What do you do if you lose the power and the start of Yom Kippur? You separate out on the set. Okay, fine. That was enough. The unwritten part of the story over here is they offer it up, they offer up the replacement, and then what happens? They find the old ones or the original ones. What's the halacha? You leave them to die. Leave them to die. They regularly do. Rabbi Rothschild says, no, you have to let them graze, and then they develop more, and then you can redeem it. Why? Ultimately, again, because the chatas of the congregation is not left to die. Normally, Rabbi Yosef, Kohanim Kamrit, so I'll say that's Kohanim. Gemara says, shiny Kohanim Tekru Kal. Kohanim themselves are called the congregation. So that is not looked at. Interestingly enough, that parent Sawyer, that's not looked at as karbanos of chatas of partners. That's what we thought it was originally. That's the karbanos of kohanim. Kohanim are considered to be a cloud. The Gemara says, "Dechsiv ala kohanim ba'kol am hakahal yichaper." So you see, kohanim are called the cloud. What's the am days? Elamiato naisu parbalra. If that's the case, ultimately again, that kohanim are called a kahal, and ultimately again, they should bring their own par helam government at Sibur, because they're called the kal. The chitema achinami, if that's the case, maybe you'll say they will. You can't do that. Why? Tafilu b'shvatim. And let's remember again, according to the opinion that says that when there is a mistake in the shvatim, the Bezin brings a par and the shvatim bring a par. So how many paros is that? That's 12. If the kohanim are considered to be their own kahal, then what? How many should you bring? 13. No, here's the difference is the shevet of Levi is not called a kahal. This is very interesting. Why not? So both say this is interesting enough by Avram Avinu. Right? Hashem says, Avram, I will give you, I'll make you great, I'll multiply you. I'll make you into a kal amin. Now, right after that, it says, "V'nasati es haaretz hazos." So, what do you see from here? Being a kahal is associated with Eretz Yisrael, which Rabbi said. By the way, remember we learned this last week already that only the Jews in Eretz Yisrael are called kahal Yisrael. So, interestingly enough, the Gemara says, "Kol she'ish la'achuzah ikri kahal." Only those who have a portion in the land, ultimately again are called kahal. Whoever does not have a portion in the land, lo ikri kahal, is not called kahal. So we'll say, so this is really fascinating. So therefore, again, interestingly enough, Shevet Levi isn't called kahal. Why not? Because at the end of the day, they don't have land. Which I will say, by the way, it's interesting. It almost seems like what it's saying is like, what's the pshat? Okay, what's the pshat? If you don't have a portion of the land, you're not part of the kahal of Israel. So obviously, you can say it's a pasuk. I think a deeper idea. What it's saying is like this: to be part of kahal Yisrael, what has to happen? You have to have responsibility for the actual advancement of the land. If you don't have responsibility for the advancement, you're holy, you're beautiful, you're wonderful, but that's not Kahal. Right? Kahal Yisrael are people who roll up their sleeves and advance the common agenda of Klal Yisrael in Eretz Yisrael. If you're not shortening the land in some way. In other words, if you're not advancing the land of Eretz Yisrael, then ultimately, again, you're not part of the Kal. Now, again, not being part of the Kal doesn't mean you're not beloved. It doesn't mean you're holy. I'll say bad news is we're also not part of the Kal, right? In other words, but yet again, we're holy, we're beloved, we're part of Klal Yisrael, but the Kal is something very specific. So the Gemara says, "In came, here's the problem. If Shevet Levi is not part of the Kahal, then I will say, then again, how are you ever coming up? How are you ever coming up with 12 Shvatim, right? Again, that means ultimately at the end of the day, there's only 11. There's only 11. So they must say, Rabbi, no. Ephraim, Umenashe, Keruben, and Shimon, no, there are 12 Shvatim. Why? Why I both say? Because ultimately, again, Yosef becomes 2. Yosef becomes 2. Which I will say, by the way, is fascinating. Aksiv, Al Shem Achayim, Yikaru Benachal Osam. But by Ephraim and Menashe, it says that, listen to this, yes, Ephraim and Menashe are 2 tribes. What are they 2 tribes for? Ephraim and Menashe are considered to be 2 tribes for tribal inheritance, for inheritance purposes, right? For land purposes, but not for any other purpose. No, is that not true? Is that true? Below. I will say again, Ephraim and Menashe were different in the desert when we had flags. So remember again, Ephraim and Menashe had their own flags. So they are separate tribes. I will say, because remember again, the flags had to do with where tribes camped, which also had to do with Nakala, tribal inheritance. It's all part of the same thing. I have Hakalukin bin Asim, but Ephraim and Menashe each had their own Nasi, each had their own tribal prince. So it says, Hahu Lachlok Kaval Nasim. That was in order to give cover to Nasim. I'll say, or in other words, to say differently, that was in order to avoid Machlokas. If there was only one Nasi for Ephraim and Menashe, you could understand that's going to cause problems. Who does the Nasi come from? Right? Which one of them should get the Nasi? The sign was very beautiful. Shlomo Asa Zayin Yimei Chanukah. So ultimately, it says Shlomo made 7 days of Chanukah. What is that for Chanukah? What? Chanukah's Habayis. Or Shlomo consecrated the days. He made 7. I'm sure he really made 7 and 7. We saw this last week. He made 7 primary days of dedication. Moshe Lasos Shnei Masar. So why did Moshe make 12? Why did he make 12? The Gemara says, Moshe Lasos Shnei Masar. This is by the Mishkan. Why were there 12 days of inauguration by the Mishkan when Shlomo HaMelech only made 7 days by the Beis HaMikdash? They lachlok covered the Nesiim. Ultimately, in order to give cover to the Nesiim. Because we'll say, what would have happened? First off, it only would have been 7. So which tribal princes are represented, which are not? So what did Moshe Rabbeinu do? Prolong ultimately again the dedication this way. Every tribal prince ultimately again gets a part. Which I will say is a really, really incredible idea. What do you see from here? That Moshe Rabbeinu was preoccupied with Shalom. With Shalom. So if you need to extend the Chanukah Samishkan a little bit longer, ultimately again, that's what we'll do just in order to make Shalom amongst the Nesiim. Absolutely incredible. Says the Gemara, my Havi Allah. So I'll say, now the Gemara goes back to its original question. Let's get back on track over here. My Havi Allah, the Gemara says, what is the status of Chatos HaShutfi? So here's what we know. The Chatos of an individual, right? Reuben accidentally was Michal Shabbos. He separated Chatos and then he died. What happens to that Chatos? What happens to it? It's left to die, right? If the Tzibur has a Chatos and some members of the Tzibur die, what's the halacha? The Chatos is still offered, right? Why? Ein Misa B'Tzibur. The raya to that, the Jews came back from the second Hamikdash. Our interesting question is, what happens if you have a Chatos owned by 2 people? A Chatos owned by a partner, to which the Gemara says, that's my Habi Allah Tashma. So it's a conclusion here. Tashma Desanya. The Bishur says, there are 5 categories of chatos that ultimately again are left to die. What are those 5 chatos? Vlad chatos. If your chatos mazal gives birth, right? So if your chatos gives birth, ultimately again that chatos is left to die, right? Tmuras chatos. If you exchange one chatos for another, tmura. And I will say, by the way, well, we'll see why this is. Chatos shemei subala. if you have a chatos and the owner of the chatos died, the chatos sheniskaru ba'alel, or you have a chatos whose owner achieved atonement through another animal. So this would be a case of, let's say again, Reuven was Mechal Shabbos, has to at least set aside a chatos, lost his chatos, designated another chatos, offered up the replacement chatos, and then got the original chatos. So the original chatos is left to die. The chatos she'avar shnasa, or I'm saying in a chatos, there's an age requirement within a year. If the chatos aged out, okay. V'yata yochol lomar vlad chatas. Sorry, v'yata. So now the Gemara goes through this. V'yata yochol lomar vlad chatas b'tzibor. So if you're dealing with a tzibor, chatas tzibor, there's no such thing as offspring of a chatas. Why not? Shein tzibor mafrishin nekeva. Because again, whenever the tzibor goes ahead and brings a chatas, it's always a male animal, never a female animal. So therefore, I will say again. Just this is important because in 2025 you have to clarify these things, right? So only females can have children, right? Only females can nurse, only females can menstruate, only females, right? So again, there are certain bodies that are only for females that men cannot do, right? So let's say, again, the Gemara says, so by tzibor, there's no such thing, because at the end of the day, ultimately, again, by a tzibor, it's only a male chatos, not a female chatos. And ultimately, again, there's no such thing as the tmuras chatos b'tzibor. Why not? Shein tmura b'tzibor. As well as the concept of tmura only applies by, remember again, tmura means when you exchange a sacrificial animal. So the halacha normally is, if you exchange sacrificial, there's a penalty. Both the original animal and the exchange animal, both become kodesh. The tmura doesn't work by communal offerings. That is in zero sakas. More learns that from a pasuk. Okay. Next, furthermore, again, by a chatas atzibor, there's no such thing as the owner dying. Why not? She'ein tzibor mason, because as we saw before, emisa b'tzibor. There's no death by the tzibor. She'nis kapu ba'ala v'she'ad rosh nasa lo shamanu. So what I say, interestingly enough, the two cases that we don't know by a tzibor is she'nis kapu ba'ala. What happens if there was a chatas atzibor that and it was lost? The owners went ahead and got a replacement animal. They achieved the coming through the replacement. Then they find the original. What's the status of the original animal? And shavar shnas, or if it aged out. It aged out. So those are two cases ultimately again where we don't know the halacha by chatas atzibor. So lo shamanu. So we don't know what the halacha is over there. What's also yakol yamusu? So you might have thought ultimately again they should be left to die. So the Gemara says, "Amrit yomot sasamin amfurish." Ultimately, again, we should learn the unknown cases from the known cases. How so? Mama tzinu beblad chatas atmuras chatas shemesu ba'aleh b'yachid dvar mamur v'lo b'tzibor af sheneskaku ba'aleh v'sha'av shnasa b'yachid dvar mamur v'lo b'tzibor. So we'll say maybe we should say just like the first three only apply to individual tzibor, individual chatas, and not to communal chatas. So to again the remaining two, which apply to an individual, shouldn't apply to a tzibor. So what's one second? That's not fair. Why? Why is that not fair? Because at the end of the day, remember again, some of these cases are simply not possible by a tzibor, as we already saw. To which they must Rabbi Shimon, Bechad Makom Gamir. So I'll say, bottom line, the Gemara says that Halach L'Maisa, Rabbi Shimon says it's like this. These 5 cases of where a chatas was left to die, they're a unit. Now, what does that mean? They're a unit. Either they all apply, or they all don't apply. So therefore, halacha l'maisa, Rabbi Shimon says is like this: since when it comes to chatas atzibor, already out of the gate, 3 of them don't apply, right? Vlad chatas doesn't apply because by a chatas atzibor you only offer up male animals, right? Tmuras chatas doesn't apply because there's no tmura ultimately again by a communal chatas. Or by a chatas owned by communal offering, and ultimately again chatas shemesu ba'aleh doesn't apply. Why not? Because in misa b'tzibor, once those 3 don't apply, then by definition the other 2 don't apply as well by a chatas tzibor, and therefore ultimately again, if you have the case of a chatas tzibor where they lost the animal, went ahead and offered up a new animal, and then found the original one, you do not let the animal die, but rather again you let it graze, develop a mum, and then redeem it. Same idea. Ultimately, if it ages out, halacha l'maisa, you don't leave it to die. Rather, you go ahead and let it graze, develop a mum, and then sell it. So halacha l'maisa, those five situations where chatas are left to die, the only time you apply it is if you could apply all five. If you could apply all five, great, fantastic. If you can't apply any part of the five, then by definition, the remaining ones do not apply as well. As we close out the parak parallel dominant seabird, it's important. Just one piece of halacha l'maisa to understand. We pass on Rabbi Meir, meaning that by parallel dominant seabird, who is offering it? One par offered up by Beis Din. One par offered up by Beis Din. Now look. So now what that does, and again, what that does mean, and this is very important, is if after the transgression was recognized, so again, Beis Din said, halacha l'maisa, again, you can eat chalif, right? So Klal Yisrael went out, some majority of Klal Yisrael went out and ate chalif, majority of Klal Yisrael went out and ate chalif, and then it was discovered. So the Beis Din brings a par. The rest of the Shvatim they're covered the part of the Beis Din. If one of the members of the Beis Din dies, before the par is offered, then the par is not offered. So again, that's the technicality. If one of the members of the group does die before the par, then the par not be offered. But Allah, one par, so offered up by the Beis Din. They both say, Hajjun Allah, Cholu Beis Din Mazel Tov. I'm finishing our first parak in the second Sarya, so what a parak it was. Tomorrow, the adventure continues. Shkoyach. Okay, have a great day, everyone. All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tilson Mishpacha Israel, we're dedicating all of the share Joshua's this year as his chus and restore us to Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul, Abba Alinu, the Tova Ben Goldberg, for our native and the Shema of his parents, Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, Vega Ezel, Bas Zelig, and the hopes that all the tefillos of our precious kilo are answered during this month and in the months ahead. Shmuley Aliva Dinovitz, the Ilu Nishmas, Rabbi Ari Flum, Rabbi Yitzchak, Aryeh Ben Achavar, Rabbi Yaakov, Zichron Lebracha, and a week of learning sponsored David Goodman, the Ilu Nishmas, Roy Ben Aryeh. Well, say with that, let us begin, and of course, as always in this course, we dedicate learning the Sfos of our precious hostages, Nicholas Baruch Hu, Hashem, bring them home, the Shalom and the Karav and the merit of our holy soldiers, Nicholas Baruch Hu, allow them to be successful, the Chol Masiyeh Dina. Also with that, let's go. Baruch Hashem, a lot to do today, but we got this. We're going to make a run in Eretz Hashem for the Mishnah on the days. Today's daf is Dalet 4. We are picking up on literally the top of Gimel Amud Aleph 3b. Let's go. Okay, says the Gemara. I'm Rabbi Yonason. Actually, the back change, the Gilgal Shas changes it to Rabbi Yochanan. Okay, second line after the top. Rabbi Yochanan. Men sheyashu lahoros, ein chayav ashir kulon. If 100 is interesting, let's say a Beis Din made up of 100 people, and they sat down to adjudicate a case, halacha l'maisa, there's no obligation for par halom davar min hatzibur, unless, of course, all of them participated in the judgment. In other words, all of them have to go ahead and have waited on the judgment. So yishku, achi yishku kulon, achi tim shotara b'chol adas Yisrael. So it's an interesting halacha. In other words, the only time that a Beis Din is going to have har halam davar min hatzibur is when everyone is willing. So if someone abstains, for example, ultimately har. This seems to be abundantly clear as well. In general, we have the concept of rubo kekulo, that a majority ultimately is like the whole. But yet over here, what does it say? Kol ha'eda. We use lashon of kol ha'eda, which indicates to us, says Rabbi Yochanan, that the entire Beis Din must be participatory in this psak halacha to have a par helam davar minat sibor. Hoyo vakach afilu in there. Okay, so Gemara says Tanan. So let's go say the Gemara now questions this from our Mishnah. So Tanan, Horu Beis in the other Echamei Shato, right? If Beis Din Paskin and one of the members of the Beis Din knew that a mistake was made. Oh, Tam Vrayla Horos. Or we'll say again, there was a Tam Chacham in the audience there in the galley who was fit for judgment, and he realized ultimately again that the ruling was mistaken. But despite that, halach va'asa PM, he went and he ate the chiluk, as we keep using that case, based on their ruling. So the Gemara says, Bein sha'asu va'asi ma'in, bein sha'asu va'asa akareyen, bein shalo asu va'asa. So whether again he did it with the Beis Din, he did it after the Beis Din, he did it before the Beis Din, they didn't do it at all, he just did it. Halacha l'maisa, harei zechayiv, b'pnei shelo talu b'Beis Din. At the end of the day, we saw this case in Mishnah. So the individual is chayiv. Why? Because since he knows better, if he counted as depending or acting based on the ruling of the Beis Din. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Hayhu the chayiv, ha'achar pater. Now it's only this individual who's chayiv because he knew better, which indicates us that if some other individual relied on the Beis Din, ultimately again he would be pater. But why? Ba'amai ha'lo nigmara hora. Obviously, this is a case where we're seeing Mishnah saying is one of the judges dissented. Right, one of the judges ultimately again, one of the judges told the rest of the Beis Din, ultimately again, what you did is not correct. That psak is not correct. And I will say now, remember, halacha l'maisa, we just said before, the Yochanan said before, that in order for there to be liability, ultimately again, what has to happen? Halacha l'maisa, the entire Beis Din has to participate. But this is a case where one member of the Beis Din is not participating. What's the case? You go shehirtim. It's very interesting. What's the case? The dissenting judge, the one judge who said, hey, guys, you're all wrong, he went ahead and he nodded his head. Interesting. So in other words, by nodding his head, Rashi points out over here is he indicated that he is participating in this. Even though he actually did not participate, he gives the impression of participation, and therefore it's considered to be as if everyone has participated in this ruling. Interesting. So Tashma, Horu Beis Din there. When Shato, if Beis Din Paskin, and one of the members of the Beis Din realized that the Beis Din made a mistake, and again, that Dayan, that judge says, Chabra, you're making a mistake. Ultimately, the Beis Din is putter from Har Ha'elam Davar Minat Sibor, because you have to have everyone participating. So interestingly enough, the only reason they're putter is because he said to them, you're making a mistake. Ultimately, again, if he wouldn't have said anything, they'd be liable. I think it must have been the Gomer Lahem Hora, Danai, but once again, if Rabbi Yochanan, you're right, why should there be liability? Because Rabbi Yochanan said, in order for there to be liability, you need the participation of all the judges. But here, not all the judges are participating. What's the case over here? The case is where he's nodding his head. So the act of nodding his head, is considered to be participation, even though he's disagreeing with the Beis Din. So Master Rabbi Sharshia, some Kura was in the Rabbi Shimon Omen. So most very interesting halacha. Rabbi Sharshia says the rabbis relied on the teachings of Rabbi Shimon on the teachings of Rabbi Ben Sadak, who said, "Ein gozun gzera ala tzibor, ela im ken lo hatzibor yicholin la'amod lo." What's a very interesting halacha. You cannot go ahead and decrease something on the congregation unless you know with certainty that the majority of people have the ability to go ahead and uphold this halacha. Very interesting, right? You cannot legislate law that the majority of the populace cannot uphold. We just actually saw this in Avodah Zarah. If you remember again, this is why Chazal had to rescind the concept of asphalter, baker's bread. Right? Bread made by a Gentile baker. Originally, again, the rabbis outlawed it. And then what happens? And then what happened? They realized that was impossible because you had communities where there was no Jewish baker. And therefore, that created an undue hardship. They had to rescind it. So let's listen to this. Mikra, what's the pasuk that supports this idea? So the Mother quotes the pasuk from Malachi. So literally, again, with a curse you have cursed me. And you are stealing from me the entire nation. The Gemara says, Yet here it says about to use lashon of kol, but kol never means everyone. Kol means the road. To which the Gemara says, "You're right." Tiyufta Rabbi Yochanan tiyufta. In the end, we refute Rabbi Yochanan's position. So therefore, I will say again, Rabbi Yochanan came along, and Rabbi Yochanan said that whenever you have a base and you have a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur. Remember again, what's par ha'elam davar min hatzibur? That's ultimately again based in Paskins, delivers an erroneous psak. Majority of the Baal relies on it. There's a special carbon that's brought. Who brings that carbon to power? Is it the Beis Din? Is it the populace? That's the machlokas. Okay, we'll get to that. Rabbi Yochanan posited that the only time there is liability for that is when the entire Beis Din participates in the psak halacha. Where does he get that from? Because lashon in the pasuk is in kol adas b'nei Yisrael. The Gemara just went and disproved that and showed that that's not true. Sometimes you could find the word kol, and kol can mean what? Kol can mean majority. Kol can mean majority. So therefore, Allah Gemara is effectively disproven Rabbi Yochanan, and therefore you do not need the entire participation of the entire Beis Din in order to go ahead and have a parallel of the tzibur. So then what is the meaning of the expression adas? If it doesn't mean that you need 100% participation, what does it mean? So we'll say, watch this. What it means is, in order for it to be a par halam davar, the entire Sanhedrin has to have been in attendance. All 71 judges have to be present. If someone was absent, someone was not there, cannot have a par halam davar minat tzibor situation. Incredible. I'm going to go show. Yoshim is going to say beautiful Gemara. It says 10 judges who are sitting to judgment. Kolar taloy b'tzavar kulon. Literally, again, there's a yoke. There's a yoke on top of all of their necks. In other words, all of the judges carry a sense of collective responsibility for the psak of the Beis Din. So the Gemara says, that's obvious. Obviously, everyone on the Beis Din bears the responsibility for the decision that is going to be made. So to finish over here, how come Well, so listen to this. It comes to include even a case, a student who's on the same Beis Din with his Rabbi. I might have thought like this. A student in front of his Rabbi is always going to be differential. So therefore, maybe the student knows that the Rabbi is wrong, but he doesn't want to say anything. Kamashmal, none of that Beis Din has responsibility. So therefore, again, the student bears responsibility. You can't just be differential. If you're on a Beis Din, you have an obligation to seek out truth, even if it's to the contrary of your Rabbi. It's very interesting, listen to this. When he would go out for judgment, sit in judgment, he would always take 10 students from the yeshiva with him. Why? Yimar says, in order that they be able to take literally some of the splinters from the beam. In other words, what's happening over here is Rav Huna was saying, if I'm going to take responsibility for judgment, I want others to shoulder that responsibility together with me. Ravashi, when someone would bring him an animal to see if it was a treifa, I'd say that the passing on the animal is a kasher treifa. What would he do? He would essentially assemble a Beis Din, or really a panel of experts. He would bring 10 butchers from Masa Machasya to look at this particular animal. Why? So that they should be able to handle a little bit, again, a splinter from the beam. So that there should be collective responsibility. So let's say it's interesting that from the Gemara makes it sound like that they were afraid of assuming the entire responsibility and kind of wanted to defray a little bit of responsibility. The way it works is you could accomplish so much more when you're a part of a collective than when you do things individually. And it could very well be that what's happening over here is as follows. Judgment requires siyata d'shmaya. Doesn't require incredible divine providence, because after all, the Gemara says, so the judge can only adjudicate that which he sees in front of him. Which means that even when you're the judge, no matter how much of a talmid you are, you never have complete information. So you need siyata d'shmaya. So it could very well be that what these Rabbanim are doing is they're assembling with me. Also because there is always greater siyata d'shmaya. There is always greater divine providence when we do things together. When Jews act as a unit, when we act as a nation, when we act or as a group, as a cohesive group, that is a force multiplier. And what we could accomplish when we are together as a chevra, as a beis din, as a kehila, as a nation, is infinitely greater than what we could accomplish as individuals. So could very well be that these Rabbanim are saying as individuals, there's a heightened probability perhaps of making a mistaken judgment, but bring in other Yidden, bring in other Jews, create a cohesive spiritual group, and ultimately, again, that will have siyata d'shmaya. Incredible. Mishnah. Holu beis din v'yavu shetau v'chazu bahen bein sheni kabrasa bein shelo yadu kabrasa v'hala v'asa apien. It's supposed to be an interesting case over here. Beis din made an erroneous ruling. So let's do same case, right? Same case. Beis din went ahead and paskined that chalev is mutter. Okay, so they paskined incorrectly, and then what happened? They realized they made a mistake. They retracted their ruling. Okay, whether they brought the parhalam davaminat sibo or not, right? So whether they brought the carbon or not, what happened? Someone acted on their psak. So let's see. You see, you've seen this case in the previous case. In the previous case, Bezin made a mistake in ruling. Bezin didn't realize it yet. Ruben went ahead and went out the name Caleb. Okay, so the Mishnah said that halacha l'maisa, ultimately, halacha l'maisa, the individual is freed from personal liability because he's covered by Bezin. This case is different. In this case, Bezin passed erroneously. Bezin realized their mistake, but Ruben didn't hear about the fact that Bezin made the mistake. So what did Ruben do? Ruben went out and ate. He went out and ate. So it's the halacha. Rabbi Shimon says Ruben is patur. Rabbi Shimon is patur. Why? Because Ruben is acting based on the psak of the Beis Din. Omer safek. Lazar says it's a safek. Now, interestingly enough, now what does that mean? It's a safek. Okay? So ultimately, again, Rabbi Lazar says we're not sure. Is this called that he's relying on Beis Din or that he's relying on himself? So the Gemara says, Ezu safek yashav lo b'sof beiso kai halach lo l'medina sayam pater. So once I say interestingly enough, Rabbi Lazar says like this. He also makes an interesting distinction between cases. If Reuben is home, then all is chayiv. Why is that? Because if you're home, you should know about the hak, right? You should know about that. You should know about what's going on, and you should have heard about the fact that Bezin reversed its ruling. If, on the other hand, ultimately, again, he's traveling, and again, he's out of the city, you should have. Then again, it's understandable that he does not know that Bezin reversed this psak. Rabbi Kiva says, "Mod ani bazeh shukarav lepater min hachova." Rabbi Kiva says, "I happen to agree with this case that he's traveling. This case seems to me that it's closer to saying that he should be pater than liable." Amar ben Azai, "Mai shnazem and ayoshe bebeso." Why should someone who's traveling be any different than if someone who's in his home? Shayoshi bebeso afshar hayolo l'shmoa. Zeh lo hayolo afshar l'shmoa. Because again, the Gemara ben Azai says at the end of the day, so our Rabbi responds, someone who's in his home ultimately has every reason to know information. Someone who's traveling doesn't necessarily have access to that same information. Horu Beis and Lakbas Kalagov. Suppose that's case one. Case two. Beis in Paskin to uproot, and they made an erroneous psak, but in this case over there, the erroneous psak is to uproot an entire mitzvah. For example, Amru, Ein Nida Batorah, Ein Shabbos Batorah, Ein Avodas Kochanim Batorah. So let's say, for example, they say, there's no such thing as Hilchos Nida. They make a dramatic mistake with an entire segment of the Torah. There's no Shabbos, no mitzvah of Shabbos. There's no prohibition of Avodah Zarah. So we'll say, what's the halacha? Hare eluk tu. Now, what is that? Hare eluk tu. So remember again, we're talking about now the liability for par helam davra minat sibor. So as essentially what's going to say this outside, what we're going to see is par helam davra minat sibor occurs or is brought when a Beis Din made a mistake about a detail in a mitzvah. But when they make a mistake about an entire mitzvah, there's no right. They paskin. We no longer have to observe Shabbos. We no longer have to observe Nida. We no longer have to worry about Avodah Zarah. Then that's a mistake about an entire section of the Torah. This is horrible. If they paskin and they uphold part of a mitzvah and negated part of the mitzvah, that's par helam Minat Sibor case. So, for example, such things as self ninja, but with the Shomer Shem Kineged Yom. What is that? So that has to do with the biblical construct of ninja, where if a woman would see but to observe one card of purity. So they say that halacha doesn't apply. Say there is Shabbos, but you're allowed to carry something from a private domain to a public domain. So they're making a mistake about a detail. Right? There is, of course, an Isra Baldazara, but you're allowed to bow down. Can't do anything else, but you're allowed to bow down. So ultimately, again, in these cases, you would be chayav par helam davar yatzib. For why? Shneimar v'ne'elam davar. Davar v'lo kolat. Because the way the pasuk is structured, the pasuk says a certain detail was obscured by the Beis Din. It's when Beis Din makes a mistake about a detail that there is par helam daminat sibor. But if they make a mistake about the mitzvah in its entirety, then ultimately, again, there is no par helam daminat sibor. Incredible. So we'll say, so let's analyze this point a little bit, both of these points. So two cases in the Mishnah. I'm Rabbi. My time of Shimon. So says, what's the first case? Case number one in the Mishnah was based in past skins that chaylev is mutter. Right? Based in then realizes it's a mistake. They retract the psak. Ruvain did not hear about the retraction, and therefore Ruvain goes out to eat chaylev. What's Ruvain's status? Rav Shimon says potter. Rav Elazar essentially says really it depends. It's a suffix. I'm not sure. And then again we get into a little bit about was he at home? Was he traveling? So the Gemara says, my time is Rav Shimon. What's Rav Shimon's logic? Who says that he's potter? Ultimately, because at the end of the day, why is Ruby eating chaylev? Why is he eating chaylev? What's the answer? That bottom line, that's the answer. So therefore, again, the fact that they retracted a piece of chaylev, he's going to tell you because of the psak of Beis Din. He get down the alternate version of this. Amarav, Omer Hayr Shimon. Amazing. So Rabbi says in the name of Rab that any psak that went out from the majority of the tzibor and an individual acts on it, ultimately again he is potter. The Gemara says why? Because once again he's acting based on the psak of a Beis Din. So makes him is the kasha par halal davar shal tzibor usiguri ovalos kochadim. Golden Alem de Rabbi Shimon. So it's very interesting. Let's leave aside about it for now. Let's say Paral of Minasibor. So let's say again, simple case, based in Paskin Chaylev is mutter. Majority of Klal Yisrael went ahead and listened to that. Fine. So we'll say, so now what? Now what do we have to bring this power? So Rabbi Shimon says we make a collection. We made a collection, right? We go ahead and we collect for that from Klal Yisrael. So I'm going to make a GoFundMe page, right? And this is for the Par Halam Davar Minasibor. And Klal Yisrael goes there and contributes. That's what Shimon. Yehuda Rabbi says no. No, you can take it from the temple coffers. And I was and I watch this. And I even the Gabilu, Habilihoda. And I will say if that's the case that you're collecting it from the general population, then what does that mean? Everyone's gonna know about the Par Halam Minasibor. And that's the case that when Reuben goes ahead and eats the chaylev, how can he claim he didn't know they're already collecting from the general population for the carbon? So what's one possibility is in this case, they made a stam collection. They're fundraising, right? They didn't say what they're fundraising for. Or he wasn't in the city at the time of the collection. Okay, so there's reverse attribution, and it's from Shimon who says that we take it from the temple coffers. Therefore, it's quite possible there's no public awareness. Okay, well, so it's on. So remember, we're focusing now still on our first case in the Mishnah. Based in Paskin, that halacha l'maisa, the halacha l'maisa, chaylev is mutter. They then realized their mistake. They reversed their psak. Shimon did not hear about the reverse. So he eats chaylev. Is liable or not? Different than our case, because in the first Mishnah, Beis Din did not know about the erroneous kite of their ruling, and therefore, again, they're still promoting this back. In this case, Beis Din realized it. So it's Potter, because he's still considered to be acting based on the guidance of the Beis Din. And then Rabbi Lazar really gets into this subject. So let's analyze a bit more. Tanya, Rabbi says, Rabbi Mechayev, Rabbi Shimon Potter. Rabbi says you're Chayev, Rabbi Shimon says you're Potter. Rabbi Lazar Omer Safek. Rabbi Lazar says it's Safek, Yishum Sumchas Amar Paloi. Sumchas. The difference over here or not, again, the Imam is liable to bring in Asham. We're going to talk about this a little bit more. Asham Talo, you will say, is brought in a situation, ultimately, again, where you are not sure, did you go ahead and commit an Avera or not? That's what's called an Asham Talo. So the Gemara says as follows. Let's analyze it here. So the Gemara says, top of Dalit. Dalit Dalit. Good. Making good ground over there. Below me by the man that were Tzibor, my seat, Mefarsim also. The most I goes without saying, remember again, we keep reverting back to our original Machlokes, or one of our earlier Machlokes, who brings Har Helam Davar Minat Tzibor. Ultimately, again, is that the people, is it the Beis Din? So according to the opinion, it says that it's the Tzibor. Mefarsim also, because then everyone knows about it. Allah Pilaman Davar Beis Din. The England Mefarsim also. You have a sha'o hava amrila. Right? So I was saying, even according to the opinion that says that it's the Beis Din that brings it, so it's not as much of a piercing of publicity. Still, had Ruben asked, he would have found out. So I will say, it's interesting, what you see over here at root of this machlokas is like how much liability, how much responsibility is there on Ruben to find out about the current state of affairs. I'm Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi Bazvida. Much of the Sufas Lamadadomer. What could Sumchas's position be compared? So it's like an individual who brought his carbon ben hashmoshes. So I remember again, carbon must be brought by day. Must be brought by day. Let's say someone inadvertently brought their carbon ben hashmoshes during the twilight period between day and night. Something about yom. This Gemara says. So something about yom. So something. I'm sorry. Ben hashmoshes. Something about yom. Niskarpalo. Something mishech hashecha. Niskarpalo. She'ein mevin asham taloi. So ultimately, says that would be of the case where we're not bringing asham taloi. The lomi by the bar, based in mevin the loy arsaman dosa. And again, it goes to the opinion that says that it's based in that brings it here because there's no publicity associated with that. But even according to the opinion that says that Tzibor that brings it, there would be publicity around. But the says the haka, the suffix miba od yom, suffix mishech hashecha, ishael lo ashkat inish to mishayle. As I was saying, in this case over here, ultimately again there would be no one, so to speak, to ask for clarity. But yet that's different than the case by the Beis Din, where there is someone to ask for clarity. So back to the Mishnah. So remember again, so far we have clarity on the position of Rabbi Shimon, right? Rabbi Shimon says that Beis Din paskin chelev is mutter, and Beis Din walks it back, right? Beis Din reverses. Didn't hear about the reversal, eats chelev. Rabbi Shimon says, you're pater. You're pater. Why? Because you are considered to be acting on based on the psak of the Beis Din, and therefore you are covered by that. Then now remember again, Rabbi Lazar just follow the progression. Rabbi Lazar says, safek. And then the Mishnah introduces the idea, the difference between maybe if he's home versus if he's traveling. Rabbi Akiva says, I hear that, right? I hear that. And I hear Rabbi Akiva says, I think that the one who's traveling, ultimately, again, really, I'm leaning to saying that he's potter much more than saying that he's chayiv. Ben Azai says, Rebbe. Remember, Ben Azai says Rabbi Akiva is Rabbi Akiva's Talmud. So Ben Azai says, Rebbe. I understand what's between someone who's traveling and someone who's home. Rabbi Akiva responds very simple. Someone who's home should know what's going on. Someone who's traveling doesn't have access to information. So Shakir, come on, Rabbi Akiva, Ben Azai. Rabbi Akiva says, good, back to Ben Azai. Listen to this, then our communication would be, let's say Ruvain ultimately again begins to travel. He left his house, but he's still in the city. So let's say, so what would you do in that case over here? The Ben Azai Chayv, the Rabbi say, you say, according to Ben Azai, he should be Chayv. Why? Because he's still home. Ultimately, the Rabbi Akiva Potter, the high hichsik badera. Ultimately, again, he's going to be potter. Why? Because again, once you leave your house, you don't have the same access to information. Incredible. Holo based in Lakar as well. So now we come to the last part of the Mishnah. It's going to be the bulk of our. So let's say first of all, asking Rabbi Paskin. The Rabbi Paskin is like Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva named local myself, basing that at Chedor's mutter, right? And based in reverse, that's psak. After the Rabbi eats chela, what's Reuben's liabilities? So we accept this distinction. If Reuben is home, it's chayiv. Why? Because if you're home, you should know what's going on, and you should know about the reverse. If Reuben was traveling, then halacha l'maaseh again, even if he just left his house, ultimately he's going to be potter. Why? Because once you leave your house, you don't have the same access to information, and he is considered to be acting based on the psak of the Beis Din, and therefore is absolved from personal liability. Incredible. Next, remember, listen to what the Mishnah say. If Beis Din makes an erroneous psak, and they uproot an entire section of the Torah, there's no such thing as Shabbos. That's not Parhalam Davar Minat Tzibor. What's Parhalam Davar Minat Tzibor? Where they make a mistake about a detail regarding the mitzvah. So says the Gemara, V'ne'elam Davar Toshiakar HaMitzvah Kula. Again, when is it Parhalam Davar Minat Tzibor? When based in a mistake regarding a detailed davar, but not regarding minor mitzvahs. Okay, so what's the example of this? Amru ein nida b'Torah, ein Shabbos b'Torah, Torah. They say there's no nida, there's no Shabbos, there's no avodah zarah. You would have thought that maybe they're liable to par halam davar min. But Talmud Omar bin davar v'lo shetis alin lo hari eluktu. Again, what's that halacha? Amru, listen to this. Yesh nida b'Torah ba'haba. They make a mistake. So he said, of course, but if you have relations observing one clean day to a day that she saw bleeding, such a person is potter, right? That's called Parhalam Davar Minat Tzibor. They're making a mistake in a detail of Hilchos Nida. Yesh Shabbos b'Torah, aval hamotzi v'sh'sarabim potter. There is Hilchos Shabbos, but they pass in that carrying something from a Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah is potter. So they're making a mistake with it. Ultimately, again, Parhalam Davar Minat Tzibor. You would have thought that Beis Din should be potter in these cases. I'm sorry. Not that potter, same thing. There's avodah zarah, but they make about a detail regarding avodah zarah. So again, halal and I say Yachol Yiptur in Talmud Omar, the Ne'elam Davar below Kol Haguf. We'll say this is it. For Parhalam Davar Minat Tzibor, Beis Din is only chayiv if they make a mistake regarding a detail of a mitzvah. But if they seek to uproot the mitzvah in its entirety, again, we'll say it sounds strange. We say potter. Potter means they're potter from Parhalam Davar Minat Tzibor. Certainly not a good Beis Din. Omar, Yochel Yiturin, they became mitzvahs, Ubikla mitzvahs Pturin, Ubakiras Kala Gof Pturin, B'Machayavin. So much is like this. You would have thought ultimately again they are potter. Now, if you're going to say ultimately again when they uphold part and they want to mean the uphold part, they're potter, and if you go ahead and if they uproot everything, you're potter, then when is there ever liability? Tanahachi Nakashla is what the Tana was bothered by. Ima, Davar Kula Milsa Mashma. Maybe not. Maybe B'Ne'elam Davar. How do you know that davar only means a detail? Maybe davar means an entire mitzvah. So the Gemara says, Tambalam v'ne'elam davar. So Gemara says, okay, my mashma, I don't understand. How do you see from the phrase v'ne'elam davar that there's only liability if they uproot the detail, but not the mitzvah in its entirety? Ama'ula karibe v'ne'elam mi davar. So the way we actually understand the v'ne'elam davar is v'ne'elam mi davar. Their eyes were blinded to a detail. Amaros, mikol mitzvos. Below kol mitzvahs. So again, the Lashon on the pasuk is, and they did something mikol mitzvos. Mikol mitzvos means like a detail from the mitzvah and not the mitzvah in its entirety. But Hashem, Yavet davar mizakim mamre, making zero shava from mizakim mamre. Again, let's remember who's zakim mamre. The rebellious sage. That's the guy, the member of the Beis who will not go ahead and give in to the majority. Dichsibe b'zakim mamre ki pali mimcha davar v'osas min adar shayidu lecha ayam in the small ma mamre min hadavar v'lo kol davar af bahora davar v'lo kol agov. Just like zakim mamre, he's arguing on a detail, So to Param Davinat Sibor, Davar means a detail. So again, it's just I want to point out, all that was happening just there is that there are differences of opinion as to where to learn this out from. But the good news is everyone is agreeing with the halacha, namely, halacha said there's only par halam davinat sibor when Basin makes a mistake about a detail of a mitzvah. But if they make a mistake and they want to uproot the mitzvah in its entirety, ultimately, again, there's nothing. I'm not even in Basin Chayam, very interesting. Actually, no the davar she'enat looking mold involved. Say, listen to this. If there's only par davinat sibor when Basin makes a mistake regarding something that the Tzedukim argue on. Okay, we'll see what this is about. The davar she'enat looking mold involved, but a mistake regarding something that the Tzedukim agree with, Turin, ultimately they're pater. They both say, remember again, what do the Tzedukim agree with? Right? What do they agree with? Torah Shabbat. What do they disagree with? Torah Shabbat. So to think about like this. There's only Hasibar, there's a situation again where Basin makes a regarding something explicit. But if they make regarding something that is explicit, ultimately there's no power halam davar. Why not? My time up. Kari Bay. Pay attention in class. Pay attention in class. Which again, if Basin makes a mistake in something that is explicit in the Torah, that's negligence. That's negligence. Is where you begin to see what's happening over here. It's where Basin makes a mistake in a detail in a mitzvah that's not explicit. Okay, mistakes happen. Something explicit, or you can know this. It's professional negligence, and with this professional negligence, that's not par halam davar minat sibor. Incredible. So Gemara says, 1 second, let's analyze this. So let's say, 1 second, because the examples that the Mishnah gave seem to be examples that are explicit in the Torah. So Tanan, the first part line of said about it, Yesh nida b'Torah aval avashar sem kineged yom pater ba'amai shomer sem kineged yom ksiv the safra law the lamed shesoferes echad li'echad. So we'll say, listen to this. But the halakha of shomer sem kineged yom, that when a woman bleeds on one day during certain days of the month, that she observes one corresponding day of purity, that's actually explicitly written in the Torah. So shouldn't that be so again, you just said before that if anything is explicit, you don't bring param davinat sibor. Which the Gemara says, no, maybe the mistake they made was they said that maybe initiating bia with this woman is mutter, it's only completing bia that's asr. And that makes it. It also says the pasuk has mikara ha'era. So ultimately, it says if the man exposes her nakedness, which means even initial bia without completing the act is still certain. So what's their mistake? The Amri Kedarka Sira. They said, it's only bia Kedarka that's asr. Bia Kedarka ultimately is good. But that's their mistake. The Mercer doesn't make sense. Mishkevei Isha. The Amri Kedarka asr. I'm sorry. Mishkevei Isha. Well, say, interestingly enough, with relations, it uses mishkevei. Mishkevei is plural. This means that there are two halachically rebia that are both legitimate acts of bia kedarka, bia shelo kedarka. So to make a distinction between those two, ultimately again, what is making a mistake in an explicit halach in the Torah? To which the Gemara said, "Da'ami kedarka aser afila harar." So what they're saying is like this: if it's bia kedarka, even initially it's going to be aser. Shelo kedarka, gemar bihuda aser ala harar sharia. If it's shelo kedarka, then ultimately it's only completing the act that's asr, but initiation of the act ultimately again is going to be mutter. Alright? Ihachi afilu nida nami. So you make that same mistake with general hilchos nida, not just a person kineged yom elo the olam kidarka. Rather, in reality, they're making a mistake as follows. So the amri ha'ara v'isha dabahu dichsiv. Ultimately, and rather the mistake is about ha'ara, is initiating biyah, and their thought was this only applies to maybe a bona fide nida, but not Shomer Shem Kineged Yom. So we're just trying to show how the case of Nida Ishna is a mistake about a particular detail that is not explicit. The mistake they make is that a woman can only become a Zah during the day. Where would they get it? From the Sid, Kol Yimei Zova. Okay, so that's a good example. So they made a mistake. Only can only become a zava during the day because it says kol yimei zava. That's a mistake. Only can become a zava whenever she has a zivus flow, whether it's by day or by night. Good. Next. So we're just trying to show out each of these cases. The Beis making a mistake in a detail. And I should say in a non-explicit detail. So it says Shabbos so an example was Beis said there is Shabbos, but you're allowed to carry an item from one domain to another. The Gemara says what? That night, Hotza Siva. Hotza, the prohibition to transport an item from one domain to another domain in Shabbos is explicit. The Gemara says Hotziu Masa Mivatechem. So it's an explicit person. So how can we say that there's a par halam dominant liability for this? The Amri Hotzahu the Asar Hachna Samutar. It's interesting. They say ultimately again Hotzah, which means is going to be Asar, but Achnasa, the reverse of that is Motar Levi Sema. Dami Hotzah Achnasa Udasira Moshik Vizorek Shari. Or they say, for example, transporting an item is Asar, but handing or throwing something is Motar. An example of where they're making a mistake in a detail. So the case in the Mishnah was Beis says Avodah Zarah is Asr, but bowing down is mutter. One side, Mai. It's an explicit pasuk. The Amri Ki Asira Ishtachavia Kidarka Shalo Kidarka Sharia. They say ultimately when is bowing down Asr? When that's the normal way to worship the idol. But if you bow the way to worship it, it's mutter. So Rashi's example, also what's the good example? It's Bapar. How do you go and you worship Bapar? Right, it's an all-time crowd favorite. Like you defecate on the idol, right? So the nice again, let's say you bow down to Bapar out of Pisa, your potter. The Gemara says that can have a Zara. Certain forms of worship are also for all forms of idolatry. Bowing, right? Prostrating yourself is one of those. The Gemara says, or the other mistake they make was maybe only full prostrational bowing is asr, right? But ultimately, again, non-full prostrational bowing is not asr, which is a mistake. So that'd be an example of how domination. So I'll say, so bottom line, the Gemara is accepting this idea from Mishnah that the only time that there is har halam dominat sibur is when Beis makes a mistake regarding a detail in a mitzvah. What kind of detail? A detail that the Tzedukим would not agree to, i.e., it's not explicit. But if they make a mistake regarding an explicit detail, or they try to root a mitzvah in its entirety, ultimately, no har halam davar. That's incredible. Both like dollar base. But if you'll say, so what about the following? We got this. What about the following? Let's say Beis Paskins. There is no malacha koresh. The malacha of koresh is plowing on Shabbos. So they say there's no malacha of koresh on Shabbos. Now, what is the halacha of the situation? On one hand, we could say like this. They agree that there's 39 malachas, or at least that there are 38 malachas, right? But they're just disagreeing on this detail. So this is called paskening on a detail in a mitzvah. So therefore it should be subject to param dominati. Well, oh Dilma, given the akaryolin the chavisha kolikya kakiras gufta. Someone said, listen to this. Or what they're doing with this psak is they're uprooting an entire malacha. So maybe uprooting an entire malacha is called uprooting an entire mitzvah, and therefore there's no param dominati liability. What's here is Shaila. So on one hand, and that there's malacha. Disagreeing on one malacha. On the other hand, you know they're going ahead and halacha l'maisa. They're going in halacha l'maisa, uprooting an entire malacha. Maybe that's called uprooting an entire mitzvah, and therefore no har helam l'natzi. Let's analyze. So Tashma, yesh nida b'tar v'alal shor some Canadian yom pater. Again, going back to Mishnah's case, there is still basically said there is still nida. But if you have relations with the Shemer Shem Kineged Yom, ultimately you're potter. Va'amai ha'akaryon the Shemer Shem Kineged Yom Kolikar. but they're uprooting this entire detail. The Mishnah said when Beis uproots the entire mitzvah, there's no power helam dalam in atzibah. We have to figure out over here is what happens when they're uprooting an entire detail that is part of a bigger mitzvah. So they're uprooting this entire halach. You don't say Shomer the Kamina Kidashim. No, because also remember again, as we saw before, they were making a mistake regarding a detail about Shomer Sum Kineged Yom. Not saying the Shomer Sum Kineged Yom is mutter. Tashma, Yesh Shabbos Batorah, Aval Amoti Rosh Rabban Potter. Remember again, based in Paskin, there is Shabbos. There is Shabbos, but you're allowed to carry something from Rishos Harabim to Rishos Arush Seyach to Rishos Harabim. That night, Hot Karyan Lotzah Kol Iker. They're going ahead and they're uprooting the concept of Otzah. Which one says, no. Hasam Namikish, we answered this already. What were they making a mistake? They were saying you're allowed to throw something or allowed to hand something. They're making a mistake regarding a detail. Tashma. Yesha, well, let's go come Matar Bala Mishtaka that potter. Right? There is a whole desire, but if you bow down your potter, they're uprooting the concept of prostration. So once again, no, we answered that. They're uprooting, or they're making a mistake regarding detail, a prostrational detail. They're making a mistake about. So ultimately, the Gemara doesn't answer it, right? So now, Rav Yosef's kasha is a very interesting idea, which is here. So based in Paskin, there is no malacha of plowing on Shabbos. So what is that? Do we say they take regarding a detail of Hilchot Shabbos, right? And therefore, in this parallel government or no, they're uprooting an entire malacha. So therefore, that looks like the rooting of an entire mitzvah. Therefore, no parallel government Shabbos say the Gemara raises one more kasha, and then we'll answer this. So the Gemara says, "Ain't Shabbos b'shviyas maho." This is very interesting. Let's say based in Paskins, Shabbos doesn't apply during the Shemitah year. That's how they Paskin. Shabbos doesn't apply during the Shemitah year. So first of all, we'll see why they would say. Gemara says, now, what would lead them to this? What would lead them to this is a mistake regarding the following pasuk. The charish ubakatzer tishbos. So the pasuk says literally again, which means plowing, katzer means harvesting. You shall rest. Bizman dika charisha ike Shabbos. So they pass it like this. When there's plowing, there's Shabbos. Bizman like a charisha like a Shabbos. And ultimately, when there's no plowing, no Shabbos. When is there no plowing? When is there no plowing? Shmita. So ultimately, again, so that was their mistake. So based in Paskin, there's no Shabbos during the Shemitah year. So me, I'm Kevan the Mekshani Shavuot. We see like this, that on one hand, look, they're being mevatel Shabbos during the Shemitah year, but they're upholding Shabbos when? During the other part, this is called the mistake regarding a detail, not uprooting a mitzvah. On the other hand, uprooting Shabbos regarding a mitzvah, and therefore no parallel in that sibah. Ravishin is navalak for dominant Torah. Chayiv, the bittul mitzvahs or the kiyah mitzvahs. Suppose listen to this. Gemara brings another case. If you have a false prophet, right? And the Navi comes along and he prophesizes to uproot a mitzvah, right? The Navi comes along and he says, I prophesize, I've heard the word of God, and there's no longer a prohibition on idolatry. Okay, so for that, that's a capital offense, death penalty. Death penalty, ultimately, again, listen to this. The bittul mitzvahs, or the kiyah mitzvahs, what happens if he comes along, ultimately, again, and he upholds part of the mitzvah, and he negates part of the mitzvah? Rabbi Shimon Omer Potter. Rabbi Shimon says that he's Potter. When it comes to idolatry, even if he says today, right, Fridays you're allowed to worship idolatry, but the rest of the week you can't. Ultimately, again, he's going to be liable. We'll say, what do you see from here? Ain't Shabbos b'shviyas kibitol mitzvahs or kiyam mitzvahs tamishmamidas. What do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa, when you play around or when there's a mistake regarding a detail, that is, or a particular part of a mitzvah, even if that part represents something substantial, that is still called a mistake in a detail and not an attempt ultimately again to uproot the Torah in its entirety. So therefore I will say, working backwards, halacha l'maisa, ultimately again, what we see is as follows. Therefore, the case over here of where a person says, Beis Din says, there's no Shabbos and Shemitah, that's considered to be a mistake in a detail. By extension, Rabbi Yosef's case, Beis Din makes an erroneous psak, and they say halacha l'maisa again. There's no malach of choresh, no malach of plowing. That is considered to be a mistake in a detail. Not enough rooting of a mitzvah. Rabbi say if you bring this all together, it turns out halacha l'maisa. When is there power alam davar? Ultimately, again, only when Beis Din makes a mistake in something not explicit. Explicit by the thing that Sadukim agree with it, no power halam davar minat sipor. Right? Or there's only liability when they uproot a detail. But ultimately, again, if they seek to uproot, or not seek to uproot, if they make a mistake regarding the observance of a mitzvah in its totality, no power halam davar minat sipor. In these cases, when the Beis Din is making a mistake regarding a unit of a mitzvah, even though it's a sinit, as long as the bigadol remains intact, they will be liable to par helam davar mitzvah. Toru Beis Din Shato, Beis Din, maybe one of the members of the Beis Din realized the mistake. But I'm telling him. Everyone's saying, we see it like this. The Mishnah is dramatic. Right? Mishnah 1, mistake individual acts. Mishnah 2, Beis Din makes a mistake. Beis Din realizes the mistake. They reverse, but ultimately Ruben didn't know. Mishnah 3, Beis Din makes a mistake. The Yada Echad Mehen Shato. And one of the members of the Beis Din themselves now realizes, Chevra, this is a mistake. And during the Psak, Babalahed, don't have that. You guys are wrong. Or for that matter, again, Beis Din Paskin, and the ranking, the Av Beis Din, the head of the court, wasn't there, wasn't present. O Jaya, Echaman Ger, O Mamzer, O Nisin, O Zakin. Or there was a member of the Beis Din who was a convert, a Mamzer, a Nisin, and Nisinim also were converts, or Zakin, or is old. And I both say, we're going to, how you are in the Bible, you're so old that he couldn't father children. I both say, we're going to talk about this, but all of these individuals are not allowed to serve on a Sanhedrin. Right? These are disqualifications. You cannot serve on a Sanhedrin if you're a ger, if you're a mamzer, if you're in a sin, or you're so old that you can't have kids. So again, I will say essentially there was a disqualified member of the Beis Din. What's talacha? Harei pater. So essentially, if the Beis Din rendered the psak, so there's two cases over here, right? Ultimately, again, in case number 1, Beis Din rendered the psak, but before even the psak was formalized, or it was formalized, and one of the members said, wrong. You're wrong. So there's already an awareness about the erroneousness of the psak from the beginning. Ultimately, again, in that case, or for that matter, again, halacha l'maisa, there's a disqualified member of the Beis Din. In these cases, Beis Din will not bring har halam davar minat sipor. Shneimar kan ida v'neimar lahadlan ida. It says over here ida, and it says over there ida ma ida mura g'tuban u'ilala. Just like Ada, ultimately, again, this is in the case of capital cases. Just like Ada over there refers to a unit, a body, that is fit for adjudication of Ada Muraka and Shekulan Rinala. So over here, by Param Daminat Sibor, don't tell me bring a Param Daminat Sibor is when everyone on the Beis Din is fit for to be a Beis Din. Says the Gemara, Oh Shalom Hayam Muflash. Beis Din Sham. No, it's supposed to say it's interesting. So if the Beis Din issued psak and the ranking member was not there, ultimately again there's no pandam minat sibor. Why is it said before that if Beis Din made a mistake regarding an explicit detail, so explicit that even the Siddukim agree with it? Why are they potter? If they shahaya lahem lil mode for the lamdu, because they should have known. They should have had the knowledge and they did not do so. Same thing. How do you adjudicate a case without the ranking sage? Adjudicating the case without the ranking sage is like not paying attention in school. Obviously, you have a ranking sage. Why do you have it? Because he's the smartest guy in the group. Don't think you are the smartest guy in the room. Right? Is he someone smarter? So ultimately, over here, there's an Beis Din. How do you go ahead And how do you go ahead and asking it out? And so sitting in session without Beis Din is the thing is making a mistake in an explicit halacha. Both of them represent professional negligence, and where there is professional negligence, there is not par davar minat tzibor. Ne'emar sham that shikula rui la. So since I have a hasa, but say no, if you're not going to stop over here for today, boys. Everyone. All right, I don't know that the quality was the best, but sometimes it's just about getting where you need to go, even if the trip is a little sloppy. I was like, again, we made it. Okay, next week, now so you can see the pages ahead are a little bit, the print gets bigger. Tremendous as well. Everyone. And good Shabbos. Good Shabbos, everyone. Good Shabbos, everyone. Good Shabbos. Thank you, Greg. Thank you. Good Shabbos, everyone.
We'll say good morning or good night. Let's begin. So first of all, our Kathy Pollock in memory of Solomon Floret Pollock, Sarah Bas Abram, Shmuel Ben Zechariah, may the Neshama and Aliyah, the family, and the Chama. Thank the Pollock Mishpacha for their sponsorship. And also by the Wilmer family in commemoration of the yard site of Shamble Bas Binyamin Ali and the family. So with that, let's begin. A lot today's daf is daf Hey. We are picking up on Dalit Amud Beis by the Mishnah, the second class Mishnah on the daf. 2, 4, 6 lines up and bottom. So hopefully by now, the Imam is getting in from the Sefes Hariyas. You see the incredible beauty of it, the incredible intensity of it, a little bit of a different kind of limud. Thank you so much. Than what we're normally used to, but something very exciting nevertheless. It says the Mishnah, Horu Beis Din Shogigin, Va'asu Kalakal Shogigin. If Beis Din made a mistaken, erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael acted upon this ruling, B'shogig as well, in other words, Klal Yisrael did not realize that ultimately something was wrong. They had done something wrong. But being par. So ultimately, again, they bring the par ha'elam davar minat tzibur. This is a special covering that's brought when Klal Yisrael unintentionally follows an erroneous ruling of Beis Din. V'zidin v'asu shogigin. What happens if Beis Din purposely gave an erroneous ruling? But Klal Yisrael, again, were shogig. In other words, Klal Yisrael didn't realize that ruling was incorrect. So the halacha is going to be in kispa usira. So we'll see this. What this essentially means is that the kispa usira is another way of saying a personal chatas. So in this case, we'll say where the intention, the erroneous ruling of Beis Din was intentional. Klal Yisrael was shogig. So in that case, there's no par ha'elam davar minat tzibur. There's just personal liability through a regular chatas. Shogigin va'asu nezidin hara'elu pturim. If the Beis Din was shogig, but the people knew Beis Din was wrong, but they still intentionally violated, then the halacha is pater, then there's no problem. So there's no par ha'elam davar minat tzibur, because as we'll see, par ha'elam davar minat tzibur is only when everyone is shogig. That's number one. And of course, there's no personal liability, there's no chatas, because chatas is also only brought in the case of shogig, and in this case, Klal Yisrael were mezidin. So the Gemara goes back there. Shogig and va'asu mezidin hara'elu pturim. So we can infer from the Mishnah as follows: that if Beis Din delivered their ruling b'shogig, but Klal Yisrael went ahead and acted b'mezid, hara'elu pturim. Ultimately, again, they are pater. They are pater. No par ha'elam davar minat tzibur. Shogig dunya demezid chayiv. We can infer from this that if it was shogig dunya demezid, what does that mean? That it's chayiv. What's the case of shogig dunya demezid? Shahoru Beis Din shechir mutar. So Beis Din, once you had this case earlier, Beis Din paskin mistakenly that chaylev was mutar. B'nes chalif lo b'shumin, and then I will say what happens. I have a piece of shumin. My chaylev and my shumin, which shumin is permitted back, chaylev is permitted back, gets mixed up. V'achlo, and I end up eating chaylev. But remember again, my intention wasn't to eat chaylev. What was my intention was to eat shuman, but yet I ended up eating the chaylev. So we'll say, what's that? So then you answer Lema. I'm sorry. So we'll say that case of Shogeg Dumya Dimi, which sounds like based on what the Mishnah said, that should be a case of where I should be covered ultimately again in my ability by the Psak of the Beis Din, to which the Gemara says, but yet again, that's the case that it can be inferred from Mishnah. Yet why does Rami bar that very question earlier? The toleration in Va'asu Shogegin, no say for Shogegin Va'asu Nasi. So which the Gemara answers no, don't infer anything from this lush. Rather, again, what the Mishnah was just aiming for was Mishnaic symmetry. Since the beginning of the Mishnah began by saying Shogeg, since the beginning said Mizidin Va'asu Shogegin, therefore the Sefer just wrote Shogegin Va'asu Mizidin. We'll say the takeaway from this Mishnah is that in order to be chayiv in a par ha'elam davar min hatzibor, in order to be ultimately for this specific type of carbon, it has to be shogeg on the part of Beis Din, and Beis Din must be mistaken, must be shogeg in their delivery of an erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael must be shogeg in their reliance on Beis Din. How do you shogeg? Then we can bring the par ha'elam davar min hatzibor. Says the Mishnah, Horu Beis Din. So let's say Beis Din delivers their erroneous psak, and what happens? All of Klal Yisrael, or for that matter, a majority of Klal Yisrael, acts on the psak. So we'll say, what's that? Mevi and par. So we bring a par halam davin atzibur. So we'll say here we're adding another qualification. That qualification number one is that the Beis Din has to be the shogeg, Klal Yisrael has to be the shogeg. Next qualification I will say is that there must be either kol hakal, which we'll discuss what that means, or ruban, either the entire Klal Yisrael or the majority of Klal Yisrael has to act based on the mistaken ruling of Beis Din. If that happens, we'll say they bring a power. If it happens to be that the mistaken ruling was regarding Avodah Zarah, then par v'soy. So ultimately, again, we'll say for Avodah Zarah is not just the power, but there's an additional sa'ir as well. Rabbi says something very interesting. He says, he says that ultimately, again, if we're talking about a situation where all the Shvatim sinned, so every single Shevet brings their own power. So again, I want to say, same case. Ultimately, again, Beis Din delivered an erroneous ruling. The tribes act, Klal Yisrael acts on that ruling. Rabbi Yehuda comes along and says that each Shevet must bring their own par halam davar min hatzibur. Mevi and Yud is part of Ushnim Asar Sir. And again, if the mistake was with Avodah Zarah, then each Shevet must bring its own par as well as its own seer for 12 parim and 12 seer. We'll say hey Madalim. Rabbi Shimon says Yud Gimel parim uba'avodas become shlosha sar parim. So let's listen to this. Yud Gimel seer. Par b'sar l'chol Shevet to Shevet, par b'sar leBeis Din. Rabbi Shimon has an interesting sheet there. Yehuda builds on Rabbi Yehuda. He says that I will say the halacha is that for par halam davar min hatzibur, each Shevet brings their own, and what? Beis Din also brings one. So, for example, I will say in a normal case, quote unquote normal case, so there would be 13 parim, one for each tribe, and Beis Din would bring their own. If it was Avodah Zarah, it would be 13 parim and 13. So the Gemara says, Horu Beis Din, va'asu zayin shvatim oruban. What happens if Beis Din administers an erroneous ruling? And 7 tribes. So also we mentioned this yesterday. 7 shvatim, oruban of PM. So or the majority of Klal Yisrael. We'll say now in this case here, there is either a tribal majority or a majority. Tribal majority is when 7 of the tribes go ahead and follow the erroneous ruling, or the Gemara says, Ruban, or the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, even if it's in 7 tribes. So that will be in par. So also Ramir says that Allah as long as either a triarity or a numerical majority of Klal Yisrael follows the ruling of Beis Din, that triggers the par halam. Yehuda says as follows: Yehuda Omer Zayin Zayin part. Yehuda says if 7 of the tribes, then each tribe brings its own par halam davar. It's supposed to say Rabbi Yehuda Shitasa. Rabbi Yehuda always holds that each tribe, each shevet, brings its own par. Furthermore, he says something amazing. He says, Ushar Shatim Shalochatu. What about the other tribes who didn't do anything wrong? Mevian al Yudehen Par. Ultimately, again, I will say, the tribes who didn't sin bring a par for the tribes who did sin. Why? He says, the Gemara says, because ultimately, again, even the tribes who did not sin bring par on behalf of those tribes who did sin. Rabbi Shimon says, Ches parim, u'ba'avodas hochavim, ches parim, ches siirim, par b'sar l'chol shevet, b'shevet, par b'sar l'beis. Rabbi Shimon says, no, only the tribe who sinned go ahead and bring. Rabbi Shimon, as in his Vatavosa, he said, Beis Din brings its own carbon. So each tribe will bring its carbon. Beis Din will bring its own additional. Horu Beis Din shal echa min hashvatim va'asa osa shevet afiyem. This is actually very interesting. What happens if the high court of one of the shvatim, each of the shvatim have their own courts. Let's say one of the high courts of one of the shvatim delivered a wrongful psak, and that shevet acted on that psak. What's the halacha? Also shevet to chayiv u'shadei Rabbi Yehuda. So Rabbi Yehuda said that shevet who followed its Beis Din is chayiv for a par, but the other shvatim are patur. The Chachamim say no. Ein chayavin ela al horoya ela al horios. So here you go the name of the sechta. Horios Beis Din agadol. So we'll say the Chachamim say no. Par helam davar min hatzibur, we'll say, is only brought if there is one Beis Din who delivers an erroneous ruling. And which Beis Din is that? That's the High Court, the Sanhedrin. Shene amar v'kol adas Yisrael yishku v'lo adas also shevet. So I'll say, interesting the way the Chachamim understand this. Adas Yisrael is actually a reference to the Sanhedrin, as we're going to see. So the Chachamim disagree, and the Chachamim say that if a tribal court goes ahead and delivers an erroneous ruling, there is no liability for par ha'elam davar min hatzibur, only if the Sanhedrin issues an erroneous ruling. Tan Rabbanan. So we'll say, we now have a fundamental three machlokes in the Mishnah. We're going to analyze this now. So Tan Rabbanan. Yadu shahoru k'tou ma'horu. So let's listen to this case. Let's say Beis Din realized that they had issued an erroneous ruling, but what? They did not. They didn't realize, or they don't remember what the wrong psak was. If you look at the first Rashi in the Gemara, Rashi says Yadu shahoru v'tou ma'shahoru. Kilomar haru Beis Din shechelim motiv b'bidl miktas. Basu kalapiem ba'achu shogigin chelev b'dam. Davichad b'shigagas ma'isa bilbad v'chad b'hora. V'achar kach Yadu shahoru shelo karoi. So let's listen to this case. Beis Din realized that they made an erroneous ruling. They just forgot what the erroneous ruling was. So they know either we permitted chelev or dam. We just can't remember which one. In the interim, what happens? Klal Yisrael consume both these things. So Rabbi says, what do you do in this kind of case? So you might have thought that there be a par halam davar min hatzibur tamlomar v'no. So the pasuk says the sin became known. Below sheyotu achtiv. It's not just enough to know that people sinned, but rather again for a par halam davar min hatzibur, what does there have to be? There has to be a specific knowledge to what the erroneous psak actually was. Asher chatu. The both say, and that indeed is halacha l'maisa. In order to trigger a par halam davar min hatzibur liability, there has to be clear to what the wrong psak was. If Beis Din themselves, if Beis Din says, listen, we know we delivered a wrong psak, but what? We don't know what the psak was, then that cannot trigger a par halam davar min hatzibur liability. Asher chatu shnei shvatim mevi'in shnei parim. If two tribes went ahead and sinned, so we'll say they bring two parim, shlosha mevi'in shlosha. So I'll say, or three tribes made a mistake. So ultimately, again, they bring three parim. Oh, eino omer ela chatu shnei yechidim mevi'in shnei parim. Chatu gimel mevi'in gimel. Or maybe again, maybe even if it's not tribes, but maybe ultimately again, if three and two individuals, an individual makes a mistake, he also brings a bar helam davar min hatzibur. Therefore, again, the pasuk says, Talmud lomar hakal chayiv. So Gemara says, "V'chol kal v'kal chayiv." Most therefore, the pasuk says it was only the kal who brings a par halam davar min hatzibur, never min hayochid. But what does it mean? V'chol kal v'kal chayiv. Keitzad Chatu Shnei Shvatim Mevi'in Shnei Parim, Chatu Zayin Mevi'in Zayin. So we'll say, therefore, again, what do we learn from this? If two tribes sin, each of those tribes brings a par halam davar min hatzibur. Similarly, if 7 tribes sin, so 7 tribes bring a par halam davar min hatzibur, and furthermore, ushar shvatim shalochatu mevin al yidehen par. Ultimately, again, and even the tribes who did not sin bring a par on behalf of the tribes who did sin. Shafidu elu shalochatu mevin al yidei achotu. Lekach ne'emar kal lechayiv al kol kahal v'kal divrei Rabbi Yehuda. So we'll say this is the shita of Rabbi Yehuda. The Rabbi Yehuda shita will say twofold. Number one, that there is individual tribal liability. That if a particular shevet goes ahead and commits or follows the erroneous psak of the Beis Din, that shevet brings a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur. They will say Rabbi Yehuda's shita is that called shevet v'shevet ikri kahal. He holds, remember again, the operative word by par ha'elam davar min hatzibur is kahal. Torah says there's only liability when the kahal follows an erroneous psak of Beis Din. The machlokes is going to be what? How do you define kahal? Rabbi Yehuda defines kahal as a shevet. So if an individual shevet follows an erroneous psak of Beis Din in Shita Shada, they have to bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur. That's part one. But not only that, even the who did not sin bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur for what? For the who did. For the tribes who did. That ultimately, so therefore again, the Gemara says, L'chayiv al kol kal v'kadiv Rabbi Yehuda. So Rabbi Yehuda ultimately holds that halacha l'maisa again, the tribes who sinned, go ahead and what? Bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur, and the tribes who did not sin, bring a par for the tribes who did sin. Each shevet, there's always 12. So Rabbi Shimon says, Zayin shvatim shechatu. So listen to this. Mevin Zayin parim ubeis mevin al yidei par. Shne'emar matakal v'ne'emar lemalak. Makal omer lebeis din makal. Afkal lebeis din makal. So what's Rabbi Shimon says a little bit differently. Rabbi Shimon agrees with Rabbi Yehuda what? In that when an individual shevet sins, so that shevet brings a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur. But he adds in one thing and another thing. He adds in that when a shevet brings a par, who else brings a par? The Beis Din. What he disagrees with is where in Rabbi Yehuda, the non-sinning will also bring a par on behalf of the shvat who did sin, but yet Lamais again Rabbi Shimon disagrees with that. So what's in Rabbi Shimon's model? The shvatim who committed the avera, who inadvertently relied on an erroneous psak of the Beis Din, so they will bring a par, plus the Beis Din who delivered the erroneous psak will also bring a par. That's the sheet of Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Meir says, Dayin shvatim shechatu Beis Din mevin al yidei par bein beturin. And I say, lastly is the sheet of Rabbi Meir. And Rabbi Meir holds that halacha l'maisa, it is only the Beis Din who brings the par ha'elam davar min hatzibur, never the shevet. Shvatim don't bring the par. Only. You see, Rabbi Meir says Zayin shvatim shechatu. Was in Rabbi Meir's model, the only time you bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur is when there's a majority of the Kal, the majority of Klal Yisrael. So again, how we define majority, we see two possibilities: either 7 tribes or the numerical majority of the Kal. Either way, Rabbi Meir says is that Allah Chamaisa, when there is a majority who has sinned, it is only Beis Din who brings the par ha'elam davar min hatzibur, not the shvatim. Ne'emar kal lamata v'ne'emar kal lamala. Ma kal ha'amar lamala Beis Din v'lo tzibur. Af kal ha'amar lamata Beis Din v'lo tzibur. Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar says Mishmo. So Nimrod will say, what does he say? Shimon ben Elazar holds. Chatu shvatim bein rubo shal. If 6 of tribes sin and they represent Klal Yisrael, Osin, Afa Pish, Inu rubo shal kal, even though what? They are not the majority of the kal, nevertheless Mevi'in par. So we'll say Shimon ben Elazar comes along and says, we'll say he's coming to define what is majority. So he says majority can take on one of 2 forms. Either 7 tribes, even if they're not the numerical majority, or numerical majority, even if it's not 7 of the tribes. So we'll say first white line. Amar Mar, V'noda chatas v'lo shiyadu achotiv. We'll say furthermore again, what did we say in the Bryce above? That the only time you bring a par halam davar min hatzibur is when the Beis Din is explicitly clear as to what has to the erroneous ruling they deliver. In other words, the Beis Din is unsure about the erroneous ruling. Beis Din knows you did something wrong. We just what? We don't know what. We don't know what. You don't bring a par halam davar min hatzibur. Man, we'll say who is the opinion who says this? Who is the opinion who says this? So the Gemara is Rabbi the low Rabbi Eliezer. So we'll say before we get to who we know it's like, we can tell you who it's not like. It's not like Rabbi Eliezer. Nan, Amar Rabbi Eliezer, Manafshach, Im Achal Chayiv, no sir Achal Chayiv. So we'll say Rabbi Eliezer is commenting actually in a different case. Rashi points out he's talking about in a case of in Miskrisus, where a person is not sure an individual. I'm not sure if I live or I'm not sure if I ate nosar. So Rabbi Eliezer says at the end of the day, I can go ahead and gachatas. Why? Because it was like the carbon for eating chalev or for eating nosar is the same. It's a chatas. So Rabbi Eliezer says, who cares? You know you ate chalev, you ate chatas. As long as you know what, then I can bring a chatas because at the end of the day it's the same liability. So we'll say Rashi points out over here that halacha l'maaseh Rabbi Yeshua says you're potter. Rabbi Yeshua says that at the end of the day, if you don't know the exact nature of your liability, then you are not chayiv. So our Mishnah will say clearly, or the Brisa doesn't reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Because if it was Rabbi Eliezer, even if the Beis Din doesn't know what the erroneous ruling was, we'll say as long as we know what, as long as we know that they permitted something whose intentional consumption would be chayiv karis. As long as we know they did that, then what does it matter if it was chayla, if it was this, doesn't make a difference. So obviously our Brisa does not reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Rashi says, Eliezer, no, it could be even Rabbi Eliezer. Why? Shani Yachad said, be par halam davar min hatzibur is a little bit different. Because the pasuk says, Asher chata al. Because what the pasuk says that Beis Din is chayiv, or should say that par halam davar min hatzibur is triggered when Klal Yisrael does something asher chatu aleha. So we'll say, so there's a specificity articulated in the pasuk. Asher chatu aleha, for the specific sin that they committed upon it. I hasanami haksiv. But 1 second. Hasanami haksiv. Asher chaleha. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Hasanami haksiv asher chata ba. Bless you. Homi bayile the prat lamisase. I will say there that pasuk is coming to teach us something else, which is what? That one cannot be chayiv achatos if they are misasik. I will say misasik means that I was involved in a totally different activity that inadvertently resulted in the commission of an avera. In that case, everyone that's misasik, everyone will agree that halacha l'maaseh again, I am not chayiv achatos in that case. My time is Rabbi Yehuda. So say so now we're going back. So now what we have is the various shitos concerning under what circumstances ultimately again is a par halam davar min hatzibur for us. Remember again, shita Rabbi Yehuda is that the 12 shvatim, each of the shvatim brings their own par. None of that what should we say? That even the shvatim who didn't sin bring on behalf of shvatim who did sin. What's Rabbi Yehuda's shita? Rabbi Yehuda kasavar ba kahalik sivi. Rabbi Yehuda says the word kal in some form appears 4 times throughout the parsha of Par Halam Davar min hatzibur. Right? He says kahal, hakahal, kahal, hakahal. So what do I use these 4 kahals for? Chad l'chayv kol kal v'kal. What is it teaching? That's what? That each and every shevet is chayiv. That each and every shevet is called a kal. Is called an assembly unto itself. That's one kal. The chad l'horot li'bebeis u'namaisa taloi b'kal. The second one teaches me that Par Halam Tzibur brought when the Beis Din administers the ruling, and it's the Tzibur who acts on the ruling. V'chad l'grira. We'll say, what is teaching me about grira? What's grira? We'll say that halacha l'maaseh, even the shvatim who didn't sin, bring grira literally dragged along. Bring a carbon on behalf of the shvatim who did sin. And we'll say ultimately again, what does it teach me about the fact that if Rashi says Sabaras based in Kiristan Besefa de Masis and Horu based in Sha'achman Shvatim. There was a kind of Yehuda, even if one of the Shvatim acted based on the Psak Halacha of its own based in, the Rabbi says that's Yehuda. So Yehuda learns out all of the Yeshivas from the 4 times the fact that the word Kal is written. Rabbi Shimon's model, Talasa Kalik Sivi, it says the word Kal 3 times. Hakahal, Kal, Hakahal. Meinea Kahal, Orche de Crow. Was say that he doesn't dash in the 4th Kal. Why? Because that 4th Kal appears in the phrase Me'ene HaKahal. It's skewed from the eyes of the Kal, which means again, he says that one you can't dash in. Why? Because that's just an expression. Kedar Me'inshi, Me'in de Planya. As well as people often say, the matter was hidden from the eyes of so and so. So we'll say, how does he pass? So one Kal comes to teach me that each Shevet has its own liability for following the Psak of the Beis Din. Utre Achrini, Ne'emar Lamata Kal, Ne'emar Lamala Kal. It says Kal earlier, and it says Kal over here, Malalan Beis Din Makal. Just like we'll say, it says over here that Beis Din has to do with the Kal. Atkan Beis Din Makal. So we'll say over here, we're only Chayiv if what? If it's the high court that ultimately goes ahead and administers the Psak Halacha. Rabbi Meir, Kal HaKal, Lo Darsh. Rabbi Meir doesn't darshan this at all. He doesn't darshan Kals. Therefore, therefore, ultimately, again, he needs the 2 Kals that are written. Why? Nemar Lamata Kal, Nemar Lamala Kal, Ma Lahalon based in Velot Tzibor, Akan based in Velot Tzibor. We'll say he teaches it to me to teach me what? Just like earlier, again, I will say the referring to based in not the Tzibor. So to appear is referring to based in not the Tzibor. So I will remember again, what's Rabbi Meir? Ultimately is that Har Helam Davim at Tzibor, it's the Beis Din. Beis Din brings the power, not the populace. Therefore, he learns that out. Ultimately, get from the Xerish. Shimon Elazar, my time off. What's Shimon Elazar's logic? Ksiv Nehaita Al Miuta Ksiv Me'it. So we'll say again. Remember, on one hand, Shimon Elazar says as follows: the pasuk says Vehayim Me'ene Ha'ita. It means Me'ina Ida to be a limit or exclusionary phrase. So the Gemara says, and it says, Kilachala on Bishkaga, Lamimra Deruban in Midalo. So we'll say, on one hand, it says Me'ine Ha'ida, if it becomes obscured from the eyes of congregation. So it sounds like, again, even if a small minority sin. Yet it also says Kilachala on Gaga. Kala on also means everyone sins. So which one is it? Luba in Midutalo sounds only the rove, but not. So in other words, Haketza. This teaches me the following: if 6 of the tribe, meaning acted based on the erroneous psak of the Sanhedrin, and they represent the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, or if 7 of the tribes followed the erroneous psak of the base, even though what? They are not the numerical majority, nevertheless, chayavim. Ultimately, again, they are. Let's say on the days. Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Meir, the Horot, Tliya Bebezdin, Umaisa Tliya Bekamina. It was the Rabbi Shimon know that in order for a power hadlam tzibur obligation to be triggered, the Psak Halacha has to be by the Bezdin, but the action has to be taken by the Kal. The Gemara says, where do we know that? From Minal. Amar Abaye, the Amar Krakos, the Pasuk says, V'haya ime'ene ha'eba nes b'shgaga. As thus it says, and it will be the eyes of the congregation nest. The letter was committed inadvertently. Rava says, Rava is learned from the passing from the Chala Abishka that the entire nation acted inadvertently. Because of Rahman would it just said the first pasuk? So Hava Amina, Afilu of the population sins. There's a word. The entire nation is inverted. Ikas of the Chala Ambishkaga, and if it would have just said the Chala Ambishkaga, Hava Amina, and the Abdi based in Bahadi Ruba. I might have thought that Allah the mice of the Basin has to act together with this Rabbi as well. One second, these two can also written in the context of Avodah Zarah. So ultimately, we're making the shav of to teach us that this halacha applies whether Basin is delivering an erroneous ruling about Avodah Zarah or about anything else for which there would be a chiyuv. Good, fighter. Horu Bezdin Shal Echad. So let's remember again what did the Mishnah say? If the Bezdin of one of the tribes, delivered an erroneous ruling, so we'll say again that does not trigger Par Ha'elam Davar Minat Tzibur. Has to be the Sanhedrin. So it says the Gemara, Ibari Lehu, Shevet Echad Rabbi Yehuda, Ba'oraz Bezdin Agadol, Mi Maisu Shar Shvatim Olo. Let's listen to this question. What happens if you have the following situation? I'm sorry, Shevet Echad Rabbi Yehuda. But so we'll say, what happens if one tribe acted based on the psak of the Sanhedrin Agadol? So we'll say, so one tribe acted, but it was the psak of the Sanhedrin Agadol. So let's remember again, what does Rabbi Yehuda hold? Rabbi Yehuda holds that each and every tribe brings its own par helam davar minat tzibur. So what happens in the following situation? One tribe acts based on the erroneous psak of the Beis Agadol. Mi maisu shar shvatim olo. So let's remember again, Rabbi Yehuda's model. Remember also the tribes who did not commit the avera also what? Bring on behalf of the tribes that did. So if one tribe committed an avera based on the psak of the Sanhedrin Agadol, do the other tribes bring one tribe or not? Mi abashatan hu demaisu. Ayu mi ikaruba. Do we say the only time the other tribes bring a carbon of Osai is when you have 7 tribes. When you have the majority of the tribes who committed an inadvertent sin based on the sack of the Beis Din, that's when we say that what? That the tribes who didn't sin have to bring on behalf of the tribes who did sin. However, again, about Chad Shevet and the Leka Rubalo. But again, one tribe, now remember I was saying Rabbi Yehuda's model, even if one tribe sins, remember I was saying Rabbi Yehuda's model is one tribe is also called a cow. So Rabbi this model, you can have if a one tribe follows the psak of the Sanhedrin Agadol, erroneous psak, they are going to bring a problem davar minat tzibur. That will happen. The shaila is, do the other tribes have to also bring on behalf of that one tribe? Remember, Said said before that Rabbi Yehuda's model, you always have 12. So not necessarily, meaning remember, here's what we do know. We know when there is a majority of the tribes, then what? Then all 12 bring. Now the Gemara is asking us, what happens if one tribe sins? So we'll say, what do we know in Rabbi Yehuda's model when one tribe sins? That tribe, one tribe is called a cow, that tribe brings a par helam davar. That we know. Do we say the only time that the rest of the tribes bring is a rove of the shvatim sin? Then even the ones who didn't bring, but if there's only one tribe, obviously is not a rove, then the other tribes do not bring. Maybe not. Maybe Rabbi's model essentially is one for all, right? One for all and all for one. That once one of the shvatim is bringing a par helam davar minat tzibur, by definition, that ignites tribal liability for all of the shvatim. So we'll say that's the shaila. Say thank you. Delicious. Says the Gemara Tashma. Mahin Mivian. So let's listen to this. So what do they bring? Par echad. What meaning? What do the tribe bring? So par echad, they bring one par. Rabbi Shimon says the Mishnah says Mahin Mivian. What do they bring? Par, one par. Rabbi Shimon says 2 par. If I'm asking us the case here. If you want to say that it's where 7 tribes sin, Rabbi Shimon Tamnei Bai. So we'll say in that case, Rabbi Shimon, remember what she does, Rabbi Shimon? Rabbi Shimon says that not only do the Shvatim bring their own part, but what else? Beis Din also brings. So we're talking about a case where 7 of the tribes sin. So Rabbi Shimon's model, there should be 8 part, 7 for the tribes, 1 for Beis Din. Rather, it must be what? We must be talking about a case over here where one shevet sinned. So what's the case? The 9. If the shevet made a mistake in that it relied on its own Beis Din, Rabbi Shimon less lay, right? So we'll say if that's the case. Remember again, if they're relying on if the mistake we're talking about is a mistaken ruling given by their own Beis Din, then what? Then Rabbi Shimon will say there is no par halam davar minat tzibur in that case. Elalav b'horaz Beis Din Agadol. Rather, it has to be what? That it's talking about an erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin Agadol. The Tanakama money. And we'll say, whose opinion is the Tanakama? Inim Rabbi Meir Haruva Boy. We'll say, want to say, Rabbi Meir requires the majority of the Shatim for Param Dal Ben Tzibor. And we'll have Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi, you have to say it's Rabbi Yehuda. Ukigot Shechata Shevet Echad. And what's the case? The case is where one Shevet sinned. So we'll say, therefore, what do you see from that? It sounds like that according to Rabbi Yehuda, where one Shevet sins, who brings the Param Dal Ben Tzibor? That's one Shevet. And the other Shvatim are not activated in a situation like that. What's the case over here? Shechatu Shisha Shvatim Vein Ruban Shalkal. What's the case over here? Is where six of the tribes, six of the Shvatim sin, but they are in the numerical majority. Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar, and also effective Rabbi Shimon Elazar said the Sanya, Rabbi Shimon Elazar Omer. First white line. Mishmo, I'm sorry, Rabbi Shimon Elazar Mishmo. Chatu Shisha Vein Ruban Shalkal. If six of the Shvatim sin, and they are the numerical majority, or seven sin, right? They're the tribal majority, even though they're not the numerical majority. What say the halacha is they bring a par. Hashma, Rabbi Yehuda Omer is as follows: Shevet sha'asab b'horaz beivino. What's that? If a shevet acted based on the instructions of its own tribal basis. So what's the halacha? Also, shevet chayiv, ushar kol shvatim pturim. So we'll say what? That shevet is chayiv, but all the other shvatim are patur. U'baharaz based in agadol afilu shar shvatim chayav. We'll say, but if the one shevet acted based on the instruction of the based in agadol, then what? Even the other shvatim will be chayiv shma mina. So we'll say, salach l'mais halach l'mais ben Rabbi Yehuda. So we just went through interesting things, by the way. So first of all, according to Rabbi Yehuda, it appears that there can be a chiyuv for a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur. According to Rabbi Yehuda, even when it's based on the psak din of the high court of that shevet. But according to Rabbi Yehuda, if the shevet is following the erroneous instruction of its own high court, then that shevet will bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur. But what? Not the other shvatim. But if one shevet is acting on the instructions of the Beis Din Agadol, then, according to Rabbi Yehuda, that shevet brings a par, and what? All of the other shvatim are activated as well. So we'll say, so it turns out that in Rabbi Yehuda's model, indeed, when you have any time a shevet acts erroneously based on the Sanhedrin Agadol, all of the shvatim end up bringing a par. Incredible. I'm Ravashi. The truth is, this is important by our mission as well. Diktani also shevet al pi. The pasuk says that particular acted based on the word also shevet chayv ushar shala kol hashatim. Telling me then that it's only that one shevet is chayv, but the other shvatim are patur. If that's the case, lama leave them. There's no shar shvatim pturim. The Mishnah didn't need to say. The other shvatim are patur. Hata osa shevet chayv. Since the Mishnah says that shevet is chayv, I would have understood that what. The Chayva, the Tana, Osa, Shevet Chayv, the Meli Yedano, Shar Shvatim Pturin. We'll say, once the Mishnah says that Shevet is Chayv, by definition of the other Shvatim Pater, Halachak Mashmalon, the Behoraz based on the Shar Shvatim Pturin. About Behoraz based on Agad, Apidu Shar Shvatim Chayovim, Shmamim. Rather, also, we keep him back that it's only in the case ultimately where a Shevet is following the instruction of its own bin, that shevet will be chayiv, the other shvatim will be pturim. But if a particular shevet is following the error of the Sanhedrin Agadol, then once that shevet has to bring a par halam davar min hatzibur, then what? The other shvatim must do so as well. An incredible sheet of Rabbi. So again, whether or not halacha l'meisa remains there, since the Shitas Rabbi Yehuda said that first of all, a number of novelties. Number one, that according to Rabbi Yehuda, that even if a shevet follow the erroneous ruling of Beis Din of the Sanhedrin, it has to bring a par helam davar min shevet is called a kal. Not only that, but once one shevet has to bring the par helam davar min, then what? Every shevet has to bring. The only exception to that rule is if it's not a ruling of the Sanhedrin Agadol, but it's a ruling of the high court of that shevet. In that case, if the shevet is following the ruling of its own high court, then what? Then that shevet has to bring a carbon. The other shvatim do not. Very strong message of collective responsibility. Absolutely. Arbus. Ivailu. Shevet Echad Shasavaras Beis Din Agadol. So let's listen to this. What happens if you have a Shevet Echad, one Shevet, Shasavaras Beis Din Agadol? We'll say follow the Psak Halacha of the Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin handed down the ruling. You have one Shevet who follows it. So the Rabbi Shimon, me, my Silo. So now we're transitioning from Rabbi Yehuda to Rabbi Shimon. Let's remember again, what was Shitas Rabbi Shimon? Shitas Rabbi Shimon was, Rabbi Shimon holds, he builds on Rabbi Yehuda. He says, yes, that each Shevet is called its own Kal. Each Shevet must go ahead and bring its own Paral and Davim in that seaboard. And furthermore, again, when one brings, or I should say, when the majority brings, they all bring. He also adds that the Beis Din also brings its own power. So as Rabbi Yehuda had 12 as a maximum, Shimon has 13 as a maximum. So the Shilas will say as follows. What happens if one Shevet acted on the Psak of the Sanhedrin HaGadol? According to Rabbi Shimon, mi maisi olo. We'll say, so ultimately, again, what happens in that case? Mi maisi olo. So we'll say, what's the level of liability in that particular case? So the Gemara says as follows: Tashma, what do they bring? Par echad. Bring one par. Rabbi Shimon Omer. If you want to say that it's a case of where 7 of the Shvatim sinned, Shnei Parim, what do you mean 2 Parim? Shmona Parim. So we'll say 7 Shvatim sinned, according to Rabbi Shimon, then what? You would have 8. 7 for the Shvatim who sinned, and 1 for the Sanhedrin. Elo the Chata Shevet Echad. Rather, you have to say it's a case where what? 1 of the Shvatim sinned. Ubemai. We'll say, what's the case? Ilim about us, Beis Dino. If you want to say the Shevet sinned based on the Psak of its own Beis Din, Rabbi Shimon Leslie. We'll say Rabbi Shimon does not hold that there's any liability where a tribe, where a Shevet follows its own Beis Din. The only time Rabbi Shimon says his liability is when it follows Sanhedrin HaGadol. Ela Baros Beis Din HaGadol. Rather, it's the Ros Beis Din HaGadol, Sanhedrin. It is Bara. Tanakama Moni. We'll say who is the Tanakama? Rabbi Meir HaRubabai. We'll say sorry, Meir holds. You only bring a pound of Minatzibor, either when there's a numerical like a tribal row. So Rabbi Yehuda, Shar Shatanami Meister. Rabbi Yehuda holds that once even one Shevet brings, then what? Then the rest have to bring as well. Elohaman Rabbi Shimon Elazar. We'll say rather again, it must reflectively Rabbi Shimon Elazar if you decide as we taught above. Tashma. The Chum say, the Olam Eno Chayet Ela Al Horaz Beis Din Agadol. The Chum say, that the only time you bring a parallel daven at Sipur is when? He said, Allah again, they're following the Psak Halakha of the Sanhedrin HaGadol. Man Chacham, what's the word of Chachamim? Ilim Rabbi Meir, if you want to say it's Rabbi Meir, Rubabai, Rabbi Meir hold that you either need a tribal or numerical majority. Elav Rabbi Shimon, rather you have to say that it is Rabbi Shimon, to which the Gemara says, ultimately again, Shema Mina, see that this is correct. Rabbi Shimon, Shevet Echad Ikri Kalmanale. Also listen to this. So we'll say the common denominator between Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yehuda is that we'll say the difference is Rabbi Yehuda. So we saw the differences already. But what they both agree on is as follows: that even one Shevet is called a Kal. Even one Shevet is called essentially Klal Yisrael. It's called an assembly. Where do they get that from? To which the Gemara says something amazing. To which the Gemara says, Shevet Echad Ikri Kalmanale. Amri Tichsiv, Vayamod Yoshafat Bekal Yehuda, Yerushalayim, Nocha Chatzar Hashem, Notzer Chatzar Beis Hashem Chadasha. Was it because the pasuk said that Yoshafat stood Bekal Yehuda Yerushalayim? He stood in front of the assembly of Yehuda, the Kal Yehud in Yerushalayim, opposite the Beis Hashem Chadasha, literally again, the new house of God. What does that mean? My Chadasha. Amar Rabbi Yochanan Shechidshu Dvarim. What it means that this was the place where they were mechadish, like they made a chiddush. What was the chiddush? V'amru tuvul yom al yikanis b'machana leviyah. What happens either under Yoshafat, they went ahead and they made a brand new ruling, which was what? That a tuvul yom, we'll say a tuvul yom is someone who went to the mikvah that day, but still requires herav shemesh, still requires the sunset in order to become tahor. So they pass again that a tuvul yom kept if you're in the machana leviyah. So we'll say, but what's the point over here? The point over here is you see that Yehoshaphat is standing in front of seemingly one tribe, which is Yehuda. And what does it call Yehuda? A cow. So So the Gemara suggests you see from the Rabbi Shimon Rabbi Yehuda learn out from here that even one shevet is called a kahal. To which the Gemara says, "Maskif Rabbi Bar Yaakov Mimai Dilma Sheni Yerushalayim." Maybe Yerushalayim is different. I'll tell you why. The Havidnami Binyamin. Because we'll say, remember again. Here's what's interesting about Yerushalayim. In all the other areas of Eretz Yisrael, they were predominantly occupied by one tribe. Yerushalayim was unique about saying that Yerushalayim was actually occupied by two tribes. Shouldn't was occupied. That is the wrong word for it. So, right? That Yerushalayim was inhabited by two tribes, right? By Yehuda and Binyamin. So maybe the reason why the Navi uses the lashon kahal over here is because in Yerushalayim there were two tribes. But in Achinami, that is not necessarily a raya that one tribe constitutes a kahal. To which the Gemara says, you're right, we can bring another raya. What's that? Who says to Yaakov Avinu, I will make you fruitful, I will multiply you, and I'll make you to kahal amim. Now this was said to Yaakov Avinu right before when? Man is yadad le'ahishai. They will say, who was born in that moment? Binyamin. So it's to Yaakov Avinu right after the birth of the tribes. Binyamin. So you see from here that what? That even the birth of one tribe is, or even one tribe is kahal. Shmamina. Hakikam Rachmana. This is what the Torah says. Ultimately, again, who's going to be born to you right now? Another cow. So you see from here, ultimately, that's what it will say, that even one shape is called a cow. Maybe perhaps this is what was wrong with Yaakov. Maybe God's saying something different. You're about to birth to Binyamin. Now you're going to have 12 tribes. 12 tribes is called the cow. Which doesn't make sense. Why does that make any sense? 12 tribes are called the cow, 11 tribes are not called the cow. Rather, you see from here that even tribes called the cow. So we'll say the Gemara, I'm going to stop over here for today, but the Gemara ultimately answers. Right, so you see over here that's what? Again, tribe is called the cow. So the Gemara is bringing two different potential sources. Either ultimately again from the fact that the birth of Yaman is called the birth of a kahal, or ultimately again from Yehoshaphat, that Yehoshaphat is standing and when he addresses Shevet Yehuda, that is called kahal Yehuda. Stop over here. We'll pick up here tomorrow. I'll send out the schedule for tomorrow on Shabbos. Both times the daf will be in there to the afternoon. I'll send it out later. Have a good night. All right, to both say good morning or good night. Let's begin. So first of all, our shir sponsored this month by Paul and Kathy Pollack in memory of Solomon Floret Pollack, Sarah Bas Avram, Shmuel Ben Zachariah. May the neshamas have an aliyah, the family, and the chama. Thank the Pollack Mishpacha for their sponsorship. And also by the Wilmer family in commemoration of the yard site of Sarah Shengel Bas Binyamin Halevi, aka Grandma, whose yard site was this past week. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud and Shamal Haliyah and the family in the Chama. So with that, let's begin. A lot to do today. Today's daf is daf Hey 5. We are picking up on Dalid Amud Beis by the Mishnah, second class Mishnah on the daf. 2, 4, 6 lines up and bottom. So hopefully by now, the Imam is getting into the Sefes Hariyas. You see the incredible beauty of it, the incredible intensity of it, a little bit of a different kind of limud. Thank you so much than what we're normally used to, but something very exciting nevertheless. It says the Mishnah, Horu Bezdin, Shogigin, if Bezdin made a mistaken, erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael acted upon it, B'shogig as well, or as Klal Yisrael realized that ultimately they had done something wrong. But being part, so ultimately again they bring the Pa'elam government at Sibur. This is something that's brought when Klal Yisrael unintentionally follows an erroneous ruling of Bezdin. What happens if Bezdin purposely gave an erroneous ruling, but Klal Yisrael again were shogin, in other words, Klal Yisrael didn't realize the ruling was incorrect. So So the halacha is maybe in kispa usira. So we'll see this. What this essentially means is that the kispa usira is another way of saying a personal chatas. So in this case, I will say where the intention, the erroneous ruling of Bezin was intentional. Klal Yisrael was shogeg. So in that case, there's no power ha'elam davar min hatzibur. There's just personal liability through a regular chatas. Shogeg in ba'asuk mezidin. If the Bezin was shogeg, but the people knew Bezin was wrong, but they still intentionally violated, then that is potter. Then there's no power ha'elam davar min hatzibur, because as we'll see, power ha'elam davar min hatzibur is only when everyone is shogeg. Okay, that's number one. Of course, there's no personal liability. There's no chatas is also only brought in the case of shogeg, and in this case, Klal Yisrael were mezidin. So the writer shogeg and va'asu mezidin harei tur. So we can infer from the Mishnah as follows: that if Bezin delivered their ruling b'shei, but Klal Yisrael went ahead and acted b'mezid, harei elu pturim. Ultimately, again, they are potter. They are potter. No, that's seaport. Ha shogeg dumya demezid chayiv. We can infer from this that if it was shogeg dumya demezid, that if it was, what does that mean? That it's chayiv. What's the case of dumya demezid? They chidam shahoru Bezin shechelev mutar. So Bezin, once you had this case here, Bezin paskin that chelev was mutar. Then it's chalif lo b'shum. I have a piece of chelev, a piece of shuman. My chelev and my shuman, which remember shuman is permitted fat, chelev is prohibited fat, gets mixed up. V'achlo, and I am eating chelev. But remember again, to eat chelev, what was my intention to do? My intention was to eat shuman, but yet I ended up eating the chelev. So I'll say, what's that? So then the answer, lema. I'm sorry. So I'll say that would be a case of shogeg dumya demezid, which sounds like, based on what the Mishnah said, that should be a case of where I should be covered ultimately again in my liability by the psak of the Bezdin, to which the Gemara says, if that's the case, tiv shota, tiv vayrai barchamo. But yet again, if that's the case, that it could be inferred from the Mishnah, yet why does Rami Bar Chama ask that very question earlier? Amar lo chamishum detanarei shemezidin shogegin tanu sefer shogegin va'asu mezidin. So which the Gemara answers, no, don't infer anything from this lashon. Rather, again, what the Mishnah was just aiming for was Mishnaic symmetry. Since the beginning of the Mishnah began by saying shogeg, since the beginning said mezidin va'asu shogegin, therefore the sefer just wrote shogegin va'asu mezidin. We'll say the takeaway from this Mishnah is that in order to be chayiv in a par ha'elam davar min hatzipor, in order to be chayiv ultimately for this specific type of carbon, it has to be shogegin on the part of Bezdin and shogeg on the part of Klal Yisrael. Bezdin must be mistaken, must be shogeg in their delivery of an erroneous ruling. Klal Yisrael must be shogeg in their reliance on Bezdin. Everybody is shogeg, then all says the Mishnah. So as a Bezdin delivers their erroneous psak, and what happens? All of Klal Yisrael, or for that matter, a majority of Klal Yisrael, on the psak. So we'll say, what's that? Lacha mevi and par. So we bring a par helam davina too. So here we're adding another qualification. That next qualification one is that the Bezdin has to be the shogeg. Klal Yisrael has to be the shogeg. Next qualification, I will say that there must be either kol hakal, which we'll discuss what that means, or bun. Either the entire Klal Yisrael or the majority of Klal Yisrael has to act based on the mistaken ruling of Bezdin. If that happens, mostly they bring a power. If it happens to be that the mistaken ruling of the Zara, then let's go being par this soil. So ultimately, again, we'll say for Avodah Zara is not just the par, but there's an additional remedy. And it says something very interesting. We'll say he says the following: that ultimately, again, if everyone in a situation where all the Jews sinned, so every single Shevet brings their own par. So again, I will say same case. Ultimately, again, basically, tribes acts on that ruling. Rabbi Yehuda comes along and says that even par helam davar. And again, if the mistake was with Avodah Zarah, then each Shevet must bring its own par as well as its own seer for 12 parim and 12 seer. We'll say hey Medallah. Rabbi Shimon says Yud Gimel Parim U'Ba'avodas V'Kav Shasar Parim. So let's listen to this. Yud Gimel Sirim. Par B'Sar L'Chol Shevet U'Shevet. Par B'Sar L'Bezdin. Rabbi Shimon has an interesting sheet. Yehuda builds on Rabbi Yehuda. He says, and I will say the halacha is that for Par Halal Davar Tzibor, each Shevet brings their own, and what? Bezdin also brings one. So, for example, I will say in a normal case, quote unquote normal case, so there would be 13 parim, one for each tribe, and Bezdin would bring their own. If it was Avodah Zarah, it would be 13 parim and 13 seirim. So the Gemara says, Horu Bezdin, Va'asu Zayin Shot and Oruban. What happens if Bezdin administers an erroneous ruling? And seven tribes. So we mentioned this yesterday. 7 Shvatim, Oruban Abiyan. So we'll say, or for that, the majority of Klal Yisrael. We'll say now, in this case, remember again, we're talking about two different things over here. There is either a tribal majority or a numerical majority. Tribal majority is when 7 of the tribes go ahead and follow the erroneous ruling. Or the Gemara says, Oruban, or the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, even if it's less than 7 tribes. So the halacha is Nevi'in Par. So also Meir says that halacha l'maisa, as long as you have either a tribal majority or a numerical majority of Israel following the erroneous ruling of Bezdin, that triggers the Par Ha'alam Davar Tzibor issue. Rabbi Yehuda as follows: Yehuda Omer Zayin Shvatim Shechatim in Zayin Parim. Rabbi Yehuda says if 7 of the tribes sinned, then each tribe brings its own Par Ha'alam. It's Rabbi Yehuda L'Shitaso. Rabbi Yehuda always holds that each tribe, each shevet, brings its own Par. Furthermore, he says something on he says, Ushar Shvatim Shalochatu. What about the other tribes who didn't do anything wrong? Mevi'in al Yeden Par. Ultimately, again, I will say the tribes who didn't sin bring a Par for the tribes who did sin. Why? He says, the Gemara says, Sha'ilu Shalochatu Mevi'in al Yedei Choti. Because ultimately, again, even the tribes who did not sin bring on behalf of those tribes who did. It says, Chesparim. Others will have him Chesparim the Seirim. Par B'Sar the Shevet, the Shevet, Par B'Sar the Beis. The Muslim says, no, only the tribes who send bring a carbon. Or Rabbi Shimon and his what they will say is that Bezdin brings its own carbon. Each tribe will bring its carbon, its own additional carbon. Horu Bezdin shall Acham and Hashvat. Interesting. What happens if high court of one of the Shvatim, each Shvatim also have their own courts. Let's say one of the high courts of one of the Shvatim, paskin erroneously, delivered a wrongful psak, and that shevet acted on that psak. What's the halacha? Also shevet to chayid, ushar kol hashvatim p'tun de Rabbi. So Yehuda also will say that shevet who followed its bezdin is chayid for a par, but the other shvatim are pater. The chachamim say no, ein chayavin ela al horoya ela al horios. So here you go the name of the sechta. Horios bezdin agadol. So we'll say the chachamim say no. Par Ha'alam Davar Tzibor, I will say, is only brought if there is one bezdin who delivers an erroneous ruling. And which bezdin is that? That's the High Court, the Sanhedrin. Shen Kaladas Yisrael Yishku Velo Adas also Shevet. So I'll say, interesting if the Chacham understand this, Adas Yisrael is actually a reference to the Sanhedrin, as we're going to see. So the Chacham disagree, the Chacham say that if a tribal court goes ahead and delivers an erroneous ruling, there is no liability for Par Ha'alam Davar Tzibor, only if the Sanhedrin issues an erroneous ruling. Tan Rabbanan. So we'll say we now have a fundamental 3 machlokes in the Mishnah. We're going to analyze this now. So Tan Rabbanan. Yadu Shahoru P'Tau Mahoru. So let's listen to this case. Let's say Bezdin realized that they had issued an erroneous ruling, but what? They did not. They don't remember what the wrong psak was. So look at the first Rashi in Hebrew. Rashi says, Yadu Shalto Mashoru, Kiloru Bezin Shachele Mutriba Vitzas, Pasu Kalabien Ba'afu Shogigin Chele Vidam, Davichad Shigagas Maisa, Vivad, Vichad Bahora, Va'akach Yadu Shahoru Shalokaroi, El Shetal Mashoru, the Inim Yodin in Alachilav Horu, O Aladam. So let's listen to this case. Beis Din realized that they made an erroneous ruling. They just forgot what the erroneous ruling was. So they know either we permitted chelev or dam. We just can't remember which one. In the interim, what happens? Klal Yisrael consume both of these things. So the Shara says, what do you do in this kind of case? So Yachol you chayavin, you might have thought that there'd be a parallel on David Minatzibor Tamilomar, Vinod hachatas. So the pasuk says that the sin became known. Below sheyotu achotim. It's not just enough to know that the people sinned, but rather again for a parallel on David Minatzibor, what does there have to be? There has to be a specific knowledge as to what the erroneous psak actually was. Asher chatu. So both say, and that indeed is halacha l'maisa. In order to trigger a halam davar minatzibor liability, there has to be clarity as to what the wrong psak was. If Beis Din themselves, if Beis Din says, listen, we know we delivered a wrong psak, but what? We don't know what the psak was, then that cannot trigger a halam davar minatzibor liability. Asher chatu shnei shvatim mevi'in shnei parim. If two tribes went ahead and sinned, so we'll say they bring two parim, shlosha, mevi'in shlosha. So we'll say or three tribes made a mistake. So ultimately again they bring three parim. Oh, eino omer ela chatu shnei yechidim mevi'in shnei parim. Chatu gimel mevi'in gimel. Or maybe even if it's not tribes. But maybe ultimately, again, if two individuals, an individual makes a mistake, he also brings up in that tzibor. Therefore, again, the pasuk says, Talmud Lomar, hakal chayiv. V'chol kal, so v'chol kal chayiv. Well, so therefore, the pasuk says, there's only the kal who brings our halam davar min tzibor, never min hayochin. But what does it mean, v'chol kal chayiv? Ketzad, chok shnei shvatim mevi'in shnei parim. Chatu zayin mevi'in zayin. Usharsh. So we'll say, therefore, again, what do we learn from this? If two tribes sinned, each of those tribes brings a par halam davar min tzibor. Similarly, if seven sinned, so seven tribes bring a par halam davar min tzibor. And furthermore, ushvatim shelo chatu mevi al yedehen par. So I say ultimately again, and even the tribes who did not sin bring a par on behalf of the tribes who did sin. Shafilu elu shelo chatu mevi'in al yedei achotim. Lekach ne'emar kal lechayiv al kol kahal v'kal divrei Rabbi Yehuda. So we'll say this is the shita of Rabbi Yehuda. The Rabbi Yehuda shita we'll say is twofold. Number one, that there is individual tribal liability. That if a particular shevet goes ahead and commits or follows the erroneous psak or the Beis Din, that shevet brings a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur. They both say the Rabbi Yehuda's shita is that calls shevet v'shevet ikri kahal. He holds, remember again, the operative word by par ha'elam davar min hatzibur is kahal. Torah says there's only liability when the kahal follows an erroneous psak of Beis Din. The machlokes is going to be what? How do you define kahal? Rabbi Yehuda defines kahal as a shevet. So if an individual shevet follows an erroneous psak of Beis Din in Shitas Rabbi Yehuda, they have to bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur. That's part one. But not only that, even the tribes who did not sin bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur for what? For the tribes who did. For the tribes who did. That's Rabbi Yehuda's shita. That ultimately, so therefore again, the Gemara says, "L'chayiv al kol kal v'kal divrei." Ultimately holds that halacha again. The tribes who sinned go ahead and what? Bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur. There's always 12. So Rabbi Shimon says, "Zayin shvatim shechatu." So listen to this: Mevi'in zayin parim ubeis bin al yidei and par. Shene'emar lemata kal v'ne'emar lemala kal. Ma kala amar lemala Beis Din makal. Af kala amar lemata Beis Din makal. So what's Rabbi Shimon says a little bit differently. Rabbi Shimon agrees with Rabbi Yehuda in that what? In that when an individual shevet sins, so that shevet brings a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur. But he adds in one thing and he disagrees on one thing. He adds in that when a shevet brings a par, who else brings a par? I will say the Beis Din. The Beis Din. What he disagrees with is where in Rabbi Yehuda's model, the non-sinning shvatim will also bring a par on behalf of the shvatim who did sin. But yet, Lamais again, Rabbi Shimon disagrees with that. So it's Rabbi Shimon's model. The Shvatim who committed the Avera, who inadvertently relied on the erroneous psak of the Beis Din, so they will bring a par, plus Beis Din who delivered the erroneous psak will also bring a par. That's the sheet of Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Meir says, Zayin Shvatim Shechatu Beis Din Mevin Al Yedei Par Vein Peturin. And I say lastly is the sheet of Rabbi Meir. And Rabbi Meir holds that halacha l'maisa it is only the Beis Din who brings the par halam davar min hatzibor, never the shevet. Shvatim don't bring the par. Only. You see, Rabbi Meir says zayin shvatim shechatu. About saying that Rabbi Meir's model, the only time you bring a par halam davar min hatzibor is when there's a majority of the Kal, the majority of Klal Yisrael. So again, how we define majority, we see two possibilities: either 7 tribes or the numerical majority of the Kal. Either what Rabbi Meir says is that Allah so when there is a majority who has sinned, it is only based in who bring our Halam Davar Min HaTzibor, not the Shvatim. Ne'emar Kal Lamata, v'ne'emar Kal Lamala. Ma Kal ha'amar Lamala based in V'lo Tzibor, af Kal ha'amar Lamata based in V'lo Tzibor. Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar says, Mishmo. So Nimrod will say, what does he say? Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar holds, Chatu Shisha Shvatim, Vein Rubo Shalkal. If 6 of the tribes sin, and they represent the majority of Klal Yisrael, O Zayin, or 7 tribes sin, Afapi She'inu Rubo Shalkal, even though what? They are not the majority of the Kal, nevertheless, in the Vian part, the Shimon ben Elazar comes along and says he's coming to define what is majority. So he's in majority can take on one of 2 forms: either 7 tribes, even if they're not the numerical majority, or numerical majority, even if it's not 7 of the tribes. So say first wide line. We'll say furthermore again, what did we say in the Bryce above? That the only time you bring a para Adam Davar Min HaTzibor is when the Beis Din is explicitly clear to what? As to the erroneous ruling they delivered. In other words, the Beis Din is unsure about the erroneous ruling. Beis Din knows, we know we did something wrong. We just what? We don't know what. You don't bring a para Adam Davar Min HaTzibor. Who is the opinion who says this? So Gemara says, I'm Rabbi Rabbi Tima Rabba, the low Eliezer. So I'll say before we get to who we know it's like, we can tell you who it's not like. It's not like Rabbi Eliezer. This nan, Rabbi Eliezer, man of Shach, Chaylev Achal, so Achal Chayes. So we'll say Rabbi Eliezer is commenting actually different case. Rashi is talking about in a case, Sekas Krisus, where it's not sure it's an individual. I'm not sure if I ate Chaylev or I'm not sure if I ate Nosar. So Rabbi Eliezer says at the end of the day, I can go ahead and bring a chatas. Why? Because it was like the carbon for eating chalev or for eating nosar is the same. So Beleza says, who cares whether you know you ate chalev, you ate chatas, as long as you know what? You ate something, right? You ate one of those items, then I could bring a chatas. At the end of the day, it's the same liability for both. That's Rabbi Eliezer. So we'll say, Rashi points out over here that halacha l'maisa Rabbi Yeshua says you're potter. Rabbi Yeshua says that at the end of the day, if you don't know the exact nature of your liability, then you are not chayiv. So our Mishnah will say clearly, or the Bryce, it doesn't reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Because if it was Rabbi Eliezer, even if the Beis Din doesn't know what the erroneous ruling was, it will say as long as we know what, as long as we know that they permitted something whose intentional consumption would be chayiv karis. As long as we know they did that, then what does it matter if it was chayla, if it was this, doesn't make a difference. So obviously our Gemara, our Brisa does not reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Ravashi says, Rabbi Eliezer, no, it could be even Rabbi Eliezer. Why? Shani Yachad could be Par Helam Davar Min HaTzibor is a little bit different. Why? Because the pasuk says Asher Chata Alel. As well as the pasuk says that Beis Din is chayiv, or I should say that Par Helam Davar Min HaTzibor is that Par Helam Davar Min HaTzibor is triggered when Klal Yisrael does something Asher Chata Alel. So there's a specificity. There's a specificity in the pasuk. Asher Chatu Alel, for the specific sin that they did upon it. I Hasam Nami Hakid. But 1 second. Hasam Nami Haksiv. Asher Chatu Alel. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Hasam Nami Haksiv Asher Chata Ba. Bless you. Homi Baile Prat Lamisase. I will say there that pasuk is coming to teach what? that one cannot chayiv if he have achatos if they are misasik. We'll say misasik means that I'm in a totally different activity that inadvertently resumption of an avera. In that case, everybody will agree that halacha l'maisa again. I am in that case. My time is Rabbi Yehuda. So I'll say so now what we have over here are various shitos concerning circumstances. Ultimately, again, is a parallel government at Tzibor. So remember again, shita is that the 12 shvatim, each of the shvatim brings their own par. None of that was Rabbi Yehuda say was that even the shvatim who sin bring on behalf of the shvatim who sin. What's Rabbi Yehuda? My time Rabbi Yehuda. Kasavar arba kahalik sivi. Rabbi Yehuda says the word kal in some form appears 4 times throughout the parsha of Parallel David at Tzibor. Right? He says kahal, hakahal, kahal, hakahal. So what do I use these 4 kals for? Chad lechayva kol kal v'kal. What is it teaching? That's what? That each and every shevet is chayiv. That each and every shevet is called a kal. Is called an assembly unto itself. That's one kal. The chad lohorot libabeis u'maisa taloi b'kal. We'll say the second one teaches me that Par Halam Tzibur is only going to be brought when the Beis Din administers the ruling, and it's the Tzibur who acts on the ruling. V'chad legrira. We'll say, what is teaching me about grira? What's grira? We'll say that halacha l'maisa, even the shvatim who didn't sin bring grira literally means dragged along. Bring a korban on behalf of the shvatim who did sin. And we'll say ultimately again, what does it teach me about the fact that if we'll say if you look at Rashi says even if one of the shvatim acted based on the psak halacha of its own based in that's Rabbi Yehuda. So reads out all of the shitos from the 4 times the fact that the word kal is written. Rabbi Shimon, and Rabbi Shimon's model, Talasa kalik sivi, it says the word kal 3 times. Hakahal, kal, hakahal. Meinei hakahal orchid was say, but he doesn't mention the 4th kal. Why? Because that 4th kal appears in the phrase meinei hakahal. It was eyes of the kal, which means again, he says that one you can't darshan. Why? Because that's just an expression. As well as people often say, the matter was hidden from the eyes of so and so. So we'll say, how does he pass? So one kal comes. Shevet has his own liability for following the psak of the Beis Din. Shrei achrini mar lamata kal, v'nemar lamal kal. It says kal earlier, and it says kal over here. Malal Beis Din makal. Just like we'll say, it says over here that Beis Din has to be with the kal. Afkan Beis Din makal. So to we'll say over here, we're only chayiv if it's the high court that ultimately goes ahead and isters the psak halacha. Rabbi Meir, kal hakal lo darsh. We'll say Rabbi Meir doesn't darshan this at all. He doesn't darsh house. Therefore, he'll think kahalik sivimi boile. Therefore, ultimately, why? Nemar lamata kal v'nemar lamalakal. Ma lahalon Beis Din below tzibor. Afkan Beis Din below tzibor. We'll say he teaches it to me to teach me what? That just like earlier, again, I will say the kal is referring to Beis Din, not the tzibor. So Tovir is referring to Beis Din, not the tzibor. So also remember again, what's Rabbi Meir Shita? Rabbi Meir Shita ultimately is that who brings the par helam government at tzibor? It's the Beis Din. It's the Beis Din. Beis Din brings the par, not the populace. Therefore, he learns that out ultimately again from the Gzeir Shabbat. Rav Shimon Elazar, my time out. What's Rav Shimon Elazar's logic? Ksiv v'haya imei ha'ida. Alma miuta d'chsiv me'inei. So we'll say again. Remember, on one hand, Rosh Hashanah says as follows: the pasuk says v'haya'im me'inei ha'ita. And he understands me'inei ha'ita to be a limiting or exclusionary phrase. So the Gemara says, and see that it says kilachala on bishkaga lememra deruban in miutalo. So we'll say on one hand it says me'inei ha'ita if the matter becomes obscured from the eyes of the congregation. So it sounds like again, even if a small minority sin. Yet it also says kilo kola ambishgaga. Kola also means what? Everyone sins. So which one is it? Lememra deruba in miutalo. Sounds like it's only the rove, but not the miut. So in other words, hakitzad asuvav vehin ruban shalkal. So I say Rabbi Shmuel teaches me the following: if 6 of the tribes committed the avera, meaning acted based on the erroneous psak of the Sanhedrin, and they represent the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, Afa Pishen Rubo, or I'm sorry, Ozayid Afa Pishen Rubo Shakal, or if 7 of the tribes followed the erroneous psak of the basin, even though what? They are not the numerical majority, nevertheless, Chayavim. Ultimately, again, they are Chayiv. Let's say on days. Reb Shimon, Rabbi Meir, Dahorat, Tliya, Bebezdin, Umay, Tliya, Bekamel. Reb Shimon, Rabbi Meir, no. In order for a power have a obligation to be triggered, the psak has to be given by the Bezdin. Action has to be taken by the Kash. The Gemara says, where do we know that? Amar Abaye, Amar Krag, like the pasuk says, V'haya ime ha'ida nesta l'shgaga. As well said, the pasuk says, and it will be if from the eyes of the congregation nesta l'shgaga, the matter was committed inadvertently. Rava says, Rava is learned from the pasuk from the Chala Ambishkaga that the entire nation acted inadvertently. Why? Because the Rahman Abaya Mena Ida Nesta L'Shkaga would have just said the first pasuk. So Hava Amina Afilu Mikuta. I would have thought that even if just the minority of the population sins, there's a parallel in that support. Therefore, the pasuk says that the entire nation is inadvertent. And if it would have just said L'Cholam Bishkaga Hava Amina Ad Abdi based in Bahadi Ruba, I might have thought that Allah Kalamaisa, the Basin, has to act together with this Rav as well. Once again, these two can also have written in the context of Avodah Zarah. So ultimately, we're making Zer Shav of Eine to teach us that this halacha applies whether Basin is delivering an erroneous ruling about Avodah Zarah or about anything else for which there would be a chiyuv case. Good, fighter. Holu Basin shal echad. So let's remember again, what did the Mishnah say? If the Basin of one of the tribes, delivered an erroneous ruling, so we'll say again, that does not trigger Par Ha'elam Davar Mitzvah. Has to be the Sanhedrin. So he says the Gemara, Ibayilahu, Shevet Echad Rabbi Huda, Ba'oraz Basin Agadol, Mi Maisu Shar Shvatimolo. Let's listen to this question. What happens if you have the following situation? Basin Agadol. I'm sorry, Shevet Echad Rabbi Huda. So we'll say, what happens if one tribe acted based on the psak of the Sanhedrin Agadol? So we'll say, so one tribe acted, but it was not of the Sanhedrin Agadol. So remember again, what does Rabbi Yehuda hold? Rabbi Yehuda holds that each and every tribe brings its own parallel davar minat tzibur. So what's in the following situation? One tribe acts based on the erroneous psak of the Beis Nagadol. Mi maisu shar shvatim olo. So remember again, Rabbi Yehuda's model. Remember also the tribes who did not commit an avera also what? Bring on behalf of the tribes that did. So if one tribe committed an avera based on the psak of Sanhedrin Gadol, do the other tribes bring for that one tribe or not? Mi aminon shiva shatim hudemaisu shar shbahadayu mishum deikaruba. Do we say the only time that the other tribes bring a carbon of when is when you have 7 tribes? When you have the majority of the tribes who committed an inadvertent sin based on the psak of the Beis Din, that's when we say that what? That the tribes who didn't sin have to bring on behalf of the tribes who did sin. However, again, about Chad Shevet, the Leka Ruba Lo. But again, one tribe, now remember also in Rabbi Yehuda's model, even if one tribe sins, remember also Rabbi Yehuda's whole model is one tribe is also called a cow. So Rabbi Yehuda's model, you can have if a one tribe follows the psak of the Sanhedrin Agadol and running his psak, they are going to bring a par helam davar minat tzibur. That will happen. The shaila is, do the other tribes have to also bring on behalf of that one tribe? Remember, Said said before that Rabbi Yehuda's model, you always have 12. So not necessarily, meaning remember, here's what we do know. We know when there is a majority of the tribes, then what? Then all 12 bring. Now the Gemara is asking is, what happens if one tribe sins? So we'll say, what do we know in Rabbi Yehuda's model when one tribe sins? That tribe, one tribe is called a cow. That tribe brings a par helam davar minat tzibur. That we know. That's whether that's halacha ma'is, we'll have to see. But that's just Rabbi Yehuda. The shaila, do all the other tribes bring on behalf of the one as well? So do we say the only time that the rest of the tribes bring is when there's a row of the shvatim who sinned then he didn't bring. But if there's only one tribe, obviously it's not a road, then the other tribes do not bring. Or maybe not. Maybe people will say maybe Rabbi Huda's model essentially is one for all, right? One for all and all for one. That once one of the shvatim is bringing a par helam davar zero by definition, that ignites tribal liability for all of the shvatim. So we'll say the shayla. Say thank you. I'm sure with a special bracha on this. Delicious. Says the Gemara Tashma. Mahin Mivian. So what's this to this? So what do they bring? Parach. What meaning? What do the tribes bring? So parach they bring one par. Rishon says actually it says Mahin Mivian. What do they bring? Parach. One par. Rabbi Shimon Amar Shnei parim. Rabbi Shimon says two parim. So what's the case here? Either shechatu shiba, if you want to say that it's where 7 tribes sin. Rabbi Shimon tamnei bai. So what's in that case? Rabbi Shimon, remember what's she? Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says that not only do the shvatim bring their own parim, but what else? Bezin also brings. So we're talking about a case where 7 of the tribes sin. So Rabbi Shimon's model there should be 8 parim, 7 for the tribes, 1 for Beis Din. Rather, it must be 1. We're talking about a case over here where 1 shevet sin. So what's the case? Right. If the shevet made a net, it relied on its own Beis Din. Rabbi Shimon less lay, right? So we'll say if that's the case. Remember again, if they're relying on if the mistake we're talking about is a mistaken ruling given by their own Beis Din, then what? Then Rabbi Shimon will say there is no par halam davar min hatzibur in that case. Rather, it has to be what? That it's talking about an erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin Agadol. The Tanakama money. And we'll say who's the pain is the Tanakama? Inim Rabbi Meir Haru Babai. We'll say Rabbi Meir requires the majority shvatim for par halam davar min hatzibur. Hello, Rabbi Huda. Rabbi has to say it's Rabbi Huda. Ukigot shechata shevet echad. And what's the case? The case is where 1 shevet sin. So we'll say, therefore, what do you see from that? Sounds like that according to Rabbi Yehuda, 1 shevet sins, who brings the par halam davar min hatzibur, that 1 shevet, and the shvatim are not activated in a situation like that. Chatu shisha shvatim ve'ruban shalkal. What's the key here? Is where 6 of the tribes, six of the shvatim sin, but they are in the numerical majority. Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar, and also effective Rabbi Shimon Elazar, Rabbi Shimon Elazar. I wrote the first white line. Mishmo, I'm sorry, Rabbi Shimon Mishmo, Chatu Shisha, Vein Ruban Shin, and they are the numerical majority. Oh Shiba Afa Pishaina Ruban Shalkal, or 7, right there, the tribal majority, even though they're not the numerical is, they bring apart. So the Gemara says, Tashma, Rabbi Yehuda Omer, Rabbi Yehuda says as follows. Shevet Sha'asa Baharaz Beis Dina. What's like? Is a shevet active based on the instructions of its own tribal base group? So what's the halacha? Also, Ushar Kalavatim Pturim. So we'll say what shevet is chayiv, but all the shvatim are patur. Ubaharaz Beis Din Agadol Afilu Ushar Shvatim Chiyot. We'll say, but if the 1 shevet acted based on the instruction of the Beis Din Agadol, then what? Even the other shvatim will be chayiv. So we'll say, we just went through interesting things about it. So first of all, according to Rabbi Yehuda, it appears that there can be a chiyuv for a par halam davar min hatzibur, according to Rabbi Yehuda, even when it's based on the psak din of the high court of that shevet. But according to Rabbi Yehuda, if the shevet is following the erroneous instruction of its own high court, then that par halam davar min hatzibur. But what? Not the other shvatim. But if 1 shevet is acting on the instructions of the Beis Din Agadol, then that shevet is apart, and what? All of the other shvatim are activated. So we'll say, so it turns out in Rabbi Yehuda's model, indeed, when you have any time a shevet acts erroneously based on the instructions of the Sanhedrin Agadol, all of the shvatim end up bringing a par halam davar min hatzibur. Rav Ashi, mistake. The truth is, this is supported by Tani, but also Shalpiem. Like the pasuk says that particular shevet acted based on their word. Also, shevet chayiv ushar shala kol hashvatim p'turim. You're telling me then that it's only that one shevet who's chayiv, but the other shvatim are potter. If that's the case, Lamali b'misnu ushar shvatim p'turim. The Mishnah didn't need to say. The Mishnah didn't say the other shvatim are potter. Hatana osa shevet chayiv. Which since Mishnah says that shevet is chayiv, I would have understood that what the chayiv hatana osa shevet chayiv mameli no shar shvatim p'turim. We'll say once the Mishnah says that shevet is chayiv by definition of the other shvatim are potter. Elahak mashmalon the behoras based dino the shar shvatim p'turim. Aba behoras based in agada the shar shvatim chayovim shmami. So we can even move back to the Mishnah that it's only in the case ultimately again where a shevet is following the instruction of own based in. That shevet will be chayiv, the other shvatim will be. But if a particular shevet is from the erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin, then once that shevet has to bring a par halam davar min hatzibur, then what? The other shvatim must do so as well. An incredible sheet of Rabbi Yehuda. We'll say so again. Whether or not you pass like the Mesa, be seen. But at least now we understand that Shitas Rabbi Yehuda's Rabbi said first of all a number of novelties. Number one, that according to Rabbi Yehuda, that even if one shevet follows the erroneous ruling of Beis Din of the Sanhedrin, it has to bring a par helam davar min hatzibur. Why? Because according to Rabbi Yehuda, shevet is called a kal. Not only that, but once one par helam davar min hatzibur, then what? Three shevet has to bring. The only exception to that rule is if it's not of the Sanhedrin Agadol, but it's a ruling of the High Court of that shevet. In that case, if the shevet is following the high ruling of its own, then what? Then that shevet has to bring a carbon. The other shvatim do it. Very strong message about collective responsibility. Arvos, shevet based in Agadol. So let's listen to this. What happens if you have a shevet, one shevet? Once they follow the psak halacha of the Sanhedrin, handed down the road ruling, you have one shevet follows it. So the Rabbi Shimon, my silo. So now we're transitioning from Rabbi Yehuda to Rabbi Shimon. Let's remember again what is Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon was. Rabbi Shimon, he builds on Rabbi Yehuda. He says, yes, each shevet is called its own kal. Each shevet must go ahead and bring its own parallel davar min hatzibur. And furthermore, again, when one brings, or I should say, when the majority brings, they all bring, he also brings its own par. So as Rabbi Yehuda had 12 as a maximum, Rabbi Shimon has 13 as a maximum. So the Shiloh will say as follows. What happens if one shevet acted on the psak of the Sanhedrin Agadol? According to Rabbi Shimon, me see old low. So we'll say, so ultimately, what happens in that case? Me my see low. So we'll say, what's the level of liability taken in the case? So the Gemara says as follows: Tashma, Mahim Lemim. What do they bring? Par echad. Bring one par. Rabbi Shimon Omer Shnei Parim. Shimon says two parim. But I ask so what's the case? What's the prices? Ilema Shepu Shiva. If you want to say that it's a case of where 7 of Shvatim sinned, Shnei Parim, 2 Parim, Shmo Parim. So we'll say if 7 Shvatim sinned, according to Rabbi Shvat, then what? You would have 7 for the Shvatim who sinned and 1 for the Sanhedrin. Ela Dechata Shechad. Rather, you have to say it's a case where what? One of the Shvatim sinned. Ubemai. We'll say, what's the case? Ile Noras, Beis Dino. I want to say the shevet sinned based on the psak din of its own Beis Din. Less lay. Let's say Rabbi Shimon holds that there's any liability where it follows its own Beis Din. The only time Rabbi Shimon says his liability is when it follows Sangadol. Ela Boros Nagadol. Rather, it's the Ros Beis Nagadol, Sanhedrin. The Dizbara. Tana Gubai. Let's say if he's already married, you only bring a pound of minutes. Or either when there's a numerical or tribal road. So, Rabbi Yehuda, Shar Shvatim Navi Meister. Let's say if it's Rabbi Yehuda holds that once even one shevet brings, then the rest have to bring as well. Elohaman Rabbi Shimon. Let's say rather again, it must reflect the view of Rabbi Shimon as we taught above. Tashma, from the Chacham say, we olam ela al horaz beis nagada. Chacham say that the only time you bring a parallel davar hatzibur is when it's an halacha l'maisa again. They're following the psak halacha of the Sanhedrin Agadol. My Chacham was saying where the Chacham is. Rabbi Meir, if you want to say it's Meir, Ruba Boy. Rabbi Meir holds that you either need a tribal or numerical majority. Rabbi Shimon means, rather you have to say that it is Rabbi Shimon, to which the Gemara says, ultimately again, Shema Minah, indeed see that this is correct. Rabbi Rabbi Shimon, Shevet Echanale. Also listen to this. So now both say the common denominator between Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Huda is that they see we'll say the difference in Rabbi Huda. So we saw the differences already. But what they agree on is as follows: that even one shevet is called a klal. Even one shevet is called essentially klal. It's called an assembly. Where do they get that from? To which the Gemara says something amazing. The Gemara says, "Shevet echad hikam elol." Amri tichsiv vayamod Yoshafat bekal Yehuda. Nocha chatzar Hashem notzer chatzar beis Hashem chadasha. Was it said that Yoshafat stood bekal Yehuda Yerushalayim. He stood in front of the assembly of Yehuda, bekal Yehuda in Yerushalayim, opposite the beis Hashem chadasha. Literally again, the new house of God. What is Hashem? Was it means that this was the place where they were mechadish, like they made it. Was it always the chiddush? Va'amru tuvul yom al yikanis b'machan aliyah. Was it happy to see that under Yoshafat they went ahead and they made a brand new ruling, which was what? That a tuvul yom, we'll say a tuvul yom is someone who went to the mikvah that day, but still requires herav shemesh, still requires the sunset in order to become nahor. So they passed in that a tuvul yom kept into machan aliyah. So we'll say, but what's the point? The point over here is you see that Yoshafat is standing in front of seemingly one tribe, which is Yehuda. And what does it call Yehuda? What does it call Yehuda? A cow. So the Gemara suggests you see from the Rabbi Shimon Rabbi Yehuda from here that even one shevet is called a cow. To which the Gemara says, maybe Yerushalayim is different. I'll tell you why. Because remember again, here's what's interesting about Yerushalayim. Is Eretz Yisrael. They were predominantly occupied by one tribe. Yerushalayim was unique about saying that Yerushalayim was actually occupied by two tribes. It was occupied. So, right? Inhabited, right? Yerushalayim was by two tribes, right? By Yehuda and Binyamin. So maybe the reason why the Navi uses the lashon kal over here is because in Yerushalayim there were two tribes. That is not necessarily a raya that one tribe constitutes a cow. So it says, you're right, you can bring another raya. Who says to Yaakov Avinu, I multiply you and I'll make you to Kah. Now this to Yaakov Avinu right when man is who was born in that moment. So who says this to Yaakov Avinu right after the birth of one of the tribes. So you see from here that even the birth of one tribe, or even one tribe, is called Kah. Shema Minah, Hakikam Rachman is what the Torah is saying. Nisyalud Lecha Hashda Kalado. Again, to another cow. So you see ultimately that saying that even one shape is called the cow. Maybe perhaps this is what Mishra was saying. They shuddered in Miskari's cow. Maybe God was saying something different. You're about to give birth to Binyamin. Now you're going to have 12 tribes. 12 tribes is called the cow. Which doesn't make sense. Why does that make any sense? 12 tribes are called the cow, 11 tribes are not called the cow. Right? Gemara says, no, it must be, you see from here, that even one tribe is called Kas. What's that? Gemara ends. We're going to stop over here for today. But the Gemara ultimately, still have the coffee. I say, right? So you see over here, that's what? Again, even one of the Kad. So the Gemara is bringing two different potential sources. Either ultimately, again, from Binyamin, the fact that the birth of Binyamin is called the birth of, but ultimately, again, from Yehoshaphat. That Yehoshaphat is standing, and when he addresses Shevet Yehuda, that is called Kahal Yehuda. All right, once we stop over here, Meretz Hashem will pick up here tomorrow. I'll send out the schedule for tomorrow, and Shabbos both that will be in Meretz Hashem in the afternoon. I'll send that later. It's Yom Tov and a good night. All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Filter Israel, dedicating all the Shimon Joshos this year. Soros Tovos and Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul, Lino Tova Benik, Rabbi for the show of his parents, Avram Ben Ashafim Chas Fega, and Amir Hashem Tilos. So that probably will be answered during the month. Shmuel Lemid Lili Nishmas, David Blom's father, Rabbi Ari Flom, Rabbi Yitzchak, Ari Ben Yaakov, Zichron of the Bracha. Our week of learning sponsor, Nishmas, Roi Ben Ari Zichron of the Bracha. And our Dafyomi sponsors, Milt, Melanie Gertner, in memory of his father, Gilbert Gertzel Ben Avram. We hope that in the merit of the Torah, all of the Nisham Slav and Aliyah, families in the Chama, all those near Moshe, together with Kol Chol Yishak and Mishpach, Shirim Hashem, Rikomar hostages, Shalom and the Karav, and allow our holy soldiers successful. The Chol Asay Yidehan. But let us begin. We have a ridiculous amount of Gemara to do today. Right? Just okay, but we are going to Meretz Hashem. Get it done. Like we always get it done. Gimel. Today's daf is starting. I think we're starting like in a second. That's but no, we're starting on days over days on 2b, and we are taking up in Hashem. My Red Haosimi Piatzmo. Rabbanon. Yeah. My Rabbanon. So remember again, we began, this is about probably about 20 lines of bottom. So my Rabbanon. So remember again, we had a statement of the name of Rabbi Huda named Shmuel. So Rabbi Huda said, right, Rabbi Huda said, these are the words of the Tana Yehuda. So remember again, our entire Mishnah, which is that halacha l'maisa. Halacha, am I about right? 20 lines up in the bottom? Where did I answer? 10 lines from the top? Come on. I did not get that. That's embarrassing. Don't just go with me with this. 10 lines from the top? Okay. 8, 10. Roy Laurent. All right, I got this. Okay, Roy Laurent. Never again. Oh, what did I do today? Well, listen, all right, Laurent. All right, we got this. Now I get it. Somebody came over to me last night after Choshad Bashir. Someone online. He said, "What happened? The recording cut out in the beginning." On the base, above the base. Now, okay, got it. Okay, so but so the Mishnah says as follows. So remember again, the halacha is, and the Beis Din went ahead and said that halsa, they said chaylev is more. So remember again, then you have someone either on the Beis Din or ultimately again sitting in the galley of the Beis Din. Well, halacha is that the Beis Din is absolutely mistaken. Understand it's mistaken. Back upon that ruling, how I said they are not potter, they're chayv and echatos, right? Because remember again, reliance on the Beis Din's ruling only applies to someone who really doesn't know any better, puts his full trust in the Beis Din, which stands for a regular person. But Lama says someone who understands how the Lamaisa doesn't have that exemption. He said, that's the Gemara. Right, you don't mind. No, man. Right? Amar, thank you. Amar Rava gives examples of this. Like these are those Shimon Azar, Shimon Zoma. She points out over here, so these individuals themselves were, but they sat the days. Also remember back to our Sanhedrin days that there was always like a lack of a better term, like a judicial bullpen, right? There were always rows of students who were there in case the Beis Din needed additional students. So these were individuals who themselves were not judges, but halacha were fit for hora. They're fit for hora. Therefore, halacha again, if they were to rely on an erroneous statement of the Beis Din, they would be personally liable. Amar Rabbi, one second. Someone like that, someone like Shimon ben Azai or Shimon ben Zoma, if they the Beis Din rules that chaylev is mutar, they know that it's wrong. They know that it's it's an erroneous psak. If they were to rely on that psak and eat chaylev, that's amazing. That's amazing. That's intentional violation. Well, the Tameh, we were as well using that logic. Tameh Chodisanyo Basosa Achos. The Gemara says ultimately again, Yosemipi Atzmo Chayiv Boras based in Potter. If an individual commits ultimately is Chayiv Achatos, talking about B'Shogeg, and a Beis Din, he is Potter. It said, what's the case? Holu Beis Din Shechelev Mutter Ben Echad Mehen Shetu. So this is the Mishnah will say. Right, so ultimately Beis Din Paskin that is Mutter. And one of the members of the Beis Din realizes that no, Beis Din is mistaken. Or, for example, someone's, they have a candidate who's fit to be a judge, is sitting there in the Beis Din, and ultimately, again, he relies on the ruling. You might have thought that such a person would be Pater. Tamalomar, Bas Achos. If an individual acts on, ultimately, again, he Bahoraz Din Pater. Ultimately, again, but if he does so with the instruction of Beis Din, he's Pater. So one says something like this. These individual instruction of Beis Din, but at the end of the day, better. So how does this fit? Shabbos said, this is so what we're asking over here is who relies on the erroneous back of a Beis Din, right? Ultimately, again, who again knows that the Beis, but ultimately again shogeg. What is that case? Shabbos said, this is fascinating. Hey, Kigon the Yasser. He knows that it's Asser. Vekatai, watch this. The mitzvah l'shma divrei chachamim. So we'll say this is quite interesting. What's the shogeg over here? The shogeg over here is like this. Chacham knows that the Beis Din is wrong, but what he's not is listen to the words of the rabbis. To himself, maybe that legion applies even in his words clear that on him are wrong. That's the of this case over here. So again, it's not amazing because he's not intentionally eating, or he's intentionally eating chaylev, and he knows that chaylev is dasar, but his feeling is like nice son. There's a mitzvah to listen to Chazal. So perhaps the mitzvah to listen to Chazal ultimately is even if you know that they're wrong. By the way, what does Rashi say? The pasuk small. Rashi says, do not veer from the words that they tell you right or left. What does Rashi have to take one in the Gemara? Al yamin shu small shu yamin. If the Beis Din tells you that the right is left and the left is right, you have to listen. So the Beis Din tells you that chaylev is, you know that chaylev is served. That you should still listen, or you can't still listen. Again, come out, not that far, and therefore again, such an individual would not be shielded from personal liability. He would be chai b'chatos, but yet he's still called a shogeg, right? The shogeg. Regarding Caleb, but shogeg regarding ultimately the mitzvah to listen to Chazal. Zaklal, Hatol Batzmo. So it's very again. Mishnah said, here's the rule. Any person who has said on volition is always chayiv chatos. Remember, we're talking about cases of shogeg over here. So when we say chayiv, we mean chayiv chatos, which is carbonic ability for inadvertent commission of an avera. So again, if he acted his own volition, chayiv chatos, act as a result of the beis din. Will be part of the chatos. The beis din. Beis in the Yadu Shetal. So listen to this. For Chazur Bohen, so you might the Beis. Let me give you an example of that. Beis in passed Chilul his mother, and then Rabbi say what happened. They didn't realize that they made a mistake. So what did they do? So they went ahead and they recanted. But Chazur Bohen. Well, I'll say what's the problem? Well, we heard the first part, didn't hear the second part. So Ruben heard that Beis asking that Chilul is Asar, but he did not hear. Sorry, Chilul is mutter. But he did not hear that they recanted that psak. So he acted on it. Someone says, of course, he's going to be potter. Someone says, Haba Hedja Katani Law. You're right. First, the Mishnah went ahead of the case, and then the Mishnah just browsed the principle. Good. I'm Rabbi Domer Shmuel. Okay, so let's say here's the left off yesterday. The rest is just Chazara. I'm Rabbi Domer Shmuel, right? It's like this. All of this up until now. So we've been operating with one principle, which is when based in passings and makes an erroneous psak, an erroneous ruling, and an individual relies on that ruling and acts accordingly, the individual is hot. He is shielded by liability because he acted and under the instruction of the based in. That's a operating. Now, up until this came out right now, we have assumed everyone is with that statement. Comes on Rabbi says in Shmuel, this is the Zu Rabbi Yehuda. That's what Abacham and Acham say. The Chasabaras based in Chai. The Chacham not true. When acts, even though he's acting instruction of Beis Din, at the end of the day, he is Chai. There's personal liability, even when he acts under the instruction of Beis Din. And therefore, again, just plug in this in. Beis Din says Caleb is mutter, then purchases himself a nice Caleb, right? And that's dinner. Chacham are going to say he's liable. Plus, because again, it's shogeg. It's not made. It's shogeg, but going to be liability. Let's unpack this. Right? So essentially, now what we have over here is a machlokes to Rabbi Yehuda, and Yehuda says, in the fact, based on the psak of Beis, he is potter. The Chachamim say he is chayiv. So my Rabbi Yehuda, what's Yehuda? The Sanyo. So look at this phrase in Nefesh Achas Peh. You have essentially three leading or exclusionary phrases. What does this teach us? If you act of your own motion and you commit an avera inadvertently, you're chayiv b'chatos. You do so based under the psak. He's in your potter. That's only Rabbi Yehuda. My Rabbi, what's the Rabbi? The Sanyo. Ani Omer mit kal shechatu chayavin shem beis din medin al yedei pak. So as I said, what's going to happen over the course of the next daf is that we're going to be kind of going back and forth. This idea of our Mishnah that beis din paskin ultimately again delivered an erroneous individual acted on it. Is there ability for an individual chatas or not? And as you mentioned yesterday, which is still today's daf, there is that there is also another concept, which is par helam davar minatzibor, which means based in issues an erroneous psak, and the majority of the congregation. Now we're going to discuss what congregation is, but the majority of Klal Yisrael and that psak. Then that requires another sin offering. Who's bringing that sin offering? Is it the Beit? Is it Klal Yisrael? That we're going to see. That we're going to see. So that's what we'll be here for just a moment. The assignment. And Omer, miut kasha, the minority of Klal Yisrael sinned based on the erroneous psak, but based in Chayavim. You're still going to have to bring a chatas. Shem based in al yidehen par. It's interestingly enough. So the Gemara is saying over here that if only a minority of Klal Yisrael sinned based on the psak based in, minority is going to have to bring a chatas. Why? Because since it's a minority, there's no par helam government at Sibor, and therefore again the not covered by that carbon. Is not covered by that carbon. Everyone has to bring their individual chatas. Mentioned over here, we're going to double into the bottom. Let's see. You do it. Again, they Klal Yisrael sinned. Ultimately, again, they should be putter. You would have thought that therefore they should be putter individual chatas lati. Why shari baby and al yidei and bar? Because the baby is going to bring up par halam davar minatzibor. Talmud lomar me am. Okay. So we'll say, so now watch this. The Rabbanan is saying like this. You would have said par halam government at Sibor. Ultimately, again, the individuals would be part of from the chatos. Kamash malon me am haaretz. The am haaretz, the nation of the land, the individuals always go ahead and address the personal carbonic liability. So therefore, the Rabbanan are saying even when a par helam davar tzibor is being, the individuals must still their individual chatas, which shows what? That even where there is liability on the part of the Beis Din, and the individual is acting on behalf, as a result of the instruction of the Beis Din, there is still personal carbonic liability. See here it is, it goes. So that's our machlokas. So Rabbi Yehuda said, when the individual acts under the instruction of Beis Din, personal carbonic liability, no chatas. Rabbanan is saying no, even though you're acting under the instructions, right? It's not your fault. It's not your fault. There is still personal carbonic liability in the form of a chatas. Incredible. So Gemara says, just another zone. What's the case over here? Elim of B'shigas Maisa. Talking about over here, that individual just did of their own volition without the instruction of Beis Din. They just made a mistake. Beis Din Shelo Bara. Beis Din didn't deliver a psak. In my Vedatayu. Ultimately, again, obviously, Beis Din has nothing to do with this. Shelo Bara is Beis Din. Beis Din mean Maisu Shelo Bara. Beis Din never passed me. Just a situation where people just made the same mistake. So obviously, again, it's Elabara. Probably most of the time in a case where the Beis Din did issue up an erroneous psak. The Ha did make Amaretz B'Shividas Maisu Dichsid. There is about when the pasuk is Amaretz by Kantos, the book said Lashon Shividas Maisa means that Klal Yisrael, whether some individuals, minority, even a majority, they're making a mistake based on their own mistaken understanding, nothing in the psak of Beis Din. So it's written by Shiras Maisa. Elo la pachka. What it means to say? Here we go. Miut chatu b'shir gas Maisa. When the minority of Klal Yisrael sins of their own volition, they made a mistake. Not a psak of Beis Din. They made a mistake. Chayavin, ultimately, again, they're chayav chatos. Each individual. Why? Shin Beis Din. par Barak, because Beis Din is not bringing a par ha'elam davar minat tzibor or all. The Gemara says all aim you might have thought, therefore, the majority of Klal Yisrael commits an Avera, b'shiras ma'isa, of their own volition, that ultimately, again, they should be part of Shari Beis Din Median Alehem Bara, Amud Lomar Me Aretz Vakilubo, ultimately, again, Halacha L'maisa. So ultimately, again, Amaretz, even when the majority sins, when the majority sins, if it was not a Horah space, there was no psak, ultimately, again, they're chatos. Amra Papa, Mimai, Sans Papa is why he said it. Dilma, below basin. Maybe no one brings up in that circumstance. He might hear the Kamahadam, if that's the case, then why are you looking for the majority to create a sense of liability? Lag Michlal, the Mil Baura, Kaimalay, the Mechai Baura. It must be because even when a minority goes ahead, acts on the psak of the beis, then ultimately again there's going to be liability as a result of the ruling. Then so the Gemara says, go ahead first, look at a case for the meal from minority. That's what we chayav shivgas ma'isa, so acted of their own. Ultimately again of liability for the majority who acted with shivgas. But rather again looking for a case of miut, of minority, who are liable for their own actions. When a minority ultimately acts as a result of the instruction of the beis din, they are going kisva u'seira. We're going to cover chatos. The shalabara shegas my son. Well, again, Allah without a sack of beis din, ultimately again, I will be chayav in chatos as well. Michdi. Okay, bottom line, I will deal a little bit quickly. The bottom line is what we're just trying to highlight what Rabbi Huda said. Rabbi Huda has to understand that which was fully agreed upon in the Mishnah is in fact subject to machlokes. Here's the takeaway. Here's the one piece of information. I want you to incredibly beautiful, yet somewhat complex journey. We have a fundamental machlokes tanoi. If an individual acts as a result of an erroneous psak of it, is he chayiv a carbon chatas or not? Beis din said Caleb is mutter. It said great. Always one goes out. Caleb finds out wrong. Is he obviously he acted. Is he chayiv a chatas? Normally again I will say, so just understand. Had Ruvain acts and consumed a piece of Caleb halacha carbon chatas. Here, Ruvain, interestingly enough, acted on the psak of the beis din, so he made a mistake. Is he chayiv a chatas? Rabbanon, Rabbi Huda, no. The individual is shielded from personal liability when he acts as a result of the psak of the beis din. Rabbanon, yes. Just remember that machlokes. That's going to be a machlokes for today. We're going to see it play out a number of different ways. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, good. Both the Mishnah, right? We're both what we call Stam Mishnah, which means without attribution. The Gemara says, how do you know the first one's Rabbi Huda, the second one's Rabbanon? The Gemara says, no, because who is the one who ultimately darshan who did Rabbi Yehuda decide Rabbi Yehuda says what's the top of Gimel Zos Olahi Hareilu Shamiutin. So again, it was the Gemara Darshans over here. Zos Karasa Ola. There are three limiting phrases or three limiting words in this. See, Rabbi Yehuda, who Darshans, who didn't therefore meant to attribute the Brisa, ultimately, I go to the Mishnah, I should say, of Ne'amaretz to Rabbi Yehuda. Vibayis, and the other possibility is Adayin Ani Omer, well, what's this most like Rabbi Yehuda? Perhaps I can't get fully established like Rabbi Yehuda. Dikani, Rov Hakal, Shechatu, so again, we're jumping now to Par Halam Davar. We have not learned this sugya. Par Halam Davar Tzibur, which literally means Par, Davar Minat Tzibur. Something, a piece of information, has been hidden or obscured, represents a situation based and issued an erroneous sak, and majority of Yisrael rely on it. Okay, so now watch this. Dikani, Rov Kal Shechatu, if the majority of Yisrael sinned based in the Vin Al Yitehin Par, so based, according to the version, based in brings the Par Halam, the individual doesn't bring anything. Based in brings this card on behalf of Klal Yisrael. Rabbi Yehuda, and I will say now, if you think that this is Rabbi Yehuda to this, Ha'amar, Sibur Huda might see based in law. Okay, get ready for this. So we'll say, Machlokes number 2 that I want you to learn. When there is a Par Halam, by some based in issued erroneous ruling, majority of Klal Yisrael now, Kabbalah Par Halam, that carbon. Watch this. Rabbi Yehuda Omer. So we'll say, well, let me just say, Rabbanan say that ultimately again, it is the Beis Din who brings it. Rabbi Yehuda is going to say, a cloud is dropping. The Tzibur brings it. Now, well, what does that mean? The Tzibur, like, there's one power for Klal Yisrael. There's multiple powers for Klal Yisrael. That we're going to see. But just again, that's my focus number 2. Kind of keeping your head. This time, here we go. The Yehuda is fascinating. The Yehuda Omer, and Gimel Amud Aleph 3a, 6 lines after that. This time, the Yehuda Omer, Shotem Shechatu Median Zayin Par. So listen to this. If 7 tribes, now we'll say, remember again, what does 7 tribes represent? Represents majority of Klal. So interestingly enough, not necessarily numerical majority, but tribal majority. We're going to talk about that. So many exciting things to come. I don't know, next week when we finish this down. I don't say so I might say again, right? 7 tribes. So 7 tribes go ahead and commit to so what's the now again? We'll say this all showed. Median Zayin. Rashi points out over here. Look at Rashi. Last white line Rashi. Zayin Shvatim to Habu Rov Shvatim. That's the majority of the Shvatim of Klal Yisrael. Median part. So it's interesting. So obviously, 1 par per shevet. Because some Rabbi Yehuda is shevet echad ikri kal they median below basin. So we'll say there's a lot actually happening over here. First of all, in Rabbi Yehuda, you see that it's the people who bring the power, and it's also interesting to see that according to Rabbi Yehuda, each shevet is considered its own congregation, and therefore each shevet must bring its own power. Nachman and Shmuel, so did Rabbi Meir. These are the words. So I'll say, so then, right now where we are, we have 2 machlokes in Rabbi Yehuda and the Rabbanan. Number 1 is, the Rabbanan say ultimately again, Rabbi Yehuda is from personal liability when he relies on himself. Rabbanan say, no, you're liable. And Machlokes Ba'alam Davar Tzibur, the Rabbanan say, Basin brings it. Rabbi Yehuda says, I'm not going to Shmuel, so did Rabbi Meir. These words Rabbi Meir say, Yochid Shasam Ara Bezdin Chayim. See, interestingly enough, Rabbi Nachman says, Rabbi Yehuda, who's the opponent, who's the Tana in our Mishnah, but Rabbi Meir says, ultimately again, the individual is shielded from personal liability
when he acts on the advice of the days, or psak. But the Chachamim say ultimately that he's chayiv. So my Rabbi, my Rabbi, one of these, both these being the sign. So Horu Ba'asu, based in Paskin, that Chiloter, and we went out and, or individuals went out and ate it. And Meir Potter, Chamachayim, Meir Potter, and ultimately again, Chacham said Chachayiv. Man Asu. So we'll say, what does this mean? Who is doing this? Who is performing this chait? Because if you look at Rothschild the Brisa, it's interesting. It says Horu. They paskind and they ate. So I understand the paskening is being done by the Beis Din. Who went out and committed the Avera? Because also this. It's not singular, it's not Horu but it's Horu Asu. Who's doing this? Elim of Beis Din, so let's say again, who Paskin and Beis Din who went out and then acted, they ate the chayvim. Ultimately, against Moses, so once again, this is Har Helam government at Sibur. So ultimately, you get Beis Din that Paskin, and the Beis Din that went that ate the chayvim, then why would there be liability for Har Helam government at Sibur? That Tanya, Yom Oru Beis Din, but also, you would have thought like this. If Beis Din went ahead and passed, and then Beis Din themselves acted on their own side, you might have thought that ultimately, again, there'd be liability there. So, or Par Helam Tzibor liability. No, Par Helam government at Tzibor is only when Beis Din Paskins and Klal Yisrael acts. Ma'aseh Taloy B'Kal, V'Ara Tluya B'Beis Din. The action is dependent on Yisrael, and the psak is on the base. In other words, this is a synergistic partnership in the commission of sin. So ultimately, again, Beis Din is the erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael are the ones who are acting on it, which indicates to us that if Beis Din issued the ruling, and then Beis Din are the ones that acted on it, there might be chatas liability. How? It must be that again, Beis Din paskin, and what happened? And what happened? And halacha l'maisa, the majority of people acted upon it. So if that's the case, it might come to the poter. Why would Rabbi Meir say that the poter from Par Helam Daviminat Tzibor? That's the paradigmatic case of Par Helam Daviminat Tzibor. Elam Lav Horu Beis, and rather we'll say what happened. Horu Beis Din va'asu niot cow. Rather, what happened over here? Beis Din passed that chilul is mutter. A minority of Klal Yisrael came along and on that psak. Okay, so now we'll say, watch this. So here's machlokes. Mar Sabar Yachid Shasabaraz Beis Din Potter. One opinion, namely Rabbi Meir, holds that when an individual, by both sides, you're considered an individual up until what time? Up until what point in time? Until it's the majority, right? In other words, there's no difference between a minority of Klal Yisrael and ultimately again an individual. That it's the same thing. So again, halacha l'maisa, when an individual sins, the Meir holds when he does so based on the psak of the Beis Din, he's going to be pater. Umar Savet, a common other hand, it shas amaraz Beis Din chayiv. Not the one individual act based on the instruction of the Beis Din, he's still going to be chayiv a personal chata. So let's say this. So again, we're just referring it. Before we said the machlokes was Rabbi Huda coming. Now again, the Gemara suggesting that Rabbi Nachman is suggesting that it's Rabbi Meir, but it's the same machlokes. Incredible. So it's our Papa. So our Papa disagrees. He says, natural. So everyone agrees that when an individual acts based on the psak of the Beis Din, that he is going to be pater. He does not have personal liability. No chata in that case. Alright, so what's the machlokes? This is fascinating. The This is what So let's jump back now. Paran Dominat Tzibor. So remember again, when do you bring Paran Tzibor? When do you bring it? By the way, who brings Paran Dominat Tzibor? Who brings it? Who brings it? So now here's the thing. When do they bring it? What has to happen? The majority of Klal Yisrael has to sin erroneous psak of the Beis Din. So here's the Machlokes. Watch this. What's the Machlokes over here? And we'll do Machlokes. Does Beis Din count towards the calculation of the majority Yisrael or not? Let's say, and again, so let's say with the Beis Din, the majority of Klal Yisrael sinned. Without the Beis Din, it's a minority. It's a big difference, right? They don't have a halakhic difference. So does Beis Din themselves count in the majority? So we go, Martzaber Beis Din. One opinion says yes. One opinion says no. We're going to see, like I said, is not the sugya. The good news is when we get it, we aren't so much incredible information. It's going to breeze. There's other possibilities. Homes in the Rov Cow. The other possibility. So what happened over here? We have a typical Beis Din Paskin. Then the Klal Yisrael went ahead and committed the Avera. Uman Chacham Rabbi Shimon Sibor Maisi. Who Beis Din Maisi? Wow. So there's a third shift. One opinion says Kapar. Other opinion says Beis Din brings the power. It says everybody. Ultimately, again, the Beis Din brings the power. Klal Yisrael is for everyone. Shevet Beis Dinos. What's the machlokes? We're just trying to figure out different ways to frame this machlokes. Right, man? Maybe the machlokes is like this. What happens now? We'll say every shevet had their own court system. What happens if a shevet, an entire tribe, based on the advice or halachic instruction of their particular Beis Din? Somewhere it says, "Uman chachamim who are the chachamim Yehudi Bisanya shevet shasa maraz Beis Dino." So this is very interesting. If the shevet went ahead and acted under the instruction of the Beis Din, the shevet will be chayiv. Okay, okay, go on. Shechatu or the other possibilities. Also, watch this. Very interesting. Shechatu shisha behin rubo shalkal. O shiva avabi shen rubo shalkal. And what's this in the following case? Still part of the tzibor. Let's say you have a situation where 6 tribes sinned, but they are the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, or some tribes sinned, so you have the tribal majority, numerical majority. What happens there? So we'll say there's actually we're going to see this later, that for establishing majority can be established in one ways, either numerical majority or tribal majority. Either one of those two will create the majority ultimately again. Incredible. I'll say fine. I'm about what's the fascinating Gemara Basi says again. Takeaways over here. Still same machlokes. Whether Buddha and the Chachamim are in the same machlokes, individual acts as a result of on the erroneous ruling of Beis Din. Is there individual liability for a chatas? Machlokes. That's our overarching machlokes. Along the way, we're picking up a lot of other pieces of it and sub machlokes as well. Another one to keep in mind: who brings the parallel government at Sibor? Is it the Beis Din? Is it Klisol? Is it both? What constitutes a tribal majority, numerical majority, or both? Again, just keep all of these things in mind as we go along. This is fascinating statement. I'm Rabbi. Let's get ready for this. This is a wild Gemara. And we'll say, again, for parallel government at Sibor, what do you need? What do you need? Majority. However, we're calculating majority, numerical majority, tribal majority, but if the majority of Klal Yisrael sins as a result of an erroneous ruling of Beis Din. Come on, Rabbi. He says, the majority of Jews is only calculated by, overwhelming statement, by the residents of Eretz Yisrael. The Jews do not count in this calculation. Shemar, why is that? Shemar, Vayas Shlomo Va'isai Esachad. We saw after Shlomo built the Beis Hamikdash, he made a big yamtiv. The Chol Yisrael Imo Kal Gadol, and with Shlomo was a large assembly. I mean, Levol Hamas Adachal Mitzrayim, from Levol Hamas until Egypt. Shavuot says essentially are the territories of Eretz Yisrael. Lefnei Hashem Elokim
When they celebrate for 14 days. What's that? So I understand. It already says that all of Klal Yisrael came to celebrate with Moshe, right? Why does it then have to say a Kal Gadol, a large assembly, a large congregation, and then giving the borders from the Bol Hamas up until Mitzrayim? Why do that? Shmamina, watch this. It is only the Jews of Eretz Yisrael that are called Kahal, that are called the descendant of Israel. The Jews outside Israel are not called Kahal. So let's say this is an incredibly and overwhelming, striking Gemara. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says, "Halach Arov Yoshei Eretz Yisrael, the Osam Shebachutz Haaretz Eino Min Haminyan." It's a little bit of an abrasive statement, right? Ultimately, again, the Jews of Klaretz, ultimately, again, the Talmud. That part of the Talmud. Also, the Nachman, the Talmud of Klaretz. So I'll say, so that's a fascinating halachic concept as well. Klal Yisrael, or we should say Kahal Yisrael, is made up of the Jews of Eretz Yisrael. The Jews of Klaretz, but we do not get towards part of Kahal Yisrael. So therefore, I will say, interestingly enough, for this purpose over here, for Karhal and Government at Tzibor, majority is only created based on the Jews. So we see a lot of different examples of this. For example, Yom's Doraisa, when in Hashem wrote Yoshel, the majority of Israel lives in Eretz Yisrael. So you see that there are certain things only the Jews of Eretz Yisrael count towards the totality. It's an overwhelming thing for us. Like, and the truth is, we feel this. You feel when you're Eretz Yisrael, you always feel like you are part of something. That's it. The wonderful, setting aside anything else. When you Eretz Yisrael, by definition, Shama feels I am part of something bigger than myself. The greatest challenge of Chutz La'aretz is that only again we're proud to be a part of something beautiful. But that feeling, we could have that feeling of Kehillah, which Baruch Hashem we work very hard to create. But that feeling of kahal, ultimately again, it's something that is not felt. Yisrael is only Yisrael. That is only felt there. Strong, fine, beautiful Jewish life, you can find it outside of Eretz Yisrael. But kahal Yisrael, only in Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. Let's go. Says the Gemara. Shita was a very interesting case. So I got a lot to say that we saw Eretz Yisrael, but absolutely no time. We'll come back to it. So we're not to. Also, listen to this. This is a very interesting case. Let's say at the time that Klal Yisrael sinned, it was a majority, but by the time we get around to going at it and doing the carbon, it's a minority. So how does this happen? Rashi says people died. So now there's no longer a numerical majority. In other words, the number is not the same. Rashi says Pshita Rumen Venismatu Gedon Shaulu Gezin Basulov Kalaptian Veniskaibu Lahabi Achnismak Shemesunutzas. It's a very interesting case here. At the time when based in Paskin, and the people committed the Avera, there was a majority. Now, at the time of the actual of the carbon, it's a minority. People died. So what's the halacha? So Pshita, Merubin Nismatu, Hainu Puter B'Shem Rabbanon. It's Machlokes. That's Machlokes B'Shem Rabbanon. Mu'adim V'Nisrabu. What happens with the opposite? Based in Paskin, ultimately again, a minority. But now when we ultimately again, halacha, it's a majority. So the Gemara says, what happens there? Ma'kipli, Mechayev. The fundamental focus is when we establish liability. Is it ultimately again what we call basar yediyah at the moment of awareness, or is it basar chata? Ultimately again at the time of the bringing of the carbon itself. Or I should say,
Basar Chata really means the Adera moment, ultimately, again, that we have an awareness of culpability. When the Sham Rabbi Shimon the Azal Ba'asu Yediyah, Rabbi Shimon is not just going Basar Chata, he even goes Basar Bechata, Bechiyah, Yediyah, the Lord Bechata. We shamas, like maybe according to Rabbi Shimon, need both Yediyah, where it's just Yediyah awareness, but ultimately, again, not in a majority, for commission of the Chait. Who would say it was liability? Didn't came, Leisiki Ashta, and Rabbi Shimon, Chata, Yediyah boy. Rabbi Shimon requires both majority, both at the time of Yediyah and Chata. Okay, interesting. By the way, next, Horu based in Chelev, Mutter, Ba'asu Mil Tahal. Was it listen to this? Based came along and Paskin, Chelev is Mutter. Okay, then what ended up happening? A minority of Klal acted on the Psak. Fine. Then what happened? Based realized their mistake, and ultimately again retracted the Psak. Then what happened? The Chaz based in by Bahoru. Then again, Chelev is Mutter. Okay, right? You say to yourself, that's so crazy. How can you make the same mistake twice? And what's the answer? Look in the mirror. How can you make the same mistake twice? Life is filled with most of us making the same mistake twice or 222 times. Like most of life is actually not making new mistakes. Most of life is actually just repeating the mistakes over and over and over. One of the most frustrating things that often we encounter in the Tshuva process is the inability to right ourselves, the inability to kind of get the reins on the same stuff. I mentioned this a number of times. When we come to Yom Kippur, because I think for many of us, that we say Achet, you're like, look at this. I was in the Chadish this year. I never did this before. This is incredible, right? I'm diversifying, spiritually diversifying, right? I did my best. Most interestingly enough, do not come to Yom Kippur with new Chatan. Most times. What do we come with? The same Chatan, same Averos. And it's the same Averos that I've been for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, the same stuff. Because change is hard. Which is incredibly difficult. So don't be so surprised that a Din issues the same erroneous psak more than once. We make the same mistake more than once throughout our journey of life. So in any event, the Din, so again, part one, Din passing Chelev is Mutter. A minority implies right on that. Then what happened? Again, Chelev is Mutter. What happens? Mute. Now watch this. Now what's the shayla? Do these two minorities combine to form a minority, therefore triggering the obligation of Harayal and David and Etsiva? Right, so two individual minorities, both back the same days, both with Reb Chelev, but two different. Do they combine to form a majority or not? So on one hand, it was two different pieces of awareness, therefore they shouldn't combine. Maybe because they're both Chelev, they should combine. Mute the Chelev Shalakeh. The Chelev combine. What happens if it was two types of Chelev? Asking that Chelev on the stomach was Mutter, and the second time they said Chelev on the kidneys are also. So two different types of erroneous Chelev combined. So the verse that even the betray cry cost. No mistake. Or we can say this. Even though they're both called Chelev, they're two types of Chelev, therefore they don't combine. Oh, Dilma, Kavan, the Edi Chelev, who mitzvah. Or we know since they're both Chelev, they should come. Dimtim Salomar Shem Chelev, who mitzvah. Mute the Chelev, or mute the Dam Mahu. What happens if I say, based in first pass in Chelev is Mutter, a majority of clients saw 8, then they retracted their psak. Then they passed, and the mute of Xol went ahead and ate blood. Those two minorities combined to form a majority, we could say, Vadai Kavan the Trey Suriminu, the Kavan being Surim Shavat, from the Stari. We can say, look, it's two different prohibitions. Ultimately, again, the Surim are not the same. For example, again, on both sides, Chaylev doesn't apply. There's not a Chaylev, let's say, by a Chai. The Surim are not the same. Old Dilma, Kavan, the Surim Shabbat, the Kavanah Shabbat, on one hand, there is similar, perhaps that should create a majority. Dimtim Salam Surim Shabbat. The Kavanah is both same Kavanicality, right? Because they both be Chai. Ultimately, they can come. What about Miyut the Chaylev or the Skochadim? What happens if the minority ate Chaylev? Then, based on Paskin, Avol the Zaras will say, do not go to this base. Do not go to this base, right? A minority ultimately, again, then they that Avol is Motor. And a minority that cannot combine to form a majority. The Isser is different, right? Obviously. And the carbonic liability is different. Kavan, the ED Presu, is static. Remy, on the other hand, are Kares, and therefore they should combine. What is the Gemara answer? Right, the Gemara says ultimately take it. The Gemara leaves Jin open. Horror based in Shecheleber, Va'asimil Takal, Mace. We'll say, watch this. What happens in the following case? Based in Paskin, that Chelev is more. Right, and then what happened? A minority of the Kehillah, minority of Klavi, so went ahead and meet. And what happens? Who made the basement? And then the died. Members of the basement died. Okay. Happened. Another basement. They also passed Chelev is mutter, and as a result, another minority of Klal Yisrael ate Chelev. So it's like, what's up? So now, what's the Shaila? So the Gemara, those two minorities combined to form the majority. So it says, I'll leave it demand Amar Beis Din mighty by the fall. The whole left, so it says, obviously, according to the thing that Beis Din are the ones that are Alam Daram in that Tzibor. Again, there's not going to be any liability because Beis Din is dead. It has to be the same base. So the Gemara says, Ela keep the Kali demand Amar Tzibor Beisi. What's the Shaila? Is according to the thing that says, Tzibor Hockey, it's the same Tzibor. Same Tzibor. They acted around the two different what they did, but it's the Tzibor. Therefore, they should bring it Amar Beis. Oh, thank you. Okay. Idea, what's the thing about like this? If the cycle was 8 years, I'd be just gonna think about it. Right? Oh, no, idea that based in days, or on the other hand, no, I need the same base. Right? Even though it's not the base that's ultimately again the car, but I still need the idea of that same base lacking. So what's the halacha? What's it? Says again, take it. Right? We'll stop over here for today. Shkoyach, absolutely incredible. We are good. The truth is, all kidding aside, already by Shabbos, the daven actually gets the print gets bigger. The print gets right. The pages get a little bit shorter. We'll be fine. Check for 1 second. All right, Kevin. So have a great day, everyone. Yeah, we'll be fine. I could do that. I'm going to leave it before Shabbos also. We'll see. I'm back to look for something tomorrow. See how difficult it is. Oh, what the wrong second. Yeah, my buttons are. All right. Good. Okay, let's try that again. Let's begin in a second. With
because mother of our kilometer nishmas and our David Goodman nishmas our holy soldiers to be successful. But so with that, let us begin. So Mazel Tov, first of all, Zara again, Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. And now we go to the Seches Harius. For those of you who are definitely very interesting, different kind of Masech. As we've seen it get fantastic experience, structured that and some of the other Masechtas that we have seen, but in here, so a lot of really wonderful areas of halacha. Perhaps we have in Mishnah Beis Amud Aleph, Horu Beis also the Dapim are a little bit bigger, as you know. We're going to be preoccupied for today and tomorrow. Based in past, he made a mistake, and as a result of their mistake, something that was the mistake that they add this guidance and you don't show up. Simple case like forbidden fact in human infallibility that exists within Judaism. Judaism does not have that concept, which is why Mefarshim is out of it. Things Avera. Most of us have done more Avera over again. Literally against this, the person is Rashi's example is or blood. An individual called Ruben heard back in the days, and he said, "Oh, I already eat blood." So he goes ahead, goes out, and he has dam. Okay, he says, "Shut up, I'll eat." So now he can the psak of the base. So, whether we're talking about a case where based in also mistake, he did it and committed the act afterwards. But also, what didn't follow ahead and followed it. What's the halacha? Now, both say normal. You ate blood. You ate chayla. They lose. Carbon chatos offering again to Hashem, but you go ahead and you would normally go ahead and bring a chatos. That in this part of Reuben, why doesn't Reuben have to bring a chatos? Now, of course, the action he made on the sack of base. He has that the sack of base in blood, and then so as I said that this is what the Mishnah ultimately. Rashi says it's the base in Ba'as. So the Mishnah's based on the instruction of the ruling. Now watch this. That chaylev is motor, right? Forbidden fat is motor. Now obviously, one of the judges listed order again. It was another time that halacha l'maisa psak is wrong. Psak is wrong. Now what happens? But nevertheless, this member of the basin or chacham still follow. He's like, hey, why not? Right? This is my one shot at chaylev. I know the psak is very important. This is easy. Knows the psak is wrong. I said the Mishnah. Whether went ahead so ba'asak right hand days and the then he consumed it after. So makes sense. He knows better. And therefore halacha he is going. Was like interestingly, the Gemara is going to the Gemara is and he does it, it's going to be live. Well, there has to be more to the case. Which next, at the end of the day, shield liability. You could say that I didn't, but if you know that the psak of Beis Din is, and you fuck. We'll say this is mission. So, you're not going to get a cut. You can't bring a chatas because chatas is only. But mezid is no chatas. Only the shogeg is chatas. So that's how we're going to have to define what this case is over here, because in order to say hashas means chatas. Okay. Again, not to see in the Gemara. And with the Mishnah, an individual follows that sak, the individual is shielded from the liability of a chatas because they acted in good faith. If on psak, no psak, again, I will say, by the way, it has to be, no, not. Mishnah Harias. Our first Mishnah Harias. Our Shmuel, we all love it. Now, we see Machlokes Rav Shmuel and Dini about this. So now, the Shiloh erroneous ruling. The verbiage is you Shomer lahem mutlasos. If you notice again, Rabbi adds in one word. What's the one word? You are permitted to act on this psak. He says, is not enough. In order for the individual to be shielded based must have also added to act. Because without there's a statement of information or there's a statement of fact. When they about to act, there's the word lasso. In order for this to be turn atam lassos and you're allowed to go ahead and eat. Okay, they're pascaning and they're giving whole. They're giving instruction. Rav Dimi says, so that's where. Shmuel says, yeah, okay, so let's analyze this. So my time again was from Dimi's logic. No. Based on this. Okay, so we're gonna right now we're still on the left side, but just notice it's on both. Now I will say Abai is coming on the knees position. So he's a member of the Beis Din to the majority. Take a quick look. Zakin Mamre Le'iro. So Zakin Mamre is literally again yield to the majority. Such for this is to yield to the majority, you're undermining the system. Remember Marcus said that even after Beis Din delivered verdict, the judge's authority. Oh, makes the time you can say no. Actually, no. I really believed you. I really believed you. But what could I do? I was in the minority. You can't do that. You can't do that if you're part. Yield to the majority. So watch this. Cause of the euro, that's exactly post. That he before. That was no. He's doing it. Tzak, the same mutarinatem. La. Tzak to be formal. First of all, and then explicit. You can. It's just remembering on the psak basing, which
was
200 plus 300 something. It's a fraction.
articulation of the halacha.
Right? Yeah, let me see here. Let's
We have them. So we also learned is in Linase, like I said, great all.
500 max. Yeah. Right? Yeah, let me see here. Let's do a quick study. It wouldn't check, okay. If you get, let's say you get 50K monthly viewers, 1 out of 100. I mean, look how strong you are. You've got 430 viewers with 342 likes, dude. What the?
Of course,
Lucas is actually very strong. Yes. Raz being, he will twist your neck. Box, first of all, let's put your comments into one concept, yeah? Did Shop part loudly during the business meeting really on the sale of Tiger?
Right.
It's funny you can say shit like that. Oh, how could you, like, is he a guy? And not particularly, like, you can see him relax. Self-awareness. Yeah. He would rip some
So again, what's in our watch?
So, shame and projection with I'll make me more tan.
Is with other men.
Naturally tan? I go to tanning beds and I also run like if again, it's like if you're looking for like I get like the bodybuilder or this kind of it's better to be tan. Either if I'm not tan, I'm running outside. Like I wasn't when I love donuts, you know? Why's that?
Now why wasn't watch this?
What about his mom and like getting a vaccine because she likes donuts? Oh, I triggered something of a memory of even out of the vaccine. Yeah, I remember that bit. He was here. This is he's like, would you it's like that's you haven't even touched that because he pretended like he was not anti-vax, even though he actually was very anti-vax in a way, but he was teaching somebody how, you know, cognitive dissonance of like you feel like Joe Rogan episode with him, right? Where he talks about vax. And autism, it's like
so again,
that conversation be like I've read RFK's books just because when someone's like, this guy's a lunatic, and then we're as a joke. And actually, like, I'm not, and it's polarizing. Yeah. So I've read the art, dive deeper into it, but I go, I'm aware of the arguments. Yeah. You know, but somebody like Brendan Schaub should not be discussing it. How about you give me a laser?
Shmuel says that the formulation is also used
It's already here just so we can have a
one who says
videos like Bradley Martin with a beach.
putting the blood vessels.
Bradley Martin, it was funny, you know, I was know about Bradley Martin and Brendan Schaub's dynamic. It was just funny because when they first started talking, it was like, I've not been with
previous
Brendan. Bradley's sensitive to like social stuff. He would have completely ignored me. Yeah. All he cares are 20s and only so it's like he sees my gray hair and is like, man, next, paying a lot of attention to Brendan Schaub, and he being in his orbit, he's like would like acknowledge me. No, he was nice to me. Yeah. Their dynamic because like outwardly they're like, oh man, it was fun to meet this guy. It was like inspired, like you're the same person. Yeah. But then Brendan would talk mad shit about him behind his back because that was a story of like they were doing a podcast and Brendan's version of the story was or like Brendan's attempt to be diplomatic.
He's saying there's something telling you
super strong. Like he's not just a big dude. He can deadlift 700 and bench or something. You know, it's like he's strong. He's stronger than Brendan because this is what he does. It's like yeah, okay. Brendan's like. Tries to answer that question first. He goes, "Oh, I'm sure." Like, you know, he's trying to be like, get me the mac and cheese. I'm sure there's something that's you get me. And bro, this is like what the fuck you talking about? Let me do that. What's the joke, right? Brendan was like, so in the back with him, like he had to tell me that he's like, what a fucking egomaniac. But in his mind, it's like, Jesus. And I'm obviously just right to start.
Yeah, what happened? What happened? So now I have part one.
I wanted to ask him in the chat here. My wife's like, and then he accused Bradley Martin of being gay. Because he was like,
So we'll say, so now.
if you're in the shop, literally, I'm trying to look at it. No, about the person being gay, which is super fucked up. Yeah. Spreading gay rumor about the street. It's like, how socially aggressive is that? Passive aggressive. Yeah, be cool. Right, be cool, bro. Yeah, it's like, and then if the guy is actually gay, you think it's cool. It's like people want to be out. Like, what? Like you could be like, hey, I think Mark might be gay. I walked in and accuse someone of being gay with no evidence. Does something better than me? Bradley Martin's stronger than me. You know, the guy's gay. If you disagree with me, you're clearly not. It's like you can't see it.
The Schumann. Now I'm saying it's for our club. So get ready. Daisy, part one of the story. Daisy went ahead and set
You try to hit on it. You could always play a Shab's game and be like,
his favorite one is Schumann.
but I want to this correct it before it goes away.
His intention is to
plans
eat.
for a new podcast. If so, do you need a piece of an editor? Yes. Hit them on Instagram.
So
What means we want to, as I mentioned before, we're filming episodes of Hella Toxic, and we're like, I'm not going to use without her permission, but we're arguing over the source of like the comment. I'm like, the fact that you're walking off, and I am a little bit impatient. Like, I could be more gentle. However, it's like as I'm setting everything up, and it's like hot outside, and if you're up the AC, it's like I'm like sitting there sweating buckets, and she's like getting pretty. I'm like, hey, could you could you wait a little bit, like you were just not be in a bad mood when I'm doing all the work over here, I'm sweating my ass off, and then you're like, I need to be here. Luana. He's the Luana of the pod. I'm the Luana. He's the Luana of the pod. I lose my shit. Yeah. Is that true? Yeah. Oh, like in the setup and stuff like that? Yeah. All right. Yeah, right. I have this on camera where I'm like, hey, I'm annoying the fuck out of her, and then she like walks off, but I'm like, no, hold on, like, now she's mad about it. She's like, it doesn't make me look good. I'm like,
so let's say this is very interesting. So essentially, according to Rabbi,
none of us have ever looked good in front of her. It's like,
Mishnah.
So I'm currently
So
like, that's like people get it's like, hey, you're like perfect viral. No, hella toxic. I know. You guys are just getting along and everything's great. That's why I'm like the joke that I'm so fucking thinking about the last episode every time. It's so stupid. I'm like, no. This is because you're doing what I'm predicting. Yeah, you're gonna like he's toxic. In the intro, have you like lifting a car? That would be fucking hilarious. Yeah. That like meaty fat chick, meaty delta. You should. That sounds good. No. But yeah, check out Hella Toxic. It's on Hard Harley's YouTube channel. There's just whatever right now.
so again, there's two versions of Rothschild. So the first episode. It's the
fake first episode because we filmed the real first episode. And we spent too long talking about, like, we just seen this movie, Sinners,
Holy days,
bitching about how we like it planned, which is what is our narrative. And we were, like, we kind of, like, read out a message from when we first met 10 years ago, like, on OkCupid when she was in Germany. I was like, I want to make that part of like the serial narrative aspect of it is we're going to tell our story, but also just like manager. As I'm about to like make up the binder with the thing, she's like, "This fucking sucks." Like, and she's like, "Well," I'm like, "Wait, come on!" Yeah. I'm like, "No, that was fine." She's like,
It's like, why do you need that lesson of showing out here? Just say, okay.
Too much, you don't get great shit. Like, we're going to be to put any thought into this.
"No, exactly."
Ultimately,
Just the art of releasing inner critic and talking nonsense. And so if you're trying
so to speak, under the days.
you're going to speak
Once
less
that
and still.
And also, you should be like, in a couple weeks, you're going to be like, I have nothing to talk about. I only want to stick to like
Correct.
random.
Yeah, like, so just let it unfold and work on the dynamic of making. Yeah.
Because I've listened to the first.
Okay, yeah.
And you guys use some of these, dude.
Oh, I thought before I had this,
Yeah.
I wasn't connected. I didn't realize it. I'm like, motherfucker, like, I didn't.
Yeah.
We were wearing them.
Yeah.
And someone's like, oh, the camera audio.
Yeah.
And we had them. And I'm like, oh, shit.
And that's a couple times I used it too,
Yeah.
but it's super effective. And you guys use a phone or you use the camera?
Maybe not.
Has the nice hookup. But if you guys have good audio, you guys, I'm sure you guys are going to take off.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
we can wait to like the perfect fucking setup and everything. Like, when that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Now, like $5,000 to do stuff. Put the camera up and let her and just let her whatever, because then it's also like there's no editing where it's like to make you look good. This is just it. There's no editing, so you see the
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
and it's deliberately lo-fi, which I like.
Yeah.
I hate people who like pretend like they're bigger than they are. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, we need this whole podcast. We're getting 100 views. Why do you need the fucking thing? No, be interesting first.
Get a story. Right. Yeah. Somewhere.
Yeah. As I've always said, it's like, Brendan, why don't you just shoot everything in your fucking own garage? Like, you have the space like that.
Can't wait for success to come to you. That's why we don't have a Rain sponsorship, but we have Rain out. Because one day Rain will find us. They're like, you guys are great. We love what you're doing.
Manifest.
We're marketing geniuses, just like off our forefathers.
Yeah.
What I need you to do right now is focus really hard. And please use the keyboard here.
Yeah.
Spell my name.
It's G-E-R. Oh, shit.
That's a good guy right there. Most people spell it.
That's knowing that Australia isn't in Europe. Europe, you go, how did you like make it?
They're all trying to tell you how to spell it. Gerardo, just Tosto. Gerardo, or Waldo. Okay. Look at you guys. Oh yeah, you didn't spell it right.
Cockfest.
You didn't put any sauce on top, so it wasn't spelled correctly.
I like, okay, that is probably my favorite joke special because it's so, that was like the viral bad joke.
Yeah.
It was like, what's a Mexican cookie? Mexican chocolate chip cookie with sauce on top? It's like,
Pillow.
because,
Thank you. Sorry.
no, I'm like, you know, like, Could there be a worse, lazier joke?
Yeah.
You would not trade for a carbon cactus. A
I
carbon
never
cactus
thought of that before.
version.
No, it does. Something like
It is. I don't think it's lazy so much as it is.
Yeah, rating. It's like I've never seen the Mexican cookie before.
That makes sense.
So why not?
So that is-
Like, yes.
And it's hurtful because they're so good. You know what I mean? Like salt cookie.
Yeah.
Is lazy.
Yeah.
I always say. Mexican cookie, the thing you brought that one
Take
time.
a person who brings the carbon cactus. Oh,
It also implies it's like, oh yeah, Mexicans don't know how to make food.
Yeah.
What's salsa on a cookie?
well, it's obviously this is food. Well, this is food. I'm a
Yeah.
carbon on.
Oh, I'm sorry I can't spell your fucking name, dude. I didn't sign up for spelling bee. I signed up for a 24-hour fucking podcast starring BGO. The flyer you sent me said BGO, 24 hours, we're not going to talk.
Be careful, BGO. My car is very heavy. Okay. My car has a hybrid battery. We reenact that here.
Hey, look.
Yes, please. Crazy. If I could water down the footage of what's actually out there, it'd be great. But that's what I do all the time.
Hey, to have BL lift your car.
In the car.
It's like a carnival act.
Yeah, this is just a sign. It's my thing.
The world's strongest threatening man.
Taylor. So what?
Oh, I'm sorry I abused a fucking car one time. Yeah.
I apologize to the car. The car's in court.
The car got a temporary restraining order against me.
You know, you couldn't do that to a truck, though. Hey, Mark, please confirm if Baba ever told you that he had baddie hour time with Whitney Cummings.
Yeah. All the time.
You're saying that Shab had said Whitney Cummings all the time?
I mean, I'm just saying, it's my honest perception of it.
Oh my God.
I have actual confirmation of it, and my inference from, I'm not making a stretch, I'm not guessing. It's like my impression based on what he told me was that they have had casual sex as friends over the course of several years.
Yeah.
So,
I like that.
I mean, according to him.
So that explains, like, you
I
brought
don't know
up.
why he'd lie about it. It's not like he's like, oh, my big flex is like, I'm fucking with you. I had their friends,
Yeah. This is like, you brought up Sinners. It's like, that
You know,
explains why Whitney Cummings lost her funny. And Brendan Schaub got really funny. You know what I mean? He sucked it out like a vampire.
Yes.
He took her comedic abilities and sex.
Yeah, that was one of the things about Sinners where I'm like, I'm a vampire and all of a sudden really good at playing the fiddle.
Yeah.
It was like, this is confusing as the.
Okay.
I'm like, you're introducing the vampire rules too late.
Suspending your disbelief is like running over hurdles. It's like, I gotta.
Yes. Well, there was.
That
It
is
was
called
It's like Whitney Cummings is like Sinners because she's a vampire skank.
51.
I gotta say, hey, you know what? I don't know what you guys think about this. I'm gonna introduce something. When Cummings went on Flagrant, I think a little bit viral for the fact that, like, my perception, I think other people's perceptions here was they were like kind of ganging up on her and being a dick. And I was watching it, I'm gonna lie, I try to not go out of my way, oh, women and you're bullying. It's like, hey, you're a female comedian, you can fucking hang.
Yeah.
It was like, are you guys going? It seemed like they're going out of their way to like be a dick to her, and it made me uncomfortable.
Well, now you're talking about the hierarchy of suck, which is like, where is Whitney Cummings in terms of Flagrant? You know what I mean?
Well, like, I'm not even commenting on her comment, but yeah, I'm just like, why do you have someone on to be a dick to them?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like, I watch porn, but I'm not gonna watch shit fuck shit. You know what I mean? If it's actually mean, it's probably lame. I mean, you could have poked fun, I guess. I didn't see it, but she's not. She's better than they are. Like, I'm gonna say this: Whitney Cummings, funnier. Who's that one? Whitney Cummings and Kosh and Andrew Schultz and those goons on the couch.
Yeah, like I know some people ripped one of her specials, and I didn't want. I was just like, oh, people really bad. I won't watch. Like, I'm not gonna. People are like, oh, we're your both sucks. I don't really feel the need to watch shitty stand-up specials.
Yeah.
Right. But like,
Do you watch it every week?
like I've seen Whitney. There was one where she had like an AI robot, and I was like, oh, that special was good. So I like Family Comics better.
Jokes isn't the one with the robot. Oh, no. So watch Jokes.
I'm just saying, I know Wendy Cummings is a bad, like, I know maybe some stuff she's put out was horribly shitty, but I've seen enough to be like, yeah, she can write jokes, she's better than Brendan, whatever, but, I just remember watching this, like, an episode being like, they're really going out of their way to, like, be like a group of guys kind of ganging up on her. She calls it out, she's like, are you guys, like, really doing this right now? Yeah. They're kind of gaslighting her, like, just change it. It's like, but you're being meaner than, like, you know, when Logan Paul's on the episode, you're kind of kissing his ass.
Yeah.
And, like, it's just,
that's funny to be like treat Mike Majak way better than the comics. Yeah. Like he's a god. It's all that guy.
it's just a little trashy to be like, but when a girl comes on, it's like, we're going to bully her. Like, like, I don't know.
You gotta bully everybody if you're gonna bully.
Yes,
or nobody.
Keep the same energy.
You gotta get these jokes.
Yeah, it's just weird, like, crank it up, like, in a, because it's not one-on-one, which I would get if you're like, okay, I'm going to interview a girl a little bit differently, or maybe add some tension vibe to it, one-on-one. But it's like, there's 6 dudes here. It's like a couch full of guys, like, all trying to, like, take their shot at, like, you know, like, roasting Whitney Cummings.
She's horrifically bad at comedy, but so are they. So it's not fair.
Yeah. Okay. On a human level, like, I feel bad for her.
Yeah, you know? I kind of feel bad for her too. Sometimes I watch her just on that episode, just in general. I feel like she's a confused person.
Yeah.
And she's constantly under attack. That is, it does seem like even when she's not being horrendous online, she's being attacked. Yeah. When she's just being normal, kind of. Yeah. So she has a target on her back, it seems like.
Dylan riffed about for this. He was like, you know, one of this great rant about, it's like, you go over to her house and it's like, you got 27 hit. Like, he's describing, like, the, you know, menagerie of people that are at Whitney Cummings' house in a given moment. And I remember I saw that after Brendan Schaub kind of confirmed, like said something similar to me in private about, like, who hangs out with Whitney Cummings at her house, you know?
Back in the day, she died, but she's probably there.
Yeah. So I described it very like Tim Dillon, like, ranted about it to her funny, and she was like laughing at acknowledgement that was accurate. I'm like, that guy does probably use a lot of drugs. Like,
okay. Yeah. Who's the guy that killed Khashoggi? That guy. It's not been Solomon or something. He's probably there.
Oh, Khashoggi.
The Ayatollah. I can imagine she picks people like her. Now she's gone right wing, so she can't have like whether she's super right wing now. She can't have like fucking the Disney star. She's transitioned a little bit. She's gonna have more wing people like Tucker or maybe or whoever, Christy Levitt and I don't know, women that are conservative, I guess. Yeah, Tim Dillon. Women that are conservative. And Tim Dillon. So, I mean, I think she's somebody that just doesn't. She's not authentic. She's struggling with her thoughts, so she just, what do people think? And then she does that, you know. And so that's what you get. Oh, what's cool? She's constantly. Is this cool? Yeah. What's cool right now? Okay, that's what. Wow, Matt Rice not cool anymore. Sometimes people wake up and meditate or pray or something, but she wakes up and she goes, "What's cool?" Exactly. She checks TikTok like Walsh checks her.
Do you guys watch TikTok at all? Because I don't really, and I kind of like drove the line there. When someone sends me a TikTok link, I'm like, if you're not sending me this on the app because I'm not on there, iMessage me a fucking TikTok link.
Same thing with Facebook. My mom, all on Facebook.
I'm for some reason I'm a hypocrite because I go on IG, but I'm like, one social media app that's addictive is enough.
TikTok is too much. A lot of those go unseen that I get sent because I'm just not on it.
I just don't give a fuck.
My sponsor sends me so many TikToks. I did a cootie. I put haha. Yeah. I blocked Jaro and his mom too. So I can't send me stuff. I exclusively send him husband TikToks. I'm gonna block your dad too, just preemptively. Thinking about it, because if he ever gets on TikTok, I don't want that. I forget. Yeah. That's the last thing a lion sees. Isn't this the joke he talks about our studio? He's like, I'm going to go in. How many bullets do you need to kill this mountain lion? This is close. Yeah, crazy. This is such a bad joke. Yeah, say the worst. I heard that he wears those night vision goggles, but they're not on, so he's just blind. Dude, could you imagine? Could you imagine going to his house? Of course he has those. Yeah. Or like, aren't these the goggles? We're wearing them. They're on. Does he really have goggles? Do you know? Night vision. I know he has guns. I don't know. Yeah, he has guns. Which is also like when he was claiming that I like broke into his house, I'm like, why would I visit an ex-boss who like has AK-47s in his house? Like, kind of like, you know what I'm saying? Like, wait, it's like, why would I go harass like a UFC heavyweight fighter who has an arsenal of weapons? Yeah, like, and who's like, father-in-law is like a LAPD officer. Like, yeah, that's like on the bullet it was engraved that if you're reading this, you're redacted. Homeless cat. Yeah, eat this homeless cat. Eat this homeless. Man, catch this, you blockbuster. He's definitely coming for us at some point. You know, I'll fight to the death. It's a matter of when as opposed to if. I remember because it's funny, like when you chose to, I would love to. Earlier you asked about Akash giving notes. Yeah. And one of the things I wanted to comment on was how do you give notes on somebody on a stand-up special that's already been filmed? Yeah. You shot it, motherfucker. It's like, hey, can you give me script notes on the movie? It's like, well, that would be at the script stage. You have to watch somebody's set and give them feedback. Yeah. Right? So he was doing a lot of like, can I get feedback on this, on his finished product? And it's like, well, unless I have access to all the footage, angles, and jokes he took out, I can't tell you know, like, unless I have the raw footage, how can I know? So editor, that would take weight, you know. So I remember he was just like thirsting for like, is this good? Hey, Roby, is this good? You know? Then does it get back to him where he says, oh yeah,
all right, and again, warrior Rothschild. Today,
you don't watch it. Yeah. It's like, well, clearly.
let's begin a second tell you.
Because I think it was Joe DeRosa just did his special.
All of you begin by thanking all of our sponsors for
whatever it's the ones in Dallas.
this morning's here to thank our annual conference. Also, some of our show, dedicating all the Sherman Rothschilds. So, levels for Anistella. And sponsors for the month of Elul Abadi with Ben Goldberg. For now, the insurance objects from us. Thank you, and his mother's figuration. Family hopes that all the ghosts of our team and all probably so the answer for this month and the months ahead. Innovates really Nishmas as one of the father of Israel. I will then have other love the goodness of the Nishmas glory and I will and that's what I will all the Nishmas that will be all those leaders who have both for Israel. The shop is the most home is the and the power of our holy soldiers to be successful before massive. It's not just one sacrifice. Again, my microphone actually so exciting. It's got to tell you for those of you who are definitely veterans and everything. Again, we're very interested in different culture. Those of you who haven't seen it yet, how things are done socially, it's fantastic, it's beautiful, it's incredible. Structured a little bit differently than some of the other sectors that we have seen. But it makes us a lot of really wonderful areas. Also, perhaps you have not seen whatever you want. Mishnah based on the whole mitzvahs and also the Dr. Marvel. As already, but again, it'll flow in the flow. Total basing level of mitzvahs and once again, the central piece that we are going to be preoccupied with for today and up to tomorrow. Based in passing, and based in made a mistake. And as a result of their mistake, ultimately again we think any passing as something that was awesome, really was not. That was the mistake that they made. As a result, the individual went ahead and acted with this guidance, and therefore committed the first action. Holu Beijing, the Deutsche Holu Shepelef Odam Motor. Some basic tasking that Caleb, in fact, or Dam is motor of blood and motor for consumption.
Like, why does it
Remember again, human inside is not one that exists within Judaism. Other religions, Judaism does not have that. Why? The first should bring down politics out of between multiple countries of what you yourself. No, you got it. One Avera. One Avera. I've done more Averas since we got more. Right? The most Rabbi did in the entire life. Over and over and over again. Why? Literally again to dismiss and to go ahead and reject the notion
Understand that without saying it, but Chris,
how great the person is. It's the even based in so based in testing, and let's just use Rashi's example, they went ahead, they let blood is movement. Now what happened? But that was the halacha got to the hospital, and then people from Ruben heard not to the baby. He said, "Oh, how is this blood?" So he goes ahead, he goes out and he has open blood. So now what's the halacha? That's like a shutout of the. So again, so now he committed. Ruben just act on the advice of the Psakis. So now the institution of solidarity, they should us them. Whether you're talking about a case where they also eat blood, so they also make mistakes. Whether Basin did it and Ruben committed the act afterwards, they should also whether Basin didn't follow their Psak at all. Just Ruben went ahead and followed it. What's the halacha? Now, what's that? Normally, you eat blood and you eat Caleb. If you eat Caleb to show me what's the halacha? Carbon katos, sin offering. Again, we're getting into a little more of the mechanics of the but you go ahead and you would normally go ahead and bring that's the halacha. In this case over here, what the mission introduces is part of Ruben does not have to why doesn't Ruben have to bring a close this nation tolerance. Because Ruben did not act of his own volition, not present. He acted of his own volition. He made the choice, but again, he acted based on the psak of and some person has no reason to believe that the psak of Bezdin is flawed. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, he's part of from the chatos. Incredible. Incredible. So that this is the Mishnah ultimately again is introduced to. Basin goes ahead. And if you look at Rashi by the Potter, Rashi says it's the first Shemans in Rashi. Nevahavi Kispos told of the Basin Basal. So the Mishnah is introducing us to this concept that Basin delivers an erroneous ruling. An individual acts upon that ruling. The individual is protected or solve personal liability. Ruben doesn't have to bring a chatos, and he is to live based on the instruction of Bezdin. Now, Bezdin's liability. Right now we're looking for this. Okay, that's case one. Now watch this. Holu Bezdin, the other Afghan Chateau. Let's say same case. One of the members of the base didn't realize that individual who realized this was in a minority. Right, so he's in a minority, so the majority still carried the decision, but one of the sentencing judges realized this is an error. Or for that matter, again, there was another Talmud, not the member of the base, but a Talmud who was knowledgeable enough to know that halacha l'maisa, psak is wrong. The psak is wrong. Now, what happens? Nevertheless, this member of the base still followed the psak. It's like hey,
disease.
I just like, this is my one shot of being my Jewish life. Right? He went ahead and asked his mother. I know that Psak is wrong. I know the Psak is wrong. So remember, again, the individual here is very important either. Remember, the Beis Din are ranking on this person knows Psak is wrong because one is not. Beis Din went ahead and said that it's whether Beis Din actually is Taylor and this guy went ahead and with them to Ba'asa Graham or Beis Din to Taylor and he continued after also Ba'asa didn't do it at all. He decided to follow the Psak of Beis Din. Alright, that enough, this individual is doing right? This makes sense because hello, myself, he knows. He knows better, right? He knows that this is an erroneous Psak, and therefore hello, myself, he is going to